Gail Storm and John Howard. From Hollywood, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents UFO, starring John Howard. And now, here is your hostess, Gail Storm.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, UFO, starring John Howard as Bill Cullen.
The following story is pure fiction. It poses a challenge that neither we nor our children may ever have to face. But if we should, if the make-believe problem in tonight's drama were actually forced upon us in the next 5 or 10 or 20 years, it's no exaggeration to say that the way in which we meet it may determine the fate of the world. The initials UFO are the official United States Air Force abbreviation for the words Unidentified Flying Object.
Bill? Am I late?
No, they haven't started yet.
I was checking my bags. Any idea what it's all about?
I don't even have a hunch.
This is quite a turnout. Say, isn't that Rubikoff over there?
Nobody else.
Looks naked without his bodyguard.
Mr. Calais.
Oh, Dr. Passy, glad to see you.
What is this meeting for? Do you know?
No, not a thing.
Whatever it is, it's international.
Oh, do you know Mr. Rogers?
How do you do?
Dr. Passy?
Oh, I thought you two knew each other.
I have not had the pleasure. Are you with the British delegation, Mr. Rogers?
No, just a meteorologist.
Enchanté. Perhaps you can penetrate some of the fog surrounding this
I
meeting.
don't know any more than you do, Doctor.
Looks to me like we're some sort of a UN subcommittee.
Why were we brought all the way to Washington to meet at an air terminal of all places?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Did you see the clearance list? They are checking against our passes.
Not very closely. Why?
The authorizing signatures at the bottom are those of the chief representatives on the Security Council.
Well,
All of them?
Everyone. What do you make of that?
Gentlemen, could I have your attention, please?
Who is the American officer? You know him?
Will you make
I
yourselves...
wonder why the Air Force is in on this.
looks familiar.
There should be enough seats to go around.
Oh, say, Doctor, isn't that the French air attaché up on the platform?
So it is, Colonel Dupuy.
A couple of RAF chaps, too.
We're running a little behind schedule, gentlemen. Can I have your attention, please? Each of you was privately notified by your various governments early last week that you might be asked to leave New York and possibly this country on a moment's notice. Is there anyone present who was not so notified? Very well. In a few minutes, at 2100 hours to be exact, you will board one of 3 transport planes now waiting on the runways. Your destination, top secret. Now, each of you is an expert of one sort or another, a diplomat, a linguist, a scientist. And each of you may be called upon to exert his talents to the utmost before this mission is completed.
Major.
Yes, Dr. Posse.
What you have just said is very flattering, but now I'm speaking only for the diplomats, and I hope that no one here will take offense at what I am about to say, but it is a fact that we are not what you call top-level representatives of our various governments. At least I know I am not.
That's true, Dr. Posse. But you were chosen, each by your own country, for the very reason that your opposite numbers, the ones with whom you'll be attempting to establish diplomatic, scientific, and cultural relations, will not themselves be heads of state, or at least it has so been reasoned. You'll receive a complete briefing en route to the rendezvous point.
Rendezvous point?
Yes, Mr. Cullen. We here are permitted to tell you two things. The general nature and area of the rendezvous point, an uncharted island somewhere in the Pacific.
Well, who is it we're to rendezvous with? Can't you tell us that?
We would if we could, but we've been able to communicate with them only in a tentative and very unsatisfactory way. And we aren't even certain they'll keep the rendezvous, although, of course, we have high hopes.
Who are they, a bunch of cannibals?
We hope not. It would make your task almost insuperable.
All right, you can't tell us who they are, but what's the other thing you can tell us?
Where they're from. And I should emphasize that while our intelligence on this point is incomplete, we have no doubt of its basic authenticity.
Well, that's something, anyhow.
I hope you continue to think so. The representatives that your various governments have selected you to make contact with on the Pacific Island are from outer space.
Still can't believe it.
I know, Rogers, I know. And yet here we are in the stateroom of a jetliner streaking through the night, 20,000 feet above cities like Cleveland and Chicago, at a speed of over 600 miles an hour. And 50 years ago, who would have believed that?
Yes, I expect that's the way to look at it. I say, they've been a long time briefing Cullen and the others, what?
Well, our turn will come soon.
I wonder what's the approach to these creatures. What's expected of us?
Hard to say.
Oh, Cullen.
Oh, Rogers, Dr. Passy.
Well, I see you have company.
Mr. Rubikoff, you know the doctor.
Oh, yes, of course.
And this is Mr. Clement Rogers.
Rogers, how do you do?
Mr. Peter Rubikoff of the Soviet Union.
Glad to know you.
We've got all the data on these mimeographed forms. Now, Rubikoff and I'll brief you from here on.
Rubikoff and you.
Well, we are the team chiefs.
Yes. Sit down, Rogers, and I'll explain the whole thing. They're breaking the contact group into teams of 5 and 6 men. 14 teams all told.
You mean each team will operate separately in trying to meet these visitors?
Well, not unless it becomes absolutely necessary. But apparently they want to have the organization fluid enough for that, just in case.
Well, did they give you any orientation, any background on this? Or do we just have to go in feet first?
Yes, they gave us a good deal. Oh, Rubikoff, do you have that report?
Oh, I think I do. Yes, here.
Now, this is a duplicate of a secret report submitted to the Security Council about a month ago.
Yeah?
Well, with your permission, I will summarize the salient points.
Fire away.
Well, you can both read the thing later if you want to.
No, go ahead, Mr. Rubikoff.
Well, this report traces, very briefly, of course, the history of reported sightings of unidentified flying objects all over the world since 1944. Now, during many of these sightings, especially in the United States, the flying objects were picked up on radar.
Yeah, you remember how that stuff used to make the papers all the time, and then they just stopped printing it.
Yes?
And the reason that they stopped was because it had become impossible to dismiss the sightings as, perhaps hallucinations or light reflections.
Yes, that's why the air intelligence people decided to use a combination of radio and radar as a method of primary contact with the unidentified objects.
What do you mean that's why? Had they come to some conclusion about the sources?
Well, what really
see,
happened... I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, not at all. You go ahead.
You see, Rogers, one night a few years ago, a traffic control group in Washington was tracking what looked like a saucer flight over the Capitol. An airline pilot coming in sighted the saucers and called the field. They gave him a fix from the blips they were getting on radar. The minute traffic control radioed the position of the saucers to the airline pilot, the whole formation he'd been watching, about 6 pairs of orange and green lights, took off and were out of sight in less than 5 seconds.
You mean the saucers somehow heard the radio message and understood it?
Yes.
Exactly so.
Well, do they transmit any signals of their own?
Well, apparently not. Or at least they haven't sent out anything we can receive. Of course, there's a good chance that those particular saucers were just ranging devices.
You mean with no humans inside them?
Yes, exactly. Remote controlled or something like that. But the point made here in the evaluation is that whoever does control them, from however far off, realizes we picked them up on radar.
Yes, and also, excuse me.
Sure.
And this is the key to the entire contact apparatus that we are to use. They have given us ample evidence that our radio signals are reaching them.
That's how the rendezvous point was chosen.
You mean the saucers help select the site?
That is our understanding.
But how?
Well, we were told that there's a radar team on each of these 3 jetliners. And as soon as we get out over the Pacific, they're going to give us a demonstration. This team's been selected to participate.
A demonstration of what?
Well, what Rubikoff said a minute ago about whoever it is that controls the saucers.
But what is it that the demonstration purports to prove?
Simply that they know that we know they're watching us.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention? We've darkened the compartment so that all of you can get a clear view of the radar scope to my left. Since we left Washington 8 hours ago, we've been in direct touch by radio telephone with 4 radar monitoring stations around the world. 1 in Liverpool, 1 in Marseille, 1 in New York, 1 in Moscow. And now will the members of the Orange team go to the bank of telephones along the left wall of the cabin?
Well, that's us.
What are we supposed to do?
Just get on the wire, I suppose.
You will find that the phones are numbered from 1 to 4. Dr. Passy, will you pick up phone number 1? Say hello and identify yourself, please.
Of course. Hello? This is Dr. Jules Passy. What? Je suis Dr. Jules Passy. Qui? À Marseille. Oui, très bien. I am in contact with the station of Marseille. They say they are ready.
Very well, Doctor. In a moment, I'll ask you to say to your countrymen, you may begin to transmit the radio signal. During the time of the signal's transmission, which will be amplified over this speaker so that all of us can hear it in the cabin, I would ask everyone to keep his eyes on the radar scope up front here. Are you ready, Doctor?
Ready?
All right. Tell your man to start transmitting.
Hello? Commencez à transmettre le signal de radio.
Now watch. The radio operator in Marseille will send out 10 separate and distinct signals. Then he'll stop. A few seconds after he's finished, a series of blips should appear on the radar screen. I want you all to count them. There they are, in the upper right-hand quadrant.
But what's making the blips?
I think you'll find there are 2, 4, 6, 9... Yes, 10. 10 blips. Exactly the same as the number of radio signals that were sent out by the operator.
But what are they?
Well, before we tell you that, Doctor, would you be good enough to inquire of the operator in Marseille if they've picked up any blips on their radar? And if so, how many?
Of course. Sur le radar, vous voyez, sont-ils des signaux? Combien? Merci. Yes, the same number, 10.
Thank you. You can hang up now, Doctor.
Au revoir, merci bien.
Oh, Major, would you be good enough to tell us what those blips represent?
Well, they're a flight of saucers, 1 for each blip. Using measurements taken on the scope, we estimate their distance from us to be about 60 miles.
Well, what was the operator over in Marseille see?
Another flight of exactly the same size. The Marseille call number is 10.
But the blips that we are seeing now, does that mean that they too are picking up the radio transmission from Marseille?
Either that or it's been relayed to them by another saucer flight over that area. Right now, for example, although the Moscow call number is 8, there will be 10 blips on the radar scope in Moscow. It's the saucer's way of telling us they know Marseille is the only station now transmitting to them.
Well, then they must know that our 3 jetliners are part of the picture, too. Otherwise, why the blips from just 60 miles away?
We expected this. They seem to know everything.
Well, now it's changing.
Look, on the radar scope.
Some of the blips are moving off.
5, 6, 7. There's only 3 left.
What do you make of it?
Just a minute, please. Hello? Yes, go ahead. Huh? From all 4 points. Well, hold on a moment.
What is it, Major?
Each of the 4 monitoring stations report that the number of blips they're tracking has dropped to 3.
Same as us.
Just a second. No? But we're still getting them on our scope. 3, about 60 miles off. All right, we'll let you know if anything happens.
What's up?
They've dropped off the other 4 scopes completely. We're the only one picking up any saucer blips at all.
Major,
Yes, Mr. Cullen?
I've got a hunch what it might mean. It's just a guess.
Let's hear it.
Well, you told us earlier that although the saucers had helped to select the rendezvous point using the numbered code, you still weren't sure they'd show up.
That's right.
Well, could it be they might want to change it at the last minute to make sure we don't pull a fast one?
I suppose it's possible. What's your idea?
Well, our party's made up of 3 jetliners, and they're showing up 3 blips on this radar scope.
That's right.
Maybe they're trying to tell us to follow them.
We'll be on the ground in a few moments, gentlemen. As soon as we land, go to your...
The other planes, Bill. One of the radar chaps told me they'd turned back.
In response to the disappearance of the 2 blips.
Seems to be what the sources wanted.
I wonder what's next. Major tells me this island was a staging area for Australian troops during the Second World War.
Yeah, rather a large one, too. Part of the New Guinea group. You haven't said much, Rubikoff. What do you think they've got up their sleeves?
Oh, I don't know. But I don't trust them.
I've always wondered, whom do you trust?
Oh, here we go. We're coming in.
It's starting to get gray in the east.
Almost morning.
Look, on the scope.
What?
The last blip we were following. It's gone.
Maybe the sources aren't willing to make a daylight appearance.
But it is at their insistence that we are landing here.
I guess the only thing to do is to make ourselves comfortable on this island until nightfall. Leave the next move up to them.
Oh, Bill.
Yes?
What time do you have?
Oh, a few minutes till midnight.
How far do you think we have walked?
Oh, perhaps 5 miles.
Cullen,
Yes.
contact the base again. Obviously, we have lost our bearings.
We're still going due north by my compass.
Will you be kind enough to contact the base? We should have seen them by now.
All right. Oh, Rogers, can I have the walkie-talkie?
Oh, here you are.
Thanks. Orange leader to contact base. Orange leader to contact base.
Contact base to Orange Leader. Go ahead.
We've been moving due north for almost 3 hours now.
It doesn't.
Haven't seen a thing.
What's your position?
We're still in the brush. Anything from the 2 other teams?
We called them back to the base.
How come?
More blip messages from the saucers. Apparently, they want to make personal contact with the smallest group available. That's you fellas.
Well, we haven't seen a thing. No lights, nothing.
Can you see the Coyote Ridge from where you are?
Yes, it's just a few hundred yards ahead of us.
The west end of it's almost a plateau a saucer could put down there if it wanted to.
All right, we'll try it.
Good luck. When you get there, give us a call. Major Reeves out.
So, the others they sent back.
Yes?
Then we are to be the guinea pigs. I don't believe I have ever felt so helpless in my life.
Any special instructions?
No, I guess the original ones still stand. No hostility. Do everything possible to convince them of our friendly intentions.
Friendly intentions?
What's troubling you, Rubikoff?
Well, they will take that as a sign of weakness.
Let us be realistic, Mr. Rubikoff. Our sole hope of survival is that their intentions are friendly.
Oh, nonsense.
You honestly think that the Soviet Air Force, or any Air Force for that matter, would last 10 minutes against the saucers in a shooting war?
Yeah, but it might not come to a shooting war if we can scare them off.
I've got a feeling they won't scare very easily.
Well, we should at least try. Gentlemen, the alternative is abject surrender.
Why can't you people understand that peaceful relationships don't have anything to do with winning or losing?
Why don't you understand that the threat of power is the key to peace?
All right, Rubikoff, I have it. As soon as they land, you go up to them and say, boom.
You laugh. We have conquered half of your world while you are laughing.
Yes, but you never conquered the laughter. I should think you would have found a lesson in that.
Sentimental rubbish.
All right, Rubikoff, knock it off, will you?
What?
This isn't a press conference. We've got work to do. Let's go.
Well, this seems to be it.
That's about the highest point on the ridge, all right.
I can see nothing in the nature of a plateau.
Reeves said it was near the west end.
It seems to be about the center.
Yeah. Let's take a look down that way.
It's a beautiful night, what?
Every star is out.
There is no sign of aircraft.
You can't tell. They might not be running lights.
Considering how fast they go, from 50 miles up, they could be down here in seconds.
Look down along the ridge on the other side. You see the lagoon?
Yes. Quite a drop from here, about 200 feet.
But doesn't it look peaceful in the moonlight? I must come around and take some pictures there tomorrow. Let's say hubby, my wife, and I have... Listen. What?
I hear it.
Can you see anything?
No, but it doesn't sound far off.
It seems to be the plateau just up ahead.
But where's the noise coming from?
I see it. Coming in over the edge of the cliff. Look.
Yes, it's a saucer, all right.
Perhaps they don't know that we are so close.
I wouldn't bank on that.
It seems to be stopping. Hovering there.
Look, along the edge. They've turned on a light.
Maybe we're supposed to signal them.
They're blinking. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5.
Why don't they land?
Well, they probably want to make sure we're here. Let me take your flashlight, Rogers.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see what this does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now they are starting again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. We'll send that back to them, too.
I wonder if they are going to blink some more.
No, they're going to land.
By George, that's what they're doing.
Tell me, how large would you judge that ship to be?
Well, it's settling perhaps 100 yards away. I would estimate possibly 30 feet in diameter.
Yes, that would be my guess, too.
Well, there could not be many persons inside of it then, huh?
Not more than 3 or 4, I would imagine. Comfortably, if they are comparable in size to us.
Wait a minute. It's come to a stop. It's on the ground.
What now? I don't see any doors or ports or...
I guess we just walk up to it with a big smile on our face and hope for the best.
No, we don't.
Rubikov.
No, keep back, I'm warning you.
What have you got there?
You will see when it goes off.
Goes off?
Rubikov, don't be a fool.
It's you who are the fools. No, keep back. Why do you suppose these beings, whoever they are, have come here, huh? What, to pay us a visit?
Rubikov, listen to
The
me.
most probable reason, and you all know it, is that they are from some dying planet like Mars, which can no longer support human life, and they must find a new world to live on.
Well, what if they are? At least they're peaceful. They haven't tried to attack us, and they could have.
I suppose you would help them?
Why not, if it were possible?
Oh, that's very easy for you to say. You have more food than you can eat, more clothes than you can wear. What about my country and countries like China?
Well, don't blame us for the way you've botched that.
What?
You killed your people's incentive to improve themselves.
That's a lie.
Accept it, Rubikov. Slaves won't work any harder than they have to.
You don't understand, any of you, but that doesn't matter. Now, get out of my way.
You are really going to use that apparatus to destroy the saucer?
And myself and all of you, if you don't keep back.
You poor fool.
I tell you, keep away, Pussy.
You poor fool.
Let go!
Doctor, look out!
You're pushing him over the passage!
Oh, my.
Oh, terrible. Just a moment ago, Passy was saying he'd come back here tomorrow and take some pictures.
Look, Bill, the saucer.
No. Yeah, they've turned the lights on again.
Do you think they heard the explosion?
Well, they must have.
Look, the front part of the saucer is sliding open.
Maybe they're coming out.
If they misinterpreted that explosion...
Yeah, I know. You couldn't very well blame them if they did.
There go the lights again. 1, 2.
Rogers, do you see any sign of life in that opening?
No. It's not very brightly lighted either. Do you suppose they want us to come in?
I don't know what else it can mean. Listen, Rogers, I don't think both of us should go.
Oh, now, look here.
No, really. If it's a trap, then we're both wiped out.
You think they just might want some sort of sample man to size us up?
No. No, I don't really think they do, but since there's always a chance...
You've great faith, haven't you, Bill?
Well, I like to think I do. If these creatures have a heart and a mind, then I know who created them, and that's encouraging.
What do you want me to do?
Here, you take the walkie-talkie and get in touch with the base.
Right now?
No, as soon as I start up toward the saucer. And Rogers.
Yes?
If it seems that it's going wrong, don't come running or anything like that. The base should get a full report, and if you get mixed up in this, they won't.
You're the boss.
Well, I better get moving. So long, Rogers.
Good luck. Orange to contact base. Orange to contact base.
Contact base to Orange. Is that you, Cullen?
No, it's Rogers. Now listen closely. We're on the plateau. The saucer has landed. It's scarcely 100 yards from me. Cullen is approaching it alone. He's about halfway there now, flashing his torch as he goes. There are 2 lights along the leading edge of the saucer, and they've begun to blink again. A few moments ago, a section on the side of the saucer facing me slid open. I can't see the interior very well. It's dimly lighted, and there's no ramp leading up to the entryway. Cullen's going to have to climb up. It's just a foot or so. Wait a minute. Someone or something has just appeared in the entryway. Cullen has seen it, too. He stops. He's less than, I should judge, 10 yards from the opening. In this light, I can't possibly be sure, but I think it's a man. He's standing in the entryway. He beckons to Cullen in what seems to be at least a friendly manner. Cullen has started to move forward again. Now he's reached the saucer. He stops, looks up at the being, and he extends what I'm sure is a human arm to assist Cullen through the opening. I may be a bit premature, Major, but they're both standing there looking one another over in what seems a very civilized fashion, and I think it's going to be all right.
Not too long ago, my husband took me and the children on a deep-sea fishing trip in one of those chartered fishing boats. It was a real experience for me, even if I didn't catch anything. And you can be sure that the children loved every minute of it. But I remember that one of the highlights of the trip for me was when we had a chance to visit one of those lonely lighthouses that you'll find at various spots along our coasts. You can picture the kind I mean. Well, anyway, this one was like a great white finger set off from the mainland and perched on what I would guess was a rock shoal. The boat that brought us alongside brought newspapers and provision. The lighthouse keeper was, of course, grateful for these, but what really pleased him most was just our little visit. We didn't have much to say, nothing startling or original anyway, but what delighted him was that we were there saying it. Every once in a while now, I remember that lighthouse keeper, and I can't help but think that in that incident was a parallel related to prayer. Our prayers are visits to the great celestial lighthouse keeper who makes his perpetual light to shine down upon us. It doesn't matter much what we say. It's the fact that we are saying it, remembering him for remembering us. Family Theater again reminds you, the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you transcribed UFO, starring John Howard. Gail Storm was your hostess. Others in our cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Lou Krugman, and Richard Peel. The script was written and directed for Family Theater by John T. Kelly, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present Stay Up for the Sunrise, starring Cameron Mitchell. Preston Foster will be your host. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
I was alone in a room 100,000 miles from Earth. My body lay dead before me, and yet I spoke and felt and lived. Behind me lay a tortured world. Before me the moon and destiny. Again I felt the surge of power, and had I been able to, I would have smiled. My mission was accomplished. No one knew, no one understood. If they had, they would not believe. This was a project 3,000 years old, yet no one had guessed. No one.
Listen now to 2000 Plus. Adventures into the world of tomorrow. Science fiction stories from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, a story entitled The Flying Saucers. It is the year 2000 plus 12. A blazing New Mexico sun shines down upon a great military installation, upon a vast, noisy field, and upon a silvery shape which seems to strain forward, ready to leap up into space. In an executive office, a man sits in his chair, his eyes on the great rocket. Behind him, a girl waits for him to speak.
Better close that window, Eileen. The noise won't let a man think.
Yes, sir.
That's better.
I'm ready, Dr. Bronson.
Get this on tape as well as in shorthand. It's for the permanent files in Washington. It's got to go out in the next jet. I'll give you a signed sheet of stationery. Send it off to make the 5 o'clock connection. You got that?
Yes, sir. Recorder on. The letter to be transcribed over your signature and sent off on the 5 o'clock connecting plane.
Right. Heading, top secret. 2, National Scientific Council. Copies to Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, the President. From Andrew Bronson. Forget the usual string of titles, Eileen. Chief Department of Extraterrestrial Research, White Sands, New Mexico. Regarding defense measures against aerial visitors listed in file AA-286 as flying saucers. 1. For the past 3 months, this secret experimental installation has been visited by flying saucers. First appearance coincided with the launching of our secret flying missile, Zeus. Details in report CB-286, A, B, and C. 2. Although the flying saucers have never landed, the frequency of their visits has tripled since the launching. As reported in the files cited, Zeus has not yet returned. 3. In view of the importance to national security of this secret installation and its experiments, the reports already mentioned were reviewed by JCS and the National Scientific Council. It was decided that the flying saucers were a potential menace and that countermeasures be undertaken. 4. Zeus, too, An improved model of our secret flying missile has been completed and armed. It is equipped with mass attraction and proximity fuse devices. Warhead contains 5,000 pounds hexenite. Firing control automatic. See file CB344. 5. The station has been placed in condition alert. Next visit from the flying saucers is expected momentarily. In view of the foregoing, we are in complete readiness. We will attack. Repeat. We will attack. Now, where's my pen?
Andrew.
This one doesn't work.
Oh, I'll get it. I saw your pen in your vest.
Don't touch that vest. I'll get it myself.
Did I do something wrong?
No. There, well, you might have been hurt.
Hurt?
No, never mind. There you are, my signature. Now, on your way.
Andrew, why can't I stay?
You know the orders, Eileen. We're going to test Zeus, too. You know anything can happen. Maybe the flying saucers will come back. If they do, we'll be ready for them. Besides, if the rudder should go wrong or the hexenite detonate... No. On your way now. The jet car's waiting downstairs.
Oh, very well. But you will be careful, won't you?
Of course. Eileen.
Yes?
I've never told you...
Yes?
Never mind. Au revoir, my dear. Au revoir, my darling. Dr. Bronson to security. Come in, security.
Security, aye.
Has Miss Harkness phoned in yet?
No, sir.
Well, that's funny. I expected her to after sending off the latest reports. She should be home now. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Now, something must have happened to her. Send a security officer to check. What about the setup for the new test?
All ready, sir.
Oh, that's good. I hope nothing happens. Any report of flying saucers?
No, sir, not yet. But, sir, there's something funny about that. Every time we get ready for a test, even one of the minor missiles, one of the saucers appears. That's too much of a coincidence for comfort, sir.
Yes, I've thought of that, too. You think there's a leak somewhere?
Yes, we've checked and rechecked. Nothing. But there's no doubt that someone's passing out information.
I see.
Of course, we'll keep on checking. Whoever's responsible...
Dr. Bronson. Radar control to Dr. Bronson.
Bronson here. What is it?
Flying saucer detected and registered. Computation center fed data. Data follows. Distance, 486 miles. Height, 50.2 miles. Speed, 5 miles per second. Estimated time of arrival at contact point, 1 minute, 58 seconds from now. Over.
1:58. Right. Alert fire control.
Fire control alerted, sir. But when may we expect you?
In 30 seconds. Over and off. Are you still on security?
Aye, sir.
Clear the field.
Field already cleared. I've just sent emergency red signal. We're waiting in control, sir.
Very well. I'm coming down right now. Over and off. Let me have my headset and hand mic, Scotty.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bronson to fire control.
Fire control to Bronson. Everything ready here, Chief. Dolly's cleared from Zeus 2. Warhead armed.
Well done. Bronson to computation.
Computation.
Your figures checked through cybernetics?
Yes, sir. As reported, Zeus 2 should destroy flying saucer 6 seconds after blastoff. Firing time, 2200, 33 hours, 36 seconds.
Time check, everyone. Time is now 32 seconds to blast off. Condition red. I shall operate fire control remote. Strap in for firing. Security.
Security, aye.
Report.
Field cleared, guards alerted and shielded, anti-radiation up, warhead armed, Zeus 2 ready. Any further?
10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Get a bearing on that trajectory computation.
Trajectory established and being fed EMAC. Trajectory correct, sir. Parabolic sound reflectors receiving. Contact 2233-42 right on the nose.
Good work, everyone. Security. Condition green. Well, boys, now to wait till someone phones in where the pieces fell. And then maybe we'll be finally knowing what the flying saucers are. Yes, Scotty. Has security located Eileen Harkness?
No, sir, not yet. Captain McDonald is here, sir. He has a man with him, says you should see him immediately.
Well, all right, bring him in. Yes. What is it?
McDonald thought you'd like to hear this, sir. This is Al Waters, a rancher from upstate. He flew down from his ranch this morning and reported to the state police. They sent him to us.
The saucer?
Yes, sir.
Where is it, Mr. Waters, the wreck?
Wreck? I didn't see no wreck, Doc.
What did you see?
I seen a flying saucer come down about half a mile from my ranch house. Saw it this morning when I was going after a lost calf.
He swears the saucer's undamaged, Dr. Bronson.
Huh. Well, it may not be the one You flew down, Mr. Waters?
Yeah, got my own jet plane.
Well, can you take me up with you to your ranch, I mean?
Sure can. I'm glad to.
All right, we'll leave immediately. Scotty, you round up the crew, everyone. Have them load everything we need on the transport, the big job. When can I expect you?
Oh, give us 2 hours, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Waters, let's get to your ranch.
There's the flying saucer, Doc.
Where?
You see them 2 peaks? That plateau between them, you see it? There, now the sun's hit it.
It is undamaged.
I'm putting her down.
Did you see any signs of life? Anything moving?
No, sir. Of course, I didn't get too close. I was might leery the thing.
I understand. It's just as well you didn't.
Hey, wait till she stops rolling, Doc. Sure are excited, ain't you?
I'm afraid so. Even scientists get excited sometimes.
Sure is big, ain't she?
Yes, must be over 300 feet in diameter. Now, there's an airlock.
Hey, you ain't going in.
Was that round door open when you first saw this?
I don't know. I don't remember. If you're going in, Doc, I'm going with you.
Well, thank you.
It'll be safer. There's 2 of us. You got a gun?
No.
I'm glad I got mine then. Never can tell what you'll bump into. Don't you think you ought to wait for the rest of your gang?
I can't. I've got to see what's in there.
Okay.
Watch your head.
Right.
Inner door is still closed. Let's hope it'll open. That will.
Look at that. Sure looks complicated, don't it?
This must be the control room. I can't wait to inspect
Ain't that another door over there?
Yes. You'd better stay here. Don't touch anything. I'll see if there's anyone still aboard.
Okay, Doc. Keep your eyes open.
A larger room. This must be the crew's quarters. There's no one here. Let's... What's that? I felt giddy for a second. Well, I'll take a look through it. Eileen. Eileen, wake up. Wake up. Unconscious. Eileen. Still unconscious. How did she get here? I've got to get a doctor. What are you doing at that control board?
If you look through the porthole, Dr. Bronson, you'll notice that we're miles up and still accelerating. We would have been higher if I hadn't to take such care with my takeoff.
What, is you crazy? Who are you? What are you taking me? Us.
You were right when you guessed that this is not the saucer you destroyed. It isn't. You were wrong when you said there was no crew on board. There is. You see, I am the crew. You should consider yourself very fortunate, Dr. Bronson. It's not everyone who can view the Earth from a distance of 100,000 miles.
You can put that gun away. Let me take care of Miss Harkness.
I've already assured you there's nothing wrong with her. Merely an advanced soporific. She'll recover quickly. In fact, here she is now.
Andrew.
Eileen, stay where you are. He has a gun.
Where are we? How did I get here?
I think you'd better sit down, Miss Harkness.
Who's he?
I don't know. He calls himself Waters.
Where are we? I looked out of a porthole.
Don't be frightened, Eileen. We're on a flying saucer.
A flying saucer?
Yes. How did you get here?
I don't know. I sent off the report, got into the car, and woke up here.
One of my operatives. I shall now engage the automatic controls, and the ship will fly itself until we get to the moon.
The moon?
Yes, that is our first stop. You see, fast as this saucer is, it would take us centuries to get to our ultimate destination. So we must transfer to a matter converter at our base on the moon, and we shall be in core almost instantly.
Core? What are you talking about?
Perhaps a little explanation is due you. We core are the inhabitants of the solar system you know as Rigel.
But that's 500 light years away.
Exactly. Although the speed of what you Earthmen have been pleased to call our flying saucers is approximately that of light, even that speed would entail a round trip of 1,000 years. True, the core are almost immortal, but for efficiency's sake, we set up a matter converter to flash us, or rather, I should say, our operatives, through space, instantaneously. Our base is on the dark side of the moon. From there, we transship to the saucers.
But why? Why are you so interested in Earth? Why haven't you let us know? Sent representatives to the World Council?
One thing at a time, Dr. Bronson. I see you partake of your pulp writer's suspicions that we intend to take over the Earth. The truth is just the opposite. We want Earth left strictly alone for our research.
How can we believe that?
The truth is self-explanatory. We've been visiting the Earth for over 3,000 years.
3,000 years?
Yes, Miss Harkness.
But why? For what reason?
A very simple reason. Our interests differ from yours. Without research, we become bored. To spend eternity in boredom, well, we are primarily psychologists, social psychologists. While you are engrossed in a mechanical civilization, of course, we fostered that development.
I still don't understand it.
I didn't expect you to. However, in every society, there are certain problems, shall I say, which can only be solved experimentally. We have used you humans in our experiments. It's been extremely interesting.
You mean you've been using us as guinea pigs, as experimental animals?
You may put it that way if you wish.
I still don't see how.
Through our operatives.
That's the third time you've mentioned operatives. What do you mean?
We core possess no body, as you know it. We are constructed of energy. In order for us to visit Earth, it was necessary for us to construct human bodies and to inhabit them. We thereupon had an operative who could go to work on Earth.
You couldn't have gotten away with it. Someone must have suspected you.
Exactly. There were a few suspicions. So we took the memory of life on core away from our operatives and landed them on Earth, complete with an Earth history. You may remember Alexander the Great. He was one of our operatives. And François Villon, his task was to satirize his time and to lead the unrest which brought on the French Revolution. There we had another, Marat.
Villon, Marat. It's incredible.
Not at all. As one of your Earthmen, Emerson, said, an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man. We saw to it that the key men in each age were ours, our operatives. The problems they set Earth gave our scientists much material to work with.
Enough for another few thousand years.
Then our inventions, our scientific advances were pushed on by you.
Yes, like giving an ape a stick to see what he will do with it.
Then our wars, our revolutions?
Naturally, wars and revolutions are part of the research. They're all part of the master plan. But don't forget, we fostered genius, too.
Why are you telling us all this?
Surely that must be clear even to you. You are perhaps the leading scientist in America. Certainly the leading figure in the use of atomic power for extraterrestrial research. A key man. But doesn't that suggest something to you?
No. I can't believe it.
Certainly, my dear Bronson. You are one of our operatives. You've done your work. But your experiments have endangered our base on the moon. So it's time to transport you back to core. The signal. We are approaching our base. It will be a comfort to leave this unpleasant body and to resume my right. Bronson, put down that hand.
Here, put this handkerchief over your nose, Eileen. The gas will clear away in a moment. I think it's all right now. The full force was directed at this core.
Oh, what was it?
I had a gas pen in my vest, an idea which was originated after some of our scientists were kidnapped by the Eastern Alliance. I never thought I'd have to use it on something like this.
Is he dead?
No, he's merely unconscious for a few minutes. The gas is harmless. See if you can find something to put around his hands and feet while I see if I can operate the controls. We've got to get back to Earth.
All right, Andrew.
They won't believe our story, but they'll have to believe the ship.
I can't find anything to use.
You'd better hurry.
All right. Andrew.
What is it? We haven't much time.
I thought you said the gas was harmless.
Of course it is.
But this man isn't unconscious. He's dead.
Dead?
There's no pulse, no breathing, no heartbeat. Oh, Andrew.
Now get hold of yourself. I don't know how if it was his life or ours, Eileen.
I neglected to inform you that a core of the upper grades can leave his body as he pleases. I see that I underestimated you, Dr. Bronson. You saw immediately that my weakest point was the human body of which I complained. Very clever.
I can't move.
I need no futile arms and hands in this form. A core carries power, for a core is power.
I take it you will rid us of our bodies, too.
Precisely.
Isn't there anything... If we promise to forget, you can make us forget.
Unfortunately, the matter is out of my hands. My orders were to recall 2 operatives.
2?
Yes. Miss Harkness was a psychometrist in her previous, shall I call it, incarnation. An excellent one, too, Draga. Or Eileen, as you're now called.
But this is inhuman.
Precisely. I am not human.
Let Eileen go. I'll go with you gladly, but Eileen...
No, Andrew. Take me instead.
The answer is the same for both of you. No.
What kind of fiends are you? Isn't there one of you with pity? Just one who knows what we feel, who's felt the agony of the millions you've made your guinea pigs?
You're speaking of sympathy? No. Yes, I stand corrected. There was one of Core who felt that strange emotion. Carter. An odd being, as I recall.
And I suppose you killed him?
No. A core being energy cannot be destroyed. We captured Carter and exiled him to your planet. An enormous task. He was one of our greatest scientists. That makes it all the more strange, you see. He wished to stop our experiment. Well, we lost track of him, but no matter. The unfit must go. That is the paramount law of nature. Enough of these digressions. It is time...
At least let me say goodbye.
A little time must elapse before I can build up the energy to free you of your body. You may have the time. Besides, it is a new experience to me. Most interesting.
Eileen, darling, it's too late now, but I want you to know I love you. I've loved you ever since you walked into my office 3 years ago.
And I love you, Andrew. I always have. I always will.
Very touching.
Don't be afraid, my darling.
This touching of lip to lip. Very interesting. Energy is undoubtedly transmitted. Very well, Dr. Bronson. It is time.
No, take me first. Let him go. Andrew.
Your emotion is senseless. I'm merely returning the two of you to your true being.
Oh, Andrew. My darling. My darling.
So, this is your odd emotion called love? This should make an interesting report. A minor report, it is true. But...
You have done your work, O Loka. You have done your work too well.
You are not the operative I was sent for?
No. I am Carter, at last. But now with 2 centuries of power I learned on Earth, there is no core who can withstand me now. Sympathy is the ability to feel what others feel. How do you feel now, Loka?
I don't understand. Unscientific.
No. Say mercy. Say it.
Unscientific. Mercy.
There shall be changes on Core. We must leave Earth alone to work out its destiny in its own way. Now, go to the converter and await me there. Draga. My Eileen.
Andrew,
Don't be afraid. The transition is painless. There is so much for us to do on Core, so much to teach them.
Andrew, I can't. I'm so frightened.
Don't be. Your power will soon be with me. For you too are Core. What those fools didn't know, that emotion, too, is power. With your love and mine, we can right the wrongs Core has done to Earth. There is eternity for both of us to spend together. Eileen. Draga.
I'm ready. My darling. Now.
And forever.
Next week on 2000 Plus, another dramatic story of unbelievable adventure. The story of a world of the past locked in the world of tomorrow. Time out of hand. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced and directed by Dreyer and Olson Productions Incorporated. In today's production, Ralph Bell portrayed Dr. Bronson, Louis Van Ruten was Waters, Bryna Rayburn was Eileen, Ken Williams was Scotty. The script was written by Pierre Gerson. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Martin Enghauser. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. On Earth's moon, 250,000 miles beyond Starlab, Omega General Industries have uncovered the corroded hull of an ancient spacecraft during a lunar mining operation. Excavating further, they discover the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids and a strange statue made of jet black crystal. Mining Operations Director Ray Farrell contacts the science complex at Lunar Base 12.
Roger, Omega General, mine pit 15, 9 kilometers due north of Clavius. A research team is on the way. Don't touch anything till they get there. Lunar Base 12 standing by.
2 hours later, Professor Victor Conrad and his research team arrive at the excavation. They finish their preliminary investigation at 0830 the next morning.
Hey, how's it going, Professor? Well, the spacecraft's been under the lunar surface for close to 1,000 years. And the aliens were killed by something that turned their eyes and nervous systems into black crystal.
Black crystal? Like the statue?
The body samples and the statue samples are identical.
Well, what do you make of that damn statue anyway? The thing gives me the creeps.
I've seen that image 100 times, Mr. Farrell, carved in stone on most of the Gothic cathedrals of Europe. It's a gargoyle, a supposedly mythical creature that symbolizes ultimate spiritual evil.
1,000-year-old alien spacecraft buried beneath the lunar surface, and with it, a 4-foot-tall gargoyle made of black crystal. Mysteries from a forgotten time, waiting for a solution, as part 1 of the ISA conspiracy, The Darkbringers, takes us from the bright side of the moon into the unearthly light and shadow of alien worlds.
Lunar Base 12 to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead.
Professor Conrad is standing by for Dr. Cassidy.
She's right here, Professor.
Mora, has the statue arrived yet?
It'll be here in about a half an hour. We heard from the shuttle a few minutes ago.
How is it being transported to Earth?
We've got an SET cruiser standing by.
Well, tell them to be careful with it, Mora. When we ran the thermal tests, it started to emit an ultraviolet glow that had all of us hallucinating.
Hallucinating? What do you mean?
For a few minutes there, we thought the statue was coming to life. Scared the pants off of us.
Coming to life? How did you get it to stop radiating?
Well, Arthur had the presence of mind to shut down the thermal generators, but the statue was still about 10% active at room temperature. We finally sealed it in a small liquid oxygen tank. As long as it's kept cold, it's completely inert.
We'll be careful with it, Victor. Anything else?
Yes, we're going to continue experimenting with the statue samples we've kept here. I'm setting up a photon saturation test now, and I'd like to interface our data terminals with your Microsoft computer so you can monitor the tests from there.
Good, no problem, Victor. What will you need?
A couple of standard mode multiplexer channels should do it.
All right, I'll see to it right away.
And Mora, would you mind setting up a visual link, just in case?
Just in case of what?
I am not sure, but this whole business with the statue has everyone on edge around here. Even though it is gone, something about it is still here. Something quiet and dark.
Something invisible that waits in silent shadow, watching. Something the pilot and co-pilot of the lunar shuttle carrying the statue are unaware of.
Oh, you
we'd better go ahead and start the pre-ignition cycle for the retros. It looks like we picked up about 3 minutes when I cleared the booster nozzles.
3 minutes, 18 seconds to be exact. It just came up on the ETA monitor. I'll let Starlab know we're going to be...
Oh, hell. Meteorite puncture. Right through number 4 cargo bay. Well, it was just as in our day, Lou.
Oh, boy. How big's the hole?
A little over 3 centimeters, according to the hull sensor. About the size of a marble.
Marble, huh? Steely, cat's eye, or shooter?
What?
Technical talk, Frank. I guess you didn't shoot marbles when you were a kid.
No, I lost mine by the time I was 13.
Give me my helmet. I'll go back and seal up that hole.
Yeah. Well, the closest I ever got to marbles after that was Chinese checkers.
Do you still play?
Oh, once in a while.
Well, let's have a game or two when we get to Starlab.
Oh, all right. $5 a game.
Make it 10 and you're on.
Sold. Lunar Shuttle 19 to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
We're making better time than I thought. Our revised ETA is 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Roger. Your new docking coordinates are 08 Alpha. Approach vector 2902.
Thanks, Starlab. How's it going back there, Lou?
The meteorite sheared the top off the pod with a statue in it. The liquid oxygen's leaking out.
Well, I told you it wasn't our day. Have you sealed the hole?
In the hull, yeah. There's not much I can do about the pod.
Well, they said to keep the statue on ice. Tell you what, flood the hole with chill vapor from the fire control system. That should keep it cold enough until we dock.
Frank, there's something moving around back here.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. It's hard to see anything through the chill vapor. Frank!
No!
Ancient shadow creature is loose aboard Lunar Shuttle 19. The sound of its unearthly fury merges with a terrified scream of co-pilot Lou Stratton. Then, silence. Pilot Frank Hollister activates the visual scanner in Cargo Bay 4.
Oh, my God. Lou!
Firing the shuttle's booster rockets, he accelerates toward the safety of Starlab, bringing with him the demon spirit of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. A decaying alien spacecraft, the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids, and a black crystal gargoyle have been found buried beneath the surface of the moon. The gargoyle is taken to the science complex at Lunar Base 12, where during a routine thermal experiment, it begins to radiate an ultraviolet glow that causes terrifying hallucinations. Discovering that the statue is inert when cold, Professor Victor Conrad seals it into a liquid oxygen pod and sends it to Starlab aboard Lunar Shuttle 19. 10 minutes away from the giant space station, the hull of the shuttle is penetrated by a tiny meteorite that splits open the statue's pod. The shuttle's co-pilot goes to Cargo Bay 4 to repair the meteorite puncture and is suddenly attacked by something dark and unearthly.
It's all there in the flight recorder, Dr. Cassidy. How many times do I have to go through this?
This is the last time, Lieutenant, I promise.
It won't work.
What do you mean? What won't work?
All this interrogation, you're not going to trap me into saying anything I haven't said before.
Look, no one's trying to trap you.
Oh, come on. Who do you think you're kidding? Yesterday it was the security officer, Major Wheeler. Last night it was Dr. Rossiter. Today it's you. You're working up a psychological profile on me, right?
You're wrong, Lieutenant. None of us had any intention of...
Lee Stratton was my best friend, Dr. Cassidy. But there just wasn't anything I could do.
When did you realize it was too late?
When I switched on the visual scanner and saw him hanging upside down from the storage rafter. His face. The look on his face.
What else did you see?
The statue. Sitting there in the corner, looking up at him.
Professor Conrad?
Yes, I'm right here.
I've got Starlab on Scrambler Channel F. It's Dr. Cassidy.
Good. Patch her through.
Victor, Lieutenant Stratton's autopsy report just came off the computer. I have the printout here in front of me.
Anything definite on the cause of death?
No, there were too many variables. But the projections range all the way from 6 kinds of heart failure to terminal neuroinduction.
Terminal neuro... You don't mean death by psychic suggestion?
That's what it says here.
What about the black crystals in his eyes and nervous system?
They're identical to those you took from the bodies of the extraterrestrials. But Mycroft couldn't compute either the source or the structure.
What else?
His brain. It was 364 grams lighter than the average for a man his age.
What about the size?
Well, that's what's so strange, Victor. The size wasn't changed at all, just the weight. What do you think?
I think I'll go ahead with the experiments on the statue samples we've kept here.
I don't know, Victor. The statue arrived at the ISA lab an hour ago. But couldn't you at least wait till they've had a chance to look it over?
We can't afford to postpone the experiments any longer. Whatever happened on the shuttle might happen again. Besides, we've got a 48-hour head start on ISA. We may as well take advantage of it.
All right. Victor, have you come up with anything to explain how the statue got out of the pod?
Not unless you're willing to accept the possibility that the statue really isn't a statue at all, but some kind of transmorphic creature that feeds off the psychic energy of intelligent beings.
Well, I'm going to have to think about that. Good luck with the test. And please, Victor, be careful.
We will.
You got a minute, Victor?
Of course, Rachel. Come on in.
We just finished the comparative analysis of the scanner tapes we made of the statue when it was here and the scanner data of the statue transmitted from Starlab. I don't know if you're ready for this. We weren't. But the statue's changed.
Changed? In what way?
Well, the scan made after the shuttle incident shows that it's 60 millimeters taller than it was when it left here.
Are you sure?
We cross-checked everything.
What else?
Well, the face. It's not looking straight ahead anymore. It's looking up at an angle of 57 degrees.
Go on.
The statue's heavier by 364 grams.
As the mystery of the black crystal gargoyle deepens, so does the urgency to discover and resolve its supernatural secrets. At Lunar Base 12 Science Complex, Professor Conrad and his research team prepare a photon saturation test on 2 small crystal samples removed from the statue during an earlier experiment.
Rachel, will you please ask Arthur and Misha to meet me in conference room 4? I'd like to have a word with them before we start. And you had better join us, too.
Right away, Victor.
Back aboard Starlab, preparation of a visual link between Starlab Control and the interior of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory is supervised by Maura Cassidy.
Sally, I think the visual feed from Lunar Base should be cross-linked with Mycroft. That way, if something goes wrong with the VTR, we can always retrieve the pictures from the computer. Okay. I'll have it programmed in about 15 minutes.
On Earth, the statue arrives at the ISA Research Center and is locked in a refrigerated laboratory vault where ISA technicians begin their own experiments.
All right. Let's shave off a couple of 2-micron specimens and get them under the electron microscope.
Hideous damn creature, isn't it? Wonder what it's looking up at.
Meanwhile, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff bank the SET interceptor Solaris away from the freighter convoy they've been escorting to the Timian 3 shipping lanes and jet toward Starlab.
Did they ever figure out what it was? Not really. Scientific opinion was divided about 70-30.
In favor of an alien spacecraft?
No, in favor of a meteor.
How many people saw the explosion?
Well, there were quite a few villages about 500 miles away, and everyone living in them saw it.
At that distance?
Skipper, when that thing exploded, it lit up the sky as far away as London. And the sky stayed that way for 3 days and nights.
Huh. When did all this happen?
1908.
Amazing. Where do you get these books, anyway?
Ingrid, the librarian on Starlight.
No.
She came across this one while she was looking for an Oscar Wilde novel that Maura wanted to read.
And what made her think that you'd be interested?
The title. It's called The Fire Came By.
Starlab Control to Solaris.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
Maura'd like to speak with you.
Put her on.
John, do you have enough fuel to take a side trip to the moon?
Buddy?
Yeah, we're okay.
What do you want us to do, Maura?
I've scheduled a conference with Professor Conrad. Pick him up at Lunar Base 12 and bring him here. He's starting an experiment now, but he should be finished by the time you get there.
Okay, we'll take care of it, Maura.
Hello, buddy. Goodbye, buddy.
Cute, Maura. Cute.
In the science complex at Lunar Base 12, Professor Conrad places a sample of the statue into a Stellatron Systems PC-80 photon chamber. On Starlab, Maura watches by remote visual link as Professor Conrad seals the chamber, sits down at a control console, and presses a button. Radiant white light illuminates the chamber's observation ports as the needle-thin beams of 6 neothane Zelium lasers penetrate the statue's specimen, a fragment of night chipped from the lightless atmospheres of an alien world. Alien Worlds continues as John and Buddy jet toward the moon aboard the Solaris. Professor Conrad and his research team move into the second stage of their photon saturation test with a black crystal gargoyle specimen. On Starlab, Maura monitors the experiment by remote visual link. On one screen, a wide-angle interior view of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory. On a second screen, the bright metal pyramid-shaped photon chamber.
Rachel, the spectroscope is starting to shift out of phase. Will you please check it?
Right away, Victor.
Arthur, what was your last refractive index reading?
It didn't even register. The crystals are absorbing all coherent light up to 8,000 angstroms.
All right. Let's switch over to the neon borazine lasers. Program them for a 1 milliradian beam, and we'll work our way up from there.
All right.
How are you doing, Maura?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think I should have had whatever that was I had for lunch. I get some pretty weird food around here sometimes.
Well, chew a couple of papaya enzyme tablets. They'll fix you up in no time. And if you wish to stretch your legs or anything, you'd better do it now. This next part of the experiment is going to take a while.
No, I think I'll just sit here and plan my revenge on the Starlab chef.
We're ready, Victor.
It looks like intermission's over, Maura. All right, Rachel. Turn them loose.
Oh, my God.
Victor! Victor! Private Cassidy, what's going on? I just saw some telemetry from Lunar Base.
Look, there's been an explosion. Jerry, contact the Solaris and tell them to get to
Lunar Base 12 as fast as I can.
Starlight Control to Solaris. Starlight Control to Solaris.
Sally, get hold of the ISA lab and tell them to stop their experiments with the statue until they hear from me.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm on my way.
I've got the Solaris, Mara.
We're coming up on it now, Mara.
Have you had any radio contact with them?
No, not a word. Even their microwave safety beacon has stopped transmitting. Skipper, screen 5. My God, what happened?
John, buddy, what is it? What do you see?
Mara, Lunar Base 12 no longer exists.
What do you mean?
It's been blown to pieces, completely leveled. The entire base. Skipper, screen 6.
Buddy, what is it? What's happening?
A ship, just above the horizon. It's moving away from us. Magnify it, buddy.
Looks something like an old Tarantula-class gunship, except it's about 5 times bigger. Jerry, record this.
We're rolling.
It's black. Stacked wings angled down about 60 degrees. Yellow markings that look like Cyrillic script, only upside down. Gee, Skipper, what do you make of that?
Keep talking, buddy.
These short black spikes are starting to bristle out all over the hull. Oh, Skipper, it's turning around.
Mara, stand by. We're going in for a closer look at that ship. Open a close proximity channel, buddy. Let's see if they'll talk to us.
You're on, Skipper.
This is Earthship Solaris. Please identify yourself.
Skipper, let's get some altitude before their aim improves.
This is Earthship Solaris. Our intentions are not hostile. Please. All right. I'll try it one more time, but that is it.
You better let me do it, Skipper. Every time you talk to them, they shoot at us.
Solaris, there is still time.
Time for what?
Escape.
From what?
Ask your dead brothers and sisters on the wasteland below us.
Damn you. You did that? You murdered all those people? But why?
They were committing sacrilege.
Just who are you?
Disciples.
Of what?
Lightlessness.
I've had about all of this I can take. Hold on, buddy.
Skipper, lightning is pouring out of those spikes and crawling all over the hull of their ship.
Activate the rest of the laser turrets, buddy. We're going around again.
Didn't even phase them, Skipper. That lightning soaked up our lasers like a sponge. We're hit. Flame out on number 4 thruster. There goes number 2. The starboard fuel pods are split open. Skipper, if we don't get out of here now, we'll have to set her down on the moon.
I don't want to leave that ship to Starlab.
Solaris, we are aware of the thing you name. Don't concern yourself with its safety. It is one of our destinations.
Come on, Skipper. It's now or never.
Use docking bay 4, John. The crash barriers are up and the fire control crew is standing by.
John, where's that ship?
Right behind us. Turn your seat around, buddy. Here we go.
John, buddy, are you all right?
We're okay. Come on, buddy. Let's get out of here.
Mara, the alien ship, screen 10.
Listen to me, Starlab.
Who are you?
I am Stykos, High Priest of the Trell. You have stolen the symbol of our redemption.
The symbol? The statue?
Narl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Then take your last look at the stars.
The Trell. A race of bloodless shadow beings, searching for their symbol of redemption. An icon of lightless crystal, representing the dark god Narl. An ancient demon creature, creeping through the starless dimensions of alien worlds. 1 of the ISA conspiracy, The Darkbringers, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Byron Kane, Charles McGraw, Molly Dodd, and Ernie Anderson. Associate producer Jeff Allen. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for Part 2 of the ISA Conspiracy on Alien Worlds. Above the windy blue skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Last week's episode began on Earth's moon, 250,000 miles beyond Starlab, when Omega General Industries uncovered the corroded hull of an ancient alien spacecraft during a lunar mining operation. Carefully widening the excavation, the moon miners find the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids scattered in grotesque positions around a 4-foot-high statue made of glittering black crystal. 2 hours later, Professor Victor Conrad and his research team arrived to investigate. Conrad takes the statue to the science complex at Lunar Base 12. 24 hours later, he contacts Dr. Maura Cassidy on Starlab.
Maura, has the statue arrived yet?
It'll be here in about a half an hour. We heard from the shuttle a few minutes ago.
How is it being transported to Earth?
We've got an SET cruiser standing by.
Well, tell them to be careful with it, Maura. When we ran the thermal tests, it started to emit an ultraviolet glow that had all of us hallucinating. For a few minutes there, we thought the statue was coming to life. We finally sealed it in a small liquid oxygen tank. As long as it's kept cold, it's completely inert.
But 10 minutes later, the shuttle carrying the statue is penetrated by a tiny meteorite that splits open the statue's pod. And when the shuttle co-pilot goes to Cargo Bay 4... When the shuttle arrives at Starlab, the co-pilot is found hanging upside down from a storage rafter, dead. And the statue is found outside its shattered pod, staring up at the co-pilot's contorted body.
Victor, have you come up with anything to explain how the statue got out of the pod?
Not unless you're willing to accept the possibility that the statue really isn't a statue at all, but some kind of transmorphic creature that feeds off the psychic energy of intelligent beings.
The next morning, Conrad and his research team resume their experiments with the statue samples they've kept at Lunar Base 12. But as Maura sits in Starlab control, monitoring the interior of Conrad's moon laboratory by remote visual link...
Dr. Cassidy, what's going on? I just lost all telemetry from Lunar Base. Look, there's been an explosion. Jerry, contact the Solaris and tell them to get to Lunar Base 12 as fast as they can.
John, buddy, what is it? What do you see?
Maura, Lunar Base 12 no longer exists.
What do you mean?
It's been blown to pieces, completely leveled. Skipper, screen 6.
Buddy, what is it? What's happening?
A ship, just above the horizon. We're hit.
Its starboard fuel pod split open, and 2 of its thrusters damaged by laser fire from the alien ship. The Solaris banks away from the moon and makes an emergency landing on Starlab. A few moments later...
Mara, the alien ship, screen 10.
Listen to me, Starlab. I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell. You have stolen the symbol of our redemption.
The symbol? The statue?
Narl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Then take your last look at the stars.
Starlab's confrontation with the Trell ship continues as part 2 of the ISA conspiracy, the Diatoms, takes us deeper into the mystery of the dark god Narl, an ancient demon creature from the starless dimensions of alien worlds.
Wait. Please wait. I know where he is. But if you destroy us, you'll never find him. Because I'm the only one who does know.
The secret of Narl's whereabouts is not yours to keep.
And the lives of the 200 men and women at Lunar Base 12 were not yours to take.
They were violating the sanctity of Narl by subjecting the fragments of his being to the light.
But they didn't know they were doing anything wrong.
Narl is not a merciful divinity in the sense that you understand mercy. Neither is he forgiving in the sense that you understand forgiveness.
But there's nothing about innocence to forgive.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Suffer the darkness until you do.
Mara! Mara!
Mara, what the hell's happening to her?
Don't touch her! Don't touch her!
Buddy, medical alert. Which one? Which button?
Sector 4, buddy. The yellow one.
Mara, don't try to... Just lie still.
This is Medical 4. Stay where you are. An emergency unit is on the way.
Jerry, your hands. Are you all right?
I guess so.
What happened?
Well, she was watching the screen, talking to the alien. And then the screen threw off a tremendous burst of color. And then the lightning was all over her. It was so cold, it burned my hands.
John?
I'm right here, Mara. And so is Buddy. Dr. Rossiter's on her way.
John, I'm blind.
Sightless, visionless, unseen, Mora's eyes eclipsed by a light-fearing intruder from an alien world. Of color erupts from a visual scanner screen in Starlab Control. Filaments of sub-zero lightning lash out and curl around Mara, freezing her in a painful web of cold, crawling electricity. A web Stygos has somehow spun from his ship, which lurks near Starlab like a huge, dark spider. When the lashing ribbons of lightning finally release her, Mara falls, blind.
Your blindness is just a warning, Mara. How long it lasts depends upon how soon you tell me where Narl is.
Shut down all the transmitter frequencies, Jerry. Now run a check on Screen 10's receiver circuits. Whatever they use must have come in through the outside lens. Okay. What are you going to do, Mara?
They find out where the statue is. God knows how many more people they'll kill. I can't tell them. I just can't.
Are you sure?
Yes. No, I don't know. Why does everything depend on me? Can't anyone else make a decision?
John, the receiver circuits on screen 10 are completely burned out.
Okay. Shut the louvers and all the outside scanner lenses.
They're closed. Oh, Dr. Rossiter, am I ever glad to see you.
Diana.
Mara, what happened?
I've been blinded.
Oh, my dear God.
There's a hostile alien ship outside. It fired some kind of energy beam in through one of the scanner screen lenses.
All right, Mara. Now, let's have a look. I'm shining the light directly into your eyes. Can you see it?
No. But I think I can feel it.
I'm taking the light away. Now, I'm shining it into your eyes again.
Yes. Yes, I can feel it.
Let's get her on the stretcher and take her up to sickbay.
Take her first. Okay.
Jerry, you better have Dr. Rossiter take a look at your hands.
I'm okay now.
What do we do now, Mora?
Tell Stigos you know where the statue is. But explain that it's going to take time to get it back here. If that doesn't work, use our photon injectors on his ship. Maybe they'll be able to do what the laser cannons on the Solaris couldn't. I'll contact Commissioner White and tell him what's going on. Now, come on, Diana. Communications first, and then sit back.
Sound general quarters, Jerry. Okay, open a close proximity frequency. Let's see how good we are at telling the big lie. Stigos, this is Captain Graydon.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, we've decided to give you the statue.
Our sensors indicate that Gnarl is no longer aboard your machine.
No, he isn't, but we've contacted the laboratory where he was taken, and our scientists are sending him back.
You're lying, Captain Graydon. We've monitored no transmissions.
Close the channel, Jerry. Now open number 8 scanner lens and project a target grid onto the screen. All right, interface the coordinates of their ship with our photon injectors. We have a target interlock. Stand by. And for God's sakes, keep away from the screen. 4, 3, 2, 1.
No good, Skipper, no good. Their force field is deflecting everything.
The ship's coming around.
Jerry, shut down screen.
Too late. There.
Buddy, hit the deck. Crawl away from the lightning. It stopped. What happened?
Jerry, let's see what's going on.
Skipper, the ship's moving away from us.
Buddy, look!
What is it?
Magnify it, Jerry.
My God. It's a city. A floating city.
As the black metal insect ship of the Trail stalks away into the dark distances of deep space, a huge floating platform appears and slowly moves towards Starlab. On the platform, a dazzling architectural phantasm, a dream city of white crystal towers, transparent steel minarets, gleaming arches, and pale metal domes. As John, Buddy, and Jerry stand silently in Starlab control, watching the approach of the shining mirage-like metropolis, Mora tries desperately to contact Commissioner White at the ISA Command Center on Earth.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cassidy, but it's a top security conference. Commissioner White left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed.
Listen, you, we've got an emergency situation up here.
I'm only following orders.
Yeah, right. That's what they all say.
Now, Mora, if you don't change your tune, I'm going to be forced to stick a tranquilizer syringe in your backside.
ISA, please have him contact me as soon as possible.
I will, Dr. Cassidy. ISA out.
If I could only see.
Mora, we haven't even examined you yet. And already you're acting like a poor little orphan child who's got herself lost in the woods.
I am?
Yes, you am.
Don't start feeling sorry for yourself now. We have too much to do.
Attention all Starlab personnel. The emergency alert is terminated. Stand down from general quarters and return to your stations. Dr. Cassidy, please contact Captain Graydon and Starlab Control.
John, it's Mara. What's happening?
The troll ship has broken off its attack and left the area.
What did you do to get him to back off?
It wasn't anything we did. It was something else.
What?
A city.
A what?
A floating city.
Are you serious?
Mora, he's serious. It's holding a position 2 kilometers off Starlab. A huge space platform with a fantastic white city built on it. It looks like something out of a futuristic Arabian Nights.
I'll be right there. Come on, Diana, take me back up to the bridge. John, is it still out there?
Hasn't moved an inch.
Oh, Mara, it's so beautiful. Are you here, Jerry?
I'm right here.
Please, open a close proximity frequency.
Go ahead, Mara.
This is Dr. Mara Cassidy. Would you please identify yourself?
Dr. Mara Cassidy. Which of those 3 names do you have the greatest affection for?
Mara.
We are the Diatons, Mara, and we inhabit the star city of Imbria. I am Phaedra, Sky Priestess of the Before Time. We know your machine has experienced an encounter with the Trell. Did Stygos harm you?
Yes. Yes, he did. I'm blind.
Can you feel the light upon your eyes?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Then it will be my pleasure to restore your sight.
It will?
Of course. We have no vehicles of our own, so transport yourself here to Imbria. A projection of light will guide you. I'll be waiting.
Oh, yes. Jerry, call the short-range vehicle hangar and tell them to get a shuttle ready. John, Buddy, Diana, let's go to Imbria.
Imbria, a fantasy of gleaming crystal and bright transparent metal, a construct of light and serenity and magic. A floating star city, casting its radiance over all who grope their way along the blind corridors of alien worlds. Continues. Inside the white crystal city of Imbria, which floats 2 kilometers beyond Starlab, Phaedra kneels in her meditation chamber, listening to a sky mantra, the Diaton healing music she will use to restore Mara's sight. On Starlab, Mara, John, Buddy, and Dr. Diana Rossiter enter the short-range vehicle hangar and move toward the shuttle that will take them to Imbria.
How's it going, Bobby?
Might as well get aboard, John. We'll have her fueled in another 10 minutes.
Aboard the Black Trail insect ship, Stygos, alone in his quarters, receives a message from his tracking systems officer.
Stygos, what do you want? As our ship withdrew from Starlab, we monitored a transmission. It was the voice of the female who received the transmission. A laboratory on Earth. Alter course. That laboratory is our new destination.
Meanwhile, at the ISA laboratory, Commissioner White and Julian Benedict, head of the World Council's Experimental Weapons Section, are debating over which of their 2 organizations should have possession of the Black Crystal statue now.
Matthew, if we can take the energy that statue puts out and incorporate it into some of our experimental thought weapon hardware, we'll be years ahead of everyone else in that area. Don't you see the advantage of that?
No, Julian, I don't. This is a science complex and not an arsenal.
Matthew, weapons development is as much a part of science as molecular biology or celestial mechanics.
Is it? When was the last time you heard of someone being killed by a microscope or a mathematical equation?
The bomb started out as a mathematical equation, didn't it?
Yes, and so did triple-yield agriculture and antibiotics and spaceflight. The bomb was created within the reality of a global war, Julian. That reality no longer exists, and I see no reason to encourage its return. The last thing we need is a repetition of the arms race of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Didn't the Petroleum War teach you anything?
That had nothing to do with us.
It had everything to do with us, Julian, and you know it.
I want that statue.
Julian, do you believe in the evolution of human consciousness?
Of course I do.
And what about immortality? Do you believe in that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then would you mind telling me of what use weapons are to evolution and of what use war is to immortality?
I didn't come here to discuss abstract philosophy.
The statue stays here, Julian.
Do you know what this is, Matthew?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's a World Council directive signed by the Secretary, ordering you to release the statue to my section.
Julian, we both know your section is being phased out. Why are you going through all this?
It won't be phased out for another year. And if I can help it, it won't be phased out at all. After all, what if the statue should fall into the wrong hands? What would be our defense against it?
Can I see that directive? Thanks. You'll have to excuse me now, Julian. I have things to do. And stay away from my people. I've already given them orders not to cooperate with you. As far as you're concerned, I'm the ISA, and this is between us.
What is this, Matthew? Some kind of conspiracy?
Yes, it is, Julian. A conspiracy of my values against yours.
Everyone strapped in?
Wait a minute, buddy. Maura, shouldn't that strap go over instead of under?
What strap?
The one you're sitting on.
Oh, I was wondering what that was. Better? Yes, thanks, Diana.
Okay, buddy, let's run it down. Navigation and thrust vector systems? Check. Attitude gyros? Locked. Service propulsion and reaction control systems? Positive.
Commissioner White on beat channel.
Thanks, Jerry. Punch him in, buddy.
I just got your message. What's going on up there?
More than I ever thought possible. How soon can you get here?
Well, it all depends. Does it have anything to do with the statue?
It has everything to do with the statue.
All right, I'll leave right away.
Now, where were we? Ignition, Skipper? Don't mind if I do.
John, Buddy, Mora, and Dr. Rossiter jet toward the Diaton Star City, Imbria. Commissioner White enters the short-range vehicle dome near the ISA laboratory and boards a priority shuttle. 5 minutes later, the shuttle is towed from the dome to Launch Pad 6. Then, as the setting sun slowly erases the day, the shuttle lifts off and disappears into the darkening sky, racing toward Starlab on twin streams of fire. Meanwhile, 550 kilometers above and 400 kilometers south of the ISA laboratory, the Black Trail insect ship enters the Earth's ionosphere.
Approaching the laboratory, Stagos. Have precautions been taken? Our impulse deflectors will confuse the echo patterns of any detection beam that touches us. We will appear to them only as a flaw mirage. Leave me now. I sense that you are restless now. But be patient. The disciples are near. A deliverance is at hand.
Part 2 of the ISA conspiracy, The Diatons, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Russi Taylor, Michael Rye, Francis Bay, Robert W. Morgan, and Ernie Anderson. Associate producer Jeff Allen, music director Tom Rounds, engineer Stu Jacobs, assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next, inviting you to join us for The Light Storm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy on Alien Worlds. High above the windy blue skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Last week's episode continued with an attack on Starlab by an alien ship commanded by Stygos, High Priest of the Trell, a race of bloodless shadow beings searching for their lost symbol of redemption, an ancient black crystal gargoyle.
Narl is his rightful name. We have placed him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Suffer the darkness until you do.
Suddenly, a burst of color erupts from the screen displaying the alien ship. Filaments of sub-zero lightning lash out and curl around Mora, freezing her in a painful web of cold, crawling electricity. When the lashing ribbons of lightning finally release her, Mora staggers back and falls.
I'm blind!
Your blindness is just a warning, Mora. How long it lasts depends upon how soon you tell me where Narl is.
But before Stygos can press his attack, a new image appears on a second scanner screen.
What is it? Magnify it, Jerry. My God. It's a city. A floating city.
This is Dr. Mara Cassidy. Would you please identify yourself?
We are the Diatons, Mora, and we inhabit the star city of Imbria. I am Phaedra, Sky Priestess of the Before Time. We know your machine has experienced an encounter with the Trell. Did Stygos harm you?
Yes, he did. I'm blind.
Then it will be my pleasure to restore your sight. We have no vehicles of our own, so transport yourself here to Imbria. A projection of light will guide you.
Meanwhile, at the International Space Authority Laboratory on Earth, ISA Commissioner White and Julian Benedict, head of the World Council's Experimental Weapons Section, are at odds over which of their two organizations should have possession of the Trell statue.
You know what this is, Matthew? It's a World Council directive signed by the Secretary, ordering you to release the statue to my section.
Can I see that directive? Thanks. You'll have to excuse me now, Julian. I have things to do. And stay away from my people. I've already given them orders not to cooperate with you. As far as you're concerned, I'm the ISA, and this is between us.
What is this, Matthew? Some kind of conspiracy?
Yes, it is, Julian. A conspiracy of my values against yours.
Half an hour later, Commissioner White boards an ISA priority shuttle and blasts off for Starlab. Meanwhile, the Trell ship, guided by an earlier radio transmission from the giant space station, enters Earth's atmosphere and moves toward the ISA laboratory.
I sense that you are restless now, but be patient. Your deliverance is at hand.
And now, Lightstorm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy on Alien Worlds.
Where are we now, buddy? How close?
We're 1,700 meters away, Mora. There's the beam, bright and beautiful.
Who is with you, Mora?
3 friends. John, Buddy, and Diana.
Who is your pilot?
I am Phaedra. John.
Just a moment. John, our scan tracings indicate that your propellant emits a lethal mist. Will you please terminate your engines? Our atmosphere is delicate.
If I shut down the thrusters, we won't be able to maneuver.
The light will control your vehicle and guide it safely down.
All right. Shut them down, buddy.
World Council Communications to ISA.
This is the ISA. Go ahead.
Is Mr. Julian Benedict still there? Secretary Stone is returning his call.
Yes, he is. He's in the laboratory complex. Stand by, please. Mr. Benedict, I have Secretary Stone on the line.
I'd like to speak to him privately, if that's possible.
Conference room 6 is empty.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, Commissioner White ignored your directive, tore it up as a matter of fact.
Well, if I had his sense of ethics, I probably would have done the same.
What do you mean?
I've had some serious second thoughts about this whole thing, Julian. I think we'll let the matter of the statue rest until the president and vice president get back from Draconia.
But, Mr. Secretary...
Was there anything else, Julian?
No, sir. Thank you. You can let it rest if you want to, but I can't.
Julian Benedict, a man slowly becoming obsolete in a universe that will soon have no use for his services. A weapons maker on the verge of taking his first desperate step into an alien world. Alien Worlds continues. Julian Benedict sits alone in Conference Room 6 at the ISA Earth Laboratory, silent, sad, filled with resentment. The experimental weapons section he heads up is being phased out by the World Council. An attempt to gain control of the Trell statue and use its energy in a final desperate attempt to prove his usefulness has failed.
Damn! It seems your political system has little use for you, Julian Benedict.
Who's there?
I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell.
What are you doing on this channel? It's a top priority frequency.
We have access to whatever frequencies we choose.
Where are you?
Hiding in the darkness above.
How did your ship get past our defense scanners?
That's of no importance now.
What is then? What do you want?
What you want. The icon of Gnarl.
Is it yours?
10,000 millennia passed. Our planet was visited by a nameless race of darkling beings with magnificent wings and eyes of fire. We were without intellect then, nothing more than restless shadows, hiding in the sea, crawling out at night to feed off the night mists. The darkling priest gave us the gift of Gnarl, and through him flowed the powers of redemption that transformed us. Then, a nomadic stealer ship came down from the air and took Gnarl away, thinking he was a construct of a precious gem called Nightstone. We know now that the stealer ship malfunctioned, causing it to impact on your moon. The violators built a dome as protection from the lunar cold. But they made the mistake of taking Gnarl into the shelter with them.
How did you know he'd been found?
Our parsec scanners have been probing the universe for centuries. Do you have access to Gnarl?
Why don't you just take him?
That was our intention. But now we know the chamber that imprisons him is small. If we destroy it, Gnarl may be harmed.
Suppose I do have access to Gnarl. So what?
Free him, and I'll give you the secret of his power.
It'll take time.
I understand.
ISA Communications.
Please put me through to the Security Bureau in my section.
Right away, Mr. Benedict. Security.
This is Julian Benedict. Find Major Ripley and tell him to meet me in my office in 15 minutes.
Starlab Control, this is ISA Priority Shuttle 1 requesting docking coordinates.
Roger, Shuttle 1. What's your ETA?
10 minutes, 30 seconds.
10 plus 30. Roger. Your coordinates are 960 at subvector 448, docking bay 9.
Roger.
Well, Jerry, this is Commissioner White. Is Mara there?
Mara? No. Didn't she talk to you?
Well, it was a short conversation.
An alien ship attacked us about an hour ago. Mara was blinded.
Blinded? Well, how is she?
I don't know. She's not here.
Where is she?
On Imbria, the Diaton city that's floating just about 2 kilometers off Starlab.
Welcome to Imbria, Mora.
Phaedra, you don't know how glad I am to be here.
I'm Diana, Phaedra. This is John.
Phaedra?
And this is Buddy.
Wow.
Are you ready, Mora?
Yes, I am. You can't imagine what it's like being blind.
Yes, I can, Mora. I'm blind.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All Diatons are blind. It's our legacy.
But how can you see us? How did you manage to build this city?
I sense you as clearly as if I had sight, Diana. And as for Imbria, it was dreamed into existence.
Dreamed? No. When?
During the final century of the before time, an age of radiance unified the minds of all Diatons and transformed us into Shiva, the dreamer who never awakes.
When did this age of radiance end?
It ended with the coming of the Trell. They burned our fields and forests with terrible fire weapons. They suffocated our cities and canals with poison mist. 2,000 legions of Trell warriors. And before they went away, they blinded all of us.
Oh, Phaedra. Why did they do that?
The icon of their god had been stolen. They were angry.
Damn statue again. Did they think you'd taken it?
No. We were made to suffer their rage because we represented everything Gnarl had taught them to hate.
Why didn't they destroy this city?
It was orbiting behind one of our moons. Those of us who survived the Trell invasion came here when we realized we'd never be able to rebuild our planet.
Not even by dreaming?
A dream can't always change what is, Mora, but it can create what isn't.
ISA control to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
Has Commissioner White arrived yet? It's urgent.
I'm right here. What's the problem?
A security police unit from the experimental weapons section is in the laboratory. They say they have orders to take the statue.
Damn it, Julian. Who's the officer in charge?
Major Ripley.
Call the lab. Tell Ripley if he doesn't want to spend the next 10 years in Jastrow prison, he'd better talk to me.
Where are we, Phaedra?
The Synergy Chamber.
Who else is here?
Hold out your hand.
Oh, who are you?
This is Aleph, the avatar of Imbria.
Welcome to our dream, Mora.
Hello.
There's a recliner in front of you, Mora. Turn and lie down on it. I am going to place 3 small Synergy prisms on your forehead now.
Oh, it's so warm.
In a moment, you'll hear the sound of a sky mantra, the music we use to heal those outside the dream. When the music begins, think only of your eyes and how they looked out upon the various dimensions of your life.
When we heard you scream, we didn't know what to think.
No, I wasn't afraid, but everything, it was so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. Oh, I thought I died.
Alien Worlds will continue. If you would like to make direct contact with Alien Worlds, get a pencil and paper ready, and I'll have our star system coordinates for you at the end of the program. Alien Worlds continues. Deep within the star city of Imbria, Mora lies sleeping, exhausted by the Diaton Sky Mantra ritual, which has not only restored her sight, but for one fantastic moment has opened her mind to eternity. Meanwhile, Aleph has led John and Buddy back to the Starlab shuttle, which sits on an illuminated white crystal platform in the center of Imbria. Inside the shuttle, John contacts Commissioner White on Starlab and learns what is taking place at the ISA laboratory on Earth.
How did you find out about Stygos and Benedict, Commissioner?
An ISA communications technician was filing the lab's hourly intercom recordings and came across their conversation.
Well, where's Benedict now?
An ISA security unit arrested him 15 minutes ago. Ripley, too.
What's the present situation?
Well, Stygos will probably move against the laboratory when he doesn't hear from Benedict again.
John. Stand by, Commissioner. Yes, what is it, Aleph?
The vault where Gnarl is. Do you know its precise latitude and longitude?
Commissioner White does. Why?
We're going to take possession of Gnarl before Stygos does.
how you feeling?
I feel wonderful. What's going on? Why are you two wearing your pressure suits?
Well, we just talked to Commissioner White. Stygos is about that far away from attacking the ISA lab. We're going down for the statue.
He'll never make it in time. Earth's an hour away by shuttle.
We're not going by shuttle. We're going by light. Teleportation.
John, buddy, secure your helmets.
This isn't gonna hurt, is it?
I think you'll find it a rather pleasant experience, buddy. Phaedra, lower the cylinders.
The dematerialization thresholds have integrated, Aleph.
Purge the cylinders.
It really happened, Skipper. We're here. God, this thing is heavy. Come on, let's get a harness around it so we can pick it up. Okay, let's pick it up. Here we go.
Raise the cylinders, Phaedra.
Where is it?
What happened? Where's the statue? Oh, no. We lost it.
Phaedra.
Null was too powerful. He rejected the translocation process just beyond the Earth's atmosphere.
Stygos. Nara was free. A Diaton translocation beam tried to take him, but he escaped. No. Take him aboard and bring him to me. Then set a course for Imbria.
The Trell ship is at 90 power spans and closing, Aleph. The scan tracers acknowledge that Null is aboard.
What can we do, Aleph?
Begin the light storm cycle, Phaedra.
What's going on?
Imbria is now being enclosed by an aurora sphere of ionized winds, invisible to the Trell sensors. As their ship penetrates this enclosure, their force field will be temporarily neutralized. At that moment, Phaedra will flood the aurora sphere with liquid light. The ensuing photon storm will destroy them.
The Trell ship is now 10 power spans and closing. 5 power spans and closing. Barrier penetration.
Null is free! Null is free!
Phaedra, the liquid light injectors.
Blinding glance of light, a final scream, and the huge Trell insect ship convulses and disintegrates. Its luminous fragments growing cold and dark as they pass like demon whispers into the deafening silence of the void.
Phaedra, are you going to guide us away from the city with another light projection? Yeah, I'm really into riding light beams.
You may use your engines, John. We'll neutralize the exhaust vapors when we decontaminate the residue of the Trell ship.
Thank you, Phaedra.
Thank you for everything you've done, Phaedra.
Goodbye.
Well,
Goodbye, Phaedra. Goodbye, Alice.
You didn't tell them, did you?
I saw no reason. If they knew that we alone survived the Trell invasion, and that our blindness makes the generation of life impossible, it would only make them sad. But we'll heal ourselves in time, and then perhaps, when we see them again, there will be more to the dream than just you and me.
As As the Starlab shuttle rockets away from Imbria, the radiant dream city slowly drifts away into a universe of stars and suns and secrets. Inside the city, a man and a woman in search of the miraculous, moving through the invisible dimensions of time and space toward other, more distant celebrations. Lightstorm, the conclusion of the ISA conspiracy, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guests Ernie Anderson, Robert W. Morgan, Olin Soule, Michael Rye, Russi Taylor, Francis Bay, and Peter Leeds. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Roger Brossi. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. If you would like to make contact with the cast and crew of Alien Worlds, here's the address. Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. That's Post Office Box 8170, Universal City, California, 91608. Let us hear from you. And so, until again we meet, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us soon for further adventures into alien worlds.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Space Merchants, Frederick Pohl's and C.M. Kornbluth's modern classic about the future when the wizards of high-pressure salesmanship take over. It's the story of Mitchell Courtney, a copysmith, star-class with Fowler Shock & Associates, the biggest and greatest advertising firm of the future, and a tale of a rocket ride to Venus.
As I rubbed depilatory soap on my face and waited for my beard to melt away, I switched on the news over the bathroom mirror. A funny little man whom I finally recognized as the president had given another speech last night. There was a shot of the Venus rocket, squat and silvery on the Arizona sands. A report of rioting in Panama, the Concy Underground probably. Then the phone rang. Hello.
Chief, you're due at the office.
Can't you see I'm dressing?
Ooh, why that tie?
Never mind. Why are you phoning me?
Mr. Shawkins called a board meeting a half an hour early. He's going to name the head of the Venus project today, so hurry.
Hester, do me a favor. Will you call my wife, Dr. Nevin? Make an appointment at noon for Walter J. Silver.
For who?
Walter J. Silver.
Are you crazy?
Well, she won't talk to me, Hester. Use the fake name. Maybe I can get in.
All right, now get down here fast.
Down on Fifth Avenue, there wasn't a pedicab in sight. For a moment, I thought I had a Cadillac with two men pedaling it, but somebody else got it. I did the best I could. I hopped aboard the rolling northbound sidewalk and found myself hemmed in by a milling, perspiring group of consumers. I got off at Shockin' Towers and rode the express elevator to our offices on the 182nd floor. By sheer luck, I'd just taken my seat with my fellow board members when Fowler Shockin walked in.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Shockin.
Now, sit down. I'm going to stand for a moment. I've just come back on the moon rocket, as you know. Want to stretch my legs.
How is our project on the moon, Mr. Shockin?
Gentlemen, I am proud, and I am humble when I say it's successful. The mining ventures are bringing the people here on Earth many of the metals our forefathers exhausted long ago. The colonists seem quite untouched by the Consi revolutionists. Only 6 instances of Consi sabotage in the past week. Thank you. Now I'd like to hear some reports on our other projects. Industrial anthropology.
Well, I wish to report that according to the midnight indices, all primary schools east of the Mississippi are being fed our Fowler Shocking packaged school lunches, soy burger, and regenerated steak. Now, these lunches are being packaged in our Stars Alias Red, which means that in the future, these young consumers will be completely conditioned to buying everything packaged in our special color, Stars Alias Red. They'll have no choice.
Magnificent. Now, let's hear from point of sale.
Well, Mr. Shockin, sir, we have tested our latest beverage, Coffeeist, in 15 key cities. Each sample of Coffeeist contains 3 milligrams of a simple alkaloid. Nothing harmful, but definitely habit-forming. After 10 weeks, the customer is hooked for life. A cure will cost $1,000, so it's easier to buy more Coffeeist. 3 cups with every meal and a hot jug beside the bed at night.
Gentlemen, on my trip back from the moon, I began to wonder, are we getting soft?
No, sir, Mr. Shockin.
Thank you, Matt. But I wonder, were we doing enough for our consumers? Those consumers sleeping out there on the stairways. I know how lucky they are being able to buy the wonderful goods we make, package and sell them. Seaweed suits, soya burger, regenerated steak, Coffeeist, straw butt cigarettes. But I still wondered, were we in the upper classes of advertising getting soft? But now I've decided Fowler Shockin Associates is not soft, that it's ready to meet a challenge greater than our organizing India into one giant cartel, greater than our development of the moon, the greatest challenge the world of advertising and promotion has ever met, the colonizing of Venus.
Shockin's sense of the dramatic was never better. A touch of a button on the conference table before him, the lights were dimmed. Another touch of a button, and one wall of the room became a giant projection screen. We are looking at it again. The Venus rocket. But this time we knew that one of us would be named to head the Venus project.
There she stands, gentlemen, the Venus rocket, a 1,000-foot monster, surrounded now by steel scaffolding and aglow with welding torches. And here's how you'll see her 6 months from now, just before the takeoff. Just before the takeoff. There's the ship that Congress gave us, Fowler Shockin Associates. There's the ship that will span the stars. 6.5 million tons of trapped lightning and steel. A rocket-powered Mayflower for 1,800 pioneers seeking a new world to settle. Who will man it? Gentlemen, it's our job, A, to justify my buying enough congressmen to vote us that rocket. B, to sell 1,800 crazy consumers on giving up life on the Earth for the sulfur and nitrogen and canned life on Venus.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shockin. Yes, sir.
I've made my choice of the man to head up our Venus rocket project. His name is Mitchell Courtney.
Congratulations, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Terrific break for a young and experienced guy.
Yes, I'm flattered.
Fowler seemed to be sure he knew what he was doing.
He seemed to be sure.
Well, drop into my office anytime you need advice.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep my back to the wall.
Good luck with Venus Project, Mitch. As far as I'm concerned, you can't sell people on life in a sardine can, even if you throw in a slave girl as a premium.
This way, Mr. Silver. Dr. Nevins will see you now.
Dr. Nevins?
Mitch, how did you get in?
Now, here's another name. I had to see you, Kathy. After all, you're my wife.
I am not your wife.
My certificate's on file.
Mine isn't. It never will be. As soon as this year is up, we're through.
Wait. I've got some news.
Well, what is it?
I've been put in charge of the Venus project at the agency.
Congratulations.
Oh, Kathy, I love you. I'm not above using this promotion as an excuse to celebrate. Won't you go out on the town with me tonight?
No.
Well, I promise not to make a scene. You're the only one I want to celebrate with.
All right, Mitch. My apartment at 7. And now let me take care of the sick people.
Outside Kathy's office, I hailed a 2-man Cadillac pedicab and told them to step on it to CENTAURUS. I took the express elevator to the top of the towers. I ran across the heliport to Schocken's private helicopter. I had a very important date out of New York's newest airport, at Montauk. I was due to meet the Earth's #1 celebrity, Jack O'Shea, the first and only man who would ever set a rocket down on Venus and return. As I landed, his jet was just coming in. And as I jumped to the ground, his jet moved up the runway toward me, and the place was crawling with women. I'd forgotten what a swath Jack had cut with the women on his cross-country lecture tours. In fact, I'd almost forgotten until his Pinkerton cards cleared away through the vast crowds. I'd almost forgotten that Jack was a midget. Welcome to New York, Jack.
Hello, Mitch. I hear you're #1 boy now.
Well, I still work for Fowler Schocken, Jack, but the Venus rocket project is mine.
You're a fool to take it.
Oh, you're joking.
Am I? All right, fellas. Mr. Courtney's from Fowler Schocken. You can check off now.
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Shea.
Crummy guards. I never get a free moment.
Well, that's the penalty for being a celebrity. This way, Jack. Our helicopter's over here.
Hey, look out, Mitch. That cargo ship.
Darn fool pilots.
Run, Mitch, run! Hey, Mitch. Mitch, you all right?
Yes, I'm okay. Thanks a lot.
Mitch, that was no accident. That pilot had orders to get one of us. And I think it was you.
I had to start pumping Jack O'Shea about Venus. Schocken was paying him a fat retaining fee as a consultant. Jack didn't seem to want to talk, however. I showed him projections, maps, drawings, charts. But he barely said a word worth recording on tape. Suddenly an idea hit me. I made a phone call.
Oh, Kathy, do you know that this is the first time I've laughed, really laughed, since I came back to Earth?
Is it, Jack? I'm complimented.
And that this is the first time I've been alone with 2 people since I came back?
I thought you'd had enough of being alone in that rocket on Venus.
It must have been a shattering experience, Jack.
Kathy, you're the first person who seems to have understood that. Not exciting. Not thrilling. It was frightening. Shattering, as you said. It wasn't at all like what I've told the women's clubs, the reporters. That's been a pack of lies. The atmosphere, for instance. It's really formaldehyde. Embalming fluid. Who'd understand that, except the dead? And the heat, who'd understand that? Who's lived in heat above the boiling point of water? If there was any water on Venus, which there isn't.
Why did you go, Jack?
That's easy. You're a doctor. You know about midgets. We eat 1/3 the food, drink 1/3 the liquids, inhale and exhale 1/3 the air full-sized humans require. They'd never have gotten that test rocket to Venus if I hadn't been the size I am, if I hadn't been a child who's been laughed at, who'd turned test pilot to prove myself. I was so small they could pack me into that test rocket with all the equipment necessary to sustain me. 83 days. It takes a lot of equipment to sustain even a midget.
6 of those days were on Venus. What was it like, Jack?
I think the closest thing on Earth is the painted desert. The wind blows hard. It tears rocks apart. Soft rocks disappear and make dust storms. The light is funny. Nobody ever saw a light like that on Earth. Orangey, brownish light. Very, very bright, but threatening. And there's no water on Venus. No vegetation. No living thing.
In the quiet of Kathy's apartment, Jack O'Shea talked for another hour. Then suddenly, with hardly a word of goodbye, he stood up and walked out. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for changing plans and letting me bring him.
Don't mention it, Mitch. Do you think you got it all on your little tape recorder?
You knew I had one in my pocket.
I was sure you would have. And I hope you play it back to yourself over and over and over.
Kathy.
Yes, over and over and over. Until even you were convinced how hopeless your Venus project is.
Hopeless? Oh, our science boys have answers to all those objections.
Mitch, doesn't that mind of yours ever stop selling somebody something? Do you have to be a contriving, selfish Machiavelli who serves Fowler, Shotgun, and never people?
People? You mean consumers?
Oh, Mitch, must you always be top dog? Making money without scruples, without ethics? What was that?
A gunshot.
Jack's out there.
Well, I'll go and see. Oh, he's all right. Those are his steps.
Mitch, I was standing talking with the doorman and someone shot him in cold blood. Someone thought that doorman was you.
Well, Mitch, trouble with the Venus project already?
Personal trouble, Mr. Sharkin.
Personal trouble?
Yes, yesterday afternoon a cargo helicopter tried to drop its full load on me, and last night somebody tried to shoot me. I've had a couple of head-on collisions with Matt Runstead.
Are you accusing a Shockin' man? That's treason. Killing an agency employee is an offense against the United States government. Any idea who's behind this?
No. Well, it might be the Consies, of course.
Well, conservationists hate us. They try to sabotage everything we want to do, but they're crazy, mixed up, unorganized. They want to go back to the old days when we had natural wood, natural water, all that sort of claptrap. Forget them.
Well, it could be another advertising agency.
It could be. But look, Mitch, I made you copysmith, star class, because I thought you could live up to your responsibilities. Now, you're young, but you have power. 5 words from you, and a few consumers will find their lives completely changed. That's power. Absolute power. So you must remember, power has its compensation and its hazards. That's all.
With this encouragement, I continued work on the Venus project for the next 6 weeks. I even talked Kathy into giving up her patients for 48 hours and taking a flying trip with me to Arizona. I wanted to get the feel of the giant rocket itself as it was being built.
Your credentials, please. Army intelligence, check. Navy intelligence, check. Air Force intelligence, check. FBI, check. AEC, check. CIA, check. 4A's, check. I hope you two are all right. This way, please.
Kathy and I followed the security officer into the vast steel shell of the Venus rocket.
1,257 feet high. More cubage than the average New York apartment building.
He took us into the dormitories for the 1,800 pilgrims I had to sell on the idea of going to Venus.
Closed cycle, food, water, and air regeneration. 1/3 living space, 1/3 drive, 1/3 freight.
It was an inferno and a promise of paradise. A monument to 22nd century engineering and an incomparable monument to the sheer artistry of the machine.
Mitch, do you always have to talk like a copysmith?
Huh? Oh, I noticed you were impressed too, Kathy.
Well, it draws me and repels me. I can't explain it.
It excites me. Kathy, how'd you like to go on to San Diego with me?
Whatever for?
Well, Matt Runstead's boys in our San Diego office have been gathering test figures on our sample colonizing campaigns. Very helpful.
No, I can't come, Mitch. I'd love to, but my patients back in New York need me.
Oh. Well, then I'll get you aboard the return jet and see you in New York in 48 hours. I didn't tell them I was coming to San Diego. I walked in on our entire San Diego staff playing push-button poker. What's the meaning of this?
Oh, who are you, mister?
Mitchell Courtney.
Well, it's Courtney from New York, fellas.
What are the reports on the Venus sampling, Harris?
There aren't any, sir.
Tally sheets, punch card codes, Sigma progress charts? Nothing on the attitudes of consumers toward life on Venus?
Well, nothing, sir. Nothing.
You've made up everything you've given me so far.
Well, I'm afraid so, sir.
Well, get New York on the line. I want Matt Runstead.
Well, he's not there.
Well, where is he?
Well, he called this morning. He's taken off for Little America to look after our interests there.
And left you holding the bag, huh? Find out when the next jet leaves for Little America. Little America is a dollar trap for the tourists of the world, conceived and promoted by Fowler Shocking. The clerk at our hotel told me Runstead had checked in for a 2-day tour of the Stars Alias Glacier. That he already had started out on the trail. I rented the glacier equipment, Antarctic coveralls, hood, gloves, boots, and power pack to warm them. And on my back, I had an EDF that went beep, beep when I was on the trail, and beep, beep when I lost my way in the snow. I set out after Runstead, beeping and still mad. I stopped after a while and cooked a meal in my electric pocket. It wasn't bad. Well, very bad. I had some coffeeists to pep me up, and then I set out again. My feet hit a drift, and I stumbled. The wind was blowing stronger now. The snow flurries were more frequent. I must have gone on another hour. How far in distance, I don't know. And then up ahead, I saw the figure of a man. Matt! Matt Runstead!
Mitch! Mitch Courtney!
Matt, I've been following you.
Me? What do you want with me, Mitch?
I want to know what happened in the San Diego office. What are you up to, Matt? A sudden blast of wind hurled snow into my face, and then, as it cleared, I saw Matt raising his skis high above his head. I saw them coming down toward me as he poleaxed me.
The CBS Radio Workshop has brought you part 1 of The Space Merchants, adapted for radio by Charles Monroe, with original music composed and conducted by Samuel Matlofsky. Produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Stotts Cotsworth starred as Mitch Courtney, Virginia Kay as Kathy. Others in today's cast were Bob Dryden, Ed Prentice, Mary Patton, Bob Reddick, Joe Julian, Ralph Bell, Ian Martin, and Joe Helgeson. The sound effects were devised by Tom Buchanan and Tom Perkins. The engineer, Jack Katz. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to join us next week for the second part of the CBS Radio Workshop production of The Space Merchants. You are aboard a cargo jet in the 22nd century.
Here's a man we had trouble with in the hold, Lieutenant.
What's his complaint?
Well, he claims he's Mitchell Courtney, a copysmith star class with the Fowler Shock and Advertising Company. He says he's been shanghaied aboard this jet.
Roll up his sleeve. Let's see his Social Security tattoo. 1304-9974-1416-156-18773. Liar! Get him out of here. If he's with Shock and Advertising, he'd have a low number.
Can't you see it's been altered? Let me use the radio and talk to Mr. Shock and himself.
Where from, Mr. Courtney? The dead? Take a look at this copy of today's New York Times, dated February 17th, 2157.
Mitchell Courtney, head of the Venus rocket project at the Fowler Shock and Advertising firm, has been found dead in Little America. Now, wait a minute. A man by the name of Matt Runstead knocked me out there. But can't you see that I'm alive? I am Mitchell Courtney.
You can prove that after 10 years.
10 years?
My manifest shows that you're not an advertising man. You're only a consumer named George Groby. You've signed up for 10 years labor in Costa Rica. And those 10 years begin as soon as this jet sets down. Take him back to the hold.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The CBS Radio Workshop continues Part 2 of The Space Merchants by C.M. Kornbluth and Frederick Pohl. Today, the workshop resumes the story of Mitchell Courtney, copysmith star class with the world's greatest advertising agency of the future, Fowler Shock and Associates. The tale of a rocket ride to Venus.
I lay on my filthy bunk in the hold of the cargo jet, trying to think of a way to get back to New York. I wanted to find out why Matt Runstead had knocked me out and had me shanghaied. Who wanted to get me off the Venus project, the advertising campaign we dreamed up to colonize Venus? I wanted to get back to my wife, Kathy. But there was nothing I could do until this cargo jet landed in Costa Rica. Skimmers, get in line. Now, what's your name? Mitchell Courtney. Mitchell Courtney. Oh, yeah. You're the bum we had trouble with on the plane. Sorry, my name is George Groby. Oh, that's better. What do you want to do here, Groby? Got any choice of job? Anything. Anything the sun-drenched plantations of Costa Rica have to offer. I'm here to clasp the deft hands of independent farmers with pride in their work. I'm here to extract the juicy, ripe goodness of chlorella protein. Say, how'd you learn that? That's our prime impact commercial. Learn it, I wrote it. But don't let that stand in your way. Groby, you're not going to get anywhere being a wise guy. Yes, sir. You're assigned as a chlorella scum skimmer third class. Report for duty and assignment to a bunk at Tier 48 in Dormitory Z. Chlorella Products is a strange, glutinous, ever-growing organism called Chicken Little. It provides 1/3 of the world with the protein that replaces old-fashioned meat. It grows in huge, sweating vats. And only the constant slicing keeps it from overgrowing and covering Costa Rica and its neighbors, or in time, the face of the earth. I had written of its delights many times in the agency, but I now came to know it at first hand. I was assigned to skim the scum which dripped from its sides.
She stinks pretty bad, don't she, Jorge?
She's high, Herrera. She's high.
But she's beautiful, Chicken Little, eh, Jorge?
Well, she's pretty awful.
Jorge, this is the first time I ever hear you say the advertisements are wrong. Go into town with me tonight, eh, Jorge?
I'd made one friend, a master slicer named Herrera. He'd been aloof and standoffish at first, befitting his high station, but now he'd befriended me, done me a lot of favors. I didn't know why, until that night we went on the town to a dark, almost empty cafe.
Jorge, I have watched you very carefully. You don't belong here doing this work.
Well, don't I? How am I ever going to get out?
You have the brains, Jorge, not like the others.
Oh, thanks. What good are brains here? I'm so tired half the time I can't think.
Jorge, I'm going to put my life in your hands. Do you ever hear of the CONCIS?
The CONCIS, of course.
You know what the CONCIS stand for?
Sure, World Conservation Association.
I mean their ideas. Oh, I know you have heard they are dangerous.
They want a revolution. They want to go back to the old ways. Real meat, real grains and fruits. They want a break for the consumer, they say. Nothing in packages, nothing tested and guaranteed.
Do you think they are so wrong? After 6 months here? Here, Jorge, take this pamphlet. Read it. Then talk to me again, Or denounce me. I am not afraid.
The Consi underground opposed everything a self-respecting 22nd century advertising man like me believed. I would have denounced Herrera to the Chlorella authorities the next day, except for one thing. If I joined the Consis first, if I learned their organization and secrets, I'd have a better bargaining position in getting back to New York. I joined them. Well, the irony was the Consis were a lot better organized than I'd suspected, and after 6 months, they decided they needed me in New York, and it was they who engineered my return to the city. I returned to New York on a secret mission for the Consis. 2 weeks after being in New York, I got the secret sign to attend a Consi meeting at the Metropolitan Museum. As my first taste of luxury in more than a year, I hailed a Cadillac pedicab and told the driver to take me to the Metropolitan Museum.
You can't do better than to visit the Metropolitan Museum, mister. World's greatest masterpieces. Don't miss the painting on the first floor. It's called I Dreamed I Was Ice Fishing in My Wonder-Form Bra.
I read it, brought $1.5 million.
Now, a cent less. And don't miss the theatrical collection. They got Dancing Cigarette. Say, you mind if we stop a second? These new Cadillac cabs are hard to pedal. Okay, get out.
Oh, no, you don't. What's the idea of the gun?
I recognize you when you walked out of Grand Central, Mr. Mitchell Courtney.
What do you want with me?
I want you to get out of the cab and come with me to the Taunton Agency. They've offered a big, fat, juicy reward for anybody who'll bring them the inside story of Fowler Shocken's Venus Rocket Project. And you're the boy who headed it up.
So you're the boys who shanghaied me and got me off the project.
No, we're not. I don't know who did. But we're sure glad we found you. The boy with all those nice secrets about colonizing Venus. Taunton wants those secrets. Come on, get out of that cab.
Drop that gun. Drop it or I'll break your neck.
I grabbed the gun and hit him behind the ear. Then I ran across Fifth Avenue and lost myself in a group of consumers on the sidewalk rolling back toward Shocking Towers. I jumped off and ran to the express elevator. I walked down the corridor to Shocken's office. It was dark and deserted. Then down the corridor, I saw a light under my old office door. I walked up to it. I didn't knock. Esther.
Mitch!
It's all right. I'm alive.
Oh, but Mitch, they said you were dead.
Who? Matt Runstead?
Yes.
Everyone believed him.
Did my wife, did Kathy believe him, Hester?
Yes.
Well, get her on the phone for me. Call her.
Well, she's disappeared, Mitch.
What?
No one's been able to find her. After the news of your death, she just closed her office and disappeared.
Maybe Shucken knows where she is. Where is Shucken, Hester?
Well, he caught the moon rocket yesterday morning. He was going over your notes on the Venus project.
He's taking it over?
Yes, from Matt Runstead. It was going badly,
I'll
Mitch.
bet. Matt's trying to ruin our campaign. Hester, you've got to get me aboard the next moon rocket. Use the name George Groby. Runstead and the Taunton agency will try to stop a man named Courtney. I've got a lot to tell Mr. Shucken.
Passengers, this way, please. We are now on the moon. Tourists to the moon to the left, visitors on business to the right. Now, sir, name?
George Groby, copy analyst class 4.
Groby, copy analyst 4. Oh. Guard, this way, please.
Yes, sir.
This man says his name is George Groby.
Fine. You're under arrest, Groby. Let go of me. I'm here to see Fowler Shucken.
Mr. Runstead down on the Earth told us to expect you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You may be interested to know that your secretary, Miss Hester Barnes, is being tried for treason.
Treason?
She is charged with forging documents and passing them to you. The 43rd Amendment to the United States Constitution. Treason to any registered advertising agency is punishable by death. Hold him for the return passage in a similar charge, guard.
The guard had his nightstick in my back as we walked down the streets. Past storefronts with signs, moon-made fashions, stunning conversation pieces prove you were here. Souvenirs of Luna, cheapest in town. Moon suits rented, 50 years without a blowout. Ye tasty goody shop on ye moon. Warren Astron, readings by appointment only.
Hold it.
What is it?
You sure your name's Groby?
Positive.
Ever know a man named Herrera?
Well, yes, Herrera and I.
Wish we could find out what you're up to, Groby. Sent out of Costa Rica to report in New York, never show up at a meeting there. Then you turn up at Fowler Shocken's agency and get your passage on a moon rocket.
You mean you're a...
Shut up. Now go into Astron's there. He'll hide you till our top boss up here comes. First take my nightstick, knock me out with it, then point it at the street light and blast it out. Hit me hard, but not too hard. Oh, this is going to cost me 2 stripes and a week's pay. Oh.
My Consi training was really paying off. Astron took me in stride, hid me in a room under his floor, gave me something to eat, and I fell asleep. I waked with a light pouring down into my face.
You can come up now, Groby. The chief is here to see you. In that room back there. I'll see you're not disturbed.
Thanks.
Over here, into the light, Mr. Groby.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Oh, Mitch, why didn't you stay on ice? What crazy thing have you done to turn up here?
Go on. I'm crazy. Why shouldn't I be crazy? My wife, a kingpin consi.
What a shock. You, a star-class copysmith, married to a consi.
Matt's one of you. You got Matt Runstead to Shanghai me.
Like a fool. I thought if I could get you away from Fowler Shucken, I might bring you to your senses.
Trying to decide what was best for poor little Mitch.
Mitch, I loved you.
You loved me. You actually were in love with me.
Yes, I was, in spite of everything you stood for. But you are not going to talk to Fowler Shucken.
I'm not.
Mitch, I don't want you to ruin Venus the way you've ruined the world.
A woman of ideals. What do you plan to do with me?
Are you going to report to Fowler Shucken?
Yes.
Then there is nothing I can do for you.
Then let me tell you something before you turn me over to Astron and your friends outside. I've been shanghaied, robbed of my name, forced to work like a slave in the tropics. I've had all I can take of others deciding what to do about poor old Mitch. Your guard friend left this nightstick with me. You know what it does, Kathy. Get on that phone and call Fowler Shockin and tell him where I am. Then get out. Take your friends with you. I'll give you 2 days to vanish. But this time, stay out of sight forever. Go on. Call Shockin.
This is Dr. Nevins, Mitchell Courtney's widow. I'd like to speak to Mr. Shockin, please.
Mitch, my boy, I'm going to fatten you up and turn Venus section back to you. You know my policy. Find a good horse, give him his head, and back him to the limit. You've never let me down. And Venus section's in rotten shape. Nobody's applying for space on the Venus rocket. The whole campaign's at sea. The indices are down to 3.37 for North America. They should be 4 and rising. We've got to get those 1,800 consumers on board the Venus rocket.
When we got back to Earth, Matt Runstead had disappeared. I arranged for Hester to be released from Alcatraz, and she returned in triumph in Shockin's private jet. I began to whip the Venus rocket project back into shape. I was living again, writing new jingles, starting new rumors by word of mouth, developing new techniques, until finally...
Mitch, the big day has come. 1,800 consumers have volunteered to ride our rocket to Venus. Now, I've arranged for Congress to meet tomorrow, and my boy, I want you to address them as Fowler Shockin's personal representative requesting a takeoff date.
Gentlemen, the Senate is now in session. You all received a recording of the opening prayer last night. So let's hear from the senator from Chlorella Limited.
The senator from Chlorella Limited passes in deference to the senator from Alaska Mining.
The senator from Alaska Mining passes in favor of the senator from United Steel and Smelting.
The senator from United Steel and Smelting passes in favor of the senator from Caribbean Fruits.
The senator from Caribbean Fruits passes in favor of the senator from Yummy Cola.
My dear fellow senators, I thank you all for graciously allowing me to speak before we pass upon this very important bill concerning the Venus rocket. The people of this great republic of ours, extending from Atlantic seaweed to Pacific fisheries.
Suddenly, I sensed something had gone wrong. I'd been sitting back thinking about Kathy, thinking of her face, her voice, her smile before we'd married. I was wondering where she was, what she thought of all this. Then the speaker's voice focused my attention upon him. I hadn't been worried. Fowler Shockin owned 2/3 of this gathering. But there was something about old Yummy Cola that troubled me. He wasn't addressing his fellows. He was looking up, addressing me. A big grin on his face. I leaned forward just in time for the weenie.
To this project. In a brief discussion I had before this session, Mr. Taunton gave me some information in private. But I feel it my public duty to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Courtney, who is present. I would like to ask Mr. Courtney if the name of George Groby is familiar to him. I would like to ask if Mr. Courtney is George Groby. I would like to ask Mr. Courtney if, when he was known as George Groby, he was a member in good standing of the World Conservationist Association, known to most of us loyal Americans as the country.
Below, there was a raging tidal wave of Taunton congressmen and Shockin congressmen battling. For the first time in history, shots were being fired in anger on the Senate floor. If Taunton hadn't tipped off old Yummy Cola, I knew who had. The consuls. Somehow I didn't mind. I realized that for some time now, I'd really been one of them. A little man beside me, dressed in black, suddenly seized my arm and led me out the side door.
You'll find a car outside ready to take you to the airport, Mr. Courtney.
What airport?
Don't stop to ask questions. Just go wherever you're taken. You'll be protected.
Fat chance.
You'll be all right, I guarantee that.
Who are you?
The president. Good luck. God bless you.
I had to admire that little man's courage. He'd walked back into that raging den of lions without a quiver. I wondered what would happen to him when they found out he'd sent me to safety. Or Was it to safety? I tried to ask questions of the men aboard the liner, but they looked the other way and kept absolutely quiet.
You can climb out now, Mr. Courtney. They're all ready for you over there at the Venus rocket. There's no time to lose.
Say, look here, I don't want to go to Venus. Who's in charge here? I won't go aboard that rocket.
Everybody's aboard but you. Come on, Mr. Courtney. Here you go.
Last passenger, fasten them in for the takeoff.
Last passenger, ready for the takeoff.
Mitch, are you in here?
Kathy. Kathy, where are you?
Up here. Over your head.
Stop floating around. Come down here and unfasten me.
All right, I'll try. But we're beyond the law of gravity. We're on the way to Venus with 1,800 conservationists.
How did you get out of a harness?
A steward set me free, and then floated away.
I have to talk to you.
Me? You threatened to kill me, remember?
Yes, I remember.
You could have, Mitch, in time. But you never told Shockin who or where I was. Why didn't you?
Because I love you, Kathy. And I think that for a long time I've been coming over to your side.
And you're willing to face life on Venus?
Yes. It's time people got a break.
People, not consumers. Oh, I like hearing you say that. And I love you too, Mitch. Oh, Mitch, you broke my hold on your harness.
Come back here. I just wanted to put my arms around you.
Oh, there'll be plenty of time for that on Venus.
Come back here.
Unbuckle your harness and catch me.
I can't. Who invented this crazy gimmick anyway?
Oh, Mitch, you've stopped talking like an advertising man. Kiss me.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Part 2 of The Space Merchants, adapted for radio by Charles S. Monroe. Original music composed and conducted by Samuel Matlofsky. Produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Stotts Cotsworth starred as Mitchell Courtney, Virginia Kay as Kathy. Others in the cast were Ralph Camargo, Leon Janney, Joseph Boland, Ian Martin, Jackson Beck, Ed Prentice, Joe Julian, Mary Patton, Bob Dryden, Ralph Bell, and Joe Helgeson. The sound effects were devised by Tom Buchanan and Tom Perkins. The engineer, Jack Katz. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Engine No One Loved. It's the story of a Civil War locomotive that wound up its career in a children's amusement park. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. Since time immemorial, stories have begun with the classic phrase, once upon a time. Then to the avid and eager listener would come a history of love, hate, adventure, horror, every emotion the teller wanted to convey. But history, like all words, is not necessarily what we think it means. It's basic definition is a narrative of events connected with a real or imaginary object, person, or career. Note, it does not confine itself to the past. So, here is a history of the future, the kind that begins, supposing if...
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth creature's. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Our mystery drama, Enemy from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. I will be back shortly with Act 1. This is the year of 2029. President Winston Alexander is midway through his second term, a commanding figure on the world stage who has brought America to a new surge of leadership. The unfortunate breakdown of arm limitation talks have more than ever isolated the two superpowers, and with nuclear proliferation a fact, the only hope of world peace is that the two superpowers are at last nearing a major accord that will mean peace. This is where we stand on this fateful night at exactly 3 a.m., February 25th, 2029.
This is Central Command. Triple red alert. Repeat. This is CENTCOM. Triple red alert. Attention all units. Highest priority. This is alert AAA. This is a triple red alert. An unidentified flying object has pierced the DMZ and has now landed on the front lawn of the White House.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What is it, Andy? Why are you knocking so frantically at Father's door?
I don't know, Ginny. We may be under attack. Now, yeah, stick with me until I check on your father. I'd better try the door. Mr. President, Good Lord, no.
He's not in his bed. Oh, where is he, Andy? Where is Daddy? Daddy! Daddy! The window is wide open. That thing is still there.
Ginny, come back.
They must have taken it.
Ginny, don't show yourself to the enemy. Get down. Get down.
What for? They're not paying any attention to us.
That is some kind of warcraft out there. They might fire on you.
I don't care what they do to me. They've got my father. Oh, stop them, Andy. Stop them somehow.
Ginny, by now, every piece of equipment in the U.S. has been alerted to stop whatever the heck that thing is.
Oh,
that nobody wants to see the president kidnapped. But we can't bring any firepower to bear on him without risking your father's life.
Well, what are you and the rest of you little soldiers going to do?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. There are contingency plans for things like this.
What?
I don't know. I'm not a member of CENTCOM, but there must be something that...
Attention, please. Attention.
Who's that?
It's coming from the spacecraft.
There is no cause for alarm. We come in peace. This is Commander Varg aboard the spaceship. We are a communications vessel from the matrix of the mothership Niklos 7. We seek information only and have borrowed your President Alexander in order to get it. He is quite safe. When we have completed our talk, he will be returned unharmed.
I don't believe him, Andy. Why doesn't he let Daddy say something?
To reassure you, we will let President Alexander talk to you now. I realize this is very unusual. For everyone's best interests, I ask you to call off all alerts and to take no action for the next 24 hours. I am assured by my unexpected hosts that I am in no personal danger, nor is anyone else. I am being taken to meet Commander Vard's superiors for some as yet unrevealed reason. I have agreed to a truce for 24 hours. If I am not returned by then, I ask Congress to put the nation on full war footing for its defense.
Who is it?
Colonel Harris, Miss Alexander.
Oh, well, just a sec. Oh, come in, Andy. Any news?
No, not yet.
Oh, do I have to be cooped up here like this?
Shinny, do I even have to answer that? You know what it's like out there? Panicsville.
Oh, what do you think it's like in here? Inside me? Oh, hold me, Andy.
Yeah, I got you, Slugger.
Oh.
Now, hang in.
What's happening to us, Andy? To the whole world? Who are they?
I don't know, Ginny. Nobody knows yet.
Where are they taking Dad and why?
Don't you think I'd give my eye teeth to be able to answer those questions?
Oh, never mind you. What about all those fancy tracking systems? Our big sophisticated strategic command, or whatever you call them? Didn't they follow that saucer thing or whatever it was?
Yeah, from the second after it lifted off, the darn thing just disappeared.
Where? How?
Darling, I'm a lucky little boy in the Air Force who ended up a president's aide-de-camp and I hope pretty soon his son-in-law, but I am not a scientist.
Oh, don't try to waffle, Andy. You must have some idea. How could this spacecraft slip all our defenses?
Well, first off, it has some kind of radar negator. Otherwise, it never could have gotten here. Second, who knows what this craft is vectored on? It could be traveling on a Mobius curve that took it upside down into some other space continuum or through a galactic time window. All I know is we can't pick it up electronically, by laser, satellite spectroscope, nothing. It's just gone.
And Dad with it? Gone.
No, Gina, he's all right.
What makes you so sure?
You heard the man.
What man?
Well, whatever he was, Varg, the spaceship's commander. He promised he'd return your father after they talked to him.
What do they, whoever they are, want to talk to him about?
Search me.
Oh, don't give the big stone face to me, Andy Harris. You've got to have some idea of what's going on.
I swear to you, Ginny, I do not have one clue.
And if they don't return Dad within 24 hours, then what?
I guess we go on full wartime footing.
Against what?
Well, that's the big question, Ginny. It's bad enough that we have to take a step into the last unthinkable war, but to have to make that step without knowing the enemy is kind of mind-boggling.
Do we even know that they are the enemy?
Yeah, I think President Alexander answered that one for us in the speech we heard. He was the one that set up the time limit. And the way I read it, he wasn't running all that scared. I think he was laying it on the other guys that they weren't dealing from much strength.
You really, honestly believe that, Andy?
I don't know what I believe. And neither does anyone else. This is the one contingency nobody ever figured to make plans for.
Welcome, Varg. You were successful, I hear.
I am always successful.
It's nice to know someone has a good opinion of you.
Someday I will make you sorry for your contempt for me.
It isn't contempt, Varg. You're beneath that.
Do not give yourself airs, Zeta. Because you are half borrowed from the life stream. We modules are just as good as you.
I don't intend to argue with you. Have you brought our hostage?
He is just beyond the door.
Can we get on with the business at hand before the Supreme One questions the delay?
Oh, one of these days, Zeta. Open. You may come in, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Zeta. You will be in her control now.
May I ask why I've been brought here, wherever I am?
My instructions do not permit me to do so.
Then I demand to be taken before this Supreme One. What is it you want of me?
My desires are simple and quite practical, Mr. President.
I am a doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yes.
May I ask your name?
Zeta.
That's all? Dr. Zeta?
Won't that serve? It's only identification, after all.
Why am I here?
As far as it concerns me, for a basic series of tests. Medical.
I'm not applying to be a citizen of whatever state you represent.
You have joined Nicholas 7 as a passenger. It is routine for you to be quarantined until we can determine that you are properly immunized.
There isn't time for that. I thought I had made it quite clear to your Commander Varg that if I am not returned to Earth, or am not in contact with it within 24 hours, a state of war will exist between us and your country, whatever it's called.
We have no country.
I beg your pardon.
We are survivors, limited to the travelers on this spaceship. Oh, this is a large cosmos in itself. We are not inconsequential, but we are a culture in search of a home.
I don't understand exactly why I have been... Well, why mince words? Why I have been kidnapped. What function can I serve for you?
I am not quite sure of that myself. It is something you will have to discuss with the Supreme One after I have finished my tests. Give me your arm, please.
What for?
I wish to take a blood sample.
If you don't get me in to see your precious Supreme One, Dr. Zeta, you will have a bath of blood. My country, for its own protection, will throw all our might against you and blow you and your mother ship out of the sky.
Not while you are hostage.
Oh, yes. I would disappear with you. I am, after all, not indispensable.
You mean you would permit your people to destroy you?
I would expect them to if you were the enemy. Are you?
First of all, I must carry out my tests. And then I will seek an audience with the Supreme One and tell him you wish to appear before him. I bow in reverence before you, oh, my father.
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth's creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Fortunately, since we are in another time continuum, they cannot find us unless we choose to show ourselves. His threat and his demands are useless.
He wants also to know why we have taken him and what it is you want of him.
I want you to adapt him. Wash his brain clean so that we can send him back to fulfill our purpose.
I don't think I can do that, Father. He is too strong.
Then you must change him. Make him completely one of us.
I don't know if that is possible.
All things are possible. Did you not become completely one of us?
Yes.
So then shall he.
But I can't do that without killing his... It is hard for me to describe to you, Oming, my father, because we are different.
It is you who are different. Do not fill me with old angers. Are you still prattling about the non-existent, what you call the soul? Did we not stamp that out of you?
Yes, Father.
Then, should we hesitate to destroy it in a stranger? I am not interested in President Winston Alexander, the Earthling, except as he shall serve our needs. However you achieve the result, I want him fully conditioned to carry out those needs and our commands.
Now remember, this is a story of supposing if. Supposing there was a mothership from some unimaginable planet coursing in space, looking for a new land to colonize, and supposing they singled out Earth and felt that it was their promised land. How much would they lay claim to? Or would they simply follow the pattern of colonialism and take it all? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. The United States, since its birth, has traditionally been a haven for all displaced persons who seek a new chance in life. By and large, with few exceptions, no country has welcomed the alien more generously. But alien in a science-oriented society is no longer a simple description of someone who may differ in minor ways, such as color, creed, or politics. Tomorrow's alien may come from a background so foreign that there is no hope a world can be shared.
You have been long, Dr. Zeta. What news do you bring?
I am afraid not what you want to hear, President Alexander.
You mean I am not to see your Supreme One?
He has commissioned me to be his ambassador.
Well, under other circumstances, I couldn't be more charmed. Perhaps even under these. What do we have to discuss?
Mr. Alexander, if that is a correct term to apply to you.
It is perfectly correct. Except somehow between us,
Yes?
Well, I don't know what made me say that. Some strange tug underneath everything makes me want to deny any formality between us.
I must tell you, Mr. Alexander, you are wasting your time. I am not a woman as you conceive of women.
Are you so sure?
Yes. You must understand about us aboard this ship. We are only humanoids. You cannot judge us by your standards.
Humanoids?
Robots, if you prefer the word. Although it is not exact. Let me explain. The mothership on which we are now traveling was named after the planet that was our home, Nicholas 7, in the Adumbrian galaxy. Some generations ago, a supernova in our galaxy exploded, and in the Holocaust that swept across our planet, almost all of my ancestors were destroyed. Those that were left found in that environment that was left, the human body, as you would call it, could not be sustained.
You mean there was no atmosphere? No air to breathe? What?
Oh, there was atmosphere, poisoned by radiation, and that forced us to adapt.
To adapt in what way?
Since the human body was eroded, we had to provide an envelope in which to sustain life. We developed what was essentially a machine, an engine wrapped in the simulacrum, the semblance of the human. And we powered it with the mind, the individual souls of those left alive.
Well, if you were so successful, why didn't you develop and recolonize your planet?
Because, unfortunately, our atmosphere was not stable. And in the time following the Holocaust, we were left with no air to breathe and no way to adapt our robots to some other form of energy. The strongest of us set out on this ship to seek a home in another planet.
And you have brought me here to discuss introducing you and your shipmates into our culture?
Oh, no, Mr. President. There is nothing to discuss. It is my function to prepare you so that you will make it possible for us to take over your planet.
How?
It would be hard for me to explain. In storage, against the necessity for constant replacement, we have robots ready to be activated. You see this machine here.
Machine?
Perhaps you did not recognize it as such. 2 rooms behind glass doors. In one, they are already placing your robot.
My robot?
He does not look much like you yet. But the electrodes they are attaching to him will be synchronized with the electrodes we attach to you. And when we are finished, he will be, in every physical sense, a simulacrum of you, a duplicate of you.
And what happens to me?
You become a husk to be discarded.
What?
An outmoded model, unable to function in the atmosphere of our new world.
What new world?
The one that will exist in the dust of radiation and the end of Earth. The world that all of us from Nicholas 7 are going to build with your help.
I will not be party to anything like this.
You have no choice. Varg, seize him.
No.
All right, Varg. Put him in the transformer.
Afternoon, Ginny.
Afternoon, Andy. Oh, I've been dying till you got here. What's new?
Not a thing.
No news of Dad?
None.
Oh, no. Well, what else is happening?
What isn't? We've tried to keep it as secret as possible, but there are always leaks.
What is it?
Thank heavens the country doesn't know about it yet, and the press is capped, but the diplomatic wires are burning.
What do they say?
Well, they don't say anything, baby. They just ask. Naveep has been on the hotline off and on all day with President Brusco.
Well, what's his reaction?
What's in it for them, first off? Then diplomatic regrets. They probably figure if we're going to be under attack from outside in space, it might be time for a little more cooperation.
But we don't know yet that they are under attack.
Baby, a pirate ship turns up on the White House lawn, and in spite of the greatest security set up in this old globe, they just take our president away like he was off for Disneyland? Hey, everybody's running scared because they don't know what's next. Baby, we don't know what we're up against.
This is President Alexander aboard a shuttle spacecraft returning me as promised to the White House at the pre-agreed time. I have been well treated and am in the best of health. No one need have any concern about me. I have just completed preliminary discussions with a friendly power from outer space, which will have dramatic and earth-shaking consequences for the safety of America and the whole world. I am aware that all our armed forces have been alerted. I ask them as President and Commander-in-Chief to extend safe conduct to the spaceship and allow it to land me and then depart in full safety.
What is it, Andy? I can hear it, but I can't see it.
You, me, and everybody else, Ginny. I'll lay odds even radar and Transcom haven't got a fix on it.
Well, it can't be just invisible.
Well, could be. Probably sets up some sort of magnetic field which locks it out of all our sensors, including just plain old eyesight.
But it sounds louder and louder. You can tell it's approaching.
10 to 1, it doesn't have to. They just want to warn us they're on the way. You better keep to one side of the window, Ginny.
There it is. See it, Andy?
Where?
Oh, by the monument. It's skimming in like a frisbee.
Wish that's all it was.
Oh, you don't think anything's going to go wrong, do you?
Sure had better not.
Oh, Andy.
Since that thing showed up in the first place, I got a hunch nothing's going right.
Oh, Daddy.
Virginia. Oh. It's all right. It's all right, baby. It's all right.
Oh, it's been such a nightmare.
It was quite an adventure. What are you doing still up?
Is there anyone who's been aware of what's going on in the last 24 hours? That sleep's been out of the question.
Well, I hope the knowledge hasn't been too general.
Oh, I wouldn't know. But Andy says not. He thinks they've been able to keep the lid on.
I hope so.
Oh, you're okay, aren't you, Daddy?
As you can see.
Oh, but what went on? Why did they take you? Who are they? I mean...
No. One question at a time. Incidentally, let me close this door.
Tell me. Who are they? What happened?
First of all, they are friends.
Friends?
I shudder to think of what might be about to happen to our world if they hadn't warned me.
Warned you of what?
A monstrous plot to destroy America.
What?
An unholy alliance to take over and rule the world, if there is any left of it.
What do you mean?
It's too complex to explain to you, Virginia. There is a secret alliance between a group of mineral-rich nations and our main enemy, which is called the Consortium.
The Consortium?
They are poised to unleash a massive strike against us, which would wipe us out before we had a chance to reply. Now that plot has been uncovered. We have an opportunity to treat with them, or at least with our knowledge to instigate a preventive strike. Thanks to our friends from outer space, we have a chance to buy some time, or force enough, to hammer out a new agreement. If not, we must move first. That's the decision that I have to make. And unfortunately, it must be made alone.
Oh, poor Dad. Like you always say, if you only could have shared it with Boots.
Boots?
Mom, what you used to call her.
Oh, yes, good. But what does that have to do with anything? This is a decision of state.
Who is it? 6, audience.
Commander Varg, O Supreme One.
I have a little time left. My light is growing dim. You shall be my successor, and I will have you bound in union to my daughter. In her burns the only flame which can guarantee us immortality. You must guard it first of all things.
You sent for me, great father.
I ask you about the Earthling. Varg has delivered him back to his planet. Has this module, this simulacrum, been properly vested with our ideas and desires?
Yes, father.
Then we control this robot completely?
Yes, father.
And the real, what is his name, Alexander, has been eliminated? I didn't hear your answer, daughter.
The real Alexander has ceased to be a threat.
Who is it?
Andy, it's me, Jin.
Hold it. I'll be right there. What is it, Ginny? What are you doing wandering around at 5 a.m?
Andy, I'm scared. Can I come in? I don't know how to say this so it makes sense. You're the only one I can say it to.
Say what? Come on, baby, spill it.
Andy, the man they brought back in the spacecraft.
Uh-huh.
That's not my dad. It's not President Winston Alexander. There's just no way that is my father.
As President of the United States, Winston Alexander holds the fate of the world in less than one hand. In cold fact, in the finger that may press the button to unleash atomic warfare to end the world. President Alexander has been replaced by a robot, activated by a power in space that has everything to gain from the end of Earth and nothing to lose. I shall return shortly with Act 3. While America sleeps safer in the year 2029, secure that her kidnapped president has been returned safe and sound, his daughter is the only one to question what we know to be the truth, that the man who sits at one end of the hotline is a robot from outer space, controlled and operated at the whim of the leader of a spacecraft, desperate to find a home for his alien cargo. Only President Alexander's daughter faintly glimpses the truth. Can her instinct be enough to stop disaster?
What are you talking about, Ginny?
I tell you, he is not my father.
Well, you mean they brainwashed him or something?
I don't know what I mean, Andy. It's just, I don't know, little things. He is not my father.
What little things?
Oh, I don't know. Like, he calls me Virginia. Now, that's funny. That's strange. Dad never called me anything but Jin. And he doesn't... I don't know how to describe it. It just doesn't feel right.
Ginny, we've all been through the ringer and been pretty shook. Now, you're just jumping at shadows.
I'm not. At Boots.
Huh?
Boots. That was Dad's name for my mother. Dad could never forget it.
Ginny, your mother's been dead for 15 years.
But you don't forget things like that. Dad wouldn't. He can't forget his own name for her that he loved to call her.
If it isn't your father, who is it?
I don't know. Oh, Andy, do you think I'm losing my mind? Because there's something about him that scares me. It scares me right down to my heels.
Wake up, Mr. President Alexander. Wake up.
Well...
That's such a long name.
Oh.
We must find something more suitable. What did your wife call you?
What? Well, what did you say?
Did your wife have a name for you?
My wife? Ruth? Boots? Yes, she called me Wink.
Wink?
Yes, short for Winston. It was a silly name, but I liked it. Wink.
I like it, too. Wink.
Where am I?
Where I brought you. To my bed.
To your bed? I can't stay here.
You must. Where else can I hide you?
Hide me? Why must I be hidden?
Because I should have destroyed you once I made your other self.
What other self?
The one we sent back to Earth. The one we programmed to destroy all the people on Earth. So we Nicklausians may have a home again.
To destroy all the people on Earth? How? Why?
You ask me. You were the ones who made the seed of your own destruction. What the bombs do not obliterate, the radiation will disintegrate. When there are no living left, we robots can make it home.
Nuclear war? That's unthinkable. Look, I know President Bruskov. He's a man of sanity. He could not start such a war.
It is not he who will start it.
Who then?
Yourself.
What? Me?
In the image I have created of you and sent back to take your place.
Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to remember that machine, that scanner, and a robot that you were molding so that it would look like me. But you didn't. You couldn't have.
I already have. He is sleeping at this moment in your bed on Earth. When he rises tomorrow, he will still believe what he has been programmed to believe. That his friend, President Bruskov, and a number of leaders from the Third World have betrayed him and are prepared to start an atomic war against America. Convinced he has no other option, he will initiate the war instead. In the resulting Holocaust, what survivors are left, we will exterminate, so that your Earth will be fit for us to occupy.
Well, then what purpose am I being saved for?
When we met, you felt the same urge I did. A long-forgotten urge for me. I am not like most Nicklausians. My mother was alive, the last of the humans on our planet. You are the first living man I have ever known.
What?
I want you.
You want me? You want me for what? As a luck charm? As a house pet? Look, I have got to stop what you say is going to happen.
There is no way.
There has to be. Zadar, listen to me. Now, you say that your mother was human, and you are her child. So you must have some feelings. If you have any love for me.
Love?
Well, what made you keep me alive?
I don't know. I wanted to know, to feel, to understand why I felt these things in me I never. Wink. Is what I feel for you love?
I doubt that. Love doesn't ask or demand. Love gives.
You want me to give you something?
Yes. Give me my freedom to go back and to save my world.
Bob, what are you doing here?
I've been listening to you plan treason against Domeng and our ship.
But I ran a screen so no one could listen.
As commander of the ship, I have my own communications. No one can shut them down.
What is it you want?
Him.
Why?
To eliminate him, as you should have done.
Leave him alone.
Give me the Earthman to destroy, and give yourself to me, and I will keep your treachery my secret.
No.
I am in no mood to argue. I will destroy him now.
Don't. I warn you.
How can you stop me?
Like this.
How can you? No one is to be harmed but me.
You fool. I am a doctor. If I can create the simulacrum of life, do you think I would not have the power to destroy it?
But we are deathless.
Only the human spirit is that. A robot dies forever with the body.
But you can give another body to...
Never. It's time that all of us went down to destruction.
Good Lord, he's just disintegrating. It's not a body at all. It's just a mass of wires and circuits and transistors. Is that what's sitting in place of me at this very minute?
And programmed to blow up your world as you know it.
I've got to get back and stop it.
You can't stop it. Only I can do that.
Then you have got to.
I don't have to do anything. But this I can do out of free will. You said that loving was giving. I only hope we are in time.
We've got to get back to the White House, Andy.
I know. I have the duty in an hour. Tonight, I have the black box.
The phone?
Yeah, the trigger. Once the code words are spoken into it, that's the end of it all.
Oh, no. No, Andy. He's not planning to use it.
I don't know, honey. This has been a day to remember. Or forget. Ever since he came back from wherever the space nicks took him, he's been obsessed by this plot, he says. They proved to him that the other side is set to push the button. I want to tell you, the cabinet meeting was a shambles.
He is not my father. Well, whatever he is not the president.
Yeah, that's why I had to get you away from there to talk to you for a moment. Crazy as it is, somewhere along in this afternoon, watching him, I knew you were right. The guy in the White House is not our president.
Could you convince any of the cabinet members or the Veep of that?
Nah, I'm just a lowly lieutenant colonel and the president's special aide. I'm still on the outside looking in.
So what can we do?
Try to keep cool. Nothing's happened yet. And nothing is going to happen.
But you just said that...
Yeah, that I was on the outside looking in. That's true. Except for one thing. Tonight, I have the special duty. Remember?
The black box.
Right. If he tries to use it, Ginny, I'm going to stop him.
Are we going to announce this arrival?
There is no need. I have the radar negator on. We can penetrate your DMZ and have landed before they can activate a screen.
Still, to avoid the risk of upsetting an already uneasy situation.
Wink. How much more would it upset if you were to announce yourself as President Alexander returning, when your whole world believes you are already there?
Yes, I suppose you're right. But what do we do when we land? There will be ground forces.
Helpless against the force field I maintain, and the one I shall throw around you.
And then what happens?
We find your simulacrum, and I destroy him, as I did Varg.
And then?
Then, all is as it was before we invaded your world. I will return to the mothership, and Earth will be safe.
But you could stay, Zeta. You could stay and...
Nothing. There is nothing for us. And I must return to take command of the Nicholas 7 and drive it forever out of your orbit.
But where will you go?
Where we should have gone long ago, when we ceased to be anything but automatons. To course into the empty void of space till fuel or air runs out. And we will be no more. In the end, the ship will break up. We will all disintegrate like Varg and disappear into atomic dust.
I won't let that happen to you.
There is no way you can stop it, and no time to discuss it further. We are about to land.
Close the door, Colonel.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Only
what?
Ginny wanted to talk to you for a moment.
Well, Ginny will have to wait. I have no time to talk to her now. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Bring the box over to the desk and open it.
Yes, sir. Why did you, want me to open it, sir?
Because I'm going to have to use it.
Use it, Mr. President?
The forces of evil have bound themselves together in an unholy alliance to wipe the America we know from the face of the earth. We have no choice but to take preemptive action. Open the box and give me the phone.
No, sir.
What? If you disobey my orders, I'll have you shot.
Yes, sir, but not much chance of that, since I'm the only one that's armed at the moment.
You think for one moment that outmoded weapon that you're pointing at me could... What's that?
Well, I'll open the window and... It's the spaceship.
What's it doing here? Let me see. The door is opening. Zeta! What are you doing here?
Eliminating you.
So, that is the end of it. And us, Wink?
No. Don't go.
I must. But I gave you something, Wink. I gave you back your world.
What can I say?
Only goodbye. Me and mine. We're a disease which had to be stamped out. And will be. You will never see or hear of us again. But at least once, Wink, I gave. I found out what love is all about. I would rather have lived it, but it is also worth dying for.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. The nights are lonelier than ever now for President Winston Alexander since his daughter Ginny married full Colonel Andrew Harris. Oh, they live in Georgetown, not too far away, but far away are his thoughts, far away beyond the stars, with a woman named Zaida, who learned about the miracle of love just in time, but still too late. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, head of the Department of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. Tonight, I have a story for you that is as fresh as tomorrow's headlines. A story that takes us but one step away from mankind's greatest adventure. And I call this story 10 Miles to the Moon.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
Through the ages, man has always reached out for the moon. Religions have been founded with the moon as an idol, Astrologers even today claim to plot the course of human lives as influenced by the moon. Madmen were supposed to come under the spell of this earthly satellite. Even our word for madman comes from the Latin for moon, lunatic. The moon is romance, and the moon is madness. And now that man has grown wings, this romantic madness is still upon us. For we are the people who are blessed with the technology and the ability to do what man through the ages could only long to do. To reach out and touch the moon, to walk upon it, and to say in truth, we have known the moon, and it is ours. In 1961, a young man took his place in front of Congress in Washington and spoke. His name was John Fitzgerald Kennedy, President of the United States, and he spoke about the moon.
I believe this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. No single space project will be more impressive to mankind, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish. And I ask this Congress for funds to enable...
An impossible dream? Another instance of moon madness? At the time, that's what it seemed to be, because the Russians were far ahead in the race toward the stars. America had not even been able to place an unmanned lunar probe closer than 20,000 miles to the lunar surface, and that's a good distance away. Nobody believed then, even remotely, that it could be done. And yet, in 1962, President Kennedy spoke again. Spoke on the same subject.
No nation which expects to be the leader of other nations can expect to stay behind in this race for space. That challenge is one that we are willing to accept, that we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win.
The Challenge of Space, the title of this series of programs, and the words of President John Kennedy. But of course, there were immediate problems. Nobody knew just how to go about reaching the moon, far less landing a man on its surface. Rocket expert Wernher von Braun, looking far into the future, saw it like this.
I produce two Saturn rockets, one carrying a manned capsule and the other one carrying extra fuel. Both these rockets would be launched into Earth's orbit, and there they would rendezvous, while the rocket with the capsules refueled from the other. The refueled capsule would then shoot out of orbit towards the moon and return. In effect, quite simple.
That was one approach from Wernher von Braun. Maxime Faget, one of the designers of the Mercury spacecraft, had yet another and possibly simpler idea. Here is how he described it.
Naturally, everyone knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So I envisage a rocket larger than any rocket yet on the drawing boards, which will simply lift the spaceman from the Earth directly to the moon. The capsule, which has a certain amount of power of its own, would then lift from the surface of the moon and return to Earth.
Two very sound theories from two of the leading exponents of rocket research. Both were worth considering, but the final answer had not yet been reached. An American spaceman had to reach the moon. President Kennedy had given the green light. But how would it be done? It was at a meeting in Washington that the answer was finally reached, and from the most unexpected source.
Gentlemen, please, thank you. Now, we thank Dr. von Braun for his very enlightening talk. This is, I think, worth serious consideration. Now, our next speaker, some of you may already know, although he prefers to stay out of the limelight. Gentlemen, Dr. John C. Hubel.
Thank you. Well, it's nice to know my friends are out in force today. Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I've examined the theories put forward by my eminent colleagues, Maxime Faget and Dr. Wernher von Braun,
And the one fault that I have to find with them is that they will not be practicable for quite some time yet. Certainly not within the time period asked for by President Kennedy. Now, it occurs to me that rendezvous around the moon is like being in a living room. Now, why should we take the whole darn living room down to the moon when we could get there in an easy chair? A little tiny craft, rather than a big one. So I've evolved this theory, which falls right within my field of work, called Lunar Orbit Rendezvous, or LOR. Now, gentlemen, tables of my figures have been handed to you. If you have any queries...
Yes, you are being misleading, Doctor. Your figures lie.
A point of order, Dr. Pesce. Please control yourself. Yes, Dr. Von Braun, you have the floor.
With respect to Dr. Hobart, Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid this idea is no good at all.
John C. Hubolt's idea was dismissed. He was asked to drop the subject of lunar orbit rendezvous entirely from talks he gave at NASA meetings and conferences. And still men talked and planned on the best way to reach the moon, now so close, yet still so far away. Finally, desperately, after months of frustration, Dr. Hubolt bypassed the administration with a letter direct to the Associate Administrator of NASA. NASA gave Hubolt a hearing, and at last Max Faget and Werner von Braun came round to his way of thinking. Now, nothing stood in the way of the Apollo project, the fastest way to the moon. Work began on the Apollo modules, the 3-man capsule in which the astronauts would live on their way through 250,000 miles of space, and on the Lunar Excursion Module, the LEM, in which they would actually land. The two craft which would orbit together, then separate, then rendezvous above the surface of the moon. The two craft which would become affectionately known as Charlie Brown and Snoopy. But first there were experiments. The first ended in tragedy when Apollo 1 burst into flames and the lives of 3 pioneer astronauts were snuffed out in seconds. But work went on. Schedules were kept, men were trained, and then the first manned flight aboard Werner von Braun's gigantic Saturn rocket was made in the capsule named Apollo 7. Aboard were astronauts Wally Schirra, Don Eisler, and Walter Cunningham. These men and the Apollo mission were go. They practiced the intricate maneuvers of docking in orbit, then returned to their native Earth. But then America gave the world a Christmas present unlike any it had ever had before. Astronauts Frank Borman, James Lovell, and Bill Anders flew their Apollo 8 capsule around the moon.
Chris, the horizon here is very, very stark. The sky is pitch black and the sun is white. We can see the lunar craters Casper and Gilbert. Further on the horizon, the mountains are coming up now. They're heavily impacted with numerous craters.
There's a beautiful moon out tonight, Frank.
There's a beautiful Earth out there that we can see, Chris. I can see the entire Earth now, out of the center window.
Eddie, do you suppose there's intelligent life down there?
Who's the joker?
That's Bill Anders. But you know, as we headed out toward the moon coming up here, the Earth got smaller and smaller. The continents blended together. Maybe man's problems will also blend together and get smaller. And we can start generating a spirit of cooperation.
Merry Christmas, Frank.
And so Apollo 8 circled the moon and came home. Then came the little publicized Apollo 9, but all this was prelude. Nothing more than the overture to the symphony which had yet to come. Because now came the second to last step in man's greatest achievement. Now, wheeled out on its enormous gantry to the launch site at Cape Kennedy, comes the mightiest rocket the world has ever seen, the Titanic Saturn V, the brainchild of Werner von Braun.
The Saturn V rocket, the most powerful of all the Apollo boosters, consists of 3 stages. The first 2 stages are jettisoned immediately after burnout, by which time the third stage and the modules will be in a parking orbit around the Earth. Now, a 5-minute burn of the third stage boosts the spacecraft past escape velocity, the speed needed to escape the Earth's gravitational pull, and sends it on its way to the moon at 24,000 miles an hour. After the third stage is jettisoned, all motive power comes from rockets contained in the service module, which is only jettisoned shortly before splashdown.
Dr. Werner von Braun. Atop his powerful Saturn V rocket, waiting for the fire which will send them hurtling toward the moon, sit 3 skilled men. Command pilot Tom Stafford and fellow astronauts Eugene Cernan and John Young. And as they wait to hear the countdown reach the 0 mark, let's hear from Command Pilot Tom Stafford.
Apollo 10 Command Pilot Stafford describes the mission for Apollo 10. The major reason behind the Apollo 10 mission is to pull together all of the known facts that we've had in the past in previous Apollo missions and find out the final unknowns before the actual lunar landing mission. Tom Stafford, you're going to be a very busy man those last few minutes before liftoff from Cape Kennedy. Could you describe what you and John Young and Gene Cernan are doing inside the spacecraft there from about T-10 on down to 0? All right. At this time, we're going through the final switch position checks with the spacecraft test conductor, and I'm monitoring the booster tank pressures and the booster parameters down below, and I have in charge of the abort handle. John Young is looking at the computer in the center seat and looking at some of our basic small engine parameters, and Gene Cern's on the right checking the fuel cells, electrical power, around nature's AC power, DC power, and the systems on the right-hand side.
Tom Stafford, interviewed by William McCrary and Red Turner on the Voice of America. And at this moment, in the Houston Space Control Center, tension is mounting among controlled activity. The time is 18 seconds and counting.
17 seconds and counting. Guidance internal. 15, 14, 15, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. Engines on 5, 4, 3, 2. There's the fire. Engines running. Launch commits. There it goes. It's moving.
The pioneers of Apollo 10 are on their way to the moon.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good. Relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now, cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
At this point, I'd like to backtrack slightly in time to just a few moments before the launch of Apollo 10 from Pad 39B at Cape Kennedy. Because it is at this point that the story of this voyage, the voyage of the astronauts themselves, begins. Over then to Red Turner at Cape Kennedy for a description of the vehicle that these men will ride.
On top, we can clearly see the Apollo spacecraft and the command and service module below. The spacecraft standing on the pad stretches over 130 meters into the sky. The weight out there on the pad at this moment is 2,945,134 kilograms. This is a heavier heaviest weight ever lifted into space by the United States. I believe the heaviest ever lifted into space from history. Scheduled to go toward the moon will be 94,500 pounds, or 42,865 kilograms of Apollo and lunar module spacecraft to be slung away from the Earth and headed for the moon.
That's the machine that Werner von Braun built. Perched high above it, the three men wait their long journey, a journey of 8 days and more than 500,000 miles.
On 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engines running. Launch commenced. Liftoff. We have liftoff. There it goes. It's moving. Up the left ahead. Up into the sky. Clear the tower. Here comes the air past the gate. Listen to that rocket move. Up into the clouds. Disappeared into the clouds.
That's William McCrory at the Apollo News Center in Washington describing the launch of Apollo 10. Now, just how fast does a rocket this size travel? How long does it take to place three men, their equipment, and a booster rocket into orbit? Let Jack Riley answer that question from the Apollo Mission Control Center in Houston. With all systems go, just more than 3 minutes into the ride.
Downrange, 81 miles, 46 miles high.
81 miles downrange, 46 miles high. At 3 minutes and 9 seconds into the mission. And just 1 minute and 40 seconds later, the ship was all of 230 miles downrange and 76 miles high. Some ride. And maybe Eugene Cernan said it best just shortly after liftoff when he spoke with his buddies up there.
What a ride! Oh, babe, what a ride! Beautiful. Everything's looking good. It's fantastic, babe. Really fantastic.
Just like old times.
Then, scarcely 10 minutes after liftoff, this was the news from Apollo 10.
15 minutes after liftoff from the Earth, and the spacecraft is now moving fast out across the Atlantic. It is safely in orbit, beginning its first revolution of the Earth.
The raw power of the gigantic Saturn ship, placing the three men in their orbit less than 15 minutes after liftoff. Now they began their first swoop around this Earth of ours, crossing even the sprawling continent of Africa in a handful of exciting minutes.
They're well into orbit. They'll cross over the Canary Islands, going over the continent of Africa, over Mali, Niger, Chad, in another 4 minutes, Central African Republic, Uganda, over Nairobi, right over Nairobi, and out over the Indian Ocean.
Two easy orbits of the Earth, and then the big jump to the moon. Now the powerful S-4B rocket had to be fired for just less than 6 minutes to boost the three adventurers to a speed of more than 23,000 miles per hour. Escape velocity for translunar injection. Tom Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan are on their way.
Translunar injection, TLI. Underway now as Apollo 10 is in truth on the way to the moon.
Now the pace of work eased out for Tom Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan. There was still work to do, sure, but now there was also time for rest and relaxation and for much-needed sleep. And with the moon in the region of 3 Earth days away, there was even time for kidding around with the ground staff.
Hey, Houston, is Charlie Duke there?
He sure is. Go ahead, Gene.
Hey, Charlie, babe. Play us our favorite song, will ya? I forget the title, the one about flying me someplace or something. You know the one I mean, babe?
But there was still work to do. Plenty of it. Flight paths, systems, communications, figures, all these had to be regularly checked and rechecked between Apollo 10 and Houston Control to make sure of a perfect lunar orbital entry. Then, on the night of May 21st, 1969, at 10:45 p.m. South African time, the rockets of Apollo 10 fired twice, and Tom Stafford spoke. was once more in orbit around the moon. And now the pace quickened. After a few minor difficulties with insulation that had come loose and a slipped docking collar between the two modules, Snoopy and Charlie Brown, the go was given for the separation of the modules in orbit 60 miles above the moon. Expert hands at the controls, the two modules moved slightly apart in their lunar orbit.
The separation burn. This is a maneuver in which the command module will slowly fire its RCS, or reaction control system thrusters, and back away from the lunar module. Okay, separation. There we go. Here's the burn. That's John Young confirming his 2.5 system. Stafford says, I can see your thrusters firing, John, and you're moving on. 5.3 on the 50 and 5.0 on EMS and 0 on AMS. Young doing readout. Adios, and we'll see you back in about 6 hours. Stanford said, adios, and we'll see you in about 6 hours. For the first time, orbit around the moon, men are going off into a maneuver in a spacecraft designed only to operate in space, the lunar module.
The first flight of a spacecraft designed and built only for travel in space. See you in 6 hours, says Charlie Brown to Snoopy. And now, there's just one more step to go on this important mission. The descent to 10 miles of the moon. But suddenly there's trouble. Snoopy fails to pick up the signals from Charlie Brown's radar transponder. Stafford calls John Young to check the transponder, and John Young replies.
My transponder is on. That's John Young. Transponder is on, and set switch is operating. Transponder, this is one of the... Get the radar, I sure don't. The lunar module now wants to check out its rendezvous radar mechanism. Transponder, an electronic device on the command module which says, here I am, when you're looking for me. Hello, Houston. Houston, we have a new uplink on a CSFT pickup. That was Gene Cernan asking Houston for an update on the guidance system. Stand by. We'll have it in a moment. I don't get me load of a radar signal string. Okay. Am I below you or above you? Oh, you're right up. That's Stanford asking John Young for a little better transponder lock from the Charlie Brown transponder. Roger. We've been copying your problems. We're working it down here. Stand by. Well, this is a no-go for DOI. It's a no-go for descent if this radar doesn't work. This thing is read 0. Let me check the signal, baby. That's John Young saying that the instrument's working properly on the command module. How about trying to recycle the power switch, Charlie Brown? Turn the switch off and back on again. That's what the Earth is telling you. You guys, it's on. Now I can kiss you.
A cry of relief from Eugene Cernan. Babe, I could kiss you. And now, descent. And the lunar module goes down. Skimming over the craters and hills, Snoopy searches for a landing site for those who will follow in a few weeks' time. On the dark side of the moon, communication from the little spacecraft blacks out, and for 50 suspenseful minutes, the world holds its breath. Until, speeding through the lunar dawn, an exultant voice calls out,
Houston, this is Snoopy.
Now the mission appears successful, but the troubles are not yet over. Halfway through the second orbit, only 9.4 miles above the moon, Snoopy's controls go out of kilter, a moment of nightmare for the two men aboard.
The descent stage is gone. We're getting way back there. Eugene Cernan.
This is Houston. What's the matter, Snoop?
Hey, we sure go down the door. We go backwards.
The module's gone into wild
Hit the gas, baby. Hit the gas. I don't know what the heck's wrong.
The abort switch is set wrong.
Tom. Hit it. This thing just took off. Hey, that's got it. It's okay. I'll tell you, that was wild, baby. I thought we were on an old sky.
Don't worry about it when we get back.
A simple switch, yet two men might today be lost because of it. The rest of the mission went without a hitch. Snoopy and Charlie Brown redocked in lunar orbit, and Charlie Brown, now with all three men aboard, sailed back home to a splashdown which today is almost routine. But two friendly, heartwarming messages had yet to reach astronauts Tom Stafford, Eugene Cernan, and John Young. The first came as they sped back toward the Earth.
Hey, I've got a message for you guys. Here it is. Congratulations to Snoopy for doing what I've been trying to do for a long time. Signed, the Red Baron.
and the other came from the crewmen of the astronauts' pickup ship, the USS Princeton, as the three pioneers were plucked from the waters of the Pacific.
Painted on the bottom of that helicopter a special welcome sign. Two big eyes and a message, "Hi there, Charlie Brown."
And that's the story. A story as new as tomorrow's headlines. The story of the trail which is being blazed to our mysterious satellite right at this moment. A story of hope, of endeavor, of frustrations, and most of all, of supreme courage. Only a few days from now, God willing, man will have set foot on the moon for the first time. An impossible achievement, but for those who blazed the exciting trail. And next week, I hope I'll be here to tell you about the preparations for this historic journey. Until then, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Center, wishing you all good night. Recorded material in tonight's program was used by courtesy of the Voice of America.
Got a man-sized thirst? A thirst for a beer that's strong, husky, and lusty to the last lively drop? Then go for the Man's brand, now in new man-size cans. Big new 16-ounce man-size cans of Carling Black Label are available now in the Transvaal, Free State, and Northwestern Cape areas. Man, oh man, this is what real beer is all about. Go for the Man's brand. Carling Black Label beer in big new man-size cans. Carling Black Label beer. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, Director of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center, which coordinates the efforts of thousands of people connected with the space program. This is a story of 3 ground crew men who faced unexpected danger in carrying out their duties. I call it A Climb Up to Safety.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
The many thousands of technicians at work on all phases of the preparation of the mighty Saturn V rockets which carry our astronauts into space, and those men concerned with the countdown itself, do their work with an efficiency that matches the spirit of these great ventures. Yet chance and circumstance that play such a big part in man's affairs can still intervene to create an unexpected situation. The countdown had gone perfectly, and with their jobs satisfactorily completed, the ground crew were preparing to leave the service gantry that towered beside the waiting rocket. But through no fault of their own, within a few minutes, 3 of those men would be facing death.
Well, there she goes, fellas. Everybody into the elevator.
Countdown went well, Chuck, huh?
Not a hitch, Eddie. How was it in the first aid department?
Well, we sent one fella off the job with a split finger, and a new guy felt a bit dizzy with the height. Otherwise, I guess a clean run. Their cards will be in the rack at ground level.
And that's about now. Okay, fellas, let's have your cards as you leave the elevator. Okay. 10, 12, 13, 14, 16. Let's have those 2 from the rack, Eddie. Thanks. That makes 19. There's somebody missing.
You sure?
Well, don't think I miscounted. 40, 50, 70. You didn't send Don Keating down earlier, did you, Ed?
No, I didn't. I gave you the 2 cards for those I sent off.
And you didn't see him amongst this bunch? The ones who came down with us?
Well, Keating's a medium-sized guy with a thin nose, pale complexion.
Yeah, that's him.
No, he definitely didn't come down with us.
That's what I thought. I was sure I couldn't have missed him. He must still be up on the gantry. I'll go find him.
Yeah, I'll come with.
We haven't much time to clear before blast-off. And we don't want to be anywhere around when the rocket motors fire. You'd better get on the cover.
Yeah, look, we got enough time, just about. We'll find him quicker with 2 of us looking.
Okay, Ed, come on.
Where is he working, Chuck?
10th level, operating the air compressors.
Maybe he didn't hear the warning klaxon because of the noise of those things.
The compressors should have been shut down by the time the warning went.
Well, he might have had earplugs.
Yeah, you never know. I've been keeping an eye on the emergency staircase in case he's walking down.
Never knew a workman would walk when he could use the elevator.
You're right. Here we are at the 10th level.
Well, the compressors are switched off.
As they should be, but where the heck has he got to? Don! Don Keating!
He doesn't seem to be here. I'll give a shout at the stairway and make sure he's not over that side of the gantry platform.
Right, Eddie. I'll look this side.
Right. Hello there. Don Keating. Don. Are you there, Don?
Now, where the heck could that guy have gotten to... Hey, Eddie, I found him.
Oh, okay, Chuck. Where is he? I didn't hear him answer.
He couldn't answer. He's out cold.
Let me look at him. He certainly is out. Say, what do you think happened?
There's a broken rubber pressure pipe here. Looks as if it gave him a crack on the head while he was working on it.
But wouldn't he have been wearing a hard hat?
Yeah, it's lying here beside him.
Yeah. Well, from the look of this bruise, the pipe caught him just on the side of the head below the brim.
Right. Let's get him down in the elevator. Take his feet, Eddie.
Okay.
Yeah, time's slipping away. We'd better get out of here fast.
Yeah.
I don't want to find myself at the wrong end of a 7.5 million pound thrust rocket engine.
How long do you reckon we've got, Chuck?
10 minutes. No longer. We'll make it, though.
Wonder if there'll be any transport down below.
We'll have to carry him if there's not. But one of the others may have come back with a truck.
If they realize we're still up here.
Surely someone would have missed the foreman.
Foremen don't count. Once work is over...
So what if foremen aren't popular guys that are...
Hey. What the heck?
They've cut off the power supply to the gantry.
And us stuck between floors with a sick man?
They don't know that, evidently. Turning off the currents is a safety precaution in case the wires are burnt out by the flame from the rocket motor as it lifts off.
Yeah, I've seen those flames lick halfway up the gantry from ground level. It's spectacular. From the distance.
Even more spectacular from here. I'm going out through the trapdoor on the top of the elevator cage. Give me a leg up, will you, Eddie?
Right. Put your foot in my hands.
Okay.
Can you reach the trap?
Yeah, easy. Lift me a bit higher if you can.
Right. Up you go.
Right, Eddie. Made it. See if you can bring down, Rod. We'll never be able to lift him out of here by ourselves.
Right. What are you going to do?
Climb up the girders of the shaft. Open the platform door from the inside. Then at least we'll be able to get out of this trap.
Control, Hilton here. Who is it?
Stan, Chuck here.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Nice job your boys did on the countdown. Everything okay?
There's nothing wrong with the countdown. But there's 3 of us still in the gantry.
The blazes there is. We'll have to abort the mission.
No. Don't do that.
You'll never make it back here now. Ignition's due in 6¼ minutes. Nobody stays on the rig when those motors fire.
Are you telling me we're finished?
Sorry, Chuck. I didn't mean...
Oh, forget it. We haven't got time to argue. Can you put the gantry power back on?
I can try, but I can't promise anything. It'd have to be cut 3 minutes from now in any case. If one of those heavy cables went down to Earth, you'd be electrocuted.
Instead of frying as the rocket takes off? Nice choice. But don't bother. I don't think it'd help us. I certainly don't want to be stuck in the elevator at blast off.
What are you doing up there at this time in the first place?
Don Keating was laid out in an accident. Eddie Baker and me went back to look for him, and the elevator stopped on us.
Look, let me abort the mission.
No, forget it. I'll ring you back. I got an idea.
But, Chuck, What was that all about, Stan? Somebody on the gantry? Chuck, Eddie, and Don Keating. We'll have to abort. Chuck says no. To blazes with what Chuck says. We can cancel the firing right down to within a few seconds of the start of the ignition sequence. That gives us about 5 minutes. But they'd be roasted alive up there. I know, there's that chance. Chuck says he'll ring us back. They haven't got time to make phone calls. Well, he says he has something in mind, but I can't think what it is.
Don? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Who is it?
It's Eddie. Eddie Baker.
Where am I? What happened?
Look, we're stuck in the elevator. Do you think you can stand up?
I feel a bit dizzy.
Yeah, you had a crack on the head. The dizziness will pass off. You're not really injured.
Hello? Has Don come round?
Yeah, he's still a bit muzzy, but he's with us again.
I got a short section of aluminum ladder. I'll pass it through the trapdoor. Here, coming down.
Okay. All right, I got it. Now, Don, let me help you up the ladder.
Where are we going?
Onto the top of the elevator and then up onto the platform, okay?
I'll try.
Good, man. I'll help you.
And me. I'll give you a hand once you're through the trapdoor.
All right. That's it, Don.
Oh, I feel terrible.
Don't worry, we'll fix you up once we get out of here. Hang on tight. Up you go.
Right, Don. Here, I got you on. Easy, does it?
Thanks, Chuck. Oh, my head.
Yeah, it'll ease a bit presently.
Can I rest?
Later. Okay, Eddie, I got Don safely up here.
Good. Now, if I bring up the ladder and prop it securely, it's a bit short.
Only 2 or 3 feet. Now, up you go, Eddie. Then I'll come and support Don from behind. Right, Don. Now, up you go. Now, quick as you can, son.
I don't understand this. I don't understand it at all. Well, why's the elevator stop working? We're near firing time, aren't we?
That's how near we are, Don. The power's been cut off.
Then we must get out of here.
No, there isn't time now, Don.
There must be time. Well, let's get down the emergency stairs.
Don, there isn't time for that. We make it to the bottom and be out in the open just as the motor's fired. You know what that would mean?
I know what it means if we're up here. I'm going down.
No, you're not, Don.
Let me go on. Go down, I tell you. What level's this, anyway?
The 7th, Don, but listen, Chuck's right. If you made it to the ground, you'd never get under cover before the whole area's blasted.
Not if we stand here talking about it. Now, let go be the 2 of you. Let go!
Easy, Don.
I phoned Stan Hilton and told him we were up here.
Is he going to abort the firing?
I told him not to, Eddie.
You're crazy. You've seen what happens to anything that can burn on these towers when the rocket exhaust blasts them. Let go of me. I'm not staying here with you crazy guys. I'm getting off this rig.
Don, just listen to me.
No. Well, you're keeping me here. Our last chance of getting clear is slipping away.
Now, just listen, Don. That last chance went a few moments ago when the elevator stopped running.
I don't care. You've got no right to keep me here. I want to go down. Let me go.
Shut up, Don. Shut up. And listen to me. In a few minutes from now, the lower levels of this gantry will be filled with smoke and flame and unburned fuel. You'd fry, freeze, and suffocate. But what you're actually going to do is climb higher up this gantry. You've got to climb upwards to safety. Do you hear me? Up, not down. Now get going, but fast.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good, relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now? Cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
I'm stressed. I think I can go any further.
You're doing okay, Don?
Sure, Don. Not much further now.
Just a short rest. I'm sick.
We better let him rest. Yeah. We may have to carry him, Chuck.
All right, good. You sit there for a few moments, Don. Eddie, I'll phone control from here.
Right. Okay.
Hilton.
Stan? Chuck.
I thought it would be you. Shall we abort the mission?
No, Stan. We're at the 11th level and going up.
Going up?
Yep. Down below there'd be too much fire splash as the motors ignite. And the rocket takes a few seconds to build up power as it lifts off. We'd be burned to a crisp.
But even at the higher levels...
We stand a good chance. The splash won't reach us and the rocket will go past quicker anyway. Maybe 3 seconds is all we'd have to stand with the main blast.
Chuck, there can be no question of you standing up to the main blast.
The radiated heat from the main blast, I mean. We're going up to the 14th or 15th level, as high as we can get. How long have we got?
2.5 minutes to lift off.
Stand by. I'll ring you when we get to our final level. Then you come up and get us when it's all over, huh?
Will do, Chuck. But I'll stand by for your final call before ignition. Just over 2 minutes now.
I'm cold.
We're all cold on this deck. So come on. Get moving, Don, please.
Come on, Don. It's no good standing here. Frost from the fuel venting out of the tanks is falling all over us. It'll be warmer higher up.
Warmer? We'll roast as the rocket goes by.
No, we won't, Don. I promise you we won't.
Who do you think you are? A fire god to be able to stop it? Oh, I'm cold.
Come on, Don. Watch you don't slip on the ice. Come on. Eddie, grab his arm.
I'm sick and I'm cold.
Now, come on. You're not going to freeze or burn. Not if we know it. Now, let's just get moving again. Move!
Can you spot them through the glasses, Stan? I thought I did see them once, somewhere up on the 12th or 13th platform. See if you can spot them, Clark. Okay, Stan. What do you give for the chances? I got permission to cancel the blast off at 60 seconds, just before internal power on the rocket takes over completely. Chuck only needs to say the word. Why don't we abort anyway? You got any idea how much even half an hour's delay would cost? And with the tanks pressurized, it's not as easy as all that. It'd take a week, more likely. And then we needn't bother to fly the mission. But 3 men's lives are at stake. I know it. Chuck knows it. We'll let him decide. But it isn't only the heat. Although that'll be bad enough, there'll be fumes from burning paint, smoke from the rocket firing. As well as a gale of wind from the exhaust that could blow them off the gantry. You don't need to tell me.
Hilton. Stan, we're at the 15th level. There's 2 platforms above us, but they'll protect us from anything coming down on us.
Chuck, give me the word to call this whole thing.
No, Stan, we'll take a chance on it.
Look, I got permission to cancel the firing.
No, not after the words everyone's putting to the stick. The countdown went without a hold-up. You don't get many like that.
You got 15 seconds to give the word. After that, it'll be too late once the ignition sequence is started.
Got to make final preparations then. 15th level, it, Stan, okay?
We'll find you, Chuck. Good luck.
Isn't it quiet?
Yeah. It's a bit unnatural with all that activity going on down there.
I wish it wasn't so quiet. There's one thing that can spell real safety for us, but I didn't think they'd leave it so late before the firing.
What's that, Chuck?
It's the...
I can't stand it. Why doesn't somebody do something? Not just wait around to get fried.
There's not a lot we can do, Don. Chuck's got an idea which he's going to tell
I'm
us
not burning to death. I'm going to make it quick.
Grab him, Eddie.
Right. I got him, Chuck. Let me go. I'm going to jump. At least it'll make it quick.
Oh, no, you're not.
Grab his arms, Chuck. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn.
Watch it, Eddie. You'll be over the edge in a minute.
Got my foot on a stanchion. Pull him further onto the platform, for heaven's sake. He's nuts just for the moment. Have to hit him if necessary.
If you two don't let me go, I'll take you both with me.
Oh, no, you'll be all right. I tell you, you'll be all right. Don, stop struggling.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die my way.
You will die if you go over the edge, but you got a chance up here.
I don't want to die. I don't want to...
All right. Come on, Don. Come on, we'll look after you.
Watch that he doesn't make a bolt for it, eh?
Okay, I've got him, Chuck. It's all right now.
It's all right, fellas. I won't do it again.
Yeah, of course you won't.
We'll be safe here, won't we, Chuck?
Yeah, sure, we'll be safe. But we must go over to the other side of the platform.
But that's nearer the rocket than this side.
Yeah, I know it is, but don't you see...
No! We'll all be killed. I won't go over there!
Well, the ignition sequence has started. Nothing can save him now except...
Except what?
Whatever Chuck got up his sleeve.
Do you think he's just kidding us about it being safer up there near the top?
No, it's obvious that they've been turning it a crisp on the lower levels. You've seen the gantry after a fire.
Yeah. I've also seen the side of each platform going incandescent as the rocket climbs past.
It doesn't penetrate far into the gantry, though.
How far is far? And what will the radiated heat be like?
Never measured it. I don't think anybody knows. Can you see anything of them through the binoculars?
No, I wouldn't expect to. They'll be on the far side, as far away from the rocket as they can get.
They better not get too far towards the back of the platform, or they'll be pushed off by the blast.
30 seconds to blast off. I hope they're ready to face it.
Don, if you won't come across to the other side of the platform with us, we'll have to drag you.
What are you trying to do to us? We're as far away from the flame path as we can get.
We haven't time to argue. Grab him, Eddie.
Right.
No!
No!
Him across.
Okay. No!
Straighten your knees and walk, man.
No!
Right, Eddie. Drag him.
Come on over here.
There, this should be all right. Stand there, Don. Stand there.
See if you can stand, Don.
I can't.
Let him sit with his back to the girder so that he's facing away from the rocket.
Now, you sit there, Don. You'll be shielded by the girder.
Eddie, fasten my belt to his and strap him to the girder, okay?
But why should we...
I hope it'll hold. There'll be a fair amount of blast. You can do the same with yours. You're skinny enough for it to wrap around yourself and the girder.
All right, but what about you?
I've slipped my arms out of my coverall, and I'll tie the sleeves to something. Then we'll all have to hang on like crazy.
It can only be about 30 seconds to blast off now.
Eddie, Chuck, I'm scared.
Take it easy, Don. You've had a bit of a rough time.
And we're all scared, Don.
Why are we so close to the rocket side?
Because over here, there's the one thing that'll save us, I hope. But I didn't know they left it this late.
What is it, Chuck?
It's the... here it comes.
Hey, what a sprinkler system.
That's it. The whole of the side of the tower nearest to the motor blast is drenched with water. Both of you make sure you're thoroughly soaked.
Oh, I'm cold again.
Sorry, Don. You can take your choice. Just make sure you're good and soaked.
It won't be many seconds now.
Don, and you, Eddie, make sure you hang on with both hands. Eddie, Don can't dash off somewhere, can he? Don't want to fight him as the rocket lifts on.
Oh, don't worry, Chuck. He can't get free. I've knotted the ends of the belt so they won't go through the buckles.
Thanks for your help, Eddie. You needn't have been in this at all, really.
It seemed to be a two-man job, Chuck.
Blast off! That blast off!
It's okay, Don. Hang on tight.
I don't want to burn.
And you won't. You're too wet to burn. Okay, Eddie?
Ready, Chuck?
Hang on tight, both of you.
Oh, what's that? Chuck, has a rocket hit the tower?
No, it's the access ramp swinging clear.
But how could it move if the power is off?
It's hydraulic. But brace yourselves. Here comes the worst part.
Nearly drowning with this water spray.
Look down, Eddie, and shut your eyes. Protect them from the blasting heat.
I'm not going to look around. Listen to that motor building up power.
It should be climbing now. It'll only take a second or so to go past.
We may get the full force of the blast if the rocket tilts away from the tower.
I hope it doesn't, not till it's at altitude.
Fuel! There's fuel spraying around!
Pull your legs in. Keep under the strongest water spray you can.
And hold your breath till it's gone, till it's washed away.
It's fast. The rocket's fast.
But the heat and the steam.
I can't stand it.
Run to the sprays and hang on.
I never thought it'd be like this.
Hold on, Eddie. Hold on for the blast.
How much longer?
Just a few seconds.
The heat! I can't stand the heat!
Keep your eyes shut and hang on. Just hang on.
Hilton, control.
The phone still works.
Chuck, you're okay?
Alive, but call me baldy. Got no hair or eyebrows. Got singed off, even though we were soaking wet.
How was that?
Stood under the gantry coolant sprays. Tied to girders against the blast. Don't think we would have made it otherwise. Eddie's okay, but Don's pretty shocked. How was the launch, Stan?
Perfect. Just like the countdown.
Good. We're on the 15th level. Coming to get us?
As soon as everything's cooled down, we'll find you.
Right.
Chuck.
Yeah?
You did a pretty good job up there.
Well, I guess that's why they made me foreman.
Not exactly all in the day's work, because the space program is designed with safety in mind for astronauts and ground crew members alike. When something unusual happens, something not covered by the regulations, it's only the men on the spot who can do anything about it. But we hope it's not usually such a hot spot. And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Space Center, wishing you all good night.
When the day is gone and the sun sets fire to the faraway hills, when the rivers flow red in the twilight and the long shadows slowly fade into darkness, when the action's over and stories are retold round a log fire, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label. Husky, lusty, and strong, Carling is the man's brand. Extra-strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. challenge of space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
In half a century's time, when man has conquered the near planets and is reaching for the stars out beyond the frontier, it will not be technology that lets him down. It won't be the failure of the hyperspace drive or whatever is invented to beat time and space and the speed of light. The scientists working for the conquest of near and far space won't let the astronauts down, at least very rarely. What will fail, perhaps, will be the men who travel the spaceways, the astronauts themselves, and those immediately behind them, the families, the promoters. We are still weak and fallible beings, you see. We are still ruled by greed and pride and super-egos. Perhaps we always shall be. That is why my story tonight, although it has been told in the past, it will be told again in the future, when a trip to Mars may be as simple as going to see the pyramids along the Nile. Our story tonight is called Another Galaxy.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
We are in a large public park in central New York. The year is 2115.
Cigarette, Gavin? Oh, I forgot. The great American adventurer will not fool with Lady Nicotine, lest his position amongst the stars be endangered. Really, Gavin.
Abby, what are you... I mean, what are you hoping to... What I'm trying to say is...
Yes, Gavin, darling. What are you trying to say?
Forget it. I think it's time to go back.
It's not time to go back. It's not time to go anywhere. It's time to talk. We haven't talked yet.
I know.
Did you see your father?
Not last night. He was out at the Alpha Base. There was some kind of reunion.
Old space pioneers?
I don't know.
But you do. What else could it have been but old space pioneers?
I don't know, Abby. Can we drop it, please?
How can we drop it? It's exactly because your father, Ambrose P. Rochester, the great Ambrose P. Rochester, is an old space pioneer that we are here today, standing in this great old American park which the establishment is determined to sweep away and replace with steel and plasticellular glass. It's because of your father that we're here now. And I'm more miserable than I've ever been in my life before. And you're standing there like a child, not looking at me.
Only making it worse,
Abby.
Abby. I just don't not know what to do, what course of action. Abby, I don't know.
I hope you like America in the year 2215.
Abby, won't you reconsider? Darling, think of it. We'd be together.
No, and no. Never.
We'd share it all. The greatest adventure ever to happen. Papa could fix it. I mean, you're a good enough geologist to get the job, Abby. You are.
I have one life to live, and I'm not sacrificing 8 years of it to exist every day of each of those 8 years in a long metal tube, breathing man-made air, eating man-made synthetic food, and coming back, eventually, to a man-destroyed world.
Why? You always say this. Why should the world be destroyed in a century? Why? I just can't understand. Abby,
No. You just can't understand. I can't understand how 7 people can leave the planet Earth in 2115, be away for 8 years, but return to Earth a century later. I can't understand this. But the experts, the old space pioneers, the scientists, say this is so. And so I bow down before them. I revere their words. I hate their words.
Somebody has to do this.
Why?
Because for over 100 years, man has believed that he would never get out of our galaxy, even with the invention of the hyperspace drive. We've always believed that we'd be bound forever in the Milky Way system. Now, well, nobody even knew of the existence of Octavia Centauri. A star cluster in a whole new galaxy. Abby, can't you understand? Man can go out beyond the frontier. Man could at last find other intelligent creatures. If my father wasn't too old, why...
Your father is too old. So he sacrifices his only son, so that the dream he couldn't realize can come true. And he'll be dead 90 years before you return to Earth. If you ever do come back.
Abby, I can't leave you. I have to tell you, I don't want this thing. I don't want the Octavius project. I don't want this Earth in 100 years. I want it now, and I want you now.
Oh, Gavin, what?
That's the end. Finished.
Tell him.
Father?
Yes, tell him.
I will. He'll be pretty upset now.
I don't care, Gavin. He is an old man. He's lived his life, done what he wanted to. You have to do what you want to do now. I want children. I want to grow things and look after animals and be quiet and happy, and even sometimes a little lonely. I want you. I don't want to ever know about the USSS. I don't want to know what other lands it's taking its sickness to. It's not good for a girl's pride. Why? I'm practically going down on my knees to you, asking you not to go out beyond the frontier. I'm saying stay here and give me children and laugh with the people of this time. Not go away for 8 of your years and 100 of this Earth's. Maybe it's selfish, Captain Gavin Rochester, but I'm a simple woman. It just seems to me to be crazy for all that dark, cold space to have you, when you'd be so much more useful down here.
Who is it?
Father?
Gavin, come on in, boy.
Thanks, Father.
Oh, how are you, my boy? How's it going? Sit down, sit down. Bourbon? Are you nervous, boy? Tomorrow's the day of decision, huh? You know, I was talking with Ben Westermaster. How do you feel about maybe never seeing your son again, Ambrose, he says? Ben, I said to him, I'm an old man now. I've done a lot of things, a lot of great things. When I was 10 years old, Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. Then and there, I swore I'd walk on the moon. 15 years later, I did. The years were pretty crowded after that. How's that, boy?
Looks fine, Pa. Listen,
we
Pa.
talked, Ben and me talked for a long time about you and your mother. God rest her soul. I think I made Ben understand about how I feel. You see, he has a boy, not a clever kid like you, Gavin. Not clever like you. Not clever like you. He's an ordinary boy, goes fishing, plays pool, got a nice girl, gonna get married. Yeah, he's a nice boy. But he ain't going to Octavius Centauri. Huh? I'm proud of you, son. You got a first. Me? I never had a first. Come on, get rid of that bourbon. There's a bottle of cotton swamp liquor over there just asking it to be drunk. Come on, lose it, Gavin.
Great, Pa. I have something I want to say to you.
Say it, boy, say it. Third trip to Venus. Ambrose P. Rochester, first colonist to Mars. Fourth freighter to touch down there. Commanded by Ambrose P. Rochester. But never a first. That is why I can die at peace. And that is what I tried so hard to explain to Ben Westermaster, and I really think he was beginning to understand. I really think he was getting the message, Gavin. Oh, I really think he was.
Well, Pa... Well, all the tests are over. We've been whittled down to 28. Tomorrow come the final interviews, and, well, I've only a 1 in 4 chance. You have to remember that.
You're on your way to Octavius Centauri, and don't you forget it. There is no chance that you will not be judged. Not only ideal as a candidate for the flight, but you will be second in command as well. Of this, there is no doubt. Drink, boy. Stuff's gonna be scarce where you're going, huh?
Pa, I've come to a decision this afternoon. I finally made up my mind. I don't want you to think that what I'm going to tell you, Pa...
Gavin, listen, son.
No, let me talk, Pa. What I'm going to say is going to hurt you. It's going to kick you hard. I know this. But if you love me, you'll respect the motives...
What I want you to know, Gav, is you're going to take one of those 7 places on Project Octavius tomorrow on sheer merit. Merit! Not because your father is Ambrose Rochester.
You'll respect why I've decided like I have. Pa... I'm pulling out.
I only mourn because your mother isn't here. It hurts, boy, but I guess somewhere she'll be watching. Somewhere she'll be proud.
How did you hear what I said? I am pulling out not only of Project Octavius, but out of the whole service.
You made to the moon, and Ben, he said...
Father, listen to what I'm saying. I said I'm pulling out of the project. I'm leaving the service. So stop reminiscing about me and look at me and tell me what you think.
Why are you shouting at me, Gavin?
Pa, do you understand what it is I am telling you?
Sure. You're leaving the space service. Well, that's great. That's great. Well, get drunk, boy, just you and me. Lock the door, because when the Rochesters get drunk...
You do not understand. I am pulling out of the project. I'm going to be a farmer in New England. I'm going to grow maize and potatoes and tomatoes. From now on, I'm never going higher off the earth than the top of a ladder.
Gavin, you're looking funny. You can't...
Yes, Father.
No, Gavin.
Yes, Father.
It's been a strain, boy. Now, keep hold. You drink that.
It has not been a strain. I do not need to keep hold. I do not need to drink this.
What are you talking about?
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good, relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now? Cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
No, Gavin, not you, boy. Ben Westermaster's son, yeah, sure. Ben's boy would flop out. He'd flop out of the project because he's not made of the kind of meat we Rochesters are. Yeah, Ben's boy would pull out and cry and weep, and there are men and men. Families and families. You have spirit or you don't. Until the end of time, that's how it's going to be, and there's nothing any man can do about it. The leaders and the followers. Ben's son, why, I can't even recall his name at the moment. Ben's boy is a follower. And you, Gavin, you're a leader. That's all there is to it, boy. The mark is on you. Mark, setting you apart from ordinary men. You have to go, boy. Pa. Now, not after all the hopes, all the plans. No, Gavin, no.
I don't...
Some woman, Gavin, huh? A woman bugging you, not letting you rest easy. Some woman, Gavin, putting doubts into your head. Loser, boy. Priest-like, huh? Like a Greek god. Pure, holy. But the reward. One of the most important men on earth.
There won't be anybody to remember me. What'll there be for me on this earth a century from now?
Fame and money and all the most beautiful women there are. They'll fall down from the trees and kiss your feet.
Help me. I can't coordinate.
I'm going to make the decisions for you, boy, like I always did. You have the brain and the vision, the excellence and the devotion to duty. Your old father provides the will and the power. What a combination. A Rochester will not be satisfied with anything but the best. I tell you what, you will be chosen to command the ship, or you will be second. Less than that, we won't be satisfied, boy. Then you pull out. You hear me?
You mean?
That's right, Gavin.
Hi, Ambrose.
Hey, where'd you get that haircut, Bill?
Well, you know how it is. Elizabeth says, Bill, your hair's getting kind of long, and yakety-yakety-yak, and so on. So, well, I have a cut that's really nice.
Yeah, I guess we better call you skinhead.
Well, what can I do for you, Ambrose?
You sit on the selection committee tomorrow night for Project Octavius.
Well, you know I do, Ambrose, but I can't talk about it. That's why I never even asked after Gavin.
Sure. I want that boy through, Bill. And not only just through, I want him commander. He has everything.
Now listen here, Ambrose, this is my...
No, you listen here. You are the most influential member of the panel. What you say goes, and you better say it, Bill, because if not, I shall just mention Blockbuster and the moon trip in '94 and how Dyson happened to get killed.
Ambrose.
Okay, Bill. You got the message. You see, it's not that my boy's not the best man there is. It's just that his nerves might just let him down, that's all. Now, if this happens, you put it right, Bill. You put it right with the panel.
Darling, I've waited all night.
I had to go to the final selection over at Space Headquarters.
You had to... To what? Gavin, you what?
Sweetheart, that was the way I decided to do it. To flop out the final 7 was simpler. It would have satisfied Pa and given me an out. Only the best is good enough for a Rochester. This Rochester failed.
Oh, you flopped on purpose?
There's no chance. My showing was very poor. I was listless and just not project material. Octavius will be explored without Gavin Rochester. And I don't give a 2-cent cuss.
Okay.
Let them fly beyond the stars. Let them.
Oh, New England. Oh, Gavin.
New England. Oh, no more New York.
Oh, yes. Oh, Gavin, my darling. I'd have killed myself if you'd gone. Gavin. Let's leave now. Who's that?
Dad.
I thought you'd be with the little lady, Gav. Hi, Abby. How does it feel to kiss the commander of the spacecraft Titan IV on Project Octavius? Destination, another galaxy.
So you see, that's how it's going to be, Abby. I made this promise to myself, quietly to myself, that if they chose me, in spite of what I did, then please do not make it harder for me. I have to tell you now that it has no longer anything to do with my father. I think it's meant to be, Abby.
You couldn't make any sort of decision, could you, Gavin? Poor Gavin.
We never make decisions. Nobody does. We just wait until the balance sways, and what we ought to do is, sort of more clear, you know?
Some of us make decisions. Some of us do. When will the flight be, Gavin, my darling?
The final crash course, for which I'll hold a lot of responsibility, begins in 10 days. We shall leave Earth in approximately 2 months.
Then, until that time, I shall never let you out of my sight. Even when you're...
You see, I really am so sorry, Abby. It's
no
just...
more, sweetheart. No more now. You have a duty. I respect that. Just as long as we have 2 months together, just make those 2 months last me all my life.
A thin disk about 60,000 light years in diameter. 1/10 of it, this speed of going, the speed of this motion, would be in the neighborhood of, 100,000 miles. Radio waves penetrating this fog. That, of course, limits his vision.
How's it going, boy?
Controlled. Otherwise, the safety...
It's tough, Pa. Hard.
Getting close now.
Do it once
I
more,
guess so,
Grant,
Pa.
once more.
I don't see much of you, son. I'd like us to...
I'm sure sorry about that. I guess you know.
Certain cosmic objects, in the event.
I know how it is. You get tired. Program must knock you sideways. But tonight, what about it? We'll have a meal, just you and me.
That would give me pleasure, Pa.
2 weeks. I find it hard to believe.
It's... Abby, this isn't any good, us seeing one another like this. It's too hard. We've got to break now. Anyway, the last 6 days we don't leave the center.
You promised. Your last meal. Last drink on Earth.
Together, you and me. That's 1 week before, and that promise still stands.
People of America, and the people still to be born who will inhabit the earth when you return in triumph from another galaxy.
The Project Octavius astronauts, Gavin Rochester, Adrian Grant, Howard R. West, Will Hayward, Bentley Russell, Christopher Creasy, and John Sambret, received their final briefing today in what has been described as man's greatest adventure since the first landing on Mars. Project Octavius will leave the Earth's surface at 0700 hours tomorrow.
Have a good life, Abby, my darling. When you marry, make sure he's exactly what you want. Don't take second best. Not a girl like you.
I won't. I promise. I really do promise that.
Oh, sure strong. What you trying to do to me, huh?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, Gavin.
Babe, where...
Seven Falls, Whippoorwill Creek, near Baberford.
What's happening?
Oh. Careful, my angel. I've had you drugged for 2 weeks. Your head must feel like... The Project Octavius left Earth a week late due to the mysterious disappearance of Gavin Rochester. Finally, when the State Department, the Department of Space Research, Space Programming, and finally, when all were satisfied that there was no plot afoot, the ship left on its journey to another galaxy with Commander Grant in charge, and Russell McCourtney briefed in making the number 7. Gavin Rochester, as far as the public of America, and in fact the world is concerned, traveled with Project Octavius. But the secret will never be revealed. Psychologically, you see, my darling. So you see, you no longer exist, Gavin. Not in this world. And in 100 years, let our children's children unravel the mystery. Now, you're safe. From your father, from everything. You don't have to play at being a spaceman anymore. I told you, I could make decisions. I didn't wait for the balance to swing. I also promised you to marry the man I wanted to. You see, I was never in any doubt. Sleep, my darling. We'll have to rename you and change you because you're a new, different man now. And you're never going to see a city, not a rocket, not a space program. Nothing like that ever again.
Well, why not? Somebody once said every decision that's ever made is really made by a woman behind a man who is behind a man. As long as the man doesn't know, why should he kick up a fuss? In Gavin Rochester's case, it was too late anyway. And who would be fool enough to say he ever wanted to go to another galaxy? And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan saying good night.
When the day is gone and the sun sets fire to the faraway hills, when the rivers flow red in the twilight and the long shadows slowly fade into darkness, when the action's over and stories are retold round a log fire, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label. Husky, lusty, and strong, Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
challenge of space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, Director of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. The authorities responsible for space exploration projects, both here and in other countries, normally approach their tasks on a completely practical basis. So, in our story tonight, it was surprising to find a high-ranking officer of the International Space Service asking the question, where was Atlantis?
Sets fire to the faraway hills. When the rivers flow red in the twilight, then the long shadows slowly fade into darkness. When the action's over and stories are retold around the log fire, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label, husky, lusty, and strong. The man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
Commander Robin Selwell of the International Space Service looked at General Corder in some amazement at the question. He'd always known Corder to be a practical officer, efficient in building up the resources of his command, and with a keen understanding of the human problems involved in space travel. To find him dabbling in the realms of mythology was so unexpected that Selwell thought it might be some kind of a catch question. So he approached it cautiously.
Do you want a serious answer, General Corder?
Yes, Robin, I do. Where was Atlantis?
Well, sir, I don't know much about it, but I don't think anyone really knows where it was, or even if it existed.
I know you wouldn't let me down, Robin. You at least know the salient facts. But the scientists have located the mythical continent variously in the Atlantic, off the mouth of the Mediterranean in the region of the Canary Islands, or as an island in the Aegean Sea off Greece.
Nothing has ever been found lying beneath any of these waters to suggest that any of them might have been the site of the supposed lost continent, General. No traces of human handiwork or anything.
Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't you say that was significant?
Well, I'd say it was to be expected, since it's doubtful if any such place existed.
We think that it does exist.
Did exist, surely. We're talking of something that was supposed to have disappeared, ages ago.
I don't know how long that'll be, Robin, but our figure is 12,000 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Send Lieutenant Martin in, will you? He should be waiting in the outer office.
Right away, sir.
Thank you. I'd like you to meet Alan Martin, Robin.
Lieutenant Martin? Is he a new man here?
He's on special assignment. The rank is honorary, but it kind of puts him in our direction.
Oh, yeah, a civilian.
A scientific archaeologist, actually.
You sent for me, General Corder?
Yes, Alan. Lieutenant Alan Martin, Commander Robin Selwell.
How do you do, Commander?
Lieutenant?
Alan, I've told Commander Selwell of our belief that the so-called lost continent of Atlantis does exist. Perhaps you'd like to amplify that?
Yes, sir. Well, through many centuries, there has always been the belief that more than just folklore or imaginative flights of fancy lay behind the consistent reports concerning Atlantis. Plato located it as lying outside the Pillars of Hercules, or in the Atlantic off the Straits of Gibraltar. In other words...
But, Lieutenant, most of us left Plato behind at school.
Well, I haven't finished yet, Commander. Our Russian friends have one of the oldest known papyrus rolls concerning an expedition that was dispatched to find Atlantis.
You can't tell me that the hard-headed Reds are collecting tales of mythology.
This was one of the items they took over from the Tsar. The pharaoh of the time dispatched an expedition to search for Atlantis and traces of their own ancestors. But it returned after 5 years, having found nothing.
Well, I'm not really surprised. But look, this is the 21st century. What's all this got to do with us?
Well, we're coming to that. I told you that we think we know where Atlantis is.
Yeah, but where?
On Mars.
On Mars?
It is rather a startling conception, isn't it? But Alan will tell you why we think this is.
Yes, sir. Well, Commander, I'm sure you're quite well acquainted with the fact that the maps of Mars, poor as they are at present, have for many centuries shown an area designated as Atlantis.
Well, of course I know that. Surface features have to be given some kind of a reference. Surely this is just being given the name of an Earth feature, if it amounts to that.
We think that it's the other way around.
What?
That Atlantis always was on Mars. And it's this that's referred to in our mythology.
Yeah, but listen,
before you say any more, sir, this is an ancient map of the Atlantis of legend. I won't say where we got it.
Have the Ruskies checked up on their museums lately?
One wonders, but if you like to compare the map with this latest survey picture of the area of Mars known as Atlantis...
Hey, look at that. They're practically the same.
There's little doubt about it. This formation of 3 craters, a ridge running slantwise through the area, a single peak, well, they tally almost exactly.
But I don't believe it. The surveyor picture is genuine. So the map you've got must be a fake. You're being taken in by some humorist in Moscow.
I didn't say that's where we got the map, Commander.
No, but you didn't deny it.
Robin, we're keeping our own counsel on this. But what would you say of a commander of powerful forces who sent out an expedition involving a long and complicated journey on nothing more tangible than a story or a supposition?
General Corder, I'd say that he was making a very long shot at something that would be difficult to explain to a higher authority.
And privately, you'd think he'd gone nuts, huh? Well, that ancient pharaoh could do what he liked. There wasn't any higher authority than him. But I'm risking my reputation on sending you to Mars, Robin.
To Mars, you are?
Yep, and I have permission from higher up.
You have, sir? Then what's so important about this mission? I mean, surely it's more than just an archaeological expedition to another planet.
Yeah, you're right, it is. We believe that the Atlanteans, whoever they were, had the secret of an anti-gravity force.
What?
And that is what you and Lieutenant Martin are going to find.
There's your target, Robin, between the center grid and the viewer. We're in a parking orbit that'll keep us right above it.
You've done a very nice job on positioning, Andy.
It's been done before. But what's our interest in this spot on the Martian surface?
Mine, practically nil. Are you still keen on the mission, Alan, after all those weeks in flight?
Of course. But perhaps you'd better tell Major Sinclair just what we're engaged on in this exploration.
You tell him. Still sounds like a fairy story to me.
I'm sorry you feel that way, sir, because we have it from ancient writings in Sanskrit that the Vimana definitely did exist.
Vimana? What are they?
Flying machines of 6,000 odd years ago.
Aren't you sorry you asked, Andy?
It's an answer that I never expected. But go on, Alan. How are they supposed to work?
Well, by some sort of an anti-gravity field. We think that the knowledge was passed on by the former inhabitants of Atlantis.
And we're above the Martian area called Atlantis, is that it?
That's about it, Andy.
But that would suppose they've been to Earth in ages past.
And we've now come to Mars. In fact, we've been mapping and exploring the planet for some time now.
So you think it wouldn't have been impossible for Earth to have had visitors, eh?
I'm not speculating. The task of this mission is to land on the area of Mars called Atlantis.
Which is purely a practical engineering and space travel exercise.
That's true. Then Robin and I are to carry out a survey of ground features.
Which will be one mountain peak, 3 large craters, and a lot of very dusty desert.
And if it's possible, to try to determine if there is an even force of gravity here. And if not, well, what is affecting it?
I must say that item 3 is a bit of a big jump from the other 2.
Oh, it's merely a scientific investigation. If there is nothing in it, then that's the end of the matter.
Aye, lad. But they won't be able to say that you haven't tried.
Tell me, has there been any curiosity on the part of the rest of the crew about our mission?
No, Robin. They're a bit curious as to why a commander of the space fleet should have been sent on the mission, and find it a bit strange that you should have been backed up by a lieutenant and not a more senior officer, since it's obvious that you're both working together.
Well, if they get really curious, just tell them that I needed someone to tell me some bedtime stories. All right, Andy. Alan and I will get some rest, and then we'll go down to the surface and get on with preparing this nil report that Alan's going to write for the powers that be back home.
All systems check out okay, Robin.
All right, Alan. We'll go out in a few minutes. Our descent module seems to be resting on a solid area. I'll contact Sinclair in the command ship and tell him what we're going to do. Atlantis, base ship to command ship, over.
Thought you said there was no such place as Atlantis, Commander.
There's a firm enough surface here, Andy, but I'm not committing myself to anything else at the moment.
Aye, well, just make sure that the base ship is resting firmly, Robin.
Yeah, I'll confirm that as soon as we leave it, Andy. Then we're going to take a look around.
Roger. Don't go too far from your base, though.
Why not, Andy? What's the matter? Our life support systems give us a fair range.
We can observe 1 or 2 dust storms on the surface. We can't say for certain that they're in your area. But just watch the horizon, eh?
Okay. Barometer seems steady enough at the moment. Visibility's good. But I'll confirm security of the ship and keep in touch. Okay, over and out.
What is the procedure in the event of a dust storm, Robin?
We have to get back to the ship and pressurize. Then we extend the stabilizing arms. There's no danger of the ship being blown over. The wind pressure's not great enough. But you wouldn't want to be caught outside, that's for sure. So we'd better make our first trip onto the surface while it's calm. This is my third landing on Mars, and I still don't like the purple sky.
It's magnificent. I've never seen anything quite like it.
It's unusual, I suppose. But all those miles of red desert soon get you down. I told you what you'd find here.
We seem to be in exactly the right place, Commander. There's the single peak we were expecting.
One bearing observation won't be enough. But you see the lowest escarpment on the northern horizon?
Yeah.
Well, that's the largest of your 3 craters. And there, southwest, you can just see the tumbled edge of the other. Well, the third's too far away to be visible. Hey, let's see your map.
From what you've just said, we should be right here.
Where do you imagine your Atlantis is? Atlantis, with its cities and its anti-gravity flying machines.
Well, according to the map and the photographs, just here.
Then you've got a better imagination than I got. All you got here is an unbroken expanse of red dust for hundreds of kilometers. One peak and a couple of crater rims sticking up like escarpments in this infernal purple sky.
Commander, I can't see the smaller of the 2 crater rims. It's all hazy over there.
What? Hey, yeah, you're right, fella. Come on, back to the ship, quick as you can.
Well, what is it? A dust storm?
Yeah, as far as I know. But I've never seen one from ground level before.
So you've never actually lived through one in a grounded spaceship?
No, but don't worry. I know the theory. And with any luck, we'll get out of this one. If we don't, we're going to be the first human beings to die on Atlantis.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good. Relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now, cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
Well, it looks as if your theory was quite correct, Commander.
Yeah. Our ship hasn't moved an inch. Looks as if we must have been down on bedrock. But what a way to spend 48 hours. Cut off from everything and everyone in a gritty red fog.
Well, you can't complain about it being gritty in here.
Oh, no, you're right. We got the cabin pressurized to several Martian atmospheres, so nothing can... Anyway, no, what I'm complaining about is the boredom.
Well, it wouldn't have been so bad if we could have worked on the project. But our information on Atlantis is so sketchy.
It wouldn't make adequate directions for a good walk back home, let alone here on Mars.
Well, I've written out part of my report.
You could ride out all of it without waiting for the dust storm to subside. Then we can get back into orbit and push off for home.
Well, I've just written up to the point where we got back into the spaceship, reestablished cabin pressure, and extended the stabilizing arms.
Well, that's a scientific fact anyway.
You know, Robin, I'm rather puzzled that the ship is standing on solid rock in an area of deep sand.
Well, we're on one edge of an outcrop. I noticed that while we were examining the ship for security. Yeah, you get the same sort of thing in the desert areas on Earth.
Well, I suppose so. Shows that the sand can't be too thick, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it could.
Oh, the wind's going down.
Yeah. Looks like it's coming to an end. Let's see if we can contact the command ship. Mars Atlantis base ship commander to command module. Do you read me? Over.
Hello, Atlantis spaceship. Reading your strength 3. How are things? Over.
Hello, Andy. We're in good shape. Looks like the storm's blowing itself out.
We hadn't been able to raise you, but we weren't really concerned. You told us you were in the ship, so there was nothing to worry about. Now, what's the next move?
Alan, what now?
Well, once the dust has settled, we take another look outside, sir.
Andy, we'll go along with the mission as far as we can. And then, so help me, we're coming home. I've had enough of this particular spot to last me for the next 12,000 years. Okay, this is as high as we go. It's all the grandstand you're going to need to give this area the lowdown.
Well, how high is this peak, do you think?
1,000 meters, not much more. Ground features tend to get a bit eroded with these dust storms. You saw what 2 days of it did to our base ship.
Yeah. Oh, the visibility is good again. Hey, Robin, is that the rim of the third crater, the one we couldn't see before?
No. No, I don't think it can be.
It's in the correct direction.
Yeah, but that crater lies about 15 or 20 kilometers away. I doubt if we'd be able to see it anyway.
Well, what is it then?
Well, it seems to me like a wall.
Robin, I thought so too, but I wanted to see what you made of it. It wasn't visible the other day.
No, I definitely looked in that direction. There was nothing there. There was just sand.
And our base ship is up on a bit of a rise.
So we definitely have seen whatever it is, if it had been visible. It wasn't.
So it must have been buried in the sand, and the storm scoured it out. Come on, let's get over there.
Hello, Atlantis spaceship. This is the command ship here. What are you two discussing down there? Where are you off to now?
This is a time to be non-committal, Andy, but we think the storm has uncovered some sort of a ground feature by blowing away the sand. We're going across to investigate.
Is it far?
It's about 3 kilometers or so. It's a bit difficult to tell.
Man, what is it like, this thing you found?
Andy, I said this is a time to be non-committal, and I meant it. Do you expect me to tell you fairy stories? Why aren't you saying, I told you so? Whoever may have put it here, this is most certainly the remains of a building.
But, it's more than that, Robin. Only part of the structure's been exposed, but it's on a tremendous scale.
Yeah, it looks to me a bit like some of the ancient Egyptian temples.
Well, at least only in scale. But there's nothing on Earth that really resembles this.
Yeah, except those steps. Worn a little by the passage of feet, wouldn't you say?
Oh, no, sir, I wouldn't say. It isn't scientific. They're a bit shallow for us. We can take them 2 at a time in our spacesuits.
Yeah, but you'd almost expect somebody or something to come out of one of those doorways.
Well, not with them blocked with sand like that.
No, well, no, but scientific way of putting it or not, you must have the feeling that the people who left here once might be coming back.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean, Robin. I always used to get that feeling when I visited ancient ruins. But I can tell you that these are quite unique in my experience.
To heck with that, in my experience, too.
I'm sure. But I wonder where these steps lead to.
We'll find out. We're coming up to the top now.
There. Hey, we're well above the level of the plane.
Yeah, but still below the level of the ridge where the base ship is resting. Now, you can see it clearly.
And the steps seem to have led up to where this observation platform, I suppose you'd call it, overlooks a big square paved area. What do you make of that?
That is a landing and takeoff area.
Why are you so sure?
That's what it suggests to me as an astronaut. More, I would say. A launching area. I could get the base ship in here easily.
Well, it seems to be flat enough.
Yeah, big enough.
It seems to be marked out in some fashion. You see, a different colored stone has been used to make a pattern of some kind in the paving.
Yeah, well, I'll leave you to sort out the patterns. I'm going to have a look round.
Robin?
Yeah?
Could you really fly the base ship over to here?
What? Yes, of course I could.
Without using up too much fuel?
I would be cutting it a bit fine with our ascent motor burn, but I'd only need to just lift off. I could maneuver it in here on the thrusters. But I'd need a good reason for doing it.
Well, I couldn't give you any good reason, but I got a hunch.
Well, we haven't any good reason for being here in the first place. Okay, I'll go and bring it over.
Sinclair to Atlantis spaceship. Why are you changing your location? Over.
You didn't hear most of our conversation, Andy. We were out of relay range of the ship, but we've just put up a space first. Alan Martin looked on while I showed him how me, the new Atlantean, can fly a base ship.
It didn't take you long to become a citizen. I hope you two are taking lots of pictures. I want to see this lot when you're finished exploring.
I'm going up to join Alan on the observation platform. Well, that's what we're using it as anyway.
Roger. We have a fix on the base ship in its new position. Now that you're within the relay range of the ship, leave your transmitters on so that I can monitor you while you explore.
Will do. Over and leaving transmission open. Well, Alan, there she sits, dead center on the path.
Is it, Robin? Is it actually dead center?
And I was just congratulating myself on a nice bit of maneuvering.
Sorry, Robin. I'm not an astronaut. And as an observer, I was just asking if you were in the middle, that's all.
Okay. Well, yeah, it is dead center. But listen, why is it so important?
I couldn't say. But did the layout of the paved area here look anything like the sketch that I've made? Sort of a series of arrowheads leading up to where you've got the base ship?
Show me. Huh? Yeah, that's right. And then there's this sort of dotted line running in the same direction. And over there, beyond the ship. Yeah, you got it exactly.
Well, I wonder what it all means. Now, I can't see anything directional in the ground features. The peak isn't in line, or the craters.
Well, you wouldn't expect it, would you? A landing or takeoff area would be marked out for flying references.
Yeah, Commander, I don't entirely agree. The arrowheads were obviously intended to locate some ground object, but I can't think what the dotted line indicates.
Some flying object?
A satellite, perhaps?
Or a moon?
I haven't seen any moon.
Oh, Phobos and Deimos. Mars has too, but they're so near the surface you can never see them from some parts of the planet. But that's Deimos there, look, just above the horizon.
Yeah, it's going fast.
Well, they have quite a short rotational period.
But it's going in a different direction. Would it ever come directly over here?
We can get the command ship to check it out on the computer. But I should imagine it would. It progresses. It works its way a bit further over on each revolution.
How long before it is likely to pass overhead?
Yeah, we can find out. Hello, Andy. Do you read us?
Aye. That'll be 18 hours, Robin. How's that for service?
Thanks, Andy. Is that a wild guess?
Yeah. A wild guess by computer.
Well, then that's good enough for me. Alan, we've got plenty of time to have a good look round these ruins, and I'm not missing the opportunity, so come on, and keep your camera working. Alan, admitting that a circular tour of an Atlantean city, which seems to be all steps and galleries, is a tiring business, why do you want us to stay in our flight chairs a full 12 hours before takeoff?
It's just a hunch I've got, Commander. I can't give you any good reason. No, I'm sorry, sir. I can only say that the sight of the moon moving steadily nearer and nearer has given me an idea.
Yeah, I've known many a good man get ideas by moonlight, but for rather different reasons.
Yeah. Well, I'm not used to these odd conditions on other planets as you are, Commander.
If it means anything to you, on this pass, the moon Deimos will follow your dotted line right over our base ship here. Whoever laid this area out was a real expert on local astronomy. Nah, I can't see it now. It must be...
Hey!
What?
We're moving.
Impossible. There's no wind.
No, the G-forces are beginning to build up. Commander, we're going up.
For heaven's sake! We're being pulled up into orbit by one of those Martian moons. That must be what your anti-gravity stories were all about. In the wake of this moon now for 24 hours. If Andy Sinclair can't locate us, we shall orbit here for... well, until our oxygen runs out.
Is there any chance Major Sinclair will be able to track us?
It depends on how the aerials are aligned. Although if we're screened by the moon, he may never find us.
Hello, Atlantis module. I'm right behind you. I'm in orbit with Deimos, too.
What? It's Andy. It's great to hear your voice, Andy. Andy, where are you?
I told you, right behind you. Can't you see my flashing lights?
Oh, it's too bright, Robin. We can't see anything.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I can see you, so I'm coming in for the rendezvous.
Oh, but for Pete's sake, Andy, how did you manage it?
The computer calculated your orbit by tracking your voice transmissions. Fortunately, you seem to have plenty to talk about.
Andy, we found this anti-gravity thing. It must be some sort of an astronomical freak of natural conditions.
Seems likely, Robin.
Yeah, now, if we can get a proper survey party down there...
Not a chance. There's been the greatest sandstorm of all time blowing since you got into orbit. I'm afraid you've lost your takeoff pad, and likely the entire city of Atlantis.
There will come a time when a trip to Mars will be undertaken as a routine exploration mission. And what we shall find there is already a matter of speculation, with even now a need to modify our ideas in the light of actual knowledge. Much that is mundane will come to light, but the discoveries that will add vastly to man's knowledge of the solar system and the universe will make space travel, man's most glorious adventure, more than worthwhile. And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Space Research Center, wishing you all good night.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label Beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label. Brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
The Challenge of Space.
If it takes more than 500 years to reach our nearest star system, the men who make the journey must be kept in suspended animation, their life processes slowed down almost to zero, to the borderline between life and death itself. Already we can almost maintain this state with low temperature control, but perhaps one day a chemical substance will be developed which can achieve the same results. An eternity drug which will place the world's first star travelers, Pelham, Endicott, and Williams, in that unconscious limbo of mind and body for their epic journey.
Okay, lads, get your sleeves rolled up.
But, Chief, you know I faint at the sight of a needle.
500 years in easy stages, this guy's going to be snoring his head off in the sack, and already he's bucking for extra sleep.
Yeah, now listen, I've staged the doses. Joe, you'll be first awake, somewhere between 50 and 55 years out. Now, when you do, watch the chronometer above your bunk like a hawk. Under no circumstances move until 3 hours have elapsed. You understand?
Sure, John.
You'll then make your way to the main control room, carry out the instructions detailed for you on the clipboard bearing your name.
Jack.
And you'll find the succeeding doses of your eternity drug inside your locker. Select the right one and dose yourself. Now, the doses are staggered so that we'll awaken in sequence, once every 50 years.
Why the insistence upon no motion out of us until the massagers have finished their work, John?
Oh, well, think of it, Peter. Think of it. 50 years. Now, in your case, a second man to wake, a full century will have elapsed before you come to. Your whole system is going to need rather a lot of adjustment.
Now, there's a masterly understatement.
Pulse, respiration, blood flow, all reduced to a virtual standstill, and then speeded up again slowly as the drug wears off. Now, if you make an inadvertent move, a shock will certainly kill you on the spot.
Well, that's a nice prospect. I wonder if...
Starship for Centaurus. Starship for Centaurus, your final warning. Liftoff minus 60 seconds and counting. Call pre-takeoff checks.
Call pre-takeoff. Standing by.
Seal reservoirs.
Seal reservoirs.
Disconnect top-up lines and shoreside power circuits when ready.
Green light on the board. Clean seal on the reservoirs. Disconnecting all externals.
Roger. Visual check shows all externals clear.
Roger. Gantry.
Gantry disconnect. Gantry rolling. Report green gantry light.
Will do. Gantry light now amber.
Roger.
Gantry light green.
Report your board.
All green lights on the board. Starship ready for liftoff.
Crew to couches for liftoff.
Crew positioned. Standing by.
Starship for Centaurus, liftoff in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Starship for Centaurus, this is Earthside Control. Liftoff plus 30 seconds. Clean lift, no hitches. Radar surveillance shows tracking on correct computed trajectory.
Earthside, this is Far Centaurus. All readings show green lights. Ship's running sweet and clean. So long, Earth. From all of us. We'll never forget you. Can you still see it astern, Peter?
Yeah, just make it out. I've lost the moon, but Earth is still there. Well, it's dimming now. Still lovely, though, blue and green. It'll be a memory to hold.
40 hours. We'll be sleeping soon, all of us. When we wake up, the sun will only be a tiny dust mote, just like Earth is now.
Yeah, I know, John. And Earth will have gone on without us.
Ooh, Joe. Joe, what's the matter?
It must be those green apples I ate. Or maybe I just stood up too quick. No, I got all dizzy. Thought I was going to flake out on you.
It's not the green apples, Joe.
Now, you head for your bunk, Joe. That's right.
The drug, huh? That figures. I'm the first one to wake. Got an early call. Well, I should be the first to hit the sack. Sleep well, you guys.
Now, you remember the rules, Joe. Because our sleep is staggered, we won't be awake at the same time again until we reach the Centauri system. We'll meet then. In 500 Earth years.
I got you, Skipper. I'll remember to set my alarm clock.
I wakened with a start. At first I thought the eternity drug. It hasn't worked. I was sure of it. The tiny cabin was exactly as I'd seen it only minutes before. The vibro massagers whispered and moved over my body. And I could hear the murmur of the atomics deep inside the hull, driving the far Centaurus on through the unending night of space. I moved my head sharply. Instantly, a black wave of indescribable nausea swept over me. My senses reeled. My head pounded miserably. And then there was nothing but the deep, cool, merciful blackness for a while. A retentive memory sustained me on my second awakening. I didn't make that mistake twice. I moved nothing except my eyes. The massagers whispered on, restoring the life and the flow to my body. And while they did do, I looked at the chronometer on the bulkhead. It read 54 years, 7 months, 1 week, 3 days. I didn't bother with the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. I was already sufficiently impressed. Under the massagers, I felt the life flowing back in me. And for the longest time, it was sheer agony. But then, after a while, it became a normal, healthy glow, and I was able to think. I wept then, as men do, for all that might have been and never was. And then when I got over my crying jag, I went about my duties. Atomics all check out 100% now. Fuel contents, enough to cross the galaxy, let alone the short haul to nearby neighborly Centaurus. See, air, a little high on oxygen content. At least it is if I still know how to take a reading after all this time. Better just readjust the ultraviolet output in the hydroponics tanks. Good, I'll do that. Now, supreme test. Check the other cabins and see if I've got 2 buddies or if I'm alone on this old scow with a couple of deep space funerals to perform. Well, both sleeping like babies. Oh, then I'm not alone. Great feeling. Yeah, okay, that's it. Everything checks out. Time to sleep again. Just fill in the ship's log and dose myself. Hope I don't chicken out giving myself a needle. But first, just one thing. Even if the book doesn't say anything about it, I'm sure there's no harm. I set the grid, checked the star chart reference, and finally found the sun in the rear teleplates. It was a brilliant orange blaze, far, impossibly far astern. Our life-giving sun, home, was just another star in a universe that offered me 1,000,000 of them on every plate I looked into. And up ahead, Centaurus, brighter than I'd seen it before. Great blazing Alpha, the blue-white dwarf. Beta, the red giant that made the binary system complete. Proxima, the nearest, and yet the dimmest. A dull red glow on the line of the ecliptic. And then I wanted to sleep and to forget. Next time I woke, a lot more time would have passed. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad then. The ship is in excellent condition, with all drive units functioning at peak efficiency. A footnote to John and Peter. The grid is set. Look astern and weep. I did. Sweet dreams, Joe. On the second awakening, the starship's alarm bells were ringing frantically. Fortunately for my metabolism, my subconscious had preserved memory patterns of the previous awakening. Although it took all of my willpower to lie quiescent while the massagers did their work over the hours, I managed it. I lay there, feeling the pain of life flow back into me for the second time, while the hideous cacophony of the alarms shrilled through the ship. Then, slowly, actually admiring my own self-control, I opened my eyes and stared at the chronometer. It read
201 years, 2 months, 3 weeks, 1 day. As before, there were hours and minutes and seconds too. But these I ignored, like the small change on the counter when you've just cashed a $1,000 check. Finally, the massagers released me and I went to the view screens, tripping off the alarm system as I passed in the passage to the control room. The passage that contained the blank, featureless doors of 2 other cabins, wherein my companions slept through the centuries. And at the teleplates, I saw a ship. A starship. Enormous. What? According to the grid, she must be more than a mile long. And ablaze from end to end, hanging there in space, consumed by the blue-white fury of her own reaction motors. But what ship? And from where? She's on our very path. On the space liner between the Sol and Centauri systems. Was she crossing, or was her route the same as ours? Nothing that can be done. Anything that lived in that ship has long since been consumed. And already, drifting astern, dimming, a glowing spark along the trail. But why did she burn? Are we in some way responsible for that blazing pyre? The sadness still moved within me, deep, enhanced by the terrible sight of the dead, blazing starship. I went through my duties slowly, checking everything and finding it good. There were notes in the log from John and Peter. One dated 97 years previously. The other, 51.
The age of miracles is not past. You actually got up without oversleeping. Oh, incidentally, your hydroponics treatment killed the spinach and celery plants. Now we're reduced to cabbage and lettuce in the green vegetable department. A gardener you are not, lunkhead. In recognition of this achievement, I suggest that you buy dinner the first night ashore in Centaurus.
You got yourself a date, Peter. You better remember your ulcer and your bland diet, though. Steamed fish for you, old buddy. Now, what's this from John?
Well done, Joe. Everything good. And it was for you, as the first wakener, to prove the validity of our experiment. The eternity drug works. And because of this, we know that we'll be the first men to reach another stellar system. Our reunion is something of which I'll think before I go under again at the end of this tour of duty. I've left a note for Peter on his next awakening, up around the 250-year mark. Now, there's a discernible side effect from the drug that perturbs me. Any unusual mental strain seems to bring about a certain imbalance. Watch for this. And above all, no matter what happens, try to keep cool. It could spell the difference between sanity and raving lunacy. Sorry about it, but we're fallible. And we must cope with the unexpected when it shows itself to us. Well, until our next time, yours ever, John.
Dear old brilliant skipper. The brains behind it all. And the mother hen who keeps us together and shepherds us safely to the stars. Thanks for the tip, John. I'll watch it. And you, Mr. Sensitive, you watch it too. I must have misjudged the next dose I gave myself. I overslept. When I came out of the darkness with a hangover like a drumbeat in my frontal region, the chronometer read 502 years, 11 months, 3 weeks, 0 days. And Peter Endicott was standing by my couch, looking the same as he had over 5 centuries before, the night we had lifted off from Earth.
Welcome back, sleepyhead. Looks like you goofed a little that time. Now lie there and don't say a word. Not until the restorative treatment is finished. Just listen. Listen carefully to what I have to tell you and keep cool. We're here, Joe. We're less than 4 weeks out from Proxima Centauri. There are 19 planets in the system. 3 of them are inhabited. Now, I'll fill you in on the details of that in a little while. But first, and for us, most important, John is mad, Joe. A stark, raving, slobbering lunatic. I have him under restraint and sedation in this cabin. There was nothing else I could do, you see. No, don't try to talk. You're not ready yet. You'll have the whole picture in a minute. Oh, I suspected something had gone wrong with John when I read his last entry in the log. I think it was a follow-up to your report of sighting the burning ship back at the 200-year mark. It unhinged him, and I think I know why. Joe, John wrote in the log, and I quote, "Of all the things of which I've thought, of all the things for which I've planned, that which was most evident I did not see." John's sensitive, Joe, as you know, and too sensitive for his own good. And what he read into your report, well, it obviously unhinged him. And now I think I know why. Joe, I've been in touch with the inhabited planets of Proxima Centauri. Can you stand the shock, Joe? Nod very slightly if you can take it. Good. Joe, the inhabitants of the Centauri planets speak English.
It was a struggle to hold myself on my couch until the impassive massagers had brought me back to life. But after what seemed like another 5 centuries, they were done with me, and I could escape with Peter to the control room. The radio equipment was alive, humming and crackling, and the space waves were filled with an odd but identifiable English. Then as I watched, Peter Endicott picked up the microphone and spoke.
Proxima A, this is Starship Far Centaurus. Do you read?
Far Centaurus from Proxima A, we read you. What is your message for Proxima A?
Proxima A from Far Centaurus. Another member of our crew, Williams, has emerged from the drug sleep. I ask that you tell him your story as you told it to me. Over.
Mr. Williams, welcome to the Centaurus system. You will be happy to know that there is a planet named for you. Of the 3 planets, one has been named Pelham, another Endicott, and for you, Mr. Williams, there is a small green and gold beauty, the 5th out from the parent star, with 2 encircling moons called Williams. You will be welcome on Williams, Mr. Williams.
What? What's he say?
Listen, Joe, you'll get all the answers, if you can take them.
Tell that guy to keep talking.
Understood, Proxima A. Please continue.
For the benefit of Mr. Williams, I will elaborate. Man is here on the worlds of Centaurus. Man now colonizes the systems of Sirius, Aldebaran, Antares, Polaris, Procyon, and the Nebula. We have been here for 450 Earth years, Mr. Williams, ever since the successful star drive was discovered. 50 years after you and your ship left Earth.
What? Oh, no.
And there's more, Joe.
Mr. Williams, the voyage from Earth to Centaurus now takes but 3 hours Earth time. We have 14 regular runs per day to the parent planet.
Ask him about the ship. The burning ship 300 years ago.
All right, Joe. Proxima A. Mr. Williams would like to know of the ship that burned up in the spaceways. The ship he saw.
Ah, yes. The Jean. One of our space liners. She was in space warp when she crossed your trajectory at velocities in excess of the speed of light. She was so close that she stood no chance. Her reactors exploded and she was lost in space. You must not hold yourselves responsible for this. It was not your fault. We have learned by this tragic mistake. Now, because of certain steps taken, there can be no recurrence, Mr. Williams. Mr. Endicott has already told us of the strange affliction which has struck down your commander, Mr. Pelham. You may be pleased to know that our medical science will be able to cure Mr. Pelham, and that there will be no possibility of a relapse. It is a very simple operation. One of our ships is on the point of liftoff now to rendezvous with you. For you, the journey remaining is still some 4 weeks in Earth time. The escort ship will be alongside you in some 10 minutes. Arrangements will be made to transfer Mr. Pelham on board the escort ship for immediate treatment of his slight malady. In the meantime, welcome to Centaurus. The three worlds of our system wait to fleet you, as they have done for 450 Earth years.
500 years in space for what? To find that the people we left behind when we set out were already here and back again, before I even woke from the first sleep.
Remember what John wrote in the log? That which was most evident I did not see. John, mad or not, was absolutely right. In all our endeavors, how could we overlook human progress?
Invite you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, Director of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. I think most people would agree that space is essentially an achievement on two levels, the technological and the human. As time goes on, man will improve on both levels. Bigger and better spacecraft, satellites, and rocket motors will be built, and they will be operated by men with a greater and greater amount of experience of space conditions. This greater expertise lies only a very short way into the future, and this forms the topic of our story tonight, which we have called the Screwball Satellite.
The heat of high noon. The dust devils whirl into a sky that's the color of steel. The outlines of the distant hills shimmer in the heat. And man, you're thankful for that cool beer you've got in your hand. The man's brand, Carling Black Label. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa so that you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Carling Black Label is the extra strength beer that's enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Got a thirst? Then go for the man's brand. Go for America's lusty, lively beer. Go for Carling Black Label.
man's journeys to the moon and later to Mars and other planets of the solar system are the headline getters of the age of space. Never before has the whole world felt itself so involved in an adventure of mankind. Yet scientists will agree that for some time to come, the most productive work in space will still be done by unmanned satellites, the big brothers of Telstar, Echo, and the many weather observation spheres in orbit around the Earth.
Listen to that beautiful music, Jerry. Right on target.
Sounds great. How are the readings?
Everything functioning. Orbit exactly right.
What did you guys expect when Frank and me build a satellite? That satellite works.
Yeah, sure, no matter how complicated it is.
Frank and you. Oh, I like that. Now, what about me?
Well, I suppose we have to admit you did tighten up a few nuts here and there. What do you say, Nick?
Out of the kindness of our hearts, Frank, that's
You
all.
wouldn't have got it ready in time if I hadn't been around. Some guys have got a nerve, and I had to postpone my vacation at that.
You know, Mick, if I have to listen to any more about that vacation of John's, I'm going to blow my stack.
Oh, relax, you guys. I'm on my way tomorrow. And you don't see me for a whole beautiful week. Me for the wide open spaces. No radio, no TV, no telephones, no newspaper.
No movies, no shows, no traffic.
Yeah, we know. We've been listening to the same song for the past 2 months.
Hey, will you three get out of this control room? Jerry and me got work to do, even if you don't.
Work?
All you desk jockeys got to do is flick a couple of switches once in a while.
You're right about that, John. They wouldn't know a spanner from a screwdriver.
Hey, talking about spanners, you haven't seen my big wrench around, have you?
Now, what would your spanner be doing in the control room, you nut?
Well, I don't know, but I can't find it anywhere else. Oh, if you need a spanner that bad, you get another one with some of your vacation pay.
Hey, I bet you couldn't even tell the difference between that and any other one of the same make.
Well, it just so happens that my name's punched into the handle.
Well, if you're going on vacation, you won't need it for a while. Come on, I thought you were going to buy Frank and me a drink before you leave, huh?
Fine, sure thing. So long, Brad. See you when I get back, eh?
Come on, I'm thirsty.
Take care of our nice new satellite, fellas.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Oh, boy, those three squabble so much I sometimes wonder how they ever get together on anything.
Still the best team of technicians we've got, Brad. That's the most complex weather and communication satellite ever built, whizzing around up there.
Yeah, they did it practically all by themselves, too. Yeah, you gotta hand it to them.
And all we have to do is sit here and operate it. Well, you're doing the first shift, so I think I'll go and turn in.
Yeah, fine. See you, Jerry.
Don't push any wrong buttons. Remember, there's a lot of people depending on this new baby for a lot of different things.
Now he tells me, go and sleep. By the time you wake up, every radio, TV, radio, telephone, and weather communication link across the world will be routed through this baby.
Hi, Brad. How's it going?
Great. Everything under control. I've rerouted most of the stuff through the new satellite. I must say it's easy to work with.
Oh, that's the whole idea of the design. Okay for me to take over now?
Yeah, all set. I wonder what those three nutty technicians who built this thing are doing now.
If I know Mick and Frank, they're probably sleeping the clock round.
Yeah, John's on his way to the mountains. I wish I were going too.
Oh, I don't go for the hunting and fishing myself, but, well...
Something wrong.
What is it, Brad?
Satellite. It seems to have cut out. The beeps have stopped.
Oh, hang on. Don't panic. Those beeps are only the all's well signal. It mightn't be serious.
I know that as well as you do, Knucklehead, but look at the readings on the dials.
Good grief. The whole thing's gone haywire.
Oh, no. Just as I'd got half the world's long-distance communications routed through it.
Brad, do what you can to correct it. I'll get those technicians over here right away.
Hey, Mick, wait for me.
Hey, Frank. He call you too?
Call me. I thought the roof was going to cave in. What's it all about?
I don't know. Jerry just said something had gone bluey with the satellite.
They've probably been pulling the wrong switches.
The only thing I could think of is maybe a meteorite hit the thing.
I don't believe that. Chances of that happening are astronomical. Anyway, it's protected, as you know.
As far as we can protect it.
Which is pretty far these days. With the materials and shielding that went into that thing, the chances of anything like a meteorite damaging it are about 15,000 billion to 1.
Well, we'll soon see what's happening.
Yeah, well, let's go in. Here we are.
Frank, Nick, oh, thank goodness you're here. We can't get any sense out of this thing at all.
How come? You tell us.
It's a massive malfunction of the whole system. Things keep switching on and off. The channels keep getting tied up with each other. The transmissions are wandering all over the bands. You name it.
Look, you sure it's not your instruments? I mean, the satellite may be functioning okay. You have some kind of a short in the disk here.
We've checked that, you idiot. Anyway, have you tried to listen to the radio or watch video at all?
Of course not. You dragged me out of bed.
Yeah, well, if you'd tried to listen, you'd have heard the mess. That thing's transmitting pure noise all over the spectrum. Radio, telephone, long-distance TV, everything's in a mess.
Oh, we've had complaints from practically every major communications network, Brad.
If what you say is true, I'm not surprised, but I don't know what to suggest.
What do you mean you don't know? You guys built the thing.
That doesn't tell us what's wrong with it, does it? What are you trying to do?
I've been trying every control in turn.
Hey, it's going.
Now, don't get your hopes too high. It's been doing this from time to time.
Yeah, but those beeps indicate everything's functioning normally.
That's right, Frank, but it won't stay that way. It only lasts a few seconds each time.
I can't understand it.
Oh, there, they've gone again.
Look, you've got to reroute all those long-distance channels through some of the old satellites until we get this thing sorted out.
We've been trying to, Mick. It just doesn't work, though. The controls just don't respond.
Oh, brother. Here, let me try.
Well, pleasure.
No, he's right, Mick. No response at all.
Well, that leaves only one way out.
What are you going to do, Nick?
Talk to the boss. He's got to make this decision.
Yeah, but...
Hello, Mr. Harrington. McDonovan. You heard the news? Yeah, I'm at the control room now. There's only one possible way, sir. We're going to have to burn her up. I understand. Yeah. Well, that's it, I'm afraid. And the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. Right, sir. Right. I'll wait. Goodbye.
What does that mean, Mick?
There's enough fuel left to reverse thrust. She'll enter the atmosphere at a sharp enough angle to burn up completely.
Oh, no, all that work.
Well, what about all that money? The shareholders are going to be... Well, surely Harrington didn't agree, Mick.
There's no alternative. He's calling an emergency meeting right now. We'll hear in an hour or so.
In the meantime, we sit and wait, and watch our little satellite play tricks.
You know what I wish, Mick?
No, what?
I wish I'd gone off with John on his vacation.
You did, right?
Yeah. It's been nearly an hour and a half already, Mick. When's Harrington going to come through?
Should be any minute. They know how important it is.
The trouble is, they know how expensive it is.
Oh, that'll be Harrington now. Hello, Mr. Harrington. Pardon? Who? Oh, good grief. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What? But it can't. Well, what about a missile? I see. Yes, sir. But, well, we'll just have to. Right away, sir. Yeah, I promise you that, sir. Even if we die trying. Frank, break out 2 spacesuits and our toolkits. Jerry, you get them to start a countdown on the service rocket.
Oh, but Mick...
Don't argue, you idiot. Move.
On my way, Mick.
Mick, what's all this about?
That was General Leamington from the Pentagon. Brad, retro rockets fired on their own account half an hour ago, but not enough to break the orbit completely. Instead, they started a slow decay, which means that the satellite is going to land on Earth intact, but with all the force of a couple of 100 tons at over 1,000 miles an hour.
But I still don't understand why you and Frank have...
They've plotted the trajectory. That satellite's going to land right in the middle of New York.
Know something? In these mellow after-supper hours, there's nothing like a beer to make a man feel good. Relaxed and good. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Carling is the man's brand, the great American beer that's now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Got a thirst? Then why not get your hands on a Carling right now, cold and frosty in the can. Man, oh man, isn't that just what real beer is all about? No wonder Carling is enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Go for the man's brand. Go for Carling. Carling Black Label.
If that satellite lands on New York, it'll kill hundreds of people, maybe thousands.
You're right. That's why Frank and I have got to get up there fast before the orbit decays so much that the atmosphere starts to break its speed. And once that happens, it'll only be a matter of minutes.
Well, what about a missile?
That's what I asked the general. He says anywhere a missile can catch that thing, it'll scatter radioactive debris over a populated area.
Well, they started the countdown on the service rocket, Mick. Now, what's this all about?
Brad will have to explain. I must go. Frank out there?
Yeah, he's getting into his suit. The tools are on board.
Mick, have you checked with Harrington? He has to authorize all service flights, you know.
Harrington can wait. This means lives, my friend, and they're a whole lot more important than money. You'll hear from us once we're launched, if we're not too late.
Okay, Mick. And good luck.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Do you think they'll make it, Brad?
They've got to.
I guess that's why we always keep the service rockets ready. Oh, Brad, if that satellite crashes on New York...
Oh, don't even talk about it. Jerry, check with the NASA monitoring station how far that thing is from atmosphere. Huh?
Oh, sure.
Oh, come on. They should be in touch by now.
Service rocket calling control. Coming, Brad. Over.
Brad here, Mick. You in orbit yet?
Orbit established just beyond the estimated height of atmosphere. No sign of that satellite yet. Must be over the other side of the Earth. Can you give us details?
Yeah, getting them for you right now, Mick. Jerry, what's the word?
Speaking to the tracking station now, Brad. Yeah, okay, I'll tell them that. Thanks. Keep in touch, will you? NASA has got them on the scan, Brad. Mick and Frank are about 20 miles below the satellite and 300 behind. The satellite orbit's decaying at about 5 miles per hour.
Accelerating, huh? Okay, you get that, Mick?
Got it. We just have to work this one by feel. No time to compute fancy orbits. Thank heaven these service craft carry plenty of fuel. Sighting off now while we chase that maverick. Over and out.
Oh, I wouldn't like to be those guys right now.
You haven't got the space experience to be, Jerry. If the job can be done at all, then Mick and Frank can do it.
But what happens if they can't?
Oh, how do I know? What would you do?
I'll tell you the truth, Brad. If that satellite landed on New York, I think in their position I'd just depressurize the cabin. And I'd take off my spacesuit first.
Nice work, Mick. That's as good a matched orbit as I've ever seen.
Well, it'll have to do. Okay, who's going on to have a look-see?
You take it easy. I'll go.
Okay by me. Don't forget to secure your safety line.
Thanks for the advice. Don't you forget to breathe.
Okay, keep your shirt on.
Right, I'm going through the airlock now. I'll talk to you when I get outside.
Okay. I'll let Brad and Jerry know what's going on. Hello, service rocket calling control. Are you receiving me?
Hear you loud and clear, Mick.
We've matched orbits with the satellite as well as we can. How much time have we got before entering atmosphere?
Yeah, we got the details right here, Mick. The tracking station says you got plus or minus 58 minutes.
Uh-huh. Should be enough, depending on what's wrong. Frank's gone on to have a look-see. Let you know when he reports back.
Okay, Mick. Over and out for now.
Over and out. Hello, Frank. Frank, can you receive me yet?
Okay, I'm here now. Now I just gotta get this hatch undocked. Hey, boy, you sure tightened it.
Didn't expect to have to loosen it in a hurry.
Okay, got it. Right now, Mick, I'm going in now. I won't be able to contact you from inside, so I'll just switch off what I can, and then I'll come out again and report back to you.
Frank, forget about the communications. You just check those rockets and get out here fast.
Okay. Here I go.
The communications yet? Only an hour left and he has to worry about the lousy electronic equipment.
Hey, Mick, get over here fast.
What is it? What's inside?
Come and see for yourself, Mick. Somebody must have been in this satellite.
Right. That's got the hatch dogged up.
Yeah.
It's a darn good thing NASA pressurized these new models for the maintenance crews. One thing I can't stand is working in a spacesuit. Ah, what do you mean somebody's been in here?
Well, Mick, look for yourself.
Well, the panel's been smashed up.
Just look at it. Whoever did this must be some kind of a nut. I mean, look, it follows no pattern. Looks like somebody just smashed all the most delicate instruments, just smashed them with a hammer.
Yeah, but this is crazy. Look, the controls for the retro rockets smashed to smithereens. We'll never fix those in time.
Hey, do you hear that? There's someone in here.
But where? There's no place where...
Look, that wrench. It's heading straight for...
Oh, no.
No.
No. The air recycler. Grab it, Frank. It's bouncing around.
Hang on. Got it. Now, let's get whoever threw it.
Wait a minute. Nobody threw it.
What do you mean nobody threw it? Somebody must
Look
have...
at the wrench, Frank.
What?
Look there, right on the handle.
John Kovacs. Well, I'll be...
John's missing spanner. That idiot left it in the satellite.
Yeah. And the moment the thing went into orbit, stopped accelerating, the spanner was free to float around and smash into things. It's wrecked the whole job.
It's worse than that. When it hit the retro rocket controls, it managed to head the thing straight for New York and smash the controls at the same time, so we can't correct it.
So what are we gonna do? Can't we repair it?
Sure, we could, given time. But that's just what we haven't got.
Mick, if we can't stop this thing somehow, thousands of people are gonna die.
Nobody's going to die if I can help it. Frank, we'll have to invent a new space technique. We're going to have to tow this thing back into orbit.
Tow, fine. All right, now you tell me how we're going to attach tow ropes in a vacuum to something that's nice and round and smooth.
Well, we could use steel cables and a deep space welding torch.
But there isn't time for that, Mick.
No, I suppose not. Tell you what.
What?
We could throw a cable with a knot in it through the hatch and dog the hatch shut. Yeah, that'll hold it.
Yeah, sure, but how do we attach the cable to the service ship? Now, wait a minute. What happens when the cable gets into the line of blast from the service ship's rockets?
Yeah, I see what you mean. It'll burn to a frazzle. But in that case, we can't tow it at all.
We certainly can't push it, Mick.
Yeah, well then what?
Mick, the only thing we can do is ram it with the service rocket. We should be able to slow it up enough to fall into a steep orbit. Then it'll burn up.
Yeah, but so will we.
So will we. There's no alternative. Look, Mick, I don't know how you feel about it, but... Well, I'd rather die than see that thing crash onto a city.
I agree. Okay, let's get back to the ship.
This is Mick Donovan, calling control. Over.
We're here, Mick. How you making out?
We're not. The controls are smashed to pieces. A chunk of equipment must have broken loose during liftoff. It's wrecked the whole thing.
But that means you can't stop it from crashing.
Don't worry, Brad. We're going to ram it. It'll fall steeply and burn up.
But you'll kill yourselves.
So what? We built the thing, didn't we? Goodbye, Brad. Over and...
Wait. Mick, can you hear me?
I hear you, Jerry. What do you want?
Mick, can't you tow it away?
We thought about that. The rocket thrust would burn any cable.
Well, push it then. Surely a gentle thrust.
No, it won't work. The satellite's round. We're streamlined. A seal can balance a ball on its nose, but we're no seal.
A seal? Hey, wait a minute. Mick, don't sign off. What about a dolphin harness?
A what?
You know, the kind of harness they put on a dolphin so it can retrieve things. Surely you've heard of those.
Hey, you're right. You're right.
Frank, you hear that? Sure, I hear it. And it'll work. Okay, sign out, you guys. We got a job of work to do.
I hope you know what you're doing, buddy.
Look, Mick, all it needs is some skilled piloting. And I know you can manage that. Essentially, we have to make a sort of basket work of cables, all attached inside the satellite through the hatchway. Now, look, I can fix that in about 20 minutes, and how long we got? We got half an hour left. Then, you stick the nose of the service rocket into that nest of cables, take up the slack slowly, and then let her rip.
Don't use the word rip. Okay, I'll buy it. The net of cables won't move if we fix them. That's one advantage of being in orbit in space. Come on, partner, let's move.
Well, that's it. That's as secure as we can make it.
Yeah. Come on, back into the spacesuits and back outside. We've still got the net to lay out.
Okay, just let me secure this.
Secure what? Hey, why did you put that spanner back in the toolkit?
Not this one. I'm fixing this one to my belt. I'm not going to lose that. That's John's spanner.
You going to all that trouble to give it back to him after what he's caused?
Oh, no. I'm not going to give it back to him. I'm going to make him eat it. Steady, Mick. Steady. That's it, you got it.
Hey, look at the leading edge of the satellite.
It's glowing. We must be on the fringe of the atmosphere.
That's it. We just made it in time.
Okay, now we've got it in that dolphin harness. Let's get back into orbit and deactivate all the controls.
Okay, Frank. Here we go.
Mick, Frank. Oh, gee, I thought we were never going to see you two.
Hello, Brad. Hiya, Jerry.
Hi. So did we. Still, we did make it. That's the main thing. I suppose Harrington's hopping mad?
Why should he be?
This caper must have cost a fortune.
Not to mention the fact that the whole satellite's got to be rebuilt in orbit.
Well, don't you two worry about Harrington. He's pleased as punch about the whole thing.
Pleased? Boy, you gotta be joking.
No joke, Frank. Harrington figures the publicity it got out of this is worth double what it cost.
Yeah, you two guys are heroes, didn't you know?
What? Heroes? Of all the crazy...
Mind you, there was a school of thought for a while that you ought to be lynched for allowing a piece of equipment to tear loose in the first place.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That's not fair either.
Frank, shut up.
Huh? But, Mick, you...
I said shut up.
Okay.
Come on, let's get down to the workshop. So long, fellas.
Yeah, well, so long, Mick. See you later. Huh?
Yeah, come on, Frank.
Coming. Hey, Mick. Why don't you tell him it was John Spanner that did the damage?
You want John to be really lynched? Look, Frank, you're a technician, a good one. So's John. Haven't you ever done anything as stupid as that?
Yeah, I suppose I have.
Now, let me tell you, John does it less often than any technician I know. But we were working under pressure. Accidents can happen.
But this was nearly a mighty serious accident.
Maybe, but it didn't happen. And the less people that know about it, the better. In fact, only 3 people need to know at all. You, me, and John.
But when he realizes John's going to be a very upset man, Mick.
Oh, he just needs to be. Remember what it was like out there when we thought we were going to ram?
That's something I'll never forget.
Wait till John gets back from his vacation. We'll do just what you suggested. Make him eat his spanner.
Hi, you guys. Boy, have I had a vacation. Just wait till I tell you about the fish I caught. Hey, you two really should have come with me, you know.
Yeah, maybe we should.
I'm with you, Mick.
I'll tell you, I can't wait for my next trip. I think... Hey, what's that?
What's what, John?
That spanner on your desk, that looks... Hey, that's my spanner. Look, it's got my name on it. Okay, you guys, which one of you took this? Now, come on, I want to know. Come on, fellas. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Hey, what's going on? Don't lock the door. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. What are you going to do? Come on.
Well, that's the way it happens sometimes. Even the best of technicians can make a mistake, and even the smallest mistake can sometimes throw a spanner in the works. And now, until next week at the same time, this is Charles B. Ryan here at the New Mexico Center, wishing you all good night.
After a man's been driving himself hard all day long, challenging the sun and the wind, slogging in the heat and the dust to get a job well done, that's when a man needs a beer. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label, enjoyed by men in over 50 countries around the world. Carling Black Label beer, the man's brand. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space. The Challenge of Space. Carling, world brewers of the great American beer Carling Black Label, presents another story in the dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
Good evening. This is Charles B. Ryan, head of the Department of Space Research here at the New Mexico Center. A space mission is the most complex journey ever undertaken by man. Years of work go into preparing for such a journey in which perhaps only 2 human beings set out and arrive. But in spite of all the preparations, sometimes there are pressures to cancel a space shot at the very last moment, sometimes at the cost of valuable human life. Our story tonight is of one such mission, and it is called Mission Abort.
After a man's been driving himself hard all day long, challenging the sun and the wind, slogging in the heat and the dust to get a job well done, that's when a man needs a beer. And there's no beer like a Carling Black Label. Husky, lusty, and strong, Carling is the man's brand. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa. So you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Satisfied that you've done a man's job today? Then go for the man's brand. Carling Black Label. America's lusty, lively beer that's enjoyed by men in over 50 countries around the world. Carling Black Label beer, the man's brand.
There are many reasons for aborting a mission. Sometimes a minute piece of equipment, in spite of the many tests it has undergone, will malfunction and cause a space shot to be aborted. This was the case with Apollo 13, and on this occasion the malfunctioning could well have cost 3 brave men their lives, and indeed almost did. But faulty equipment or apparatus is by no means the only reason a space shot is aborted. There are other reasons, some of them more sinister by far.
Well, Comrade Captain Rostov, you leave for the United States. You are satisfied with your cover story?
Satisfied indeed, Comrade General.
Of all the dead imperialists who now languish in their graves, whose identity have you been given?
Captain Rostov has become Charles B. Allen, salesman of Grand Rapids in the state of Michigan.
You are under the skin of this man?
Yes, Comrade General, I am.
Let me see your passport.
Here, Comrade General.
Yes, it satisfies me. It is worthy of our passport department. How many hours were you under interrogation when the GR section attempted to break your cover story?
10 hours without refreshment of any kind or even momentary rest.
They are satisfied?
Well, they were kind enough to say they'd not yet interrogated an agent whose cover story proved so impossible to break.
Excellent. You know your mission, Comrade Captain, so I shall not waste time you could well spend in sleep. But I have to do my duty to the Soviet people and stress how important this mission is.
I understand, Comrade General.
It is vital that the American Mars shot already in preparation should be delayed.
Yes, Comrade General. It shall be so delayed, even if I should forfeit my life in the process.
No, Comrade, no heroics, please. I had so specifically asked the department that this time they would not provide some determined young man who wishes to go to his maker wreathed in medals.
I'm sorry, Comrade General.
We do not seek your death, Comrade. All we seek is that the American Mars shot be sufficiently delayed to allow our own Mars mission to lift off and be on their way. This is one race in outer space, Comrade Captain, that the Soviet people cannot afford to lose.
I understand.
I hope you do, Comrade. I hope you do. This is why I stipulate, and this is an order, Comrade Captain, who suffers from so determined a death wish. I stipulate that the sabotage necessary to delay the American Mars shot is sufficient merely to delay the mission by a period of approximately 1 month. It is imperative that there is no actual accident. We cannot risk the inquiry which would follow a serious accident causing either severe injury or even death to the American cosmonauts concerned. Is that clear, young man?
Perfectly clear, Comrade General.
And then there is nothing more I can usefully do, Comrade Captain, except to shake your hand and wish you all the luck and goodwill your mission will require.
You wanted to see me, Jay?
That's right, General. We've hit a little trouble, sir.
Well, what is it this time, Jay?
Well, General, the boys are beginning to wonder if maybe there isn't some kind of a jinx on this Mars shot.
Now, listen, Jay, I'm just not going to have that kind of talk here at Cape Nixon. Jinx. From now on, that word is out. Get that?
Yes, sir, I get it.
Okay, now, what's bugging you? And the boys?
Well, Jim Mockler's not feeling so hot, General.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
Seems he's got himself a whitlow on his right big toe.
A whitlow on his right big toe? Yeah, well, that's just great, isn't it? We're going to have to throw a few $1 billion into this mission, and Jim gets himself a whitlow. For want of a nail, the battle was lost.
That's right, sir. Well, anyway, the medics have grabbed Jim, and they're working on him real hard.
They'd better get that toe fixed and fast.
General, you reckon we're going to get away before the Soviets on this Mars shot?
I reckon just that, Jay.
How much do we know about their preparation, sir?
Well, this is off the record, Jay.
Oh, sure.
When I was in Washington yesterday, I talked with Rogers of CIA. He's got a good agent in Moscow. Well, Rogers figures that the Soviets are going to lose out on this one. He reckons they're not ready to go for another 3 weeks at the minimum.
Phew, that makes me feel a lot better, General.
Okay, then get that word jinx out of your vocabulary, Jay.
Yes, sir.
You had a good trip, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I had a great trip.
And I guess you want to begin work right away?
Well, that's just what I want to do.
By the way, there's one thing you can do when you set up this job.
Oh, what's that?
Your paymaster in the Kremlin, Mr. Charles B. Allen, is getting kind of forgetful about funds.
You want funds, Stryker, then you be careful you don't mention that word again. What's bugging you? You crazy or something? Kremlin. You want the world should know I'm here?
This room's safe. I know that. You know that.
Yeah, maybe, but you violated a principle. That doesn't go with me.
I'm sorry. There's no need for you to get so all-fired head up.
Just you see you don't make that same mistake again.
Okay.
About those funds. Well, I'm here to attend to that.
Great. That's the best news I've had today.
One of our messengers was taken. There was nothing we could do about it until now.
As long as you've got the dough.
I said I've got it. Okay. Where's this pigeon you got set up for me?
Eddie Curling. We meet him tonight.
Tell me about him.
He's a member of the American Communist Party.
Those people at NASA. They must be real dumb to let a guy like that with a party card slip through the net.
Even so, Eddie's not all that happy about this thing.
You said he's a member of the Communist Party.
He's also got a wife and kids, and he figures that security is so strict around the spaceship and the rocket at Cape Nixon that he stands a good chance of being caught and spending the rest of his life in the pen.
Why is he doing it, then?
Because of his kids.
Come again?
Eddie knows how we play things by now. He knows that if he doesn't come across with this one, well, something could happen to that son of his, or that little daughter, Kathy. And he's crazy about that kid.
Okay, Eddie. Now I want you to listen to me for a while.
I'm listening, Mr. Allen.
You mustn't get too worried about this thing.
I'm good and worried, Mr. Allen.
Eddie, we're not asking you to kill anybody.
I know. You already said that.
All we want is this United States Mars shot postponed.
Look, Mr. Allen, I'm committed to this thing now. For me, there's no get-out clause. Well, I know all you want is the shot postponed, but these things just can't be arranged like that.
Why not?
Look, Mr. Allen, you know your business, and I happen to know mine. You any idea how many guys are swarming in and around that spaceship for 24 hours a day? Hundreds. You any idea how many times each piece of equipment is checked and rechecked, and then checked again? They get up in the middle of the night because something's bugging them, and they come down to the pad, and they get in the elevator, and up they come, and they start checking some bitty piece of wiring, or whatever it is that's giving them the heebie-jeebies.
Okay. You know what your business is. But this thing has got to go good, Eddie. It's just got to go good.
You figure I want it to go wrong? Well, that's the setup, Van.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Buster, I'm not crazy about it.
How come we ever got ourselves mixed up in a thing like this?
You really want the answer to a question like that?
You figure these babies really would go through with what they said about the kids?
If I didn't, you think I'd be sitting here talking to you about the way we...
Okay. Just how are we going to play this thing?
Well, we've got to play it simple, but for real. It's got to be fixed at the last minute. After every gold-darn inspector in the business has been around and checked and rechecked every centimeter of wire that's in the command module.
That's the place to do it, the command module?
Yeah, that's the place. If we do it in the Mars lander, well, they're going to get there and then have trouble. Maybe they won't be able to lift off. Or they won't get back. We don't want to kill anybody.
I'm glad you got around to that.
Our express orders are that nobody's got to be killed. All we're aiming to do is to stop that rocket lifting off. And we've got to fix it in such a way that it can lift off later. Just about 1 month later.
Oh, sure. These guys make it nice and easy, don't they? Okay, Eddie, we're committed to this thing. Now you tell me, just how are we going to organize the hang-up?
I was beating my brains out until I figured that the way to fix this was to work on the main thrust correction motor.
Uh-huh.
And before Jim Muckler leaves Earth's orbit, he's got to check the course correction motor.
Yeah, well, sure, it's on his checklist.
Okay. So, he's still in orbit. He and Hank Merwitz can still be brought back and given the splashdown treatment.
So?
So, when he checks the course correction motor, it's malfunctioning. Well, he's not crazy. He's not going to leave Earth's orbit with a motor that isn't functioning 100%, so...
Mission abort?
Exactly. Mission abort.
Eddie, you figure we can work on this course correction motor and fix it so that none of the inspectors or the guys knows what's happening?
Sure, I figure we can. That's why I chose this specific item in the command module to concentrate on. The day set for the last check of the correction motor is Tuesday week, okay? The following Thursday, you and me, we're scheduled to work on the safety system covering the power failure area.
Yeah. Then we do it, huh?
That's when we do it, man.
Well, I hope we do it good, Eddie. And I hope that when we've done this job, these guys are going to leave us alone.
That's what I hope too, Van, but they never will. They never will. You're a card-carrying member just like me. They never will leave us alone.
When the sun burns straight overhead and the grass lies scorched underfoot, when the breeze is gone and the air hangs heavy as lead, when the red dust cakes on a man's face and the dryness bites deep in his throat, that's when a man needs a beer. Carling Black Label beer. Husky, lusty, and strong. Carling is the man's brand. Extra strength Carling Black Label is now brewed right here in South Africa, so you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. If you've got a thirst, put our brand on it. Carling Black Label, brewed for men in 18 breweries around the world.
Eddie! Where's Eddie Curling?
Here, man, right over here.
Oh. Hey, listen, I got a ham-on ride that I want to swap. You in business or even interested?
Sure. Myra Lou gave me 2 peanut butter and applesauce. Maybe I can get through 1, but not 2. How you fix the peanut butter and applesauce?
Oh, I'm fresh out, Eddie. Okay, it's a deal. Here.
Thanks. Myra, you know, that baby gets an idea in her head, and brother, it takes Amatal to shift it. You know, one day we went to a visit with her folks. Her old lady gave me a peanut butter and applesauce sandwich, and I said, great. Well, Myra, she figures that's the highlight of my eating life.
Okay. We've covered the sandwich area, Eddie. Right, now we're alone. We can talk. Let it go.
It went okay, Van. It's done.
You certain nothing can go wrong?
What do you mean? I'm certain something can go wrong. That something is going to go wrong.
You know what I mean.
Hold your horses. Sure, I know what you mean. Now, there ain't no cause to worry, Van. I fixed it the way I said I would. The correction motor will malfunction, but it will malfunction on pre-Mars course testing.
Oh, brother, do I want out from this business.
Well, that makes sense, Eddie, even to me.
I tell you, Mr. Stryker, I fixed the motor just the way I described it to you.
I want to be good and sure about it, Eddie, so I can explain it to Mr. Allen. You're sure now that the motor you're talking about has to be tested before the spaceship is set on course for Mars?
I'm sure of it. It's in the testing log. They've got to test it. Now, they wouldn't be crazy. That motor means life or death to them. Before landing on Mars and again on re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Well, they can't forget to test it.
And when they test it?
When they test it, Mr. Stryker, then it's going to malfunction.
So they report it?
They report it immediately. They remain in Earth orbit, and the mission is aborted, and they are brought down.
Great. That's just the way we want it.
Power transfer is now complete. We are on internal power with the launch vehicle at this precise moment. All second stage tanks now fully pressurized. 25 seconds and counting. We are still go with Mars 7.
We feel great, launch team.
T-minus 21 seconds. 20 seconds and counting.
It's going to be a great flight, launch control.
T-minus 17. Guidance computer over to internal power. T-minus 14 seconds. 30. 12. Water nozzles beginning. 10. 9. Automatic ignition. Ignition sequence begins. 6. 5 seconds. 4. 3. 2. 1. Launch commit. Ground elapsed time. 000000. All engines running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Mars 7, this is Control. Do you read me? Over.
Control, Mars 7. Jim Octa. Read you, strength 5, Control. Shoot.
How are things, Jim?
Things are fine, Control. No trouble at all. Just not one little bit of trouble on any account.
That's great. Well, Jim, you have completed one orbit. The way we figure it here at Houston, you'll go for trans-Mars injection halfway around your second orbit.
That's okay with us, Houston. We have removed helmets and gloves, and our computers aboard the command module have begun their second series of checks.
We monitored that, Jim, and our computers and bank are checking alongside.
There isn't any problem, Control.
No problem, Jim. Out.
Yeah, what is it? I just came from the main complex. Yeah, I saw you, Eddie. They got the place wired to Houston. They're getting the whole works from Mission Control. I guess so. I don't like it. Oh, what's bugging you now? I'll tell you what's bugging me, Van. I don't figure I was so clever after all. I figure I was too careful. Too careful? Well, look, what's gotten into you? Yeah, too careful. Maybe I didn't fix that wiring in the course correction thrust motor properly. You mean it's still going to work? No, I mean it isn't going to work. But that it will malfunction later. And I mean the malfunction is not going to show up now on the check. Well, how can that happen? Well, don't ask me. All I know is that those guys have done one orbit and they're all go. Now, on their next orbit, they're going to go for the trans-Mars injection. The computers are going through the pre-TMI checks, and nothing's come up yet to suggest that the mission isn't still go. Eddie, what are you trying to say? Oh, you great dumb ox. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm telling you that I know I fixed that wiring. You know and I know that the course correction motor is going to malfunction. But it's not showing up on any check so far. That means that when it does show up, those two boys will be on their way to Mars. And they're not going to get back if they have to rely on a course correction with that motor. Oh, quit worrying. It'll show up before they give them go for TMI. No, Van, I don't figure it will. You know, that Jim Mockley, he's a great guy. You know, when Kathy was sick, he used to ask me every day how the kid was. He was real interested. And then when she had to go into hospital, he brought me some candy for her. I don't like to think that a guy like that is going to... Look, just quit worrying. There's nothing you can do about it now. There maybe is something I can do about it. There's nothing you can do... Hey, look, don't frighten me like that. You had me worried there for a while. Van, you don't have to come in with me. But there is something I can do. I can do about this thing. I can have it stop right now. Are you crazy or something? You know what they're going to do to you if you try and have the mission aborted now. They're going to throw the whole NASA book at you, Eddie, and the book of the United States Constitution as well. I know. They put you in a pen and you're just never going to see daylight again. Sabotage one of Uncle Sam's spacecraft? You must be crazy to think that way. I can't help it, Van. That's the way I'm figuring now. What about the party? I still belong to the party. But I don't aim to take a man's life, two men's lives, just because I carry a card. Besides, our orders were to be good and sure we didn't kill anybody. The idea was just to hold the Mars shut up, to postpone it for a month. And what do you aim to do, Eddie? Well, I said you don't have to come in with me, Van. I aim to do the only thing that's possible to do. Go to the top brass and tell them that I fixed the command module. You think they're going to believe you? Yeah. Yeah, I think they will. I'll tell it to them straight. I figure maybe they'll believe me. You're crazy. I told you, Van, you're on your own. You don't have to come in with me. Yeah, that's what you say now, Eddie. You just wait until those guys get hold of you and hand you over to the cops and the pigs start grilling you. You don't seriously figure you're going to be able to keep your trap shut, do you? I said I'll leave you out of the whole thing, Van. And that still goes. Not when the cops have worked you over. Hey, what's that? What are you doing? It's loaded, Van. And it's pointed at a very uncomfortable place. What? I don't trust you, Van. I figure that knowing you know what I'm going to do, if I turn my back on you, it's going to be curtains for me. And a mighty uncomfortable headache afterwards. So that's just what I'm going to do to you. Now, listen. Turn round, Van. I said turn round, Van. Fast. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry, buddy, but this is the way it's got to be. Keep still.
Okay, Curling. I got what you said. Now, nice and easy. Just let me have it again.
I said, General, you've got to stop the TMI burn for Mars 7.
Because?
Because I carried out an act of sabotage in the command module, General.
Yeah, well, I reckon I got that loud and clear. Jay.
Right here, General.
Get Houston on the line right away.
Okay. J. Harper, get me Houston, fast. Mission Control, Senior Controller. What? Right. No, I'll hold, operator. Houston coming on the line, General.
Okay, let me handle it. Thanks. Houston. Good. General Sarnoff here. What state is the Mars shot in, Sam?
General, Mars 7 has 1/2 an orbit to make, then it's go for trans-Mars injection.
Okay, Sam. Now look, Sam, I haven't got a lot of time, but something's come up here at the Cape. We've got a problem. I wanted to keep this line open, okay?
What'd you say, General?
I wanted to keep this line open, and I want you to be at the end of it. And Sam, I want you to be free to move fast, if I have to tell you to move.
Can you tell me what kind of trouble, General?
Just keep it under your hat for the moment, Sam. For the kind of trouble we've got may mean we have to abort this mission.
Abort the...
Take it easy, Sam, and play it close to your chest, huh?
Yes, General.
Okay, Sam. I'll be with you. Just be there. Operator, I'm going to replace this receiver, all right? But I want this line to Houston kept open. Is that clear? Okay, out. Now, Curling, let's have it. And let me have it straight. You see, you carried out an act of sabotage. Now, just where?
General, in the wiring system of the firing capsule pin and the course correction motor.
Uh-huh. Why?
I wanted to abort the mission, General.
Yeah? Why should you want to do a thing like that?
I'm a member of the American Communist Party, General.
You think that this is possible, Jay, that after all our security checks and the systematic checks carried out by these technicians in the course of their employment, a guy like this could slip through the net?
Oh, I suppose it's got to be possible, General. Here's my party card, General.
That faces me just a little, Curling. It's too pat for this kind of thing. Why should you come down here to work at the Cape today, launch day, carrying the American Communist Party card?
I had a bad night, General. I figured that maybe I'd worked on that thing in the command module too hard. That the ship wouldn't get into orbit. Then I figured maybe I'd worked it too soft, that the malfunction wouldn't be found on test, and you know what that would mean.
Yeah, I know. Hold it. Sam.
Here, General.
Sam, things aren't working out quite the way I expected. But I can't take any chances, Sam. I want that ship to make one more orbit after this one, and now hear this. Trans-Mars injection on this orbit is canceled. Repeat, canceled.
I've got that, General.
Okay, Sam, I'll call you back. Okay, Curling. Now, you listen to me for a while. Your pals in the Soviet, if you really are a card-carrying communist and not just a nutcase, your friends in the Soviet are readying a Mars shot right at this minute.
Sure, I know that, General.
Yeah, well, in which case it would be a smart move to send a guy like you here carrying a card and saying he sabotaged the course correction motor. Yes, that would make us abort the mission. We couldn't set it up again for at least a month. By that time, the Soviet Mars shot would have blasted off, right?
All right, General. That's one way of figuring it.
And then, too, there's another little matter. At Houston and in the command module, we have 2 sets of computers in bank. For an orbit now, for nearly an orbit and a half. Those computers have been carrying out exhaustive series of checks on all the motors and equipment. Now, how do you suppose that the sabotage you say you carried out hasn't shown up yet?
General, I just don't know. How do I know why this thing hasn't been found? I'm just a technician, not a nuclear scientist. All I know is that I've got the lives of those 2 guys up there on my conscience. I know that I'm putting myself away in the penitentiary for life, General. Yeah, I sure know that. And I know that I'm not going to see my little daughter Kathy again. Because that motor is going to go haywire, General. It sure is. When and where, I don't know, but it's going to blow. And when it blows, after I've been here singing to you like a canary, when it blows, then my life is finished. Maybe the life of my wife and kids. You think with a stake like that I'm going to play about with trying to get you to abort a mission when there's nothing wrong? I've been stupid, General, and I guess I'm going to have to pay heavy for that. But I'm not absolutely crazy.
Eddie, if you've been fooling me, then life's going to be just a little complicated for me, too. Okay. I'm going to play my hunch. Jay?
Yes, sir.
Abort the mission.
Yes, General. Mission abort. Check.
Here at the New Mexico Space Research Center, At Houston Mission Control, at the launch pad itself, we learn something from every space shot, whether it be to the moon or Mars. We learn from the successes, and we learn from the failures. And now, until next week, this is Charles B. Ryan wishing you all good night.
The heat of high noon. The dust devils whirl into a sky that's the color of steel. The outlines of the distant hills shimmer in the heat. And man, you're thankful for that cool beer you've got in your hand. The Man's Brand, Carling Black Label. The great American beer that's brewed right here in South Africa so that you don't lose a day of that lusty, lively taste Carling is world famous for. Carling Black Label is the extra strength beer that's enjoyed by men in more than 50 countries around the world. Got a thirst? Then go for the Man's Brand. Go for America's lusty, lively beer. Go for Carling Black Label. Carling invites you to listen again next week to another story in this dramatic series, The Challenge of Space.
This is WBBM-FM, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Cloud 9.
You know, one thing about running a place like this, everybody tells me their troubles. Yeah. Another one?
Oh, yeah. I guess so, Lou.
Boy, I could write a book. Yeah. Think I'll call it Harrington's Advice Book. Yeah. Or, How to Answer Any Question Without Saying Nothing. Yeah. Something bothering you, Mac?
For me? No, I'm just thinking.
Oh.
You know, dames are a lot of trouble.
That's in the book.
I don't know.
Maybe you ain't found the right one, Mac. Hey, boy, I got a couple of snapshots. Made 'em at the beach. Beauties. Wait a second, I'll get 'em. Watch your place for me, will you? I'll be right back.
Okay, Lou.
Anybody sitting on this stool, friend?
Oh, no, help yourself.
You look bored.
Yeah, I guess I am.
What all of us need is a change of scenery.
Yeah.
Travel. Good for the liver, among other things. Look. You see that cloud over the white building?
Cloud? Which one?
The 1, 2, 3, 4... The 9th one.
Oh, you mean that fluffy calendar-type cloud?
Yes. I suppose you might call it that. That's it.
What's it?
That's Cloud 9.
What did you say?
I said Cloud 9. Come on, let's go.
Well, what's happening? Hey, well, what do you know?
Express Cloud 9 going up.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Here you are, mates. Cloud 9. Well, you look pleased to be aboard Cloud 9?
Yeah. Say, whoever thought there was a place like this? It's perfume and strange kind of light.
It is rather comfortable.
Comfortable? Why, it's luxurious. Man, place like this with the right kind of a girl.
The right kind?
Yeah. The kind of dame that thinks of you. A gal that would say,
"Oh, I'm so glad to see you."
The kind of gal who'd look at, well, just you and say,
"Let's stay here alone. Just we two."
Ah, yeah. Hey, is there a girl on this cloud?
Now, what makes you think that?
Oh, I heard a gal's voice. She said, "Let's stay here alone."
Oh, no, you said that.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe, but... Well, a dame with a voice like... Well, let me describe it to you. It sounds like...
You're different, and the things that you do to me are different, so excitingly new to me. You walk in a room and, darling, this I swear, before I see you, my heart will always know you're there. You touch me, and the world disappears from view like magic. I can see no one else but you. I can't be indifferent, and I'm really not to blame, 'cause you're different, and I'll never be the same.
That's the kind of a gal I'm looking for.
Well, your description is provocative.
And it ain't because I haven't been looking.
You tried France?
France? Paris?
Yes. In my time, I found some very acceptable companions in Paris.
You mean...
In my time.
Oh, mamselle's, huh? Oh, yeah, I've heard about them.
Well, would you care to go to Paris?
What? Just like that? We go to Paris?
It's quite simple on Cloud 9. Due east, Davy.
Due east.
Full wind, Davy.
Full wind.
Steady as she is.
Steady as she is.
Oh, boy. Paris.
Hey, man, this is really traveling.
A favorable tailwind.
Hey, Mac, right ahead. Isn't that the Eiffel Tower?
That's right.
Well, we're heading straight for it.
That's why we're going to moor Cloud 9. Oh. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I've got to bring her in.
Oh, sure.
Half wind, Davy.
Half wind.
Starboard and port lines. Prepare to cast. Cast and hold. Settle her in easy, Davy. Steady. Easy. Easy. Here we are, mate. Look around. This is Paris. Beautiful. The city of light. You know what they say. Everyone has two homes, his own and Paris.
Yeah, from up here I can see why they call it the City of Light.
Yes, and one thing you'll notice, that distinctive blue haze that hangs over the rooftops.
Oh, yeah.
There, below us, the river.
The Seine.
Winding through the city, separating Paris into two parts and two ways of living. The right bank and the left bank, the Latin Quarter.
And what's that cathedral?
Notre Dame.
Oh.
And across the city, there, high on that far hill, the Cathedral of Sacré-Cœur, looking down over the narrow, winding streets where artists live. The Moulin Rouge, Place Pigalle, Montmartre.
Oh, it's wonderful, the feeling you get from here.
Yes, you do, that feeling of space and light and air and broad boulevards.
What's that one?
The Champs-Élysées. Oh. See how it rises? A broad ribbon running from Place Concorde to the Étoile, the Arc de Triomphe. Yes, friend, this is Paris. Shall we go mingle with the inhabitants?
Oh, great. How do we get down from here? You take the elevator?
Elevator? That's not necessary with Davy around. Oh, Davy, let us down gently, will you please, Davy?
Say that. Davy's a handy guy to have around.
So he is. Oh, now that we're here, I suppose we should use the more conventional modes of travel. Oh, taxi.
A lot of traffic on these streets.
Yes, oh, there's one coming.
Oh.
Taxi!
Hello, monsieur. Permit me.
After you.
Oh, thank you.
And now?
Oh, some cafe, I suppose, across the river.
Oh, bien, monsieur. You are very fortunate, monsieur. I know the best cafes in Paris. Which would you prefer? A Café aux Deux Magots, perhaps?
No, the Lido, perhaps. On Champs-Élysées.
Oui, the Lido. I have not been there in some time.
Hey, isn't he going a little fast?
I can see you're not familiar with Paris taxis.
Hey, the truck! Hey! Did we miss him?
I think so.
Indeed, you are fortunate to have chosen a taxi driver such as me.
Yeah.
But, you see, I'm not really a taxi driver.
No?
No, it is, well, how you say, a hobby?
Hey, what's that car?
These people, they drive like fools. All but me, eh?
Hey, are we almost there?
Just ahead.
Good.
Voila, monsieur. We are here. The sidewalk cafe looks inviting, no?
Well, won't you join us?
Delighted. Shall we sit over here, monsieur?
Oh, yes, perfect.
You see, this table has certain advantages. One has a clear view of the avenue. The beautiful girl strolling, eh?
I see what you mean.
Yes, yes. Perhaps, messieurs, I should introduce myself. My name is Totsi. I am a poet.
Oh.
Yes, also a painter.
Oh.
A writer, sometimes. And a designer of women's fashions.
All that?
Oui. In addition, I drive taxis to exist.
Reasonable.
No,
I see you also have an eye for pretty girls.
Oui, it is another of my hobbies.
I wouldn't mind taking that one up myself.
Look. Is she not lovely, eh? The one over there. Oh, such charm, such grace. Messieurs, watch how cleverly I approach her.
Looks like she's leaving.
See how cleverly she avoids me. Bien. Monsieur, they are having a fashion show at the shop next door. Would you care to watch?
It might be interesting. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right in this doorway. Come with me, monsieur. Hello, mademoiselle. Hello? Oh, hello. Hey, come along, mes amis. This way.
This guy's quite a character.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
Mes amis, is there something special you would like to see?
Oh, no. Let's just browse.
Yeah, and what do you say we browse over towards that brunette in the corner?
Ah, yes. You like the fashion she is wearing? I will call her over, monsieur. Mademoiselle.
Yes?
Hey, she's really something.
The latest mode.
Beautiful.
It is a nice dress. It is with the V-neck, you will notice.
A V-neck. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't told me.
The V-neck, yes. But there is fundamentally two styles of the V-neck, you know? American and Parisian.
So?
Yes. Now, for the American style, in America, the V-neck is shaped so.
Yes, interesting. I see, Totsi, that your interests are varied.
Merci, mon ami.
Oh!
Please, monsieur, do not handle the fabric.
Oops, I'm sorry.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste, and the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable.
Oh, monsieur, what happened to your friend?
Oh, I think he's talking with that model.
Oh, yes. Reminds me of a girl I knew once.
Yes, me too, here in Paris.
Oui?
Yvette.
Yvette? Oh, dark hair, almost blue-black.
Yes. What was her address?
7 Rue de Berry, no?
Yes.
Well, my friend, Yvette.
7 Rue de Berry.
Oui.
Do you remember her mother?
Mazout.
Oh, I thought so, too.
Boy, I just met a date with that model. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, no. We have just discovered a common bond, eh?
Yeah, well, I see what you mean. I'll see you later. Mademoiselle. It's a beautiful city you got here.
Thank you.
It's crowded.
Oh, not very.
You know, honey, I was thinking, couldn't we find some place where we could
You'd like to see Napoleon's tomb?
No, that's not what I had in mind.
Oh.
That's what I had in mind.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to see Napoleon's tomb?
Positive. As I was saying, we could...
Yes.
Did you say yes?
No.
Oh, then it's just...
No.
Oh, but all this time I've heard the French have a word for everything, but I can't get a simple yes or no.
But of course we say, comme ci, comme ça.
Which means...
I always say, comme ci, comme ça, and go my way, comme ci, comme ça. Since you are gone, nothing excites me. Since you are gone, no one delights me. And I go on, comme ci, comme ça, midnight to dawn, comme ci, comme ça. But should we meet, that would excite me. And should you smile, that would delight me. I'd live again, to love again. But until then, comme ci, comme ça. But should we meet, that would excite me. And should you smile, that would delight me. I'd live again, to love again. But until then, come see, comme ça.
But that sings, too. Hey, where you going? Hey, wait for me. Hey, wait. Hey, listen, baby.
Lost her?
Aye, Mac. Yeah.
Oh, monsieur, there are always others. Always.
Oh, she just turned that corner. Oh, I don't even know her name.
Oh, that's simple. Her name is Mimi. Did you say anything to upset her?
Oh, me? Oh, no, I was a perfect gentleman. Hey, there she is. Hey, Mimi! Mimi! Mimi?
Mimi don't live here no more.
Tough luck, fellow.
Oh, you know, I could have gotten serious about her.
Well, if you'd really like to see her, you might find her in the cafe across the street.
Hey, you're kidding. Hey, well, let's go.
Yes.
Well, so what do I say to her?
Oh, the secret is, my friend, never ask a French woman a direct question.
Quite right. Here we are.
Why, I don't see her.
Be patient. She'll come through that door in a minute.
come in.
One moment, monsieur. Huh? If I may make a suggestion, champagne, Paul Roger, 1934.
Oh, yes.
Hello.
You'll excuse them.
But of course they will.
Oh, hi, Mimi. Sit down.
All right.
Oh, waiter, champagne.
Quand elle me prend dans ses bras, elle me parlait tout bas, je vois la veine rose. Elle me dit d'un mot d'amour, de mots de tous les jours, que ça me fait quelque chose. Elle est entrée dans mon cœur, una part d'avenir, dont je connais la cause. C'est elle pour moi, moi pour elle dans la vie. Elle me l'a dit, la journée pour la vie. Et de qui je l'aperçois, alors je sens en moi mon cœur qui bat.
Hey, Mimi, let's get out of here, huh?
All right.
Now, you won't run away, will you?
No.
Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Here.
Your change, sir. Oh, thank you.
It's okay. Come on. Hey, you know, Mimi, I got a question to ask you. Now, wait a minute.
Yes?
Mimi, don't misunderstand. It's purely what you might call an intellectual experiment.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what it is. You see, I've never kissed a French girl.
Oh?
And, well, as I was saying.
As you were saying?
Come here.
What is it, mate?
Hey, I kissed her, and the next thing I know, I'm back on cloud 9.
Well, that's the way it usually is with the French. Home, Davy.
Why do we have to go home?
Inevitable.
Gee, I'll never forget Mimi. She was a real gal.
Real?
What do you mean?
Nothing but this cloud is real.
Now, wait a minute. How about Paris and Mimi and that taxi driver?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and that champagne I bought her.
Have you stopped to consider? Perhaps you were never off cloud 9.
What are you talking about? I was there. Or wasn't I?
An interesting question. Time's up for now.
You know, I could have sworn that I kissed...
That's cloud 9.
Yeah. Place like this, everybody tells you their troubles, yeah. Funny, ain't it? Have another one?
Hmm? Oh. Yeah. I guess so, Lou.
Yeah. Someday I'm gonna write that book.
How much do I owe you?
$210. Make it 2 even, yeah.
Okay, here you are.
Thanks.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Lou.
Yeah, okay. Oh, hey, Mac.
What's the matter, Lou?
Look at this. This dough you just give me. 50 francs. This is a 50-franc note.
It is? Mimi.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick, and chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Cloud 9 is brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Gum. Original music was composed by Frank Smith, who also conducted the orchestra. In the dramatic cast, you heard the voices of Hal Stark, Arthur Peterson, and Larry Alexander. Songs by Elaine Rogers and Lon Saxon. Sound by Eddie Boytle. Engineering by Bob Meyer. Cloud 9 is written and produced by Charles Romine and Ski Wolf. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's journey on Cloud 9, and that you're enjoying Wrigley Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week for another visit to Cloud 9. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting. Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Cloud 9.
Like I was saying, people are crazy for gimmicks and gadgets. Another one?
Huh? Oh, yeah. One more, Lou.
Yeah. The great American public, of which is me, is gadget crazy. Yeah. Like, a guy comes in to me and he says, Mr. Harrington, here's the greatest thing in the world. And I buy it. Yeah, look.
Yeah. What is it?
It's a little bottle. Got some stuff in it supposed to clear the air.
Oh.
Know what I mean? Great. Keeps the air real fresh.
That's expecting a lot of a little bottle.
Yeah, I know. But, they got different odors. Yeah, sea breeze, heather. Makes a place smell different, see?
Yeah, what's that one?
This is, sagebrush. Yeah.
Oh, sagebrush, yeah. A wide open spaces.
I don't know why I buy these things. You like gadgets? Stuff like that?
Yeah, sometimes.
Guy left me a catalog. Very interesting. I got it in the back room. I'll get it for you. But watch the place for me, will you? Be right back.
Okay, Lou.
Anybody sitting on this stool, friend?
Oh, no. Help yourself.
Well, thanks. Waiting for somebody?
Well, I think I am.
You think you are?
Yeah. Funny thing happened to me. You won't believe it.
Yeah?
But, well, you see that cloud up there?
Which cloud?
Well, the one right over there, about the ninth one. Yeah. Well, I can't believe it myself, but I'm waiting for a guy to take me there.
You know, friend, if you said that to most people, they'd think you were a little, But I don't.
You don't?
You don't remember me, do you?
Well, should I?
You seem to remember Cloud 9.
Hey, that voice. Wait a minute.
Come on. Express Cloud 9 going up.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Next stop, Cloud 9. Here you are, mate. Cloud 9.
Yeah. Real fine, this cloud. Whoever thought there'd be a place like this?
Glad you like it, friend.
Oh, the air's so clean and fresh.
Of course.
You know, when you live in a city, you forget what fresh air smells like.
You forget a lot of things.
Yeah. Say, where are we going tonight?
To a forgotten place in a half-remembered time.
Half-remembered?
You'll see. Due west, Davy.
Due west.
2 degrees to port. Steady on course.
Steady as she goes.
Full wind, Davy.
Full wind.
Say, what did you mean when you said we're going to a forgotten place?
In a moment, my boy, in a moment.
Say, this Cloud 9. This is the way to travel.
It has its advantages. We cover a continent in a matter of minutes. Excuse me. Prepare to descend, Davy. Half wind.
Half wind.
Prepare to cast. Cast and hold. Settle her in easy, Davy. Steady. Easy. Easy.
Where are we?
Look around. This is a region known now as Arizona.
Yeah, but why did you bring me here?
This is the forgotten place. Look to your right.
What do you know? It's a town.
No, that was a town. Come along.
Something strange about this. Those buildings. They're barely standing.
Careful. The boardwalk starts here.
Oh.
Some planks may be rotten. You probably know what kind of a place this is.
Huh?
This is a ghost town.
Ghost town? Yeah. But what is there in a ghost town?
Memories. Come along.
Yeah, that's funny. Once there was a lot of people here, huh?
Once. There was a population of 2,720. At the moment, it has a population of 2. You and I.
What kind of people were they?
Oh, can't you tell? They built this town. Pioneers.
Yeah, but the buildings are falling apart. What can you tell from that?
Wait. I hear a voice.
Huh? I don't hear anything.
Listen. Try. Try.
I hear it.
And the strongest hands. I love the ground on where he stands. And well he knows I love the ground on where he goes, and still I hope the time will come when he will be as one.
you hear what I did?
Perhaps.
And look, those buildings. They've changed. Before, I couldn't make out that sign across the street. And now it says...
J. Jones Hardware.
Yeah. That frame building next to it. It's standing up right now. What's happening?
You're beginning to see.
Wait a minute. There's a guy sitting in that doorway. Or is it just a shadow?
Depends on your point of view.
You mean that he...
As you wish. Oh, look down the street there.
Hey, look. Look, there are people. Lots of them.
Yes, this was a busy town.
Look at the clothes they're wearing.
Don't wait for me, boys. May take me some time to get my story.
Here comes Slim!
Hey, what's all the excitement?
You ain't heard, mister? The stagecoaches are coming in. If you'll excuse me, I gotta meet it.
Stagecoach? Hey, look, what year is this?
The year was 1875. Shall we move down the street?
Come on, everybody. We're gonna have a big party for Miss Langtry. She's a-coming in on the coach. Slim, you can get them decorations all put up in the ballroom.
Gotta have some help with them streamers.
Well, all right, take whoever you need.
Say, Bat, is this Miss Lily Langtry as pretty as they say?
Boy, she's prettier.
What is this, a special holiday? Who's Lily Langtry?
A very good friend of mine. I thought she was the most beautiful actress in America.
Come on, folks, pitch in. There's lots to be done.
Well, just tell us, where do we start?
All of you, come on into the hotel ballroom. Come on, Slim. Ain't got much time.
Hey, there they go through that door.
I'm with you.
Yeah, that must be the ballroom. Come on. Hey, there's nobody here. That's funny.
So, you've lost them?
No, I'm sure they came in this door. I saw them.
Then where are they?
Yeah. Where? This room. Look at the dust. It's old. Falling apart. What happened?
This was the ballroom.
Yeah, I know. There's the bandstand and the wreck of the piano. Ghost town.
Doesn't seem to be anything here.
Hey, just a second. The piano.
Oh?
I hear it.
There's more to hear.
Just the piano?
Some of the greatest artists of the time played here. There was more music in this room than just that. Try again.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your very best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable.
Hey, the stage is a-coming.
Everybody out to meet the stage.
Hey, the town's alive again.
There's the stage. Lily Langtry. Here she comes. Whoa there.
Welcome to our town, Miss Lily Langtry. Let me through, boys. The press wishes to interview Miss Langtry. Miss Langtry?
What is it, boy?
Ma'am, I'm Bat Masterson, local reporter for the Tombstone Epitaph. We'd certainly appreciate a statement from you.
Well, what sort of statement would you want?
Well, ma'am, Miss Langtry, you undoubtedly know about our plans for the big celebration in your honor this afternoon.
A celebration, huh? I just love to celebrate.
Well, thank you, ma'am. And if I can get a statement from you about how you feel about the East and the West.
Oh, you want my honest opinion?
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Well, if you want the truth, East is East and West is West, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows.
Can I quote you, Miss Langtry?
Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows.
I know what you mean, ma'am.
I love you in buckskin, or skirts that you've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows.
Gosh, mine, Miss Langtry?
Give me Eastern trimming where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes. French perfume that rocks the room, and I'm all yours. In what? In buttons and bows. In buttons and bows.
That sure was fine, Miss Langtry. You couldn't arrange to give me a
You see what I mean about the beautiful actress?
Boy, if I was only born 75 years sooner.
There's no reason you couldn't impress Miss Langtry now if you wanted to.
Yeah, but that young guy picking up her bags might be my granddaddy.
I think your competition is that other young fellow over there.
Thank you for the interview. Sure do appreciate it. Say, it's time for the celebration. Yeah, that's right. And say, who's going to escort Miss Langtry? Well, I'd be happy to take her. Miss Langtry, you can ride with me in my buckboard.
Oh, just a moment. Young man, what do you suggest?
You talking to me? Well, ma'am, I can borrow a surrey.
Comfortable?
Mighty. Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the surrey.
When you take me out in the Surrey with the fringe on top, say, watch that fringe and see how it flutters when you drive those high-step strutters.
Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wind will whistle as we rattle along.
The cow will moo in the clover.
The river will ripple out a whispered song and whisper it over and over. Don't you wish you'd go on forever?
Don't you wish you could go on forever?
Don't you wish you'd go on forever and it'd never stop in that
that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top.
Hey, you know, I'm amazed.
At what?
Well, I never thought there were pretty women 75 years ago. I just never stopped to think of it.
Well, you plan to do anything about getting to know her better?
Well, what can I do?
You'll get your chance.
What?
Just a chance.
Could I have your attention?
Oh.
Since you've been so kind with this celebration for me and all, I would like to offer a small prize. A daguerreotype picture. Yes, a daguerreotype picture of me to anyone who rides that wild black stallion.
Ma'am, nobody has ever ridden that stallion.
Worth a man's neck even to get near him.
Worst critter in the West, ma'am.
Let me through, boys.
Who's the stranger? He's plumb foolish.
Yeah, looks like might be a Easterner.
Well, it's only a horse. Got a kind of a mean eye. Come on, boys, give me a boost.
All right.
Up we go. Steady it, well away.
Hold on to him, boy.
Stay with it.
Oh. What happened?
You fell off.
Nice try. Too bad.
Now, wait a minute. I can ride that horse.
Would you care for a pair of Cloud 9 spurs?
I sure would.
Well, what are Cloud 9 spurs?
A special type, Miss Langtry. They jingle a little. Here you are, my friend.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Now, lead me to that horse. Okay, fellas, up we go.
He's sticking with him. Look at him. Ride him, friend.
Hey, that fella can ride.
Well, Miss Langtry, I guess I won. Now, about that picture of you.
Oh, I'll keep my promise. Here's the daguerreotype. And, something more.
Yeah?
A man who rides like that deserves a kiss.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Hey, a storm's coming up. Looks like a bad one.
Better get back to town, folks.
Yeah. It's blowing up hard from the southwest.
Let's go.
Are you wet?
How did they learn to kiss like that 75 years ago?
Oh, they discovered it before that. Oh, move back a little. The rain's blowing in this doorway.
Okay. Oh, that Langtry.
The rain is diminishing.
Yeah, that was quite a storm.
They blow up quickly in this country.
Like a cloudburst.
Wait, it stopped. Shall we go on?
Hey, look. It's not wet.
No.
There's dust blowing in the streets.
Yes.
And the town. It's beginning to age.
Yes, I see.
That sign over there. I can't read it anymore. Wait a minute. There's a guy sitting in that doorway. Or is it just a shadow?
Depends on your point of view.
An old cowpoke went riding out one dark and windy day. A On a ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw, a-plowing through the ragged skies and up a cloudy draw. Yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-oh, the ghost riders in the sky.
Hey, here we are back on Cloud 9.
What do you mean, back on Cloud 9?
Well, just a moment ago we were in the ghost town.
Are you sure you know where we were?
But you told me. Oh, you told me.
Perhaps we were never off Cloud 9.
Yeah, but I kissed Lily Langtree. I hurt my back falling off of that horse. Huh, it's funny. Doesn't hurt anymore.
Surprised?
It's hard to believe. Oh, wait a minute. Just a sec.
Sorry, friend. But time's up for now.
You know, I could have sworn I kissed Lily.
That's Cloud 9.
Yeah, people are funny. Spend their dough for anything. Little gadgets, gimmicks, you know. Another one?
Oh, yeah, I guess so, Lou.
Yeah. A common personality trait.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
How much do I owe you, Lou?
$1.55.
$1.55.
Yeah.
Okay, here I got a lot of change here. Here.
You too, huh? Hey, what's that? Something new?
What?
You just pulled out of your pocket the little picture.
Huh?
Yeah, the dame, the old-fashioned photograph.
Oh. Hey, you know what this is, Lou?
Huh?
This ain't a photograph. It's a daguerreotype.
Yeah? What's that?
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Cloud 9 is brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Gum. Original music was composed by Frank Smith, who also conducted the orchestra. The violin solo is by Fritz Siegel. In the dramatic cast, you heard the voices of Hal Stark, Arthur Peterson, and Larry Alexander. Songs were by Elaine Rogers and Lon Saxon. Sound by Eddie Boytle. Engineering by Bob Meyer. Cloud 9 is written and produced by Ski Wolf and Charles Romine. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's journey on Cloud 9 and that you're enjoying Wrigley Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week for another visit to Cloud 9. This program came to you from Chicago. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is WBBM-FM, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Cloud 9.
Yeah, I figure everything you listen to is educational. You know what I mean? Another one?
Yeah, I guess so, Lou.
Fundamental. Yeah. Yeah, Eddie, take a break. You know, a guy can always learn just by listening. That's why when a fella comes in and says, Mr. Harrington, you know what's wrong with the world? I listen. You can always learn.
Yeah.
Say, mind if I turn on the radio?
Go ahead.
I figured you was here. That's why I come after you.
Joe, you ain't gonna live that long.
Put down that heater.
Don't move.
Radio bother you?
No. Well, what show is it?
I don't know. It sounds like a thriller, though.
Yeah.
I like them, yeah.
Some of them.
Oh, only thing I listen to. I just keep twisting the dial till I hear pistol shots.
Can't miss that way, can you?
Of course, sometimes I don't understand the story, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Oh, the phone. I better turn this thing off. Yeah, I'll get the phone. Watch the place for me. Will you? I'll be right back.
Sure, Lou.
Quiet seems good, doesn't it?
Oh, I didn't see anyone sitting there.
Really? I've been here for some time, friend.
Hey, wait a second.
About time you recognized me. Ready for another trip to Cloud 9?
Ready? I'm always ready.
Come along. Express Cloud 9 going up.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Next stop, Cloud 9. Here you are, mate. Cloud 9. Well, friend, you look pleased to be aboard Cloud 9 again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I am. It's so peaceful and wonderful. No noise, just easy, floating peace.
Yes, Cloud 9 has a lot to offer.
Well, it's my favorite mode of traveling.
Mm-hmm.
You meet such interesting people.
Yes, come to think of it, you do. It's one of our advantages, you know.
Say, tell me, is there any place in the world that Cloud 9 can't go?
Oh, there probably is, although I can't think of it. By the way, would you care to take part in a little experiment tonight?
Sure.
All right. North, south, east, and west, Davy.
North, south, east, and west.
Full wind, Davy.
Full wind.
North, south, east, and west?
Yes. The place we're going can't be located by longitude and latitude.
I don't understand.
Tonight, I should like to have you meet a group of gentlemen in a rather exclusive organization.
What?
Almost there. Excuse me, I've got to bring her in. Half wind, Davy.
Half wind.
Prepare to cast. Cast and hold. Easy, Davy. Settle her in easy. Steady. Easy. Easy.
Where are we?
A very unusual place.
Yeah, it looks like the middle of a city, but everything's in shadow.
Except that large building over there. Come along.
Yeah, it's funny. This looks real, and yet it doesn't. Something special about that building?
Remember? I told you tonight you'd meet a rather exclusive organization. That's their headquarters.
I don't get it.
You'll understand in a moment. Oh, careful. Watch your step. Rather dark here.
Yeah. The only lights are coming from the windows of this building.
Very busy place. Here we are. Let me open that door for you.
Oh, thanks. Hey, what is this? An office building?
You might say that. Look at the names on the doors.
Philip Marlowe? Nick Charles, the thin man. Johnny Dollar. Hey, what goes on here? You mean all those guys are here?
Their names are on the office doors.
Sam Spade and... Look over there on that one. It says Sherlock.
Oh, hello there, old fellow. Just the chap I wanted to see.
Trouble?
Oh, yes, nasty little business on Baker Street. Thought you might help.
Oh, excuse me. This is a friend of mine. Friend, this is Mr. Holmes.
Oh, well, how are you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, splendid, old boy. Good to meet you. Mind if I trot along with you to your office?
Oh, not at all.
Your office?
Oh, there are a few things about me I haven't explained. Later. Well, how have you been, Sherlock?
Oh, splendid, really. Picked up for another 26 weeks, you know.
Oh, good.
Yes. Oh, just a moment. I want to stop in here for a moment. Don't mind, do you? Poor chap. Can't remember the blasted tune.
Pity.
Yes. Come to think of it, old boy, Watson left the papers concerning this Baker Street case on my desk. I'll fetch them.
Oh, fine. See you in the office.
Yes, it won't take a moment.
Say, tell me, is he really Sherlock Holmes?
Of course.
But then all these names on the doors.
They're all radio detectives. I'm sure you've heard of them. Oh, here's my office.
All these names, you seem to know them. What goes?
Well, to put it simply, friend, it may seem immodest, but I taught them quite a lot about the business. That is, I am the most private of private eyes. Don't do it professionally anymore, however.
You are?
Most of them call on me for consultation, that sort of thing. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, it's he. Just got in. Oh, I think we can fix that. Don't worry about it. Yes. Goodbye. Oh, dear. That was that inner sanctum chap.
The one who laughs?
Normally, but he's very unhappy at the moment. Some prankster oiled his squeaking door.
Say, this radio detective thing is quite a business, isn't it?
It has its problems.
Sorry to bother you, old boy, but could you be good enough to come down to my office for a moment?
Well, of course, Sherlock. I'll come with you.
Yes, frightfully good of you.
Oh, friend, amuse yourself while I'm gone. I think there's an old Sam Spade script on my desk. Might like to look it over.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Let's see the script. Wonder if I could do this stuff. The opening scene, the Little Miss Muffet caper. I just finished hanging up the phone after saying Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Effie had gone out. And I settled back in my chair with a racing form, all set for a quiet afternoon, when she came in. She being a well-turned brunette wearing a sweater, which did considerably more for her than just make her itch. I was going to say hello as she stuck out her hand, but on second glance I saw that those long, tapering, well-manicured fingers held a pearl handle 38-shaped 38. I was cordial and said cleverly, sit down.
No thanks, Mr. Spade.
Huh?
I have heard a lot about you, Mr. Spade, and I have no time to waste.
Now, honey, put that thing down. I'm not Sam Spade.
I do not believe you. I know you are.
And now, look, I just happened to be sitting here.
If anything happens to me, I want you to find me. I need protection.
Hey, look, baby, you've got me wrong.
Here.
2 $50 bills.
I must go now.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your name?
I'll see some muffins.
What? Hey, wait a minute. How about that? Let's see that script. Her name, she said, was Aziza Muffet. And when she went out, she slammed the door. I'm sorry to bother you.
What is it, friend?
But the funniest thing, I don't know. Well, a gal came in, and she's in trouble.
One thing, old fellow, in this business one is never ruffled. I have remained calm through 78 murders, 60 kidnappings, and a score of other crimes. Poise, my dear fellow, poise.
Well, did you ever hear of a gal by the name of Aziza Muffet?
Strange name.
By Jove. There's a musical comedy singer and dancer called Aziza. Yes, Aziza Muffet. Could be the same one, you know. She's Algerian or some sort of thing.
What did she look like?
Well, I don't know. She's a brunette, shapely, but kind of plain.
Oh, no, my boy. In a detective show, the girls are always ravishingly beautiful, never plain. Now, if this is the Aziza of which I'm thinking, let me describe her.
By all means.
Thank you. First, her crowning attribute, her sparkling, shimmering hair. Then, the graceful slope of her ravishing shoulders. And then, her,
Oh, yes? I see what you mean.
Yes, and finally, you might say, the delicate suggestion of the manner in which she walks. And then, when she stops. When she stops.
Oh, it can't be the same one.
Come to think of it, gentlemen, Aziza is playing now at the Music Hall Theatre. Why don't you two run along?
Well, yeah, let's go. How does it happen there's always a taxi whenever a detective wants it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Otherwise, it would slow up the plot. Oh, right over there, driver. Stage door. That's it. Here you are, driver. You'll notice that every detective always has the right change. When paying a cab, you just hand the driver a bill and get out.
Yeah, I wondered about that.
Just thought you'd like to know. Here's the stage door.
Hello there. Could I help you, gentlemen?
Peter! You working as the stage doorman?
Oh, hello, my dear friend. Yes, I am. Things are slow at the studio now, you know.
Well, meet a friend of mine. This is Mr. Laurie.
How are you?
Oh, yes. It's nice to meet you, sir.
Is there a singer by the name of Aziza here?
Oh, yes. Aziza. Such a strange girl. She's coming on now. Why don't you stand here in the wings and watch her?
Hey, that's her. That's the girl.
I don't care if the sun don't shine. I'll get my lovin' in the evening time when I'm with my baby. It's no fun with the sun around, but I get going when the sun goes down. And I meet my baby. That's when we kiss and kiss and kiss and then we kiss some more. Don't ask how many times we kiss at a time like this. Who needs scores? So I don't care if the sun don't shine. That's my...
Hey, the lights! What happened to the lights?
Let's find that girl.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable.
You say this is a dressing room?
Yes, it is. But she doesn't seem to be in here, does she?
Wonder what could have happened to her.
Perhaps she's murdered and hanging in a closet or something like that, No, she isn't. That's a pity. It would solve everything, wouldn't it?
How'd I get mixed up in this? I was just sitting there reading a Sam Spade script.
Oh, come in.
Most honorable professor.
Oh, come in.
Most humble servant of honorable professor. Wish to be of assistance in this baffling case. Can do?
Oh, it was good to see you, Chan. Oh, Chan, meet a friend of mine.
I'm deeply honored to make the acquaintance of esteemed friend.
Happy to know you. What goes on here?
With me brought illustrious co-worker.
Oh, yes, I thought I'd pop along with him, you know.
Oh, good of you to come. It seems Aziza Muffet has disappeared.
Really? Planning to be away long?
Where do we go from here?
I wonder if there's a precedent. Yeah, I remember how I solved my most baffling case. Perhaps that would help.
Yeah, but how was that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. I went to a phone box, took a threepence from my pocket, and called the police.
Clever.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Not at all.
This Aziza have husband.
Well, let's ask Laurie. Knows practically everything.
This is the club where her former husband works, huh?
So they say. He must be the one. Could we see you for a moment?
Sure, what do you want?
You're Tommy Muffet.
Yeah?
The husband of Aziza Muffet?
I used to be. I don't know anything about her. Excuse me, it's time for my number.
Come back after your song, will you?
Sure. Be glad to.
Count every star in the midnight sky. Count every rose, every firefly. You'll never know how much I miss you. Heaven knows I miss you. Count every leaf on a willow tree. Count every wave on a stormy sea. Count every star, and darling, when you do, you'll know the times I have cried.
see, there he goes backstage. I'm going after him. Hey, what's he running away for? Hey, Tommy! Hey, Tommy, wait a minute! Hey, that's funny. Must have gone in this door. It's locked. Well, I have to break it in. Here we go.
Oh, come in, friend.
What?
Oh, pull up a chair, old boy. 3 cards, please.
3 cards.
Of course.
Chan?
Most humble servant will take 1 card.
I think, my friend, I will stand.
Hey, friend, I want to talk to you.
Oh, go right ahead. There you are, Holmes. Chan.
The guy ran away. I thought he ran in here.
Permit me to open?
Mm-hmm. I'll stay.
I was chasing him, and
Chan?
Most humble servant raises 2.
Let's see, old boy. I'll call.
Beg to show you full house.
Aces. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Thank you.
Hey, look, you guys gotta help me. Now, what do I do?
What do you do?
The girl's in trouble. She disappeared.
Charlie Chan would be happy to help, but must return to lot for retakes on latest picture.
Yes, love to assist, old chap, but it's almost time for tea, you know.
Well, you might look in her apartment. All good detectives do that.
Oh, well, where is it?
For convenience, it's just upstairs, on the 8th floor.
Well, thanks, I will. Up, 8, please. Oh, thanks. Let's see. Aziza Muffet.
Oh, hello. I thought you would never get here.
Well, What?
Do not stand there. Come in.
Hey, what goes on around here? Aren't you in danger?
Danger? Come sit down. Sit here. And I shall get you something.
Okay.
You look at me strangely. I shall be back in a second.
Oh, miss!
Yes?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of something a friend of mine said.
Oh, with water?
Yeah. Thanks. You know, I don't get this.
Silly boy. Don't you listen to detective shows? There is always a scene with the handsome detective and the girl.
Yeah. You know, this business is getting more appealing every minute.
Really?
Yeah, I think I kind of like this. Come here, baby. Oh, what a racket this guy Spade has got.
The drink all right?
Yeah, fine.
Of course, on the radio it would have sleeping powder in it, would it not?
Who cares, baby? Who cares?
I didn't know what time it was. Then I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was. How sublime it was too. I didn't know what day it was. You held my hand, warm like the month of May it was, and I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say I'm all your own. I didn't know what year it was. Life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm wise, and I know what time it is now.
You're getting sleepy, aren't you? Getting sleepy, getting sleepy, getting sleepy.
Yeah, my head feels funny. Going around.
Jesus, thank you, gentlemen, very much. Thank you.
It can't be located by latitude or longitude.
Going around and around.
Poor chap. Can't remember the blasted tune.
Oh, friend, you can open your eyes now. You're back on Cloud 9.
Cloud 9? Where's Cloud 9?
Right here, friend. Look around.
Yeah, but what happened to all those people?
What people?
Well, all those detectives. Holmes and Charlie Chan and the girl.
Who?
Oh, now, I suppose you're going to say the usual thing. It didn't happen, huh?
Happen? That's a curious word. Oh, time's up for now.
You know, I could have sworn I saw Charlie.
That's Cloud 9.
Yeah. I just twist the dial till I hear pistol shots. How can you go wrong, huh? Another one?
Yeah. Okay, Lou.
Boy, I'd sure like to be one of those guys.
Huh?
Yeah, detective, you know. Yeah, the gals they meet. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, look at that gal over there.
Yeah.
Could she be a detective story heroine, huh?
Yeah, but which one?
The gal just leaving.
Oh, a miss.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Cloud 9 is brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Gum. Original music was composed by Frank Smith, who also conducted the orchestra. In the dramatic cast, you heard the voices of Hal Stark, Russ Reed, Arthur Peterson, and Larry Alexander. Songs were by Elaine Rogers and Lon Saxon. Sound by Eddie Boytle, engineering by Bob Meyer. Cloud 9 is written and produced by Charles Romine and Ski Wolf. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's journey on Cloud 9 and that you're enjoying Wrigley Spearmint Gum every day. This program has come to you from Chicago. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast.
Exploring Tomorrow. And now, here is your guide to these adventures of the mind, John Campbell.
When men start a new project, it starts with a plan. The plan has to be carried out, worked through, the details arranged for. You don't have any trouble until the thing you did not expect turns up. So far, human research has achieved an unmanned satellite in space. The sole purpose of any of these devices, any machine, is to serve human beings. The machine goes first to try things out, but the sole purpose of doing it is so that men can follow. And women, too. But there are problems of purely human nature that sometimes complicate the most scientific of plans.
Champagne. Oh, there you are, my dearest. My darling, my love, champagne.
Oh, good heavens, Jeff. You'd think we were getting married all over again.
Oh, why not? Let's make this our second wedding day. A celebration to end all celebrations. Besides, it is almost our first anniversary. Happy almost first anniversary, Lieutenant Alice Britton.
Oh, no. No, if this is going to be a late wedding feast, you must call me Mrs. Captain Jeffrey Britton. I demand my rights as a legally wedded wife, even if you do outrank me.
Don't giggle. It's not proper for an officer in the United States Space Service to giggle. And for goodness sake, don't tell me the champagne bubbles tickle your nose.
Oh, they don't. I love the stuff. Pour me another.
Another, my dear Mrs. Britton. That was the finest half-pint of domestic champagne available, which is all a mere captain can afford. There is no more.
For shame. The finest rocket pilot in the United States, and you can't even afford another bottle?
No, not even for a going-away party.
Oh, Jeff. It is a going-away party, isn't it? I won't see you for 6 months.
Now, come on, sweetheart. Don't cloud up and rain. It's good duty, and you'll be back soon. 6 months isn't forever, you know.
Oh, I know. But being stuck up on an artificial satellite for 6 months without you isn't my idea of fun.
Oh, look, sweetheart, you'll like it up there. It's the oldest and biggest of our manned space stations. It has plenty of room inside and a crew of 400 officers and men. It even rotates on its axis to give you artificial gravity. At least you don't have to worry about space sickness.
Oh, Jeff, don't be so serious. It's not the fact that I have to be up there that bothers me. It's just that I'm going to miss you.
Ah, I thank you so much for that. I'll miss you, too. But there's nothing we can do about it.
How right you are. The Space Service has no use whatsoever for personal feelings. Except, of course, that they hope you don't get killed. Do you know what?
I give up what?
I was shown an instruction film. Told all about Space Station 1. You know how safe it is. Did you know that every compartment has individual heating and oxygen supply in case of emergency? And did you know that all the walls are filled with a plastic self-sealing compound like a car tire, so that if a small meteor hits it, it won't lose too much air?
Well, sure, it's safe. 1,000 miles straight up over Earth, and you're as safe as in your bed at home.
Hooray for safety! And now, my dear cheapskate husband, will you do me the favor of buying me another bit of champagne? Or will I have to buy it myself?
Oh, darling, this is our last night together for 6 months. So I suppose I'll have to buy more champagne. Hey, waiter!
Nurse Jenkins, send in Lieutenant Britton.
She'll be right in, Doctor.
You wanted to see me, Major James?
I certainly do. Being medical officer of Space Station 1 isn't an easy job under any circumstances. But you have made it 10 times as difficult.
I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, sir.
Well, you certainly have. I just got the laboratory report. The test was positive.
It was? Oh, that's wonderful.
Wonderful? What do you mean, wonderful?
Well,
My dear Lieutenant Britton, has it escaped your flittery female mind that you were in Space Station 1 in an orbit more than 1,000 miles from the surface of Earth? Have you forgotten that?
No, sir.
Well, if I had Captain Britton up here, I'd personally break his neck, but he's not. He's safe down on Earth while you're the one who's going to have the baby.
Major James, neither my husband nor I intended this to happen.
Of course not, but it did, nevertheless. Oh. I suppose it's not your fault, Lieutenant, but it leaves me in an awkward position. What are we going to do? This is a space satellite, not an obstetrics ward. I have neither the drugs nor the equipment to take care of you.
Of course not. You'll have to send me back down to Earth when the next rocket leaves.
What? You've been up here 2 months now, and your baby is due in another 7 months. Do you think I would risk sending you down to Earth in a rocket at 9 gravities of acceleration? Not at this stage of the game, Lieutenant.
Well, how can I stay here?
There's nothing else you can do. I'll have to contact the hospital at White Sands Rocket Base and have them send up the equipment I need on the regular supply rockets. Whether we like it or not, you'll be staying with us for a while. And we're going to have to take very good care of you.
Exploring Tomorrow continues in just a moment.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy. And that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great institutions and industries. Like Bowleg Bill, hero of the tuna fishing industry. Back in Provincetown, Massachusetts, they claimed that when it came to hauling in the horse mackerel, as the Easterners call tuna, Bill could handle 2 gaffs at once and catch more than any 6 men put together. And they're still talking about the time Bill caught old Slick Britches, the biggest horse mackerel of them all. No one could ever get his hooks into Slick Britches, who weighed 2,000 pounds and had a tail 6 feet long. But Bowleg Bill promised to land him single-handed. He set out in his boat, toss-up, and when he spotted Slick Britches, he made a grab for him, but the tuna slipped through his hands. So Bill dove over the side, and before folks knew what had happened, Bill was sitting astride old Slick Britches, who was bucking like a bronco. He leaped almost a mile out of the water, but Bill hung on. All over the harbor they went, jumping and leaping, but still Bill hung on. Fast leap over the toss-up, and then calmed down, all the fight gone out of him. Bill steered him toward shore, but all of a sudden he headed him back out to sea, slapped the tuna's tail, and jumped off. Now, folks were mighty disappointed when Slick Britches disappeared, but it was like Bill told them. There's nothing that'll break a cowhand's heart so quick as to find a critter with the ruff all rode off at the first mount. Yes, sir, it is a democracy which lets us tell the stories of such a legendary character as Bowleg Bill with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we will live together as a nation.
Alice had called attention to the fact that the space station had not been adequately designed. It had been designed all right to take care of men and of women, but taking care of human individuals is not enough if we are to really enter the space stage. We have to take care of the human race. That's something Alice was bringing to attention.
Here's some more of the laboratory reports on Lieutenant Alice Britton, Doctor.
Oh, yes, from her last checkup. How is she doing, nurse?
Seems to be doing quite well, Doctor. The light gravity is helping, I think.
Oh, only 59 days to go. Less than 2 months if our figuring is correct. I have nearly all the equipment I need now, and by the time she's ready, it'll all be here.
I've been checking it off the list as the supply rockets unload each piece. You don't have far to go.
You know, nurse, 5 months ago when I found out that Lieutenant Britton was going to have a baby, I was really worried. But now it looks as though there's going to be nothing to it. One of the doctors from White Sands Rocket Base is coming up next month to help, and everything ought to go pretty smoothly. But I was sure worried for a while.
Why were you worried, Doctor?
After all, women aren't supposed to go around having babies in space stations.
Well, it looks as though Lieutenant Britton's going to set a precedent.
Good heavens, I hope not. If all the women in the Space Service get that idea, we'll be running a nursery up here, not a fueling station.
Well, you'll just have to.
Emergency signal. There's been an accident.
Phone, Doctor.
Yeah, I'll get it. Sick ward, Major James speaking. What? Have you got her out of there? Well, then put her on a stretcher and get her to Ward 3. I'll be right down.
What happened, Doctor?
A small meteorite hit Section 6, and Lieutenant Britton was in there when it happened. They're bringing her up now, but there's no way of knowing how badly she's hurt. Be careful. Easy now.
Oh.
Now put the stretcher down on the bed.
Oh.
Easy. That's it, yeah. Now just take it easy, Lieutenant. All right, men. She'll be all right now. Thanks. Close the door, please.
Oh. I hurt all over.
You'll be okay. Nurse Jenkins will bring down a hypo in a few minutes. You'll be all right.
I think I'll live, Major. But my ears are still ringing.
You must have lost air. Can you tell me what happened?
I was in Section 6 checking some meters. All of a sudden, bam! A little meteor punctured the outer wall. Just a little bit of rock the size of a marble. But it was moving fast enough to put a hole in the wall.
It sure was. Then what?
When I wasn't hit, the air started going out into the vacuum of space. The wall is self-sealing, but a lot of air left the room before the hole closed. The automatic door closed. My ears were ringing. Everything got fuzzy. I guess I fainted.
You're lucky the meteor was small and moving fairly slowly. Sealing compound in the wall closed the hole before you lost too much air, really. Your nose isn't bleeding. You haven't got the bends, at least.
No, but I'm afraid the baby's going to be here sooner than we expected.
Yes, it looks like it. Now, don't worry. 7-month babies are just as good as 9-month ones. And you're a pretty healthy girl. You'll be all right. And so will the baby.
I know we will. Take care of us, will you, Major?
Sure. Don't worry. That's what I'm here for. Remember? How is she, nurse?
Gave her a hypo. She'll be able to relax a little. She's lucky to be alive.
It's not all luck. Everything worked automatically. That's what saved her.
Well, she's all right now. You want me to prepare the room next to hers as a delivery room? We'll need it soon.
Well, that's what I was afraid of. But how soon, do you think?
Not more than an hour or two, I'd say. What's the matter, Doctor? You look worried.
Your premature baby has to have a specialized environment. An incubator. If it doesn't, its chances of survival are small, right?
Well, yes.
Well, we haven't got an incubator. The nearest one is more than 1,000 miles away. Straight down.
The plans that had been made, again, were not sufficient. You know, many times, a man who is working with machines and knows the machine in full, understands what it does and its functions, has never recognized what its basic nature is. He's too close to it. It's the forest and the trees again. And sometimes somebody who really doesn't know as much about the machine understands it better.
Major James speaking. Yes, Colonel. From where? Europe. Yes, sir. Yes, I understand, sir. Very well, Colonel. Thank you. Oh, brother, that does it.
What's the matter now, sir?
Our message to White Sands was intercepted. The newscasters have gotten hold of the story. The communications officer just picked up a broadcast from Europe. Big stuff. First baby born in space. Emergency measures being taken. The whole world knows about it now, and everybody on Earth is praying for Lieutenant Britton and her baby. Big sob story.
Oh, Doctor, you may not like all the publicity, and maybe it isn't a good thing in some ways. But personally, I'm kind of glad it happened.
Oh? But why?
Doctor, that girl may need all that praying.
Better get things ready, nurse.
How long do we have?
Half an hour at the outside. I had Nurse Bryson fix up the preliminaries. Any news?
The station commander called. He said that White Sands has assigned Captain Britton to pilot the rocket that's bringing up the incubator. She'll be glad to see him. She's supposed to have gone back to Earth a month ago.
Yeah, it'll probably do her good to see him.
How's she feeling now?
Oh, pretty fair. I think she'll be all right. She's got a lot of nerve, that one.
She'll need every bit of nerve if she loses that baby.
I know. You don't need to remind me. We need an incubator within half an hour, and there won't be one here for 2 hours. We haven't got it, and that's that. What can I do? I've tried everything.
Can't the construction crew build one?
Well, I thought of that first thing. I called the construction officer. He told me that there isn't any spare material up here to build one out of. It costs plenty to ship stuff up here by rocket, so they only order what they absolutely need.
Isn't there anything at all?
Well, not unless they cut holes in the space station. And that's what they're doing. They're ripping out one of the partitions. They'll use a heater from a wall and the oxygen apparatus from a spacesuit. They're trying to get it finished in time.
But they won't finish in time, is that it?
That's it. They'll get done about 15 minutes before the rocket gets here. There's just no time, that's all. Now, try to take it easy, Lieutenant. Don't rush things.
Well, I'm not rushing anything.
Well, now, don't worry about anything. You'll be all right.
I know. But I wish Jess was here.
Your husband is on his way, Lieutenant. He's taking a special rocket up from White Sands.
How long will it be? You'll have to hurry.
He'll be a little late, I'm afraid. We have the delivery room all ready. It won't be long now.
I know it won't. Did you get all the stuff you needed? How about the incubator? Well?
There isn't any incubator. I didn't take the possibility of a premature delivery into account. It's all my fault. But I've done what I could. Your husband is bringing an incubator up in the rocket. It won't be too long. I think we'll be able to keep the child in good health until he gets here. Lieutenant Burton. Alice, this is no time to get hysterical. Stop it.
I'm not hysterical, Doctor. You are. Look at you. You're so nervous. You can't even think straight.
What do you mean? What?
Figure it out for yourself. Take a look around you and ask yourself, why is a space station like an incubator?
Good heavens, of course, that's it. Can I come in?
Yes. You finally made it. Come over here.
Hey, you look fine. How's it feel to be the most famous mother on earth? Huh? Or off it?
Oh, I don't care about being famous. It's wonderful just to be a mother. And how do you feel, Daddy Britton?
Oh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Say, I brought you an incubator, but Major James said you won't need it. I asked him why, and he said he felt too foolish about it to explain. He said I should ask you. What's the story?
Well, it was very funny. Poor man was running around in circles worrying about an incubator. He had you bring one up, and I understand he had the construction crew tearing down the walls to make one.
Really?
Really. And I finally asked him, why is a space station like an incubator? And he got it right away.
Got it? Got what?
Oh, don't you see, silly? A space station is a sort of an incubator. It protects us poor, weak humans from the airlessness and extremities of temperature in space. And each room of this station is a separate compartment. They can be self-sustaining if they have to.
So what did the Major do?
We just had one whole room isolated. You raised the temperature, pumped in extra oxygen, and bingo, he had an incubator.
Well, where is my son? I want to see him.
Your daughter, dear, and she's in the next room.
Huh?
Oh, but you can't go right in. You just wait. You've got a good many years ahead of you to get acquainted with her.
All right. I guess I just have to practice getting acquainted with you. Come here.
Mm-hmm.
There's the impression that science fiction has to do with machines, and it's all about gadgets and ray guns. It isn't. That's why it's science fiction. It has to do with human beings and the problems that human beings will have with the machines we do and must live with. And if the machines aren't properly designed to recognize that their purpose is to serve humanity, they're no good either.
Heard in our cast tonight were Lawson Zerbe, Carol Teitel, and script was by Randell Garrett. Produced and directed by Sanford Marshall in New York. Guy Wallace speaking. This is the world's largest network.
We pause now for station identification.
Midnight.
He turned and started to walk across the room, and as he turned, Martel moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He picked up a heavy wrench, followed him, and then as Roy reached for the switch, he hit him.
No!
I heard his skull go like a rotten pumpkin shell, and he went down. Then Martel picked up a hacksaw and... No, I don't want to remember the rest. It was too awful, too horrible.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Terror Out of Space. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story, which we prophesy will be long remembered as a classic, is by Robert Newman. A tale out of the news and out of man's deepest fears called Terror Out of Space.
Larkin. John. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You've got to hear me. I haven't got much time. They'll be coming back in a few minutes and... John! Try and get this. Try and remember.
I sat up in bed, straining my ears, listening. The surf was rolling and pounding on the beach at the foot of the cliff. One of the dynamos was purring away next door in the experimentation shack. And that was all. Had I really heard anything, or had I just imagined it, dreamed it? I didn't know. All I knew was that I was in a cold sweat, shivering even though it was a hot summer's night. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened. Just what had happened. Maybe I could get it all straight, fill in the gaps that had been bothering me if I went back over it again from the beginning. I hadn't wanted to before this. I'd fought against even thinking about it. But now it was as if something was making me think about it.
That's right, John. Start way back, in the beginning. Then maybe you will remember. You've got to.
When was the beginning? When they assigned me here, I guess, miles from anywhere on the Jersey coast. I knew it was some kind of hush-hush project, and I'd been in the Army long enough not to ask questions. I had some ideas, though, and when I walked into administration and found Professor Martel there, I was pretty sure they were right. Lieutenant Larkin reporting for duty, sir.
Hello, John. How are you?
Fine, Professor. Major.
Well, let's forget the Major. I've been trying to. I think the Army's a little sorry about the whole thing also.
Oh, that's not the way I heard it. Some of the things you've worked out in the last few years was something. Quite a break, my getting assigned here.
You think it was an accident?
You mean you requested me?
Of course. What did I take you away from, by the way?
Oh, nothing very much. Straight communications, a little radar.
No chance to continue any of the research you started when you were at the university, huh?
No. Afraid I've gotten rusty?
Not really. But there are just going to be the three of us to do the bulk of the work. You, myself, and a chap named Roy Shields. He worked with Ramsey at Tech.
And what's the project? Something big?
I think so. We're going to try and establish radio contact with the moon.
What?
Theoretically, it shouldn't be too difficult, you know.
Of course. And with the progress we've made during the war... Professor, it's terrific. One of the most exciting things I've ever heard of.
Think so?
Well, don't you? Don't you remember when we used to talk about it in the lab? What it would mean to the astronomers, the astrophysicists, measurements that they've never even been able to take before?
Yes, John, I remember.
Well, then?
I don't know. Somehow it worries me.
How we're going to do it?
No, that's all cut and dried. What's going to happen when we do it?
Well, what do you mean?
We're reaching out, John. reaching out into places where man has never been before. We're pretty close to the secret of matter, to the origin of life, and to the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble on something that's too much for us, too big and... That's silly. Go pick out a bunk and get some rest, John. Tomorrow, we'll go to work.
The work? I remember that all right, weeks of it. And finally, the big night, the night we were ready for our first test. It was clear and cool, the ocean still, not thundering but whispering at the base of the cliffs, as if it were waiting. Every star separate and distinct, like signposts on the road to the infinite. Martel at the table in the center of the laboratory with the charts and diagrams doing the computing. Roy at the power controls, and I at the director.
Time,
23:02.
15 seconds. Power, 10.12.
Check.
Your reading, John?
93 degrees.
Make it plus 0.2.
Check.
Time, 23:02:10.
Power on. 3 seconds. 4. Now.
How long to wait?
We should get it almost immediately. A lag of not more than... There, listen.
Huh? That's it! That's it! We've done it! We're in contact with the moon!
Yes, we'd done it. Reached out into space and done it. For the first time since man had walked erect, we had established contact with another heavenly body, bridged the infinite with man-made electrical impulses. There was no work done during the next 2 days, just excitement. Public relations broke the story the next morning, and we were swamped. Newspaper reporters, photographers, interviews, commentaries, prophecies. Finally, we got back to normal. And a couple of nights later... Yes, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. I looked at my watch, almost midnight. Roy was asleep in his bunk, and I didn't wake him. I padded out along the duckboards to the laboratory. The lights were on. I went in, and there was Professor Martel. He was sitting at the control table, and he was funny. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. I said, "Hello, Professor." He didn't move. Didn't answer. I took a quick look at the control board, and the frequency had been changed. A little uneasy, I tried again. "Professor, what are you doing?" And then something very strange happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched, while his left one remained stiff. It was just for a fraction of a second. Then...
What? Oh. Hello, John.
Hello, Professor. Anything the matter?
Matter? What am I doing in here?
I don't know, sir. I heard the generators go on. I came in and found you here.
Strange. Very strange. I went to bed about 10:30.
Ever walked in your sleep before?
No, not that I know of. Because I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Very disturbing dream. Did you change the transmitter frequency that way?
No, sir. You must have done it yourself in your sleep.
Funny. That would make it more of a carrier instead of a transmitter wave.
Shall I shift it back?
No, leave it. I'd like to take a look again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
The next morning, somehow, neither of us mentioned it. I can't be sure now whether we didn't remember or just didn't think it was important. But that night... Yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. That we knew. It was the sound of the generators that woke me again. I looked at my watch a few minutes before midnight. And it was then that I noticed that Roy wasn't in his bunk. I lay there. And for some reason I was terrified, trembling. There was something in the air, a feeling of menace that... I made myself get up. Slipped on a pair of sneakers and went out along the duck walk to the laboratory. The lights were on again. I didn't go in this time, but I looked in the window. There was Roy, and there was Professor Martell again. He was sitting at the control table with that sane, dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him and talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
What is it, sir? What's going on? Is anything the matter? Sleep. Walking in his sleep. I better get Larkin and... I can't leave the generator on, though. Gotta shut that out first.
He turned and started to walk across the room toward the master switch. And as he turned, Martell moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He got up without a sound, took a heavy wrench from the work table, and followed Roy. And then, just as Roy put out his hand to throw the switch, he hit him.
Oh!
I heard his skull go like the shell of a rotten pumpkin, and he went down, dead. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. I just stood there, frozen with horror. Martell looked down at him without batting an eye. And then, like a zombie, he walked over to the bench, picked up a hacksaw and went back. And then, bending over Roy's body, he started cutting off the top of his head.
A voice from the void, and a midnight waking. Memories, things best forgotten, coming back again. Memories of the terror that came out of space and of murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Terror Out of Space.
That's all I remember then. When Professor Martell bent over Roy's body with a hacksaw in his hand, I must have fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the sand outside the shack, and there was Martell bending over me. No, Professor, no, don't!
Why,
Don't!
John, what's the matter?
Leave me alone. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? Where?
Just now in the shack to Roy.
Aren't you well either, John?
What do you mean?
I just came up here from the cottage. I had a bad dream. I've been having quite a few of them lately, and I woke up with a very annoying headache. I came out to take a walk, get some air. I found you lying
But
there.
I'm telling you, I saw you. I saw you in there with Roy and...
And what?
Well, I don't even want to think about it. But you killed him.
Killed him? Huh. Let's go back to the bunkhouse, John. Take a look.
The bunkhouse?
Yes, when you see that Roy is where we should be, in bed, maybe it'll convince you that you either dreamed or imagined the whole thing.
He led the way to the bunkhouse, and I followed. Still shaken, but starting to feel a little foolish. This was the Professor Martell I had studied under, known for years, the man who wouldn't hurt a fly. We went into the bunkhouse, and Roy's bed was empty. He wasn't there. Martell gave me a funny look and started calling.
Roy! Roy, where are you? Roy!
Without a word, we hurried back to the laboratory, and there was no sign of him there either. Nothing. Wait, he must have gone out for a walk too, Professor, or maybe jeeped into town. If it was true, there'd be something here. His body, blood...
There, John.
Well, right there, in front of the switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that it looks as if this floor was just scrubbed.
The floor... What? You're right.
John.
Huh?
Did you change the transmitter frequency this way?
But no, sir. You must have done it. Just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you saw happen tonight. Everything you remember, whether you believe it now or not.
Well, it was pretty terrible, Professor. I was sitting there. And then, as quietly as if he were a laboratory specimen, you took a hacksaw and started to cut off the top of his head.
Merciful heavens.
Talking to you now, I know the whole thing's mad, impossible, but...
Yes, mad, impossible, but...
You mean It could have happened some way without your knowing it?
Sit down, John. Relax. Tell me what you know about the moon.
Well, the moon is a satellite, stellar body, probably formed by our sun in an encounter with some other stellar body.
Yes, probably formed at the same time as the Earth. But it may very well have supported life long before there was life here.
Life? But we know what its atmosphere is.
Yes, we know what it is now. But how do we know what it was several million years ago? Just suppose, that there was life there millions of years ago. Life that reached a level of development we cannot even imagine. Suppose it died out as a form of life that we could recognize, but remained in a form that is eternal.
What do you mean?
In the form of electrical energy. We know that thought is an electrical process. An electrocephalograph will give a definite reading when a man is thinking.
Yes.
Suppose intelligences continue to exist on the moon in the form of complex electric charges. And suppose a channel is suddenly opened between the moon and some other planet.
The beams we sent out are radar beams. You mean they could come down the beam, take hold of someone, you, and make you...
I'm supposing, John, hypothesizing. But the fact is that the transmitter was set at carrier frequency, and none of us did it consciously. Of course, even if it's true, we have no way of knowing whether these entities are dangerous, malevolent, or not.
No way of knowing, but they killed. They made you kill Roy.
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with the place they came from. As for the rest, well, they would be intensely curious about the human body, particularly the brain. They would want to examine it. Analyze.
Good Lord, Professor, do you realize what you're saying? The taking over of a person's body?
Yes, John, I do realize what I'm saying. Well, I don't believe it myself. Have you a gun?
Why, yes. Yes, I never carry it.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, incomprehensible, don't hesitate. Shoot.
I didn't sleep that night. I remember that now. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it was there then, the moon. It was there all the time, of course, day and night. But it was during the night, when I was asleep, that it would be easiest for them, that they might try and... No, I can't think about it. I won't even now. With the daylight, I felt a little better. Roy hadn't come back, but, well, there were a dozen possible explanations for that. I went to have another talk with Professor Martell. And he was gone, too. His bed was empty, as if it had never been slept in. I waited until about noon. Then I called headquarters. I had decided that I was going to tell them only facts, things I could believe myself.
Hello?
Hello, Colonel. This is Larkin over at Radar Experimental.
Oh, yes, Larkin. How are you?
Pretty good, sir. I'd like to report that both Sergeant Shields and Major Martell are missing.
Huh? Missing? What do you mean?
I don't know, sir. They were both gone when I got up this morning.
AWOL, eh? Well, that's my fault. You men have been working awfully hard. I meant to suggest that you take leaves. Why don't you go missing, too?
Oh, no, sir, I couldn't. Not right now.
Okay. And you carry on until they get back, and then I'll arrange for you to do it officially.
So I stayed. Stayed there in the lonely shack on top of the cliff, alone. And that was the most awful, terrible week of my life. Only the wind, the pounding of the surf, and my fears that were with me constantly. There was work I had to do, but I had to force myself to go into the laboratory. Then, on Friday, they found Roy's body. A phone call took me to town to the local funeral parlor. When I got there, the colonel was waiting.
You knew Sergeant Shields pretty well, didn't you, Larkin?
Yes, sir.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. I wish you'd look at it.
Of course, sir.
Right here.
Oh, good Lord.
Evidently the fish were pretty hungry.
Well, no one could be sure, sir, but I think that is Shields.
All right, Larkin. Thank you.
Yes, they found Roy's body. And that night, Martell came back. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep. but the sound of the generators woke me again. I lay there listening, unbelieving but terrified because there was no one at the station but me. Then, picking up my gun, I went down the duck walk to the laboratory. I opened the door, and there he was, Professor Martell. His face was thin, haggard. His eyes were dead, lackluster, the way they'd been those other 2 nights. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was using him, speaking through him.
Too bad that you woke up, Larkin. You should not have come in here.
What do you mean, Professor? Where have you been?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it. Very interesting. And now we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about? What You said we. Professor Martell, have they...
Just a few preparations to make. And then...
The voice, that horrible voice stopped, and Martell swayed as if he were going to fall.
John.
I grabbed him, and he opened his eyes. He was himself again. And when he spoke, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. Help me.
How, Professor, how?
Your gun. What I told you, don't you remember? Don't you understand? They've got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country. Looking, examining, studying. They picked my brain. They sucked me dry. And now they're going to take me back with them.
Back with them?
Back to where they came from. Not my body, they're not interested in that. But the essential me, in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot and... And now we are ready.
They had him again.
As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember. You will remember nothing, do you understand? Because someday we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, still holding on to Martell. Like a sleepwalker with superhuman strength, he pushed me away. I staggered back against the wall. Stiffly and mechanically, he walked to the door, opened it, and went out. The surf was thundering, the wind blowing. Straight to the edge of the cliff he walked, and then went over. But before he fell, he seemed almost to hover for a moment, as if something in him was going not down, but up.
Now, do you remember, John? Now, do you remember? You've got to remember. You've got to. I tricked them, fooled them. That's how I was able to get through to you. But they'll be coming for me any minute and... John, you've got to do something. You've got to. It's true, they do exist. And they've got me here. They may be coming back again for others. John, they're coming. They're coming. Do something. Do...
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. Written out in my own handwriting, but a little scrawled and jerky as if my hand wasn't quite steady. Some of it I remember. Other parts, like Roy's murder, Professor Martell's suicide, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about it. I mustn't. Anyway, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I'm mad. So now I'm going to burn it. Burn it up completely.
White and shaking, John Larkin tears the scrawled pages from his notebook, crumples them into an ashtray, and puts a match to them. And thus there disappears into ashes the only remaining evidence of the terror from out of space and of murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death comes in some unknown form. And the clocks strike 12 for murder
Midnight. The part of John Larkin was played by George Petrie, and Peter Capell was Professor Martell. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car speeding down a highway toward Lowell City on the planet Mars.
It looks like we're going to make it, Commander. If anyone was going to stop us, they've lost their Commander, look! I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship. It's swooping down right on top of us. The Cobra gang. And there's no way we can fight them off. I wonder what they're waiting for. If that ship's armed, they're close enough to blast us to pieces. Uh-oh. What's that? It's a magnetic holding field. Smoke and rockets are picking up the car.
Will help us. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray.
Rice Chex are the perfect size. It's tops with all the guys. Fit right into a spoon, good to eat, morning, evening, and noon.
Well, hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Dick Tufeld, and that was George, the Space Patrol jingle maker, telling you in his way that Rice Chex are tops for size.
For flavor, tops, too. Those Chex ring a bell. Any way you eat 'em, Rice Chex taste swell.
Tops for taste, you bet. A delicious toasted taste. Rice Chex will ring the bell with you, Space Patrollers, any way you eat it.
With a good breakfast or out of the box for a snack, eat Rice Chex, gang, for a quick comeback.
A quick comeback or a quick go-ahead. You get it after a nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex. Because Rice Chex are tops for get up and go.
If you like whole wheat, super keen and neat, make sure, Space Patrollers, the Chex you eat are wheat.
Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, in the red and white checkerboard package, with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, tops three ways, for taste, for size, for get up and go. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. With Emil Gargoth at last in custody on Terra, Commander Corey has had every right to consider the menace of the Cobra gang to be ended. Even if Gargoth should stubbornly refuse to name his henchmen, the brainograph could easily reveal their identities and every detail of the elaborate structure of the criminal organization. But something has happened to prevent the immediate use of the brainograph on Emil Gargoth. In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey fumes at the delay.
There isn't any excuse for this. I gave orders that Gargoth was to be watched every second.
Well, maybe he really did get sick, Commander.
Of course he's sick. He must have had some chemical concealed on him. Somebody slipped up when they searched him.
Well, anyway, he'll be out of the hospital in a day or so, and then we can give him the brainograph test.
By then, most of his important agents will know Gargoth has been captured. They'll have time to get away.
I guess that's right. But at least they won't be operating as the Cobra gang. There'll just be a lot of individual rats running for cover.
So much depended on the fast closing in on Gargoth's leaders. Now get that, will you, Ham?
Yes, sir. Commander Corey's office. Cadet Happy here. Yes, Dr. Arnold. Yeah, he's right here. Commander, it sounds important.
Yes, Dr. Arnold. What? But I posted a guard. I'll be right over. We've got to get over to the Terra Hospital right away. Gargoth has escaped.
A few moments later, in the office of the superintendent of the Terra Hospital, Buzz and Happy listened to a greatly distressed Dr. Arnold.
Before you question your guards, Commander, I want to accept full responsibility. Emil Gargoth was admitted here as a criminal and as hospital superintendent.
Just a minute, Dr. Arnold. The matter of responsibility for Gargoth's escape is secondary right now. I want to find out where he is and how he got away.
I'm sorry I can't tell you that, Commander. There was so much confusion at the time,
All right, Doctor. Happy.
Yes, sir?
Bring those 2 guards in here. I'll find out why they left their posts at the door of Gargoth's room.
I can tell you that, Commander.
Now, hold it, Hank. All right, Doctor.
They left their posts to move some patients that were completely helpless. Patients that I thought were in grave danger.
Danger from what?
Fire, explosion, I don't know. Things were in a turmoil here for a while.
What do you mean, fire and explosion?
Well, everything went crazy all of a sudden. From all over the hospital, patients were complaining that their rooms were too warm. The heating system was out of control. And then we discovered the water pipes were frozen.
Frozen? Here on Terra?
That's right. It's as though the electronic brain that controls our temperature systems had gone mad. Patients, nurses, even some of the doctors were panic-stricken.
You say the temperature controls went mad. What caused it?
I don't know. But I didn't want helpless patients to be hurt in a fire or explosion or whatever was threatening. I gave an order to my staff to evacuate the bedridden patients, and your Space Patrol guards elected to help. During the confusion, Gargoth disappeared. I have jurisdiction over this hospital, Commander. I declared an emergency, and your guards acted accordingly. I hope you won't be too hard on them.
Technically, they deserted their posts, but I think under the circumstances I would have done the same. As it looks to me, Gargoth took advantage of an accidental situation, or his gang engineered the whole thing.
I don't see how that could be. The hospital heating and refrigeration systems are automatic and virtually foolproof.
After I talk to those guards, suppose we make a complete check. Happy, call those men in here.
A few moments later, Commander Corey dismisses the guards and, with Dr. Arnold and Happy, examines the master temperature control unit in the sub-cellar of the Terra Hospital.
This graph on the control unit tells a story, Commander.
Up to 1,400 hours, everything was normal, almost a straight line.
Yeah. Then the heating chart swoops up to 140 degrees.
To freeze the water system and raise the room temperatures to the degree we experienced a while ago, well, the whole central regulating system would have to be out of adjustment. And as you see now, everything's normal.
Yes. Doctor, what's that device over there in the corner?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. I never saw it before.
Let's have a look at it. Judging by the handles on it, it was meant to be portable.
It isn't very heavy, sir.
Well, Dr. Arnold doesn't know what it is, and it doesn't resemble anything I'm familiar with.
Me either, Commander.
We just take it to the security lab for a check.
In the rear-view scope of a private space cruiser, the bright circle that is Terra grows smaller and smaller. 2 men watch it intently, moment after moment, without speaking. Then, with a sigh of relief, the larger of the 2 men turns to his companion.
Well, the screen's clear, Razzler. If anyone was after us, we'd have spotted them by now.
Yeah, I guess we made it, Mr. Gaga.
I'd like to know what's going on back at that hospital. I'll bet Corey's tearing the place apart.
Yeah, but what if he found a zero ray?
Well, what if he has? Does that mean he can trace it to you? Well, does it?
No, of course not. At least not right away.
Wait a minute. Do you mean there's a slight chance that the zero ray can be traced to you?
Now, look, Mr. Gargot, didn't I take a big chance getting you out of the hospital? Would I be hiding you out in my place at Meteor Lake if I thought the Space Patrol would reach out and grab me?
It's my policy to trust nobody. You may be sincere, Rensler, but you're not infallible. Your cabin at Meteor Lake will do for the time being.
Yes, sir.
When we reach Venus, I'll check with my agents for a safer hideout.
Back in his office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey examines a stack of diagrams and documents. From time to time, he pulls one aside and places it in a separate file. Buzz looks up as Happy enters.
Here's the Space Control Operations Report, Commander.
Okay, Happy. Incidentally, it didn't take long for the lab to find out what that gadget was for.
The one we found at the hospital?
Mm-hmm. It's a practical application of the Volkovsky principle.
Oh, it is? Well, what's the Volkovsky principle, Commander?
Well, as you know, heat is the result of rapid movement of molecules, either in a gas, liquid, or solid.
Yes, sir.
Some time ago, a scientist named Volkovsky advanced the theory that extremely low temperatures might be produced by an electromagnetic force that slowed down molecular vibration.
And this thing we picked up at the hospital does that?
Yes, Happy. It projects invisible beams that literally freeze everything they touch.
Oh. And that's what froze the water system.
Exactly.
Hey, but wait, the rooms were overheated. What caused that?
The same device. One of the freeze beams was focused on the master thermostatic control. As you know, a thermostat doesn't think, it reacts. When it contracts from cold, it turns on the heat, trying to restore normal adjustment and equilibrium.
Oh, and this gadget fooled it.
Yes, when the central thermostat registered cold, the system kept pouring out heat.
Wow.
Fortunately, the device producing the freeze beam shut itself off before any real damage occurred.
Except that Gargoth escaped.
Yes, but Major Robertson found out something very interesting, Happy.
He made a check through our records of everyone submitting designs pertaining to the Valkovsky principle. He found this.
It's too complicated for me, sir.
It's a preliminary application for a patent presented 5 years ago by 3 electronics engineers here on Terra. The government board of analysts pointed out some defects, and everybody lost interest.
Well, there weren't any defects in that model we found at the hospital. Those 3 inventors must have corrected their mistakes.
No, Happy. They lost interest. The man who drew up their designs seems to have continued independently. The designs were drawn up by Ulrich Renzler. See, his name is on this drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie's positive that the physical work done on the freeze beam device is that of Ulrich Renzler. It matches that of the models of other types of inventions submitted for inspection.
Oh, then Renzler is working with the Cobra gang.
Either that or the Cobra gang stole the model from Renzler and planted it in the hospital.
Renzler. Hey, wait a minute. That operations report I just handed you. Could I see it a moment, sir?
Here it is, Ham.
I know I saw that name here somewhere.
For the past year, Renzler has been living on Venus by Meteor Lake, supposedly on royalties from his inventions.
Here, sir, I found it. This ship that blasted off at 1432, private cruiser VP-738. It's registered to Ulrich Renzler.
I'll alert Venus Space Patrol, then we'll blast off for Venus. Let's see if anything's going on at Meteor Lake.
Several hours later, the Terra 5 roars high over the cloudy surface of Venus, spiraling around the Meteor Lake region 300 miles west of Venus City. Carefully, Cadet Happy adjusts the infrared viewscope scanner.
I can make out a construction of some kind, Commander. It seems to be on a slight rise of ground a few yards from the lake shore.
That's Renzler's cabin.
Uh-oh. And there's a spaceship. It's set down in a clearing just south of the cabin. It looks like the class and type of cruiser registered to Renzler.
See if you can find a place where we can land without being seen or heard from the cabin.
That's going to be tough, sir. Unless we want to hike through the hills several miles.
Let me take a look at that screen. That is going to be a problem. The lake would act like a sounding board if we came in close.
Yeah, and the valley would echo our rockets.
Hey, wait. To the north end of the lake, there's an inlet. Sort of like a pointing finger.
Yes, sir?
That inlet is shielded from the cabin side of the lake by this curved ridge. A low gliding approach from the north might do the trick. We'd have to land on the other side of the inlet, but that ridge might dampen the sound.
Yeah.
Still means a hike nearly halfway around the lake. We'd stand a good chance of surprising Renzler and Garga.
Inside the comfortable cabin, Ulrich Renzler gazes out through the window out across the lake. Smiling, he turns to his companion.
Beautiful, isn't it, Mr. Garga? That's the 3rd time you've said that. Look, show me where your space phone is. I want to make arrangements to get out of here.
Just as you wish. But you're just as safe here as any place.
I'm sure I heard a spaceship a while ago.
It's nothing to worry about. Possibly one flew over the valley several miles north of the lake, and the sound rumbled down. No one could get close to the cabin without our seeing them. And believe me, we could hold off an army.
Yes? How?
The same device I used to throw the hospital temperature control system out of order. The zero ray.
You mean that's a weapon?
Yeah. It's got an effective range of 1,000 yards. Turn it on any living thing for 10 seconds, and it will freeze it solid. Look, I'll show you.
What are you going to do?
Just watch. I'll turn it on. Better stand over there out of the way. Now, that's it. Now, you see those leaves fluttering in the breeze? Keep your eye on them.
They've stopped moving.
That's right. The smaller the object, the quicker it works. The zero ray slows the dents of any electrons down almost to a stop.
Wait. Look over there. Those bushes by the edge of the lake. Something moved.
Yeah, it's probably a deer. There are a lot of them in this.
That's no deer. It's a man. He's gone now, but I saw his Space Patrol uniform.
Don't worry, Mr. Gargard. This will take care of him nicely.
But he's out of sight.
That doesn't matter. A few sweeps of the zero ray across that clump of brush, and every living thing there will be frozen solid.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles reporting on the famous jet plane assigned to the vital Air Force mission of defending America's homeland, Lockheed's F-94C Starfire. In a moment, we'll hear from Tony LaVere, the well-known record-breaking test pilot on the Starfire. Within seconds after warning, this radar-controlled interceptor can be off the ground and streaking to 45,000 feet or higher. Packing 48 rockets, it can fly and fight in sunshine or darkness at speeds of more than 600 miles an hour. Now, Tony LaVere tape recorded this morning at a California air base.
health is important to a test pilot, and I have to stay in top condition. I get lots of rest and eat plenty of good food. That's why I like a good cereal for breakfast, like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They have real energy and they taste swell. Why don't you try them?
Make sure you keep yourself ready for action, the way Tony LeVere and lots of other famous test pilots do. Eat Rice Chex or Wheat Chex every morning. The cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, for real get up and go. That's Chex, wheat or rice. And remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang, escaped from the Terra Hospital with the aid of Ulrich Rensler. And now the 2 men are hiding in Rensler's cabin at Meteor Lake on the planet Venus. Hoping to take the 2 criminals by surprise, Buzz and Happy are cautiously...
Stop, man, Happy. I could do with the rest. This heat is really something.
Yeah. Look at these leaves and branches.
What about them, sir?
A moment ago they were swaying in the breeze. Now they're rigid. Yet the breeze is still blowing.
Uh-huh. It's rippling the water on the lake.
Hey, look out, Happy.
Commander, if you hadn't warned me, that limb would have hit me.
Happy, look at these leaves and twigs.
Smoking rockets, they shattered, just like glass.
And feel the limb.
It's cold. Cold as ice.
Yes. In the tropical weather of Venus.
This is a perfectly healthy branch. Now, why would it break off in a little breeze?
Because it's brittle. Hap, look over there to your right. See how those leaves suddenly stop fluttering?
Yeah. It's as though something were passing over them and freezing them.
Hap, quickly. Under the bank and jump off into the water. Hurry.
Wow. I'm glad we jumped instead of dived. The water isn't even up to our hips.
Rensler and Gargoth have one of those freeze beam machines at the cabin.
Then they've seen us.
Probably. They aren't sure exactly where we are, or they wouldn't be swinging the beam around like that.
I hope that bank is high enough to shield us.
It is. The beam is right over our heads now.
How can you tell?
That branch just above us suddenly stopped moving.
Well, look, sir. The tree on the left is still moving.
It suddenly stopped moving.
Well, look, sir. The tree on the left is still moving.
Yeah. They must have shut off the freeze beam.
They figure they finished us, huh?
We'll keep to the water and work around past the cabin, and maybe we can surprise them.
See? There's not a sign of them. They're somewhere in that brush, rigid as statues. Let's go and find them.
No. We're getting out of here right now.
What for? Nobody will bother us now.
Are you crazy? How do we know that a whole fleet of Space Patrol ships won't be landing here any minute?
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I still don't think Mars is such a good place. You operated from there for a while.
I operated from Lowell City. This place I've got in mind is a way off from everything.
Yeah, you showed me on the map. All right, Mr. Gargon, I'll load the zero-ray equipment in the ship. So
leave it here. I don't want to take time to bother with it. Let's get out of here while we've got a chance.
Wait a minute, Hap. Don't go any farther. I can see the roof of the cabin now. Got to be careful, not let Gargoth and Rensler see us.
It's going to be rough, passing the front of the cabin. The bank isn't very high, and there's no vegetation. Smoking rockets! There's the spaceship blasting off. Oh, they got away. I guess they knew that we dodged the freeze ray.
Not necessarily.
Gee, they're nearly out of sight already. And it'll take us at least an hour to get back to our ship.
Let's go to the cabin instead. Leave the spaceophone Venus City to alert patrol ships to look for Rensler's cruiser.
I hope they haven't smashed their spaceophone transmitter.
Now, come on, Hap. We'll keep under cover as much as possible. For all we know, somebody may still be at the cabin.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy work their way toward the cabin, then softly approach the door, which stands wide open.
Maybe somebody's in there after all. The door's open.
Well, I've got to come out in the open now. Come on. I'll go in first.
It's deserted, all right.
Yes, it has all the signs of a hasty departure.
Yeah, they didn't even take time to pack. Look at all the stuff here. Yeah. Rensler must have thousands of credits worth of furnishings.
Let's look around. Maybe we can get a clue on where they went. I'll check over the desk.
Yes, sir. Say, here's the freeze beam equipment. Only Rensler calls it the Zero Ray. Zero Ray Model X1, it says here on the panel.
Uh-huh. Several notebooks here. I'll take them along to study later.
Commander, here's some numbers scribbled down. By the looks of them, they may be spaceophone frequencies.
Let me see them.
And here's some maps, astrogation charts, and sectional maps of some of the planets.
Let me see those maps. Are there any special marks on them?
No, I'll check, sir.
Here's a notation on this scratch pad that might mean something. The word Jupiter has been crossed out, and there's a word that looks like it might be Mars. And it says 150 NE-LC.
150 NE-LC. It doesn't mean a thing to me. Oh, Commander, here's a chart of sector H5, Mars, and it's got a mark on it.
That's it. Yeah, it's a tiny cross. That's all arid desert in that region. Cross is between Lowell City and a nearly played-out mining area. Wait a minute. Let's see the scale. Happy, what if NELC stood for northeast of Lowell City? How far is that small X from Lowell City?
About 150... Say, 150 NELC. Yeah, it fits. 150 miles northeast of Lowell City.
I'll space it for Mars Space Patrol to check on that area from very high altitude so we won't scare anybody away. Then we'll blast off for Mars.
Great. But I sure dread that long trek back around the edge of the lake to that ship. Why, if Rensler only had a boat, we could row across and save a lot of time.
It's all right, Hap. We'll walk across.
Okay, that's an idea. We can walk across the lake?
Sure. We can work this zero ray. Stand back, Hap.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to focus it right at the edge of the lake and turn up the power.
Smoking rockets. The water's turning to ice. A whole strip of it.
A strip as wide as the freeze beam. After I make that spaceophone call, we'll carry the zero-ray machine down to the lake and make our bridge of ice ahead of us as we cross.
In the small sleeping compartment of his private cruiser, Ulrich Rensler tosses fitfully on his bunk as the ship streaks through space toward the planet Mars. Suddenly, he awakens with a start as a hand grips his shoulder.
Come on, Rensler, wake up.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Garg.
Who did you expect it to be? There's nobody aboard but us.
Just jumpy, I guess. Do you want me to take the controls for a while?
Yes. That isn't why I called you. Your quick freeze ray didn't work back at the lake.
What? How do you know?
I overheard part of a spacephone conversation. You know who that was trying to surprise us at the cap? Commander Corey.
Corey?
We not only missed him, but he's wise to our plan. He knows we're going to the desert outside of Lowell City.
Oh. How could he possibly know about that?
All right, don't get excited. I've got a plan worked out so we can finish Corey for good.
Wait, Mr. Garga. Let's leave Corey alone.
It's foolproof, Rensler. Corey's going to search the desert in a surface car. He figures he can pass for somebody connected with one of those mining outfits in that area.
Yeah.
We'll switch to an atmosphere ship at Hubble Settlement on the other side of Mars. Then we'll take care of Corey.
With Lowell City far behind them, Buzz and Appy roar over the Martian desert highway in a sand-scarred surface car. From their rough work clothes, they appear to be a couple of mining engineers on their way to one of the lonely quarries or mines on the Martian wastelands.
Gee, Commander, we've come more than 50 miles and we haven't seen a soul.
It's probably why Gargot's picked this region for a hideout.
With this battered-up car and the surveying equipment, we ought to be able to get pretty close to his place without exciting suspicion.
That's what I'm counting on, Hap. With all those tools back there, we could be independent prospectors if we have to.
Hey, Commander, look.
I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship, and it's swooping down right on top of us. That ship's armed. They're close enough to blast us to pieces.
Hey, what's that?
It's the ship's magnetic holding field.
Smoking rockets. Hey, they're picking up the car. We're right off the highway.
We're helpless. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
Well, the ship's sure gaining altitude fast.
Yes, it's too late to jump.
Are you all right, Commander?
It's Gargoff.
Listen to me, Commander. Switch your space phone to 478.2 megacycles. And don't attempt to contact Space Patrol headquarters or I'll cut the holding field and drop you. Understand?
Yes, Gargoff. I understand.
We are now 100 feet off the ground. Rensler will maintain this altitude until we are far away from Lowell City. Or over the hills, I shall cut the holding field and drop you into a most inaccessible spot, miles from a highway or road. Chances are the wreckage will never be found.
Just how do you think you're going to get off of Mars? Every spaceport is being watched, and this is only an atmosphere ship.
I have a spaceship ready, and it's miles from a spaceport, Commander. Now, if you'll excuse me, Corey, I'll keep a sharp lookout for space patrol ships.
What a fix. Not a patrol ship in sight.
No. Sure that space phone switch is at the off position, Hap. I don't want Gargoth to hear us.
Believe me, there are a few things I want him to hear.
Gotta work fast, Happy.
What can we do? We're suspended under the belly of a ship 100 feet off the ground, and Gargoth will probably take us higher before he drops us.
Hap, reach back in that tool chest.
Yes, sir.
There's an atomo torch there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now listen, right above us in Gargoth's ship is a small cargo bay. Now get busy with that cutting torch.
There's no other ship in sight, Mr. Gargoth.
Good, and we're at 250 feet altitude.
That ought to make it nice and permanent.
All right, Rensler. Cut the holding field.
There they go.
I'll bank the ship so we can watch that surface car crash.
Boom! Some smash, eh, Mr. Gargoth?
Well, that takes care of Corey and his cadet.
It sure does. There's no doubt about it this time. We really... Mr. Gargoth.
Rensler, what's the matter with you? Have you... Corey, don't stand there gibbering, Rensler. Shoot them.
No, you don't.
Hey, Commander, the controls. Gargoth's trying to crash us. We're driving straight for a hill.
Hold Rensler, Hap. Okay, Gargoth, I'll take over.
Oh, you pulled her out just in time.
I'll take the ship into Lowell City, Hap. This time we'll make sure Gargoth doesn't pull any tricks and escape.
No, sir. He won't get a chance to dodge the brainograph test by going to the hospital either. Yeah, Gargoth, you're going to the brainograph with a clear head if I have to knock you cold.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Space Patrollers, you all know what sound effects are. You hear them all the time on your radios. But listen to these musical sound effects and see if you can guess what we're doing with Rice Checks and Wheat Checks. Yep, Space Patrollers, there's a big bowl filling up with Rice Checks or Wheat Checks. Man, oh man, it even sounds delicious. And it tastes even better. Those triple oven-toasted biscuits are tops for taste. Now we're pouring on the cream. Listen, you can almost hear those crisp, crunchy checks filling up with that cream. And then for the first bite, wow, what a bite, sized just right. Because checks are made in that modern bite-sized design, makes them tops for size. Hey, that's you, blasting off for a big day of action after a good, nourishing breakfast with Checks, the cereal's tops for get up and go. So, gang, go get Rice Checks today, and get Wheat Checks, too, the official bite-sized cereals of the Space Patrol. In the red and white checkerboard package with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, the one and only cereals that bring you a free Space Patrol trading card inside the package. Rice Checks, Wheat Checks. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, advancing across the rocky surface of the planet Mercury toward the hideout of an escaped criminal.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us.
Yeah, it looked like an animal of some kind.
An animal on Mercury?
Yeah, that's right. Well, whatever it is, there's another one.
Pat, it's a small robot. Castro is probably using them to observe us.
Yeah, they look like turtles, except that they move a lot faster.
You go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Pat, look behind us. We're surrounded by them.
Yes, sir. Oh, my leg!
It's some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuits.
They're closing in on us. Dozens of them. Commander, I can't move.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Super Brain of Volmer Castro, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Baylor Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC.
Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal, invites you to rocket into the future with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet.
Stand by to raise ship. Blast off minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Roaring rockets blast off to distant planets and far-flung stars, we take you to the age of the conquest of space with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet. At Space Academy, the bright sun glints along the polished metal of a rocket cruiser's hull. This is the Polaris, ready to blast off from the spaceport into the outer reaches of the universe. But on this fine day, aboard their proud and eager ship, the Space Cadet crew, for once, shows no desire to leave. On the power deck, good-natured Astro scowls as he makes a final check of his equipment. And glaring through the viewport, Roger Manning complains bitterly to Tom Corbett.
I tell you, Junior, this is the limit. They can't do this to us.
That's what the man said as he picked himself up from the floor. But since the professor will be along any minute, Roger, you might as well stop blowing your
Space dust. What are we, taxi drivers for any old fossil who wants to poke around on Titan?
Stow it. We don't any of us like this mission. But you can't expect hot assignments all the time.
Why not, Tom? We're the best unit in the academy.
Says you.
Says Commander Arkwright, even.
You seem to be a little feverish, Roger, or is your memory slipping?
You mean when he fuses our jets? That's just an act. He knows we're good.
Well, maybe he thinks this will be a nice rest.
Rest. A straight run to Titan and then waiting hand and foot on some old goat of a scientist.
Hello, boys.
Oh, morning, sir.
Who am I? Why, I'm your passenger. The old goat of a scientist.
Yes, sir. Glad to have you aboard, sir.
Thank you, Cadet Corbett. And I'm sure that goes for Roger Manning, too.
Well, I guess you aren't, sir. An old goat, I mean.
Thank you, Cadet Manning.
You seem to know us, sir.
I know quite a lot about the whole Polaris unit. You see, I'm not a scientist either.
Wait a minute. Our passenger's supposed to be...
Whatever you were expecting, I'm your passenger.
Maybe you'd better explain, sir.
I will. But first, are we ready to blast off?
Blast off time set for 0800. It's 3 minutes to, and we're ready.
No last-minute trips outside? No girls you have to kiss goodbye, Manning?
He really does know about you, Roger.
Yeah, well, I want to know more about him.
Right. Here are my credentials, Corbett.
Oh, thanks. Great Jupiter. Take a look at these, Roger.
Colonel Raymond Cowan, Solar Guard Intelligence Service. But, sir, you're not in uniform.
In my line of work, we usually prefer not to be recognized. That's the reason for all this hocus-pocus about a professor on a field trip to Titan.
Oh, then this is really going to be an intelligence mission.
In a way.
Well, that's better. What goes on Titan, sir?
Nothing that I know of.
But then why...
You see, you weren't told the correct destination either. We'll head in that general direction, but we're concerned with another moon of Saturn, Rhea.
Rhea, hey.
You've heard of it, I imagine.
Well, everybody has, Colonel. The papers and magazines have been full of stories about it recently.
Sure, ever since they developed that, what do you call it? You know, the stuff that knocks out virus diseases.
The viricide, F3, yes. Out of strange little crystal plants that are entirely unlike anything we've known, they've created the greatest miracle in medical history. If they can only make enough of it.
Sounds as if you're pretty interested in it, sir.
I am, but everyone should be. Think of it. Diseases that men have been trying to conquer for thousands of years. Some of the worst cripplers and killers can now be licked.
No wonder they're starting to call Rhea the satellite of life.
That's what it is. But our job is to keep it from becoming a satellite of death.
What?
So you see, this isn't going to be such a dull assignment, cadets. All right, prepare to blast off.
We'll return to the exciting adventures of Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, in just a moment, so stand by.
Spaceman, if you want to blast through tomorrow at full space speed, then listen. Tomorrow morning, when Reveille sounds, hop up and jump out of bed. Well, maybe jump is the wrong word. Anyhow, get out of bed and dress yourself. Next, wash yourself slowly and carefully. Well, at least wash yourself and brush your teeth. Okay, you'll pass inspection. Now, you're ready to enjoy the Spaceman's Breakfast, Kellogg's Pep. Wait, Spaceman, Kellogg's Pep deserves a bigger fanfare than that. Remember, Pep is the build-up wheat cereal with a wonderful flavor. Well, that's more like it. Lots of energy there. And that's just what you get when you eat Kellogg's Pep. Lots of food energy. Eat Pep, and you get the food power necessary to travel at full space speed. Pep supplies you with important vitamins that help build strong bones, tough muscles, and healthy teeth. But, Spaceman, that's not all. When you eat Pep, you enjoy its wonderful, rich malt flavor. Yes, that's what you'll say when you dig into a heaping bowl full of delicious Kellogg's Pep. So, Spaceman, start off tomorrow the Spaceman's way with Kellogg's Pep. That's P-E-P. Pep. Kellogg's Pep.
The space cadets ordered to fly a scientist to Titan, largest moon of the planet Saturn, are disgusted with such a dull assignment. But their passenger turns out to be Colonel Cowan of Solar Guard Intelligence. And their real destination, Rhea, another Saturnian moon which has become known as the Satellite of Life. Now, far out in space, Tom and Roger, having set the Polaris on course for Rhea, turn again to the Colonel.
So what's the story on Rhea, sir?
Well, for some time, we've been after a well-organized, completely ruthless space gang. They've been looting ships, raiding settlements, getting away with murder, literally.
Can't a gang like that be tracked down?
We've made a start, but most of our leads have taken us just exactly nowhere.
Well, what's the idea of the flight we're on?
One tip we've received is that Rhea is the gang's next objective. Since I have a special interest, I was assigned to check.
Why should a gang like that be interested in Rhea?
Viricide F3, Corbett. The power of life or death over many thousands of people.
I can see it'd be quite a black market item, Colonel.
Oh, they could make a fortune, all right. But it's more than that, boys. There's a leading member of the Solar Council who's doomed without that medicine. One of our planetary governors has a daughter who's very sick indeed. F3 will save her life.
I don't get it. I think I do, sir. You mean they could use this medicine to exert pressure on important people?
Exactly. The men who control F3 can get almost anything they want from almost anybody.
But who's going to help a gang like that?
Not helping could mean death. For themselves or for someone they love.
Well, even so, sir.
Manning.
Yes, sir?
My wife is one of those who needs that medicine.
I'm sorry.
And if it came to saving her life, I don't know how far I'd go, even with a gang of killers.
Of course, Colonel.
I see you're beginning to understand.
I can see that it'd all be true if they could monopolize Viricide F3.
Well, the last shipment left Rhea 6 weeks ago. A shipment of less than 30 pounds. And while in space, the ship blew up.
The gang did it?
Most likely, though we don't know. But consider this. A raid on Rhea now would give them all the F3 that's been manufactured in the last 3 months.
Yes, and suppose they blasted the processing plants and the scientists in charge.
It'd take us a year to get into production again. And in the meantime, the gang would have the only supply of F3 in the entire universe.
That certainly puts it right up to us, sir. If the tip about Rhea is true.
Don't worry, Colonel. We'll blast those crooks right out of space.
I know you will. That's why I asked for the Polaris unit.
Better not tell Astro that. His head'll swell up till it won't fit into his space helmet.
Say, I forgot about Astro. There's no reason for him to stay on the power deck now.
Oh, give him a call on the intercom.
Sure. Control to power deck. Come in, Astro. Astro, check in, will you?
What's the matter with that Venusian ape?
Could anything be wrong?
Nah, he's probably on his way up now. See, here he is now. Hey, Bubblehead. Great galaxy.
That's not Astro.
You're right, it isn't. So don't anybody move.
He's got a parallel ray gun.
So have I.
Drop it.
Colonel Cowan.
Skip it. He's frozen. Sucker. Trying to draw on a guy that had him covered. You kids better be smarter.
You dirty space crawler.
Want some of the same?
Take it easy, Roger. We haven't got a chance right now.
Not now or ever. So just move back while I get his gun. That's it.
What did you do to Astro?
The big boy on the power deck? He's in the deep freeze, too. Never even saw me sneak up behind him.
Pretty brave guy, aren't you?
Being brave don't pay off, sonny boy. Look at your colonel. Makes a real nice statue, don't he?
All right, so you got us. Now what?
Everything will come out okay if you two act like good little boys and keep this ship going right on course.
As we're heading now?
Yeah. I'm going your way. I got a date with my gang near Rhea.
Rhea? Then the colonel's tip was accurate.
Sure, just like he figured. We're taking over F3. And the price will be going way up.
Tom, why should we run the Polaris for this space rat?
Well, how do you mean, Roger?
Suppose we just quit, knock off, and let Ugly here run the ship himself.
No, passive resistance, eh?
It won't work, fellas, so don't even try.
No, why won't it?
I'll tell you. So far, I've been trying to be nice about this whole thing. Even using a parallel ray to just paralyze you monkeys instead of killing you with a heat blast.
Well, thanks, Heat.
You're welcome, but get this straight. Try any tricks. I'll shove your buddy Astro and the Colonel out into space.
That'd be murder.
Some might call it that. I'd call it a lesson for fresh kids. And if that didn't line you, I could get rid of you two the same way.
Guess he's got us stymied, Roger.
What? Where'd he be without a pilot, navigator, or radar man?
Don't worry. I'd make out. I'm no hot rod space cadet, but with the course set, I can take the ship in from here.
He could at that.
Now, that's being sensible, kid. Behave. You'll all stay alive. There's plenty of work to do and plenty of information you can give us.
You think we tell you anything?
People always do. Look how we were able to find out about this little junk of the Cowans. In time for me to stow away and stop them.
How did you find out?
Never mind. We're just smarter than the Solar Guard, that's all. Like I'm smarter than you.
Smarter than us? Why, you ape-faced dimwit.
Wait, Roger. Maybe he's right.
I don't like the way you're talking, Junior.
He's just getting wised up.
Maybe he is smarter, Roger. Anyway, he's got the gun, and you've got to admit it looks as if we're licked. Hey, Roger.
What do you want, quitter?
Aren't we getting badly off course out of the space lane?
What's that?
Haven't you noticed, Roger?
No, I haven't.
It's your job to check our orbit, Roger. Or do you want us to get into trouble?
Yeah, how about that? What's wrong, Corbett?
Well, take a look at the stars out there. Doesn't the pattern look wrong to you?
Stars? Well, I look about like always. Maybe a little funny.
Sure, it's obvious we're off course. Look at the relative position of Vega, for instance.
Vega? Oh, yeah, sure, Vega. Yeah, that's right.
We're in trouble. Listen, Roger, it must be the cosmic drift.
Cosmic drift? You got space junk in your head, or is this...
Space junk, you're right, Roger. That's the danger.
That's not what I said.
Absolutely. Cosmic drift could carry us right out of the clear space lane into the Tombstone area.
Hey, I've heard about that. We could really get clobbered by space junk there.
That's right, Roger. Anything could happen there. Anything.
Huh? Oh, it sure could. You got any suggestions for escaping this cosmic drift, Tom?
Now, you got us into it, wise guy. Now get us out of it. And fast, or I'll put the freeze on you.
Hold on. Roger has to navigate.
Okay, but get going.
Our course is starboard, isn't it, Roger?
That's right. An 8-degree sweep should put us about right. Then I'll give you more correction.
Check.
Get back where we belong fast and stay there this time. Oh, young punk can put anything over on me.
I've had my lesson. I know what I'm doing now.
Yep, we'll do just what you say. Now, come on, Roger. If we work fast, everything ought to turn out all right.
Look what I'm picking up on the radar screen, Junior.
Let me see, Roger.
Uh-oh. What now?
A big piece of space junk right in our path.
And some hunk of rock, big as a mountain.
Well, that cosmic drift sure threw us off. Now, come on, do something.
Well, I'm going to try, you can bet. Gosh, that thing's close.
And listen to the blips.
Why, they're building up. We'll be into it in a minute.
Well, come on, get them over.
I'm trying, but this is an emergency. We need a blast on the steering rockets. Roger, get down to the power deck, right?
No, stay right here where I can watch you both.
Well, then we can't work the steering blast.
Damn it. Pull out with the controls.
Impossible. Can't you see I'm trying? There's a warning signal. We'll smash. Let me go down.
No, Corbett, get us out of this or I'll shoot.
Well, if we don't get out, there'll be nobody to shoot.
Shut off the power.
That'll make it worse. No thrust. I can't get out of the way.
Blast you, you're not trying.
Maybe you could do better.
Yeah, I could. Let me get those controls.
Okay, take them. And this, too.
Oh.
Knocked him cold, Tom. Nice going.
Yeah, it was a snap. I hit him with the control lever.
That piece of space junk really had him worried.
How far away is it, really?
Far enough to be safe. That was a great bluff you put up, Tom, struggling at the controls without moving them.
Yeah, you did a nice job with the enlargement control, too, building up the picture and the blips. But it was the warning bell that really scared him. How'd you set that off, anyway?
Shorted the wires. And, Tom, I'm sorry I didn't trust you before.
Skip it. Let's get out of here. Don't forget, we are in the Tombstone area now. I'll just start a sweep back to port and lose that space mountain out there.
Right. Oh, it's gone. Cosmic drift. Oh, brother. Hey, let's unfreeze the colonel with this gun.
Thanks. That was rough. Seeing, hearing everything, but being helplessly paralyzed. I'll admit I didn't catch on to what you were up to, Tom, until Roger started to play along.
Smart work, Junior. Pretending to put us back on course and heading for the space junkyard instead.
Anyway, it worked. Now we have to reset our orbit to Rhea. Sir, will you go down and unfreeze Astro?
You bet. Give me the gun.
Hey, Roger. The radar, didn't you turn the gain down?
Yeah, something really is coming. Jumping Jupiter, try to dodge, Tom.
Okay.
It's a small piece, but right on top of us. Look out!
Great galaxy. It must have gone right through the ship.
And I shorted out the bell that would have warned us in time.
The rockets are dead. The space junk must have hit the power deck. And Astro's down there, still paralyzed. Come on, we've got to find out if he's hurt. How is he, Colonel?
He'll be all right, Tom.
You sure, sir?
Yes, there's no fracture. But that piece of metal gave him a hard clout just the same. He'll be unconscious for several hours. How about ship damage?
Bad, sir. We sealed up the holes in the hull easily enough, stopped the air loss. But the rockets...
Oh, it's hard to believe one crummy little hunk of stone could tear things up like that.
How soon can we make repairs?
Well, Astro's the mechanical whiz.
Yes, he could patch it up in a few hours. We'll have to go more slowly.
How long?
Well, maybe half a day. Faster if Astro comes to in time to help.
Half a day without power? You realize what that means?
Yes, sir, we sure do. It means we'll never get to Rhea in time to stop that raid.
We'll return to the exciting adventures of Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, in just a moment, so stand by.
The Hydra blasts off for a patrol around Saturn's ring. The space freighter Lexus blasts off with a cargo for Mercury. Space cruiser Draco blasts off on a Mercy mission to Venus. One after another, ships from Space Academy hurtle out into the far-flung regions of space. And now here is the one man responsible for the perfect execution of these operations. The Commandant of Space Academy, Commander Arkwright.
Spaceman, you can take my word for it. Every man on those spaceships is equipped with an official pair of space goggles. I wouldn't allow a man out into space without a pair. You see, space goggles protect a cadet's eyes when he's rocketing through space. And they'll help protect your eyes when you're heading into the glaring sun or bucking a strong headwind. You'll find dozens of good uses for your pair of space goggles. They're made of one sweeping, curved piece of colored plastic, and they fit comfortably over both eyes. So, spaceman, send for your goggles right away. Listen carefully and write down these instructions.
Here's what you do. Send 25 cents, one box top from Kellogg's Pep, and your name and address. That's 25 cents, one box top from Kellogg's Pep, and your name and address. Send to this address. Kellogg's, Box 346, Battle Creek, Michigan. Kellogg's, Box 346, Battle Creek, Michigan. Spaceman, write for your official space goggles today, and be sure to eat the spaceman's breakfast. Kellogg's Pep, that swell-tasting, build-up wheat cereal.
By pretending that the Polaris was about to collide with a huge mass of space junk, Tom and Roger managed to trick their captor. regain control of the ship, and release Colonel Cowan. However, the trick backfired when a smaller piece of rock tore through the Polaris and knocked out the main drive. With the cruiser drifting powerless and ace mechanic Astro unconscious from the accident, it now appears that they will be unable to stop the gang's raid on Rhea, the satellite of life.
You boys were right. This is hopeless. We just don't have the know-how to do a quick repair job.
Well, we can't give up, Colonel.
Of course not. But this way's too slow.
We're not doing so bad, sir. This mess is beginning to look like a power system again.
A little, Manning, but we can't gamble on it.
Maybe Astro will come to sooner than you figured.
It's still a gamble. And remember, thousands of lives are at stake, including my wife's.
Then we'll have to notify the Solar Guard over our audio channel.
No, if we break audio silence, we'd be notifying the criminals, too. They're probably tuned to our frequency right now.
Oh, suppose they did hear us. What could they do?
Move faster than they planned. They'd hit Rhea, grab the F3 viricide, wipe out the plants, and get away. If there were only some way.
Sir, wait a minute. There's the jet boat.
Go from here to Rhea in that flivver?
We are pretty far away, but there's a possibility.
It might work.
You said you didn't want to gamble, sir, and this is the biggest gamble I can think of. Jet boats don't carry that much fuel.
Just the same, I'm going.
You'll need a pilot, sir. I'll go along.
Thanks, Corbett, but I couldn't ask you to do that.
You didn't ask me, sir. I volunteered. Roger, you keep at the rocket.
Sure, but
When Astro comes to, he can help. And when you get the ship fixed, follow us to Rhea.
All right. Don't worry about us. But this jet boat junket is plain crazy.
It has to be done, Roger. You know that.
And suppose you do make it. What can two men do against a gang with a spaceship?
He's right, Corbett. It's a long shot. Better let me go alone.
No, sir. At least two men have a better chance than one. And as long as there's any chance at all, we have to try. Right, sir?
Right.
All right, then, Colonel. Let's go. We've made it, sir. There's Rio below us.
I didn't think we'd ever see this place. Listen to those jets. They're nearly finished.
Fuel's about gone. If I hadn't happened to hit it right...
It didn't just happen. You're a fine pilot.
Well, thanks, sir. We're close enough now to take a look through the glasses and see what's happening.
I have them here. I'm almost afraid to look. The gang has already hit and run. Well, here goes. Great Jupiter!
What's wrong, sir?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Men at work just as usual. We're in time.
Well, thank goodness. I'll tell you the truth now, sir. I didn't think we had a chance.
And neither did I. The gang must be holding off, waiting to hear from their man on the Polaris.
I guess we've been pretty lucky, sir.
Well, we don't need much more luck now. Just a little, and our mission will be accomplished. Rhea's precious medicine will be saved for the people of the entire universe.
Don't miss the next action-packed episode with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, on Thursday, when Tom and Captain Cowan find that treachery awaits them on Rhea in Part 2 of The Satellite of Death. Tune in, same time, same station on Thursday for the next thrilling interplanetary adventure with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet.
Brought to you by Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal.
Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, starring Frankie Thomas, can also be seen on television and appears in the comic sections of many of America's leading newspapers. Look for it daily and in weekend editions. Featured in today's cast were Jan Merlin and Neil O'Malley. Today's program was written by Don Hughes, directed by Drex Hines. Jackson Beck speaking.
Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Raisins and bran flakes, too. They're out of this world. They're out of one package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Kellogg's raisins are honeycomb coated to keep them tender. The bran flakes crisper. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Raisins and bran flakes, too. They're out of this world. They're out of one package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
This program came to you from New York. This is ABC Radio. Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal, invite you to Rockin' into the Future with
Tom Corbett, Space Cadet.
Stand by to raise ship. Blast off -5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
roaring rockets blast off to distant planets and far-flung stars, we take you to the age of the conquest of space with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet. On Rhea, one of the moons of Saturn, the whole universe's supply of a rare, new miracle medicine, viricide F3, is threatened by a gang of space bandits. The Polaris unit, with Colonel Cowan of Solar Guard Intelligence, heads for Rhea to foil the gang. But the Polaris, its rockets damaged, goes adrift in space. So Tom Corbett and Colonel Cowan, leaving Roger Manning and the wounded Astro behind, set out in a jet boat. And thanks to Tom's skillful piloting, they arrive at the airless little world just before their fuel runs out.
Wonder where the switch is, Tom, for the entrance to the atmosphere dome.
Right here, Colonel.
Hey, hello there. I saw you blasting in, and I thought I'd come down to meet you. I'm Bailey, Ned Bailey, in charge of materials.
I'm Colonel Cowan, Solar Guard. And this is Cadet Corbett.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, but how in...
It's a long story, and just now we haven't much time. So will you take us to Mr. Adams right away?
Adams? Oh, I'm afraid not, Colonel.
Why not? Isn't he general manager here?
Sure he was, but he died suddenly the other day.
What?
Yep. So you'll probably want to talk to Ed Malvern as assistant manager. He took over.
But about Adams, when did he...
Well, Bailey, visitor.
Oh, here he is now. Hey, Ed, some fellas to see you, Solar Guard.
Welcome to Rhea, gentlemen. You, Colonel Cowan?
That's right. And Cadet Corbett.
Fine. Earth General Headquarters audioed us that you'd be coming.
Did they tell you anything else, Mr. Malvern?
Oh, there was some crazy yarn about danger, but you know how those boys at the HQ go for a story like that.
But this time I'm afraid it's true. Are you prepared to defend Rhea, Mr. Malvern?
Defend? Oh, come now, Colonel. We're practical folks here, down-to-earth businessmen.
You may be out of business soon. Haven't you warned your men, gotten arms from Titan?
Hey, what's this all about, boss?
Oh, some space gag about a gang attacking us, Bailey, stealing the F3 supply, blasting the plants and the men. Don't worry about it.
Look, sir, there is such a gang. It wants to monopolize all the F3 viricide in the entire universe.
Son, that's quite a story, but a little far-fetched if you ask me. Now, believe me, my boy, if we got upset about every weird rumor like this, when would we get around to making the medicine?
One of the gang's gunmen took over our ship for a while. Or was that a rumor, too?
What? Hey, boss, maybe...
Yes, and he said he was to rendezvous with the rest of them somewhere near Rhea.
Good heavens, if this is true, Cowan...
I tell you, they may strike any time. We'll do what we can here, and let's also send a coded audio message to Solar Guard headquarters.
All right, you go with Bailey. Start organizing things. I double as a radio operator so I can get the coded message off.
You'd better send it, hadn't you, Colonel?
Why, no, let Malvern do it. I'm going to be pretty busy for a while. Come on, Bailey, let's get going. Come on, Tom.
Well, where are we going, sir?
The communications room. You're right, Tom. I should have sent that message to the Solar Guards myself.
Golly, what's made you change your mind so fast?
Malvern supposedly sent through a report on Adams' death. Adams died 2 weeks ago.
Yeah?
But 2 days ago, Earth office knew nothing about it. In fact, messages were still coming through signed with Adams' name.
Say, that's strange.
More than strange, particularly when Malvern's the communications officer.
But, sir, that might mean he's one of the gang himself. That he was somehow responsible for Adams' death.
It's a possibility. But before we make up our minds, let's see what kind of message he's sending. Here's the building.
Through this door, sir. I wonder which is the audio room.
Wait, Tom. I hear something. Over this way.
Malvern's voice, all right.
Can't make out a word, though. If we can get this door open, just a crack.
So that's the situation, Chief.
Chief? Quiet, Corbett. Let's listen.
I don't think they suspect a thing so far, but they may soon. Don't wait any longer, Chief. Attack at once.
You were right, Colonel. He's one of the gang.
Yes. Prepare to take him as soon as he breaks contact.
Okay. Move in, then. Yes, I'll be ready, Chief. End transmission.
No? I've got my parallel ray ready.
Right. Come on. All right, Malvern. Get away from that audio transmitter.
What? So, Colonel Cowan, I underestimated you. Unfortunately, you've come late.
Oh, no, I haven't.
My friends are on their way, or didn't you hear?
We heard, and so did the Solar Guard. You sent out a straight voice message, Malvern, on an open frequency which the guards listen to all the time.
You must think I'm a fool, Colonel. I used low power. Not enough to reach any Solar Guard station.
Well, we've still got you.
Wrong again. Max?
Yeah, boss?
Great Jupiter.
Don't move, either of you guys.
Show him your heat ray, Max.
Okay, boss. Yeah, take a look.
Which trumps your ace, Corbett. Drop that parallel pop gun of yours.
Colonel, I'm willing to take a chance.
Drop it, I said. Or Max blasts you to ashes.
Do as he says. Your gun's no match for his.
Okay.
Get the Durasteel wire, Max. It's over in that corner.
Sure thing, boss.
I don't know what your plan is, Malvern. But Bailey's alerting the men now. Against attack, you'll never succeed.
Want to bet? In the first place, you two are being tied up with Durasteel wire. You got it, Max?
Got plenty. I'll truss them up good.
Well, somebody will release us. Some of your own men will realize what's going on.
Sure they will. All of them will. When our spaceship arrives and blows a hole in the atmosphere dome.
What? But that's mass murder. Everyone in the colony will die of suffocation.
No, not everyone, Colonel. Max and me. We'll be in spacesuits.
I can understand you're doing this to us, but your own men, your friends.
There's nothing personal about this, Colonel.
There certainly isn't.
Simply business, gentlemen. Simply business. We want to get all the viricide F3 there is. And we don't want any more produced for a long, long time. There's no better way to accomplish that than by wiping out all life on the face of Rhea. Every single creature on this satellite, gentlemen, must die.
We'll return to the exciting adventures of Tom Corbett and the Space Cadets in just a moment. So stand by.
Spaceman, Dr. Joan Dale wants to talk to you. Here, I'll press the buzzer so you can go into her laboratory.
Come in, spaceman. I'm taking time out from this experiment to talk to you about your official space goggles. Uh-oh, speaking of space goggles, I'd better put my pair on. Oh, there, I've got them on now. And now I've got protection for my eyes against these flying sparks and the bright glow from the bubbling chemicals you hear. You know, these special goggles are official Space Academy equipment. They're made of one sweeping curved piece of colored plastic that fits comfortably over both eyes. I know every spaceman will want to own a pair. Space goggles come in handy when you're looking into the sun, heading into a strong wind, or when you're like me and you're working in a laboratory. Now, spacemen, for important instructions on how to get a pair of space goggles, just step outside the door. Spaceman's luck.
Spaceman, send 25 cents, one box top from Kellogg's Pep, and your name and address. To get an official pair of space goggles, send 25 cents, one box top from Kellogg's Pep, and your name and address. Send this to Kellogg's, Box 346, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's Kellogg's, Box 346, Battle Creek, Michigan. Now, spacemen, send for your pair of space goggles today. And tomorrow, start off your day with Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal.
General Manager Malvern of the F3 plant on Rhea has been revealed as a member of the space gang which aims to take over the universe's entire supply of the life-giving viricide. Capturing Cadet Corbett and Colonel Cowan of Solar Guard Intelligence, he tells them that the gang's rocket ship will soon blast a hole in the satellite's atmosphere shell, killing everyone in the colony by suffocation. And he orders his pal Max to tie the two captives up securely.
Max! Got him trussed up good and tight?
He has. Your pal knows he's dirty business.
Thanks, kid. All set, boss. Nobody's gonna break those Durasteel wires.
And we'd better get our spacesuits, so we at least will survive the attack.
You rotten space crawlers.
No use struggling against those wires, Cadet. No use at all.
The Solar Guard's going to catch up with you someday.
Perhaps, but you'll hardly be celebrating the occasion. Now, no hard feelings, I trust. This is simply business, you know.
Colonel Cowan, are you all right? You didn't say anything.
I wasn't anxious to keep them here.
I guess we've had it, sir. Max was right. We can't break these wires or even twist them.
We don't have to. Getting loose isn't our problem.
What?
Wriggle toward me so your fingers can reach the bottom of my trouser leg, along the seam.
Well, yes, sir. I can feel something.
It's a thin, diamondite blade sewed there. Start working it out. It'll cut through anything, even Durasteel wire.
By the craters of Luna, what luck.
Not luck. Standard intelligence service procedure. It's often been useful before.
Well, I've got the blade out, sir.
Good. Here. I'll start working on my wrists.
Okay, Colonel.
Okay, Corbett. Your hands are free. Now get the wire off your legs.
Right. What are you going to do, sir?
Get on this audio. Try to contact the gang, then pretend I'm Malvern and talk them out of attacking.
It might work.
Worth trying. If only I knew their code word or even some of their names. Well, we'll see. Emergency call. This is Malvern. Emergency call. Jupiter, aren't they even going to answer?
Hello, Malvern. This is the chief. Anything wrong?
Plenty, Chief. Go back. Call off the raid.
What? You're off your gyro.
Listen, the Solar Guard's here. They're wise.
Since when? There's been no ships on our radar.
They sneaked up on the other side of Rhea, didn't register.
Wait a minute. What's the code word, Malvern?
There's no time for that, I tell you.
Shut up. If you're Malvern, give it to me.
I forget, Chief. I'm too excited.
Space dust. Hey, wait a minute. You must be the Colonel Malvern was talking about, the Solar Guard Big Shot.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I'm Cowan, and I'm warning you not to attack.
Don't you know better to waste your breath? You can't fight back, and we're coming in.
Listen to me. He switched off.
Good try, sir, but it doesn't look as if we can stop them from blasting the dome.
No. Come on, Tom. We have to warn everybody. Tell them to get into spacesuits.
Yes, sir, and then try to find a way to win out against mighty rough odds. Colonel, there's Bailey, the fellow we talked to first.
Good. Bailey, have everybody get spacesuits, quickly.
Hey, how'd you two get loose? Stay back or I'll shoot.
Oh, no, he must be another one of the gang.
I doubt it. If so, he'd have left. Why the gun, Bailey?
I know all about you. Malvern told us. You're crazy, dangerous.
That killer thinks of everything.
Listen, Bailey, Malvern lied to you. He's one of the gang who are going to attack Rhea any minute.
Yeah, that proves you're space happy. Keep away from me.
Listen, Bailey, the atmosphere dome is going to be blasted. Everyone on Rhea is going to be wiped out unless you move fast.
I don't believe it. Stay away.
Tell me, Bailey, where's Malvern now?
How should I know?
Well, I think I know. He and Max are getting spacesuits so they can live when the air dome goes.
Why, you're lying. You
Don't
must be
believe me,
lying.
eh? Well, look over there behind you.
I don't see that.
Take him, Corbett.
Right. All right, I got him, sir.
Let it go.
Don't struggle. We won't hurt you.
Malvern warned me I should have killed you.
Don't go, Cadet.
Right,
I've
sir.
got his gun now.
Don't blast me, please.
Don't worry, we won't.
Look, Bailey, would it do any harm to get everybody into spacesuits?
Wait a minute. I'm all mixed up.
No time. Corbett, look up there at that dot in the sky.
Great Jupiter, it's the killer ship coming in to attack.
All right, Colonel. Everyone's in suits. Did you find anything we can fight with?
Not a thing. The jet boat we came in is useless. And there's nothing that flies unless you count body jets.
What, against spaceships?
No weapons except the handguns you distributed either. Why, they'd be all right for close combat, but they're just pop guns in a fight like this.
Well, I hope maybe you fellas could find something in the storehouse, something we wouldn't think of.
Only a lot of building material, jars of chemicals and acids, lab equipment, nice breakable stuff.
But nothing to fight a battle with.
Here on Rhea, we've been busy making medicine to save lives. We never thought about taking them.
Here it is. They fired a warhead.
The dome's gone. Helmets on, everyone!
All right, get this helmet.
Oh, we told them this much. We won't die of suffocation.
Uh-oh. It doesn't look as if they're counting on suffocation. They're firing warheads at us point blank.
That's bad. It won't take many to blow this area to space dust.
Bailey, where is the medicine store? The F3.
Over there, the small white building.
Get everybody into it. That's what the gang's after. So they'll treat it with kid gloves.
Yeah. Come on, man, this way.
We better follow, Corbett. It'll give us time to think.
Wait, sir. The ship's still firing, but no warheads are landing here. Funny.
Yes, it... Look, there's another ship, and it's fighting the gang.
The Polaris. Astro and Roger finally got the old girl patched up. It's just limping along, though.
They're in no shape to take on that gang, but they certainly have nerve.
If nerve is only enough. But two men trying to fight with a patched-up ship. Oh, Jupiter, look at that. They're hit. Their firepower is gone.
Well, I'm afraid that does it, Corbett. No, they're still underway. What are they doing?
Heading for the gang ship. They're going to ram.
They did. The ships are locked together, but both of them are out of control. They'll crash.
It won't be a real crash, sir. The rockets are still giving some support, and the gravity is low here. They'll spin into the ground not far from the dome.
By the rings of Saturn, you're right.
Let's go, Colonel. Roger and Astro may need help.
Someone's coming toward us from one of the ships. Get your gun ready, Corbett.
All ready, sir. Hey, it's Roger. Roger, are you all right? And where's Astro? Get down, Tom, both of you. Hit the dirt, sir. See what I mean? Those space rats can still fire. We'd better start crawling to the dome. Okay, but Astro... He's trapped on the power deck, but he has tools. Says he'll cut his way out in a few hours. Great. Meanwhile, the gang can't fire on the Polaris without smashing their own ship.
Boys, I think the gang's finished. If we get out of range of their big guns, they'll have to come out of their ship sometime, and then it'll be a man-to-man fight.
Right, sir. Hey, what's that noise? Jupiter, they're coming out of the ship now. But it won't be any man-to-man fight. Look, great galaxy, an armored tank.
That's one of the Martian killer tanks. No ordinary weapon can dent it.
It's got rocket guns. Let's get out of here.
We can't fight that any more than we could the ship. Warn the men, Corbett.
To do what? That tank can hunt them down anywhere on this little hunk of rock. And it'll blast the installations to space dust. There is nothing we can do, sir. Not a thing.
We'll return to the exciting adventures of Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, in just a moment. So stand by.
Spacemen, today we're honored to have a distinguished visitor from outer space. He is Flavius the Elder, Prime Minister of the asteroid Orius. Sir, did you have a smooth space trip? Oh, I see. Well, you know, spacemen, it's a bit difficult to understand the people of Orius. It takes years of study, so I'll interpret for you. The Prime Minister says he was shaken up by the moon tides while blasting through Jupiter's orbit. Oh, after the ship steadied off, the stewardess made you feel good with a magic formula. Well, what was it like? I understand. It came in a box. You opened it and poured rich golden brown flakes into a bowl. And then you poured milk and sprinkled sugar over it. And you say it tasted wonderful? You had how many? 3 bowls. Mr. Prime Minister. Was the name on the box Kellogg's Pep? It was. Well, sir, you'll forgive me, but Orius must be a very backward planet. There is no secret magic to Kellogg's Pep. Almost everybody in the solar system knows about the build-up wheat cereal. Every spaceman starts off his day with Pep. It helps give you lots of food energy to make a good start on the day. And Pep has those vitamins necessary to build strong bones and tough muscles. The Prime Minister says he's going to stock up with a good supply of Pep right away. And, spacemen, you know that's a good idea. So ask Mom to get you a package of the build-up wheat cereal today. Kellogg's Pep.
As the space gang's armored killer tank charges toward the shattered atmosphere dome, Tom, Roger, and Colonel Cowan fall back to warn the men of their danger. With their hand weapons useless against the heavy armor of the tank, and with no way to defend themselves against its rocket guns, it appears that they have lost their battle to save the precious medicine of the satellite of life.
Colonel Cowan, what's going on? Is the ship still firing?
Worse, Bailey. Those space crawlers have a tank. Tell the men to scatter. Hide if they can, but not in here.
You won't be safe even around the building holding the medicine now. The tank can pick you off one by one.
Corbett's right, Bailey. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the medicine, the viruside, they'll get all the F3. Isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing. That tank's invulnerable to anything we've got.
Blast. Okay, Colonel. You and the cadets better hurry, too. Come on, sir. Let's get moving.
Corbett, Manning, go along.
Well, what about you, sir?
I'm staying. Perhaps I can get in one lucky shot.
That's impossible. You'll be killed.
I've failed in my mission. Failed all the people who need F3. Failed my wife. Going to die without it. So you go on.
Wait, Captain. Come with us to the storehouse.
The storehouse? What for?
Oh, please, sir. Come on, hurry. Before they blast it.
All right, Corbett. But why?
A wild idea. There's still something we can try. The body jets. We can fly with them, but not far enough or fast enough to escape.
Anyway, escaping won't save the medicine.
I wasn't thinking about escape. We'll attack. With what? Those big jars of acids we saw, Colonel. In this gravity, we can carry several apiece. Drop them on the tank.
Acid. Yes, acid can get through every crack. Eat into the tank control. By the rings of Saturn, it might work at that.
Hey, Junior, this could be our big chance. The only one we have left, so let's make it good.
jars of acid.
Right, sir. Jars away!
2 direct hits. Great work, boys.
They don't seem to notice.
Guess their guns are making so much racket they never even heard the crash.
Well, try another one, Roger. Okay, here goes. Missed with that one. Close, though. Could be just as good. The acid will splash up against the tank's bottom.
Follow the tank, boys. Stay directly over it where they can't spot us. And be sure you don't get any acid on your spacesuit.
Okay, sir. Hey, direct hit that time. We've got to stop that thing before it gets the men. It's a miracle they've managed to escape so far. There's one man down there who's not escaping. Look at him, Tom. He's gone nuts.
Running right toward the tank.
It's Melbourne. I guess he expects the tank to stop and pick him up. They're not stopping, not even slowing down.
Ran right over him, his own pal.
Colonel, there's something else. The tank's in trouble. Look at that smoke pouring out of the engine.
It's working, boys. They're losing control. The acid's working.
Uh-oh. Look at the hatch. It's opening.
A perfect chance. Drop another jar, fast. Mine's gone.
Well, I just dropped my last jar. Me too.
Then we're in trouble. They've spotted us through the hatch. They're trying to angle their guns up high to knock us down.
Look out, they're backing. That gives them enough elevation. Jupiter, they've got a train full on us. Try to dodge. We'll never make it.
Miss!
And that gun will never fire again, sir. It's out of commission. The acids have knocked out the controls.
That goes for the whole tank, boys. Those space rats will have to come out and fight on even terms now.
Them, they don't like that idea. Look at them, filing out with their hands up. Colonel, we've done it. We've won.
Yes, Tom, we've won. The whole universe has won. Boys, thanks largely to you, Rhea will remain, for all the world, the satellite of light.
Don't miss the next action-packed adventure with Tom Corbett and the Space Cadets on Tuesday, when they look forward to a pleasurable rest on the planet Venus, but find themselves involved in a desperate pursuit of danger. Tune in, same time, same station, for the next thrilling interplanetary adventure with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet.
Brought to you by Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal.
Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, starring Frankie Thomas, can also be seen on television and appears in the comic sections of many of America's leading newspapers. Look for it daily and in weekend editions. Featured in the cast were Jan Merlin, Neil O'Malley, Dick Keith, and Ian Martin. Today's program was written by Don Hughes and directed by Drex Hines. Jackson Beck speaking.
Kellogg's Raisin Bran, raisins and bran flakes too. They're out of this world, they're out of one package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Kellogg's raisins are honeycomb coated to keep them tender. The bran flakes crisper. Kellogg's Raisin Bran, raisins and bran flakes too. They're out of this world, they're out of one package. Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. Eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
It was like a terrible nightmare. Even now, I sometimes wake from a dream and find myself shaking from the memory of it. I'll never forget when I first saw him. A man so monstrous, so unhuman, that I refused to think it could ever happen again to anyone else. But who can be sure? Others have had the same idea. Oh, yes, the law forbids it, but laws are broken every day. Will it happen again to someone else? Someday, in the future? Perhaps it will happen to many. I don't want to see it.
To hear the story of this strange monster, listen in a moment to 2000 Plus. Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, an amazing story of science uncontrolled. The giant walks.
you are monsters. That's it. Fight to fill your slimy stomachs. Feed the rats, the doctor said. Always feed the rats. As if you weren't big enough already. If I had my way, I'd kill all you rats. That's what I'd do.
I wouldn't go close to them, Hawkins. A rat 4 feet long can be quite a nasty little thing.
Oh, yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Is everything ready, Weston?
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow?
Yes, sir.
Then open the cage.
Look at it. Cool. I've never seen a rat run a maze so rapidly.
Check that gold gradient, Weston.
Yes, Doctor. The rat's in the food box now. Let me see. 11.8.
There. You see, Weston? Not an unusual intelligence, just high. Well above that of the average rat. Look at them. The power in those legs. Barstow. Just imagine what they could do with their teeth if they had the chance.
It's frightening to think what would happen if all rats were giant rats. If they got loose,
It's evolution, Barstow. Merely the scientific elimination of growth barriers.
now that your experiment's a success, we can tell the world. Your theories will be accepted. You'll regain your rightful place in science.
Not yet, Barstow. Not yet. I'm already at work on what I consider will be an ultimate experiment. It's only a matter of calculating, checking, and verifying data on the rats so we can build a larger pituitary revitalizer.
What animal do you have in mind for this new experiment, Dr. Ellsworth?
What animal? Well, there's only one that I could possibly be interested in now. It's the next logical step.
Surely you can't mean.
Yes, Barstow. A man.
You wanted to see me, Dr. Ellsworth?
Yes, Weston. I want to talk to you about the experiment on human beings. I want you to help me with the experiment.
I hope you're not thinking of me, Dr. Ellsworth. I really don't think
What's the matter, Weston? Don't you think it would be valuable to give yourself to science?
Well, it would seem that there are so many to choose from.
So many, Weston. Who, for example? I'm sure that old Hawkins won't do. And we really can't kidnap anyone.
But, Dr. Ellsworth,
I'd say it would be a great honor to be the first real Superman on Earth.
Well, how about Barstow?
Exactly, Weston. Just what I was leading up to. You seem relieved. Yes. In Barstow, we have a real physical specimen. And he seems to have quite a boundless enthusiasm for the future of mankind. An attitude you apparently don't share.
Well, how could we get him to agree to it?
Psychology, Weston. It's merely a matter of appealing in the proper manner to his scientific judgment and sense of fair play. Now, here is what I want you to do when he gets back. Well, glad to see you back, Barstow.
Dr. Ellsworth, Weston tells me you're ready to begin the final experiments on man.
Yes, Barstow, I soon hope to be the first of a new race. A race that will make the man of today look like a pygmy, puny and insignificant. If the experiment succeeds, my physical size will double or even triple. I'll be able to live at least 300 years instead of the 100 or so odd years a man can expect today. The brain cells will probably also expand, giving me an intelligence that will make you and Weston look like products of the Stone Age.
Well, I don't think it's fair for you to sacrifice yourself. It's not fair to humanity. If you die, there'll be nobody to carry on.
You know these experiments are illegal. We could never find another subject. It would have to be one of us three or nobody.
Well, I'd be willing to take the chance, Dr. Ellsworth. And so would I. You can't go through with this, Dr. Ellsworth. You're needed to direct the experiment.
Gentlemen, I see you have the true scientific spirit. Well, since I am unwilling to give up my right to be the subject, and you're unwilling to let me be the subject, then there's only one way out.
What's that?
We'll draw lots, if you agree. Leave the decision up to fate.
That sounds like a good idea. Don't you think so, Barstow?
Why,
sure, I guess so.
Well, it's the only way out, my boy. One of us must be the guinea pig. Now I'll tear 3 strips of paper. Now, the lots are arranged in my hand. Whoever gets the short one will submit to the experiment, and there'll be no further objection from any of us. Agreed? Agreed. Right. Choose, gentlemen. Weston? Barstow? Myself.
I've drawn the short one.
Yes.
I'd like some time to see Barbara, Dr. Ellsworth, before the experiment.
I'll give you 3 weeks to straighten out your affairs, Barstow. Then I'll expect you back at the laboratory.
Contacts are wide open.
Cut the circuit, Weston. That's enough. Well, Barstow, are you ready?
Quite ready, Dr. Ellsworth.
You know, it may be painful at first, but after the primary series, I don't think you'll notice much.
I'm not worried, Dr. Ellsworth.
No, of course not. Well, good luck, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
Contacts open, Weston?
Yes, Doctor.
Then pipe the circuit. Now, that's fine. Now, keep it steady at 3,000. Prepare for the first injection. We'll give him 5 electronic unit charges. Valve open. How are you feeling, Barstow?
Pain. My whole body is numb. You've got to stop the experiment, Dr. Ellsworth. He's out again. Dr. Ellsworth, you think we're doing the right thing? His heartbeat has slowed down so much, I'm afraid.
What, Weston? You're not losing a nerve, are you?
Oh, no. It's only that I thought...
Don't do any thinking, Weston. I'll do that part of it. You just check the regenerator charts.
Very well, Dr. Ellsworth.
Nothing is going to keep me from completing this experiment. And I warn you not to try to interfere, Weston. I'll close the circuit. We'll inject again. 100 cc's. Valve open.
Dr. Ellsworth. Look at him. 12 feet tall, and you weigh 750 pounds.
Of course, Weston. As I told you, there's very little difference, really, between a rat and a man. We're all animals.
But, Doctor, he hasn't given much sign of life during the past few days. You think his body can stand the strain of all this growth?
Certainly. In fact, I think we'll give him the final super injection today. About 500 cc's should do it.
500? But that's 5 times what we've been giving him.
Yes, Weston. We're building a new skeletal structure. New flesh, cartilage, and bones.
Contacts open.
Keep it steady at 6,000. We've got to provide the final shock for a system.
The valve's completely open, Dr. Ellsworth.
All right. Now. Look, Weston. We've done it. He's 30 feet tall if there's an inch. Barstow, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? You must talk slowly, Barstow. Slowly. You're not an ordinary human being anymore.
Look, he's getting up.
Hey, what's happening to me? Why is everything so small?
Our experiment is a success, Barstow. You're a Superman. I've made you a Superman.
But I can't move. My head is touching the skylight.
Stoop down, Barstow. There's a rolling door in the side of the laboratory. I think you can crawl through that. Easy, Barstow. Very slowly. That's it. Well, how does the world look now that you have some elbow room?
Small. The world is very
radiation.
Weston, let's have the report on our testing so far.
Well, as best I can figure, Doctor, the subject can lift almost 20 times as much weight as an ordinary man. Can run approximately 60 miles an hour without difficulty. Oddly enough, though, he appears to get along fine on 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. But he's consuming food at a rate that's all out of proportion.
Well, that's understandable. It's still making an adjustment. Go on.
Mentally, very superior. Appears to be able to solve the most complicated problems right in his head.
So, just as I predicted.
But this morning, though, after I just finished giving him the work test, he pulled up a tree by the roots and waved it at me. It was frightening. I ran, and he began laughing. It sounded more like thunder.
Weston, you're letting your imagination run away with you. It's quite obvious what's the matter. He's not getting enough exercise. We've got to give him more physical work to do. Come on.
There he is. Just sitting on that hill and staring.
Barstow!
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
I want you to take this special shovel we've made for you and dig a trench. Weston will mark it out for you and check your working speed.
All right, Dr. Ellsworth. Whatever you say.
See? It's quite simple. You've just got to keep him occupied.
Dr. Ellsworth, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes?
What are we going to do with Barstow? I mean, when are we going to tell the world about it? We can't go on continuing this way.
Of course we can. And once we're sure of ourselves, we'll get other men. We'll make giants of them. We're building a race, Weston. A race of supermen with which we can rule the world. We've only to learn how to control Barstow so he'll respond to our every command. And then we'll build an army.
Doctor, that's not right.
You know, Weston, you're a good assistant. It's only when you think that you get into trouble.
Barstow, are you awake?
What do you want?
I must talk to you. Dr. Ellsworth wants to use me for the next experiment.
Oh? What's that to me?
I don't think you understand. He's working on a method to control you electronically as a giant. It's what he's been waiting for. And when he can finally control you, he'll begin to make more giants. Wants to build an army of giants so he can take over the world.
That isn't true. Dr. Ellsworth is interested only in science. You just don't want to be a freak as I am. Cut off from everything. Just because I was unlucky at drawing lots.
No. Not unlucky, Barstow. Framed. Dr. Ellsworth and I agreed to volunteer just to get you to volunteer. We arranged the lot so that you would be chosen. Please, Barstow. That's why I let you know. I wanted you to do something about it before it's too late. Now, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow, what are you doing at my window?
I've come to tell you I can't go on with these experiments. I'm through, Dr. Ellsworth.
You're raving, Barstow. Go back to your quarters in the barn and we'll talk about it in the morning.
I can't go back to the barn.
Why not?
I'm tired of living in the barn. I knocked it down.
Calm down, Barstow. Calm down before you do any more damage.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, that's just what you'd like, isn't it? For me to calm down, to become nothing but a giant tool in your hands. A tool for conquest and revenge. Isn't that so, Dr. Ellsworth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, all right. And what's more important, important. I know, Dr. Ellsworth. I know that you tricked me into volunteering for this experiment.
What if I did? You were the best physical specialist.
You'd stop at nothing to carry out your hideous experiments. Future of mankind. Ha! That's a good one. You're not interested in mankind at all. You're only interested in building a super race for your own ends. You want an army of giants so you can take over the world.
Oh, Mad Barstow. You are my subject, and you have no right to behave this way. If I had the control of finish... You'll knock out that wall.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth. And that's just what I ought to do to you. You have no more right to live than I. How much strength does it take for a 30-foot man to kill an ordinary man with his fist, Dr. Ellsworth? Figure that out.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm going to let the World Science Council know about your experiments. They'll know what to do about you.
But you can't leave. You're a monstrosity. The world won't understand you, Barstow. Besides, you have an obligation. You must sacrifice yourself for science. He's gone?
Yes, all my plans ruined.
Yes.
Weston, you did this to me. You told him about my plans.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, I did.
Oh, you've ruined the experiment, Weston.
You betrayed science.
You have no right to live.
Who are you to decide these things?
Come inside, Weston, now.
A gun?
Right. Come along now, Weston. There's one last experiment I want to perform. I'm curious to see how a man can stand up against a giant rat.
No, please, Ellsworth. I'll do anything you want. I don't want to die. I'll be the subject of a new experiment.
Too late, Weston. Should have thought of those things before. Stand still. There. Right by the cage.
Shut up.
Now. Don't push me. No, no. Fire. Help me. Fire.
I'm sure glad the old man let me have the jet try tonight.
Oh, it's a lovely night to go riding with you, Bob.
Say, Helen, you hear something?
The motor, you mean?
No, listen.
I hear it now, too.
I can't imagine it. Oh, well, I guess...
Oh, over there!
This looks like a man.
So big! Oh.
The giant, standing in the road in front of us here.
Turn the car around, quick!
Lifting us with his hand.
Why are you afraid of me? I just want to talk to you. I won't hurt you.
Put us down. Put us down, you monster.
I'm not a monster. I'm not.
Oh, we're back on the road. He didn't hurt us.
What are you going to do?
We're going to the police. They've got to know about this giant. Calling all rockets ground and space patrol. Converge on Trickster 47 immediately. Strange creature molesting jet travelers on Highway 9. Reported human in appearance. 30 to 40 feet high. May be dangerous. Repeat, may be dangerous.
They've lost rockets, Jim. This is our meet. Just our luck. Probably an invader from Mars.
To all rockets, check destroyer guns before moving in the danger area. Repeat, check all weapons.
See anything yet, Jim? Nothing, sir. Hold on. There's something moving in field 7. Well, it's a man. But what a man. Rocket 117 to control tower. Located creature moving rapidly in the direction of McKenna City. We're closing in.
Very good, 117. Keep on it. We'll have all available rocket cars join you.
Okay, Jim, we're near enough now. Safety off destroyer guns. We'll fire a couple of warning shots to slow him down. Safety off. All right. He's stopping. He's waving his hands. We'll circle him. Keep circling. to Central Control.
Come in, 117. Come in.
Battling Giant, prepare to move in for a closer look. Guns ready. Orders. Repeat. Orders, he's swinging. Reverse entrance. Reverse entrance.
Central Control calling 117. Central Control calling 117. They don't answer, Commissioner.
Confound it. Why can't we get a video screen fix?
I'm working on it, sir.
Give me that microphone. All police jets and air rockets. All jets and air rockets. Attention. Attention. Rocket 117 has been attacked by the Giant. Contact has been lost. Take battle formation blue. Prepare for attack. Prepare for attack. Good luck. We'll blast that creature out of existence.
What could it be, sir? A man from another planet?
It's possible. We can only get that video fixed.
Oh, I'm getting it, Commissioner. Look, there he is. Good heavens, what an enormous creature.
Yes, I see it. Calling all rockets. Take elevation 3,000 and prepare to dive on target. I've got to see the police commissioner.
You can't. It's a battle emergency. Who let you in the control room?
It's about the Giant. We've got to stop your attack. Are you crazy? That creature's a menace. He's knocked down one of our rockets, and now we're going to get him. But you don't understand, sir.
Squadrons at all, elevation 3,000. Targets in view. Look, Commissioner, on the video screen. We're ready to open up on them, sir. Just give the order.
No. You've got to call off the attack.
Commissioner, look to the right of the Giant, near that small hill. Those two men are from Rocket 117. They're walking unmolested toward Junction 9.
Thank God they're all right. There, you see, he's not dangerous. Stop the attack.
That creature's been running berserk.
Transmit the command for all ships to hold their positions until I give the order. Unless the Giant attacks them.
Yes, sir. Orders to all.
Now, look here, sir. What do you know about that creature? Is he from another planet? Etc.? Man, what do you know? He escaped from a government antibiotic laboratory. He was the subject of an illegal experiment. I'm Dr. Weston. I work in that laboratory. Well, this man or not, he's a madman. We've got to do something about him. You don't have to do a thing. It'll all be over in a few minutes.
Something's happened. I don't see the Giant anymore.
What do you mean, all over, Dr. Weston? Look at the video screen. There. That's what I mean. Good heavens. It's amazing. Squadron Leader 20 to Control Tower. Something's happened here, sir. I don't see the Giant has disappeared. What are our orders? All police jets and rockets. Attack canceled. Repeat. Attack canceled. So you see, Barbara, I had to thank Weston after all. He's a disagreeable character, but if he hadn't acted so promptly as soon as he found out, those rockets would have finished me.
Ellsworth tried to kill Weston, didn't he, after you broke away?
Yes, with the rats. Weston managed to get outside the cage, and they killed Dr. Ellsworth instead. And shortly after that, the rats fell into a coma, and Weston examined one by X-ray, and he discovered that the new bone structure was in the process of dissolving into cartilage, and that cartilage into flesh, which would soon melt away. And he realized their size had only been maintained by the injections, and they'd soon be back to their original skeletal structure. That's why he went to the police.
Yes, but how did he know you'd shrink, too?
Because they stopped giving me the injection.
Oh, seeing you here like this, I can't believe all those stories in the paper about you. A horrible picture.
I can hardly believe it myself, Barbara. It's like a bad dream. Oh, yes. Here's what I came back for. Dr. Ellsworth's safe.
Oh, what's in it?
Here they are. And here they go.
You're burning them.
Years of scientific research up in flames. Huh. But I don't want another man ever to go through what I did. Cut off from humanity to be just a specimen in some scientist's zoo. I found out one thing, Barbara. Thickness isn't a matter of size. A man can be 30 feet tall or he can be 6 feet tall. It's what he has in his heart that counts. This world doesn't need bigger, more powerful physical specimens. It needs men with bigness of soul who can love, respect their fellow men.
Next week, another exciting story on 2000 Plus. The strange adventure of a man who found nothing and was terrified. Be sure to listen next week to Alone. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Olson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Joseph Julian was Barstow, Henry Norrell was Ellsworth, Lon Clark was Weston, Bryna Rayburn was Barbara, Watson Lawrence was Space Commissioner, and Bruce Evans was Hawkins. The script was written by Julian Snyder. The music was composed by Elliot Jacoby, the orchestra conducted by Emerson Buckley. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Tanner. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
This is Dick Bertell at the Springfield Museum of Science in Springfield, Massachusetts. Tonight, WTIC presents complete coverage of Mariner 4 as it flies by the planet Mars on an historic photo-taking mission. In the next few hours, many questions may be answered. Tonight, after 8 months of patient waiting, is the night of the encounter. Tonight's program will be an historic first from many standpoints, not the least of which is the method of transmission. Portions of our program will actually be broadcast on a beam of light known as a laser beam, which will be operated by the Perkin-Elmer Corporation in Norwalk, Connecticut. An historic radio broadcast first. Here in the auditorium of the Springfield Museum are gathered almost 250 people, some of the top scientists in the country who will be sharing this microphone with me throughout the course of the evening. The general public is here, too, to learn firsthand what man has been speculating about for thousands of years. What is the mystery of the red planet Mars? We may know tonight. Closed-circuit television cameras are relaying pictures of what is happening here at the Mars complex to other buildings in the area where hundreds of others are gathered to watch these events. In the front of the auditorium is a huge screen on which will be flashed pictures and drawings that pertain to the planet. Here in Springfield, we'll be talking tonight to Dr. Sanford Siegel, noted exobiologist with Union Carbide in Tarrytown. Dr. Siegel has been conducting extensive experiments with life forms on a Martian atmosphere. Also here is Dr. Alan Hynek, noted astronomer and UFO investigator for the U.S. Air Force. We have a direct line to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, and you'll be hearing exclusive WTIC reports as well as general reports released by JPL to radio and television networks and to the press. With me now is Dick Hoagland, Curator of Astronomy and Space Science at the Springfield Museum of Science. And, Dick, what has happened to this point?
Well, according to our information on a pre-programmed list released by JPL and also updated by current activity via our line, the spacecraft has been given about 4 commands. The first command to start the scan platform, to start the camera moving in an up and down plane, to make sure that the motor is turning it so that it may aim toward Mars. The second command later on this afternoon, which stopped the platform at a preset angle so that as Mariner sweeps by the planet Mars at about 11,000 miles an hour, the camera will intercept the planet and begin taking those vital photographs. And just a few minutes ago, just before we went on the air, there was confirmation that the wide-angle sensor, a large telescopic device, is looking at Mars now. For the first time in history, a spacecraft is looking down at the planet Mars 134 million miles away as Mariner 4 flies by.
The Mariner 4 spacecraft, which starts shooting pictures of Mars tonight, is just one step in a project that began 5 years ago and has cost about $125 million so far. The 21 or so pictures in this latest shot will cost about $6 million apiece. The ultimate goal of the Mariner project is to make a manned landing on Mars, but this probably won't come until around 1973, and before that step is taken, an attempt will be made to put an instrument package on the red planet to send back scientific data. With its space camera trained on Mars from a range of 9,438 miles, Mariner 4 is scheduled to begin taking the first of its pictures at 8:20 tonight in just about 10 minutes. The last of the pictures will be taken at about 8:45 to 8:50, and at that time the camera, wearing a 30-power telescope to see better, will be only 6,770 miles from the surface of the planet. The spacecraft itself will make its closest approach to the Martian surface 18 to 20 minutes later. The Earth-sent device will be at that point only 5,412 miles from Mars. And then it will disappear behind Mars. At 7:41 tomorrow morning, our time, the Mariner 4 tape recorder turns on to send about 1 hour of scientific information to Earth across a void more than 134 million miles wide. After that information is cleared, the machine will begin relaying the first picture. Each one will take about 8 hours and 35 minutes to complete. And I assume, Dick, that we'll have those first pictures at about, sometime Friday morning. At least the general public will have them.
Either Friday morning or Friday afternoon, and we're going to be talking more about those pictures later on, but let's wait until we know whether that tape is going to record any yet.
Dick, let's talk right now about the laser beam, which it is hoped will broadcast a portion of this show a little later. First of all, we are not using the laser beam now, and for a very good reason. I wonder if you'd fill us in on the background of that.
It's foggy. The laser is a beam of light just like any other light. It can be stopped by the Earth's atmosphere. The fog is now rolled in across Springfield. We expect it to clear within about an hour or a little less. This beam of light is not like light in that it is coherent. It is like a radio wave or a set of radio waves traveling like soldiers, one behind the other in perfect step.
Now, Dick, let's take a look at what we hope to discover tonight. In addition to the pictures, of course, which we're all very much concerned about, there are many other experiments which will be conducted tonight, not the least of which is the occultation experiment. What is the occultation experiment?
Well, scientists are very anxious to know more about the Mars atmosphere. As you know, Mars is a planet which has an atmosphere. This can be seen because we have photographed clouds and we have photographed the planet in various colored light, and it appears different sizes.
At this point, I think, Dick, we might call on Dr. Alan Hynek, the noted astronomer and UFO investigator for the U.S. Air Force, who is with us tonight. Dr. Hynek, if I may ask you, first of all, to move into the microphone so that we can hear you clearly. How do you feel about the experiments tonight? I saw a smile of pleasure cross your face, of course, when it was announced that the picture-taking sequence had indeed been started. What are your reactions tonight?
I'd like to be in communication with Kepler and Tycho Brahe. I should think that they would really, really enjoy this.
Dr. Hynek, I'm going to interrupt here for just a minute, and we are going to talk about the canals on Mars. News is happening in other parts of the world as well, and of course we want to bring you up to date on that. So at this point, we're going to take 5 minutes out for NBC News on the Hour to return at 5 minutes past 9 to the Springfield Museum of Science in Springfield, Massachusetts. This is WTIC 1080 on your dial in Hartford, Connecticut. 9 o'clock.
Be alert to news as it happens on the NBC Radio Network.
WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut. This is Dick Bertel back at Mars Complex at the Springfield Museum of Science in Springfield, Massachusetts. We had information from NBC that the tape recorder had not turned off, as you heard just a few moments ago. And this is contrary to information that we have here. So just to confirm it, we have a situation where everything is green, all systems are acting and working properly. We're going to call in Dick Lewis on our special jet propulsion laboratory line in Pasadena, California. Dick, have you heard anything to the contrary? Is everything working as it should?
There is a fear among the people who have been examining the telemetry that the tape recording device may not have shut off after each picture as it was supposed to do. If this was the case, then the total number of pictures taken by the camera and recorded, or the total number of pictures recorded on the tape, would be reduced from the maximum of 21 to a maximum of 7 or 8. However, there is a considerable amount of optimism that all of the pictures have been recorded and will be played back in the ensuing days.
Dick, I just want to mention that your voice is once again being carried by laser beam here in Springfield, Massachusetts. This is an historic broadcast first. I want to clarify something with you. As I understand it, the tape recorder is designed to stop when the shutter of the camera is closed and then to start up again when the shutter opens. Is that true?
That's right.
All right, so that if the tape recorder did continue and did not stop, there would be long periods of blank spaces, so to speak, on the tape. Is that it?
That's right. It would be analogous to a motion picture camera running when the shutter is, when the lens cap is on, the operator forgetting to shut it off. It would simply mean that not as many, there wouldn't be, it would come to the end of the roll before all of the pictures had been taken.
All right, Dick Lewis. We're going to terminate our conversation at this point, but I hope you will stand by so that we can call you in again in a few minutes. Thank you, Dick Lewis.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt at this point. We have Fred Stone on our special telephone line now. Fred Stone is with Raymond Engineering Laboratories in Middletown. Fred, I'm sure you've been listening to reports of the Mariner 4's progress, and do you have any theories that you might advance as to the question regarding the possibility that the tape recorder did not shut off between pictures?
Well, as it was mentioned, this is, at this point, just a possibility. The situation hasn't really been proved. But as far as the operation of the tape recorder is concerned, it is under control of the data automation system.
Fred, can you stand by for just a moment, please? We have a direct report from Mariner Control, and then we'll be back.
This is Mariner Control. At the present time, the data from the television period, photographic period, is still being reviewed. There is as yet no resolution of the apparent anomaly between the data information which was sent during the process and the data information which was sent on the basis of stored data after we return to the mode 2 data transmission.
Fred, I don't know if you were able to hear that report, but the situation is still indeterminate as far as the tape recorder is concerned. Now, I wonder if you'd continue.
Well, Dick, as I started to say, the tape recorder is under control of the data automation system. It receives a start command at the beginning of each picture and a stop command at the end of each picture. These are commands which come to the tape recorder from a system external to it. In a tape recorder, there is one device, a relay, which actually stops and starts the motor. So we have, from our standpoint, two possibilities, an external problem or a problem with this particular relay.
I'm going to interrupt you again, Fred, for another report from Mariner Control.
6:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. The Mariner has passed its closest approach to Mars and is now slowly moving away from it. The distance to the surface of Mars from the Mariner is, at this time, 7,163 miles. Repeat, distance from Mariner to the surface, 7,163 miles.
A reminder, you're listening to The Night of Encounter over WTIC in Hartford. On our special telephone line now is Fred Stone of Raymond Engineering Laboratories in Middletown, Connecticut. Fred was the project engineer for the Mariner 4 tape recorder. And, Fred, you were saying there were two possibilities of something going wrong. What were they, Fred?
Well, this is really off the cuff and taking a very quick look at the situation, Dick. As I mentioned, the recorder is under control of the data automation system, which controls the various steps involved in taking the pictures, which is quite a complicated operation. It involves, as you've heard already, controlling the shutters of the camera as well as starting and stopping the tape recorder. There's a possibility that this command system, external to the recorder system, there's a possibility that there's trouble there. There's also a possibility that a latching relay in the recorder has gone into the running condition and stayed that way.
Fred, if the tape recorder failed to turn itself off, or if the guiding information into the tape recorder failed to activate it, would we still have, let's say, 6, 7, or 8 clear pictures?
Well, as I said, that the command that was issued from the ground, the DC-26 command, would remove power. So that in spite of any of these malfunctions that we have been guessing about, the recorder would stop operating in the record mode.
At this point, I might add that your voice
and mine are being broadcast once again by a laser beam. This is rather historic first for a commercial broadcast, the use of a laser beam, and I think it's rather interesting that we're able to use something like this on a program as historic as this, because the laser beam will one day be used, I'm sure, for interplanetary communication. Fred, is there anything else you can add to the picture from your standpoint right now?
See, not really. It's very difficult to try and guess just exactly what's going on. I think that possibly we should really sit tight and see what other information JPL has to offer in the next couple of hours.
All right, Fred, and would you stand by so that we can call you again if we need you?
Certainly, be very glad.
Okay, Fred, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
That was a report from Fred Stone of Raymond Engineering Laboratories in Middletown, which developed the tape recorder on Mariner 4. We're attempting to call in Dr. Richardson right now at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. And Dr. Richardson will be reporting what is happening out there for us in just a moment. I'm going to test it right now. Dr. Richardson, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, you are, sir. Fine. Good.
The part that always intrigued me tremendously is that the region over which the so-called W marking appeared in 1954 and 1958.
Now,
this is the cloud formation that you're referring to?
Why, presumably it's a cloud formation. It's the most amazing-looking thing. Nobody would believe it unless we and other people had actually photographed it. It looks like skywriting. In 1958, it very distinctly, the markings of this W, or M if you turn Mars upside down, we have identified it. You can identify it with canals and oases on the surface.
Isn't it true, Dr. Richardson, that one sees Mars in a reverse or upside-down picture and that it could very well be an M rather than a W?
Oh, yeah. You see, if it is an M, it stands for Mars. If it's the other way around, the W stands for war. Take your choice.
Have other unusual clouds been observed on Mars?
Why, oh yes, there are yellow clouds, these blue clouds. And in 1956, apparently a dust cloud showed up and covered everything on Mars, on our side, just when it was most favorably situated for observation.
Was a polarization measurement made of that cloud by any chance?
Not that I know of, no.
I see.
As far as we know, there are just these two little ones, Phobos and Dymas, discovered in 1877, the same year as the canals. Their size is rather uncertain. Phobos is a little bit larger. Say, you can make it almost anything you like within reason.
It has been speculated, hasn't it, Dr. Richardson, that these are rather unusual orbits, much like our own satellites that we have been sending up over the past 7 or 8 years?
Fairly circular.
Does this lead to speculation that perhaps they are not natural?
Oh, yes. That resulted from an article published by a Russian whose name I can't possibly remember. If I could, I couldn't pronounce it.
Shlovsky.
Well, yeah, I guess. When you begin to examine his paper, it doesn't sound so crazy quite as it seems at first. What he apparently did was to assume that it was hollow in order to explain an apparent anomaly in its motion. You see, if it was thin, just a hollow shell, it would be more affected by drag of the upper atmosphere than if it were like a ball bearing, for example. So he assumed, made that assumption for that reason. However, many experts still don't agree there is anything wrong with its motion. And I'm personally very skeptical.
Well, of course, I think that you'd have to agree if they were artificial satellites, it would be indicative of some sort of life on the planet Mars, wouldn't you say?
Why, yes. I don't see how there can be any doubt about it.
We've just received a report that Mariner Control is about to give us another report, Dr. Siegel, so we take you directly to our line to Pasadena, California.
This is Mariner Control. At the present time, the Mariner spacecraft has moved to position 9,492 miles from the surface of Mars. It is now slowed down to a speed of 10,955 miles per hour. To repeat, distance from the surface, 9,492 miles, speed 10,955 miles per hour.
That report from Mariner Control in Pasadena, California, on our direct line 3,000 miles away. And in about 16 minutes, the occultation will take place, and we'll be bringing you reports on the progress of that here on our special program. Well, Dr. Siegel, we have a portable microphone now, and let's move over to one of your experiments and take a look at it. I think we can talk more clearly that way. We have a huge bell jar here. I guess you'd call it a bell jar. And growing out of this red surface, which we can presume is very much like that of the planet Mars,
yes.
are some cacti from where? From one of our deserts?
Yes, these are cacti just ordinarily present in the California desert.
How are they doing?
Extremely well. In the 7 or 8 months that this exhibit has been set up, 2 of the cacti have actually grown new shoots, and one of the other plants, an aloe, which is a native of North Africa, has also shown new growth. Dwarf palm trees in here have maintained themselves in perfect condition, and of course, during all this time, these plants have received no water.
They seem very healthy indeed. Now, in addition to being in what we can assume is a Martian-type soil, they are breathing a Martian-type atmosphere, if plants do indeed breathe. Is there carbon dioxide present in that atmosphere?
Yes. In fact, the Martian atmosphere runs to easily 100 times more carbon dioxide than is present in the Earth's atmosphere.
Now, is there oxygen in this atmosphere as a result of these plants continuing to live?
Well, this, of course, would not be a perfect experimental setup, since these plants are in a closed system where they are exposed to light, even if it isn't very bright, and therefore they can make oxygen. However, I might point out that this has been more than once suggested as the possibility for the day in the future when we do try to establish operational bases on Mars, that putting earthly plants under a plastic dome and letting them build up oxygen may be a very effective, if slow, means for building up a habitable atmosphere for man.
Well, if there were plant life on the planet Mars, wouldn't we be able to detect oxygen, or at least more oxygen than we are able to find in the atmosphere?
I would say that this is a prejudice we acquire from the fact that all of the oxygen, or practically all of the oxygen in the atmosphere of the Earth, as it is at present, was derived from biological sources by the process of photosynthesis. However, it is also true that in certain plants, particularly those growing in aquatic surroundings, water plants, and those growing in the deserts, for very different reasons, they tend to become essentially isolated from their environment, in the case of desert plants, by a very thick cuticle or skin, so that the processes whereby oxygen and carbon dioxide are involved in the life activities are, you might say, internalized. And not a great amount of these gases escapes into the outside atmosphere. In the case of the cactus. In the case of water plants, this is even more pronounced. Living in a watery environment where there is only a minute amount of oxygen, these plants nevertheless carry within their hollow or very, very light stems great amounts of oxygen. So the fact that it is not present in the atmosphere in large amount proves nothing at all about the capacity of prospective Martian plants to produce it and handle it internally.
What is the composition of this Martian soil?
Well, of course, here we are far away from any exact knowledge.
Yes, I'm talking specifically about what is in this bell jar.
Yes, well, of course, what we strive to do is duplicate as much as possible the environment. Here we have an oxide of iron. In effect, this is nothing more than a high-grade iron ore called hematite. 2 kinds of iron oxide are commonplace. One is called limonite and is yellowish. The other is hematite and is the reddish color. Now, of course, the color of Mars is more of an orangish than true bright red. But this is a good approximation.
We're getting another report in from Mariner Control, and I think perhaps we had better take it so that we can get the latest information.
Mariner Control. An updating of trajectory data based on tracking information received during the passage near Mars has given a new estimate of the time at which the spacecraft will pass behind the planet from the point of view of Earth, the time of the beginning of occultation. According to the best estimates on the current best available trajectory, occultation should begin at 7:19 and 11 seconds Pacific Daylight Time. The spacecraft should reappear on the other side of the planet at 8:13 and 4 seconds Pacific Daylight Time.
That report from Mariner Control in Pasadena. One more question, and then we're going to take 5 minutes for news, Dr. Siegel. Plants have been subjected to a Martian atmosphere for some time now. Have you ever exposed any of these plants to a normal atmosphere again, an Earth-like atmosphere?
One of the most dramatic things that we've experienced is that the plants that have had a long sojourn in the Martian atmosphere or in similar experimental atmospheres will frequently, when brought back into air in a single step, die by shriveling up and discoloring within a matter of a few hours. One of the most dynamic things that we've seen, and at least to some extent there's a one-way track here. Once the living organism gets adapted to a new environment, its ability to cope with its familiar earthly environment definitely changes.
That is a very interesting observation, I think. We're going to pause for station identification right now. This is WTIC 1080 on your dial in Hartford, Connecticut. The time is exactly 10 o'clock.
Right.
That was Bill Pomeroy, and as Bill just reported, he is going to try to allow us to hear the sound of Mariner 4 as it begins to move behind the planet Mars during the occultation, and perhaps you can actually hear the difference in the frequency as it begins to move through the Martian atmosphere, much as the sun changes its color during sunset as it moves through the atmosphere or has to shine through a thicker part of the atmosphere. Dr. Hynek, I can't resist asking you, and I'm going to. You investigated for the Air Force reports of unidentified flying objects. Do you have anything to comment on regarding the rash of reports during this latest flap, as they call it, I believe, that we're experiencing right now? I'm thinking of Portugal and the Antarctic and so on.
Well, the Air Force, I've been checking with them just today on that, but since these occurred in other countries and have not been officially reported to the Air Force has no jurisdiction to go in and investigate. So all I know about them is what I've seen in the papers.
I might also add at this point that it is being carried to our listeners by a laser. A laser beam carrying a signal from 134 million miles in space, which actually doesn't exist right now. Hear the difference in the frequency.
There we go.
Excuse me, Marvin. Bill Pomeroy is standing by at JPL. Bill, we had a signal on the air which we were convinced was that of Mariner 4, and we still had it on our amplifiers after JPL announced that they were no longer receiving it. Can you clarify us as to what was taking place, what we were hearing?
All I can clarify, Bob, is that apparently we were not getting the signal from the spacecraft, but receiving some other signal. We were equally confused here. All of us stood around listening, waiting for that signal to stop, and it failed to do so. I think it's a matter of simply someone tuning in the wrong circuit. So that was not the signal from the spacecraft that you heard.
Well, we're a bit disappointed in hearing that, Bill, but also relieved that you were listening to the same thing we were, and that we didn't have a bad tube and an amplifier here, or something of that nature.
Well, I certainly am sorry, and let me say that you weren't alone in your disappointment.
This is Dick Bertel speaking to you once again from the Springfield Museum of Science, where we are now waiting for the occultation to come to an end, at which time we hope to bring you a special report from JPL and perhaps, in addition, the sounds of Mariner 4 as it reappears from behind the disk of Mars. Let's make one more switch now to the landlines, if we may. Let us switch now to the landline circuit. We are now speaking to you again conventionally. You can hear the difference, I'm sure, and without any more hesitation, let's switch back once more to the laser beam. And we're going to say goodnight via the laser beam, which I think is a thrill in itself. I have so many people to thank for tonight's broadcast, and I'm going to do just that right now. First of all, let's thank our reporters at the Jet Propulsion Laboratories in Pasadena, California, who reported directly for us here in Springfield tonight. Science reporter Dick Lewis, Bill Pomeroy, Public Information Officer from NASA in Washington, who spoke to us directly. Frank Bristow, Senior Public Information Officer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratories. And Dr. Robert Richardson, noted astronomer, formerly of Mount Wilson and Palomar Observatories, and a well-known Mars specialist who is on the scene especially for us. To our guests here in Springfield, Dr. Sanford Siegel, exobiologist specializing in Martian life, Dr. Alan Hynek, noted astronomer at Northwestern University, Marvin Fenton of Perkin-Elmer Corporation in Norwalk, and of course Richard Hoagland, curator of space science and astronomy at the Springfield Museum of Science. Our engineer supervisor tonight was Fred Edwards. Our engineers at Proven Mountain, Bob Chirego. At the Springfield Museum, Dick Zwerko. At the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Bob Thornton of California Sound. Our producer was Chuck Reno. This is Dick Bertel speaking to you from the Springfield Museum of Science. Good night.